now broadcasting the news. Ningxing survival base has suffered a geological lava disaster. A massive amount of magma has poured into the base, resulting in 35623 deaths, over 8,000 missing, and more than 13,000 injured. We call upon all survival bases to actively donate supplies. Guoqing survival base has been attacked by mutant beasts. The north wall of the base has collapsed. The death toll has now risen to 3453. Yueching survival base has been hit by an extreme cold current. 2263 people have died. Su Yuan drove a large truck listening to the broadcast and couldn't help but curse. Damn it, why did I have to transmigrate into this era of great catastrophe? 7 days ago, Su Yuan had crossed over to a world parallel to Earth. A year ago, this world had entered the era of great catastrophe. The living environment was extremely harsh, resources were scarce, and everyone lived in survival bases. Of course, the wealthy could build their own private survival bases and enjoy king-like treatment. People like Su Yuan risked their lives every day delivering supplies to various bases just to earn enough to eat. Inside the survival bases, even working 996 every week, one had to struggle desperately to get a job. Otherwise, one could only rely on welfare, a bowl of porridge a day, living a life more painful than death. After delivering the goods, Su Yuan was on his way back to tea company, not daring to drive too fast. Because of last night's cold snap, the bumpy road was covered with a layer of ice 5 to 6 centimeters thick. Usually a 3-hour journey had taken more than 5 hours today and still wasn't finished. If he didn't return to tea company's survival base before dark, he would have to freeze outside. God bless, please don't let the truck break down, Su Yuan thought. He remembered that 2 days ago a colleague of his had left with him in the morning and never returned at night. He later learned that the colleague had been unlucky enough to encounter an extreme cold spell during the day. While driving at 60 to 70 kilometers per hour, he was frozen solid on the road by the extreme cold. By the time rescuers arrived, the man had no vital signs, so they buried him on the spot. After dark, the chance of encountering a cold spell was much higher than during the day. Su Yuan drove nervously, staring straight ahead, slowly avoiding the large potholes on the road. Since the era of great catastrophe began, this 4-lane highway had never been repaired. Driving required extreme caution. Trees on both sides might fall at any time, and the ground could collapse without warning. If it weren't for earning enough to eat and having 1 day off a week, Su Yuan would never have become a transport driver. After driving for another half hour, Su Yuan felt that today had been relatively smooth. He hadn't encountered any danger, and the truck hadn't broken down. He would reach the survival base in a while. But before he could be happy, he saw a large tree fallen across the road ahead. This kind of thing happened almost every trip. Su Yuan had equipment on the truck for dealing with unexpected incidents. He stopped, put on an exoskeleton suit, grabbed a chainsaw, walked to the tree, and began cutting off the branches and sawing the trunk into sections. He then picked up a trunk section weighing 200 to 300 gene and threw it to the roadside. With the exoskeleton, he could easily lift over 500 gene, so it wasn't strenuous. After several rounds, he cleared the tree and returned to the truck. Then he heard a few wolf howls. Su Yuan hurriedly raised his head and looked through the windshield. 2 large foxwolves were blocking the truck, snarling and baring their teeth at him. Mutant beasts. Su Yuan stared in surprise. The foxwolves had the body of a wolf and the snout of a fox. It was the first time he had seen a wolf larger than a tiger, and also the first time he had seen a mutant beast since transmigrating. Mutant beasts were the result of countless animals rapidly evolving under extreme weather conditions, and they were still mutating. These 2 foxwolves were clearly starving and wanted to eat him. One of them lunged directly at him, slamming heavily into the truck's windshield. Even though the truck's windshield was reinforced bulletproof glass, it was cracked by the impact. Su Yuan quickly started the truck and rammed it toward the foxwolves. The 2 cunning beasts dodged, then found an opportunity to leap over 5 meters high onto the roof of the cab, trying to tear open the steel roof with their sharp claws. Su Yuan panicked and floored the accelerator, trying to shake the 2 foxwolves off. The truck raced along the uneven road, bouncing like a bumper car, shaking violently, as if it would fall apart. The 2 foxwolves extended claws sharper than knives, cut through the roof steel, and clung tightly, refusing to be thrown off. Su Yuan hadn't expected mutant beasts to be so tenacious. He grabbed the hunting rifle provided by Tea Company and fired 2 shots at the roof. Bang! Bang! One foxwolf let out a mournful cry and fell off. Su Yuan had been a soldier before, so he was agile. He drove with one hand while using his ears to locate the other foxwolf, then fired 2 more shots, and the second beast also fell off. Finally free of the foxwolves, Su Yuan smiled. He saw a sharp turn ahead and quickly braked to slow the truck. But the speed was too high, the brakes didn't work. The wheels slid on the ice, and the truck drifted into the turn off the road, crashing into a large tree. The tremendous force knocked down a large tree, and the truck overturned. The airbag deployed, saving Su Yuan's life. He crawled out of the truck. Apart from a scraped palm on his left hand that was bleeding, he had no other injuries. On the palm of his left hand, there was a golden galaxy-shaped birthmark. After being covered in blood, it burned hotly. Seeing the sun about to set, Su Yuan didn't pay attention to this anomaly. He picked up the walkie-talkie to call for help. But when he took out the walkie-talkie, he found it was broken and useless. It's over. It's over. It's almost dark. If I don't get back to the survival base, I'll probably freeze to death. Su Yuan refused to give up. He climbed back into the cab, grabbed the exoskeleton and the hunting rifle, and ran toward the survival base. With the exoskeleton, Su Yuan's running speed was almost as fast as a bicycle. But after a few minutes, he heard the howling of foxwolves again. He looked back. The two foxwolves from before weren't dead. One had a leg injury, the other a belly wound. They were chasing him again, and they were much faster than Su Yuan. Su Yuan knew he couldn't escape. He turned to face the foxwolves, raised the rifle, and aimed. The two foxwolves cunning split up and pounced toward him. As they closed within 15 meters, Su Yuan fired, aiming at the eye of one foxwolf. One shot, one kill. The other foxwolf took the chance to pounce on Su Yuan, knocking him to the ground, and aimed for his neck. Su Yuan quickly used the rifle to block its mouth. Although the beast's teeth were sharp, they couldn't bite through the rifle barrel immediately. Su Yuan found an opportunity, drew the dagger strapped to his arm, and stabbed it into the foxwolf's eye, twisting it into the brain. After killing the beast, Su Yuan gasped for air. The body he had transmigrated into was still weak. Even with the exoskeleton, fighting mutant foxwolves was exhausting. Fortunately, Su Yuan had been a soldier, so his marksmanship and combat skills were decent. Moreover, since learning about mutant beasts, he had always strapped daggers to his arms and calves on every trip. Otherwise, with just the rifle provided by T Company, he wouldn't have been able to kill these two foxwolves. Su Yuan got up, ready to return to the base. At that moment, a cold mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surviving 7 days in the era of great catastrophe and killing 2 mutant beasts. The survival base system has been successfully activated. Opening the beginner's gift pack. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received 1 billion survival points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a 1000 acre survival base. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired a survival butler. A series of system notifications echoed in Su Yuan's mind. At the same time, the golden galaxy-like totem on his left palm grew increasingly scorching. He involuntarily raised his left hand, and a beam of golden light shot out from the totem, landing 3 meters away. Focusing his eyes, he saw a cute little robot about 30 centimeters tall, dressed in a white skirt, looking exactly like a real person. Su Yuan stared at the little robot in astonishment. The little robot spoke. Master, I am your survival butler Xiaoyu. Would you like to start building your survival base now? Of course, let's start right now. Su Yuan said excitedly. With his own survival base, Su Yuan no longer wanted to return to T Company, sleeping in the dormitory and eating from the communal pot. Master, you need to choose a location for your survival base as soon as possible. How should I choose? Su Yuan asked Xiaoyu, bewildered. Xiaoyu lightly tapped her finger forward, and a projection of a planet appeared, marked with 3 colors: red, yellow, and green. Master, you can select a spot on the map as your territory. The red areas indicate regions prone to extreme weather. The yellow areas have relatively fewer extreme weather occurrences. The green areas are relatively safer. Many survival bases already exist in the green areas. Choosing a green spot would easily lead to conflicts with other bases. Xiaoyu cautioned. Su Yuan glanced at the virtual map, too lazy to think too much. Xiaoyu, you choose for me. All right, master. The area I have selected is surrounded by 5 private survival bases, but it has the lowest probability of disasters. Xiaoyu drew a golden circle on the map, representing the chosen location. Outside the golden circle, 5 red dots indicated the 5 private survival bases. Su Yuan looked at it, found no issues, and nodded. Ding! Congratulations, host, for selecting your survival base. Please prepare. The system will directly teleport you to the base. Countdown 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Su Yuan's vision blurred, and a dizzy spell struck. Then as he focused his eyes, he saw a vast expanse of white snow before him. A gust of cold wind struck, and Su Yuan shivered all over. Su Yuan stood stunned. Xiaoyu, why is it so cold here? Su Yuan looked at Xiaoyu in confusion. The survival butler Xiaoyu was highly intelligent and said seriously, Master, this is a plateau glacier. It is cold, but you don't have to worry about being flooded by tsunamis. Moreover, the resources here are abundant. Building your survival base here will increase your survival index by at least 10 percentage points. Achoo. Well, being cold is fine for now. What do I need to do next? Su Yuan sneezed, his lips and tongue numb from the cold, his voice trembling. Master, the golden totem on your left hand can communicate with the survival base system. There is a novice gift pack inside, given to you by the system. Use it directly, and you can start building the base. Su Yuan focused his mind on the golden totem on his left hand. Instantly, a virtual golden screen popped up from the totem. The golden screen floated above his palm, displaying several main menus: base shop, recycling, experiment, development, lottery, backpack, and others. Su Yuan clicked on base, and a description icon popped up. Level 0 survival base. Owner Su Yuan. Name unnamed. Area 1000 acres of land. Facilities: 1 level 0 thatched cottage, 1 level 0 water supply device, 1 level 0 heating device, 1 level 0 wooden fence, multifunction radio, multifunction stove, wooden bed, wooden table, etc. Ding! Would the host like to build the survival base now? Build. Su Yuan thought silently. Instantly, a thatched cottage, a hand-pumped well, an electric hand warmer, a multifunction radio, a multifunction stove, as well as a wooden bed, wooden table, and other daily necessities materialized out of thin air before Su Yuan. A wooden fence enclosed the 1000 acres of land in front of Su Yuan. Su Yuan stared dumbfounded at the thatched shed propped up by a few broken sticks. Damn, what kind of junk is this? Better to go back to Tea Company's dormitory. And this hand-pumped well. On the plateau so cold, how could it possibly produce water? And that electric hand warmer. Does he expect me to use love to generate electricity? Su Yuan's face darkened as he looked at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, is this a survival base? This is nothing but a slum. Master, don't worry. You can upgrade all equipment using survival points. Su Yuan pointed at the thatched cottage and silently thought of upgrading. Thatched cottage level 0. Area 5 square meters. Upgrade to level 1. Requires 10 survival points, or 10 thatch and 5 wood. With 1 billion survival points in hand, Su Yuan didn't care about 10 points. Upgrade. Upgrade again. Upgrade again. Thatched cottage level 9. Area 120 square meters. Upgrade to level 1 brick house requires 100 survival points, or 1000 bricks. In the blink of an eye, the thatched shed before Su Yuan transformed into a brick house suite, with a kitchen, bathroom, and bedroom fully equipped. But Su Yuan was still not satisfied. He upgraded the brick house to a concrete fortress. Concrete fortress level 9. Area 360 square meters. Wall thickness 1 meter. Features cold-resistant, earthquake-proof, can withstand attacks from ordinary mutant beasts. Upgrade to level 1 multifunctional survival house. Requires 200 million survival points. Looking at the white concrete fortress before him, Su Yuan felt much more at ease. He walked directly inside and felt much warmer. The concrete fortress had 3 floors, 1 above ground and 2 underground. The only drawback was that it was completely empty without any equipment. Next, Su Yuan upgraded the wooden fence to a log wall, and then upgraded the log wall to a steel wall 20 centimeters thick and 3 meters high. He also moved the wooden bed, wooden stool, and other daily necessities into the concrete fortress. The concrete fortress now looked like a home. Su Yuan checked his points. Upgrading the thatched cottage and wooden fence had cost a total of 50 million survival points. He still wanted to install power equipment, water circulation equipment, upgrade the water supply equipment, heating equipment, and so on. Most importantly, he was hungry and needed food. Xiao Yu, how do I earn survival points? I can't keep spending like this. Master, you can earn 100 survival points every day at noon just by surviving. You can also recycle various resources for points. You can choose to attack other survival bases, develop mineral resources, or grow your own food to obtain resources. Attacking other bases was out of the question for now. Su Yuan didn't have the strength. He had no one to develop minerals either. For the moment, only growing food was an option. Su Yuan opened the system, clicked on the shop, and searched for food. It showed nothing. The system shop did not sell. It was already dark outside. Su Yuan had placed his bedroom on the second underground floor, where it was relatively warm at about -30 degrees Celsius. Damn, without food, wouldn't he go hungry tonight? Su Yuan sat on a wooden stool, while Xiao Yu perched on his shoulder and reminded him, Master needs to grow food himself or plunder it from other bases. Outside, it's tens of degrees below zero. Crops can't survive at all. Master, you can buy cold-resistant seeds and accelerate growth potions which will allow the crops to mature in 3 to 4 hours. Su Yuan immediately opened the mall to search for plantable seeds. Su Yuan entered corn seeds, and a list appeared with pictures and text. The pictures showed how the corn would look after growing, and the text described the seed variety. He soon understood that seeds were divided into 4 grades: common, fine, rare, and super. On his left hand, the golden screen projected by the survival-based system displayed common corn seeds, 5 survival points per kilogram. Common cold-resistant corn seeds, 500 survival points per kilogram. Common radiation-resistant corn seeds, 100 survival points per kilogram. Fine corn seeds, 500 survival points per kilogram. Fine cold-resistant corn seeds, 100 survival points per kilogram. Fine radiation-resistant corn seeds. Su Yuan knew nothing about farming and looked up at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, what kind of seeds do you think I should buy? Xiao Yu's beautiful eyes flickered as she pondered. Master, you could try planting common cold-resistant corn seeds first. Su Yuan clicked on the common cold-resistant corn seeds. The description showed that they could withstand temperatures as low as -60 degrees Celsius and grow normally, with a growth cycle of 4 months. Su Yuan spent 500 survival points to buy 10 kilograms of common cold-resistant corn seeds. Then he searched for accelerated growth potions. The golden projection screen flickered on his left hand, and a list of growth potions appeared. Small bottle of accelerated growth potion, 0 survival points. Large bottle of accelerated growth potion, 500 survival points. Extra large bottle, 100 survival points. Su Yuan was amazed to find that the accelerated growth potion could speed up not only plant growth, but also animal growth, increasing the growth rate by 1,000 times. Thus, the common cold-resistant corn seeds, which normally took 4 months to grow, would mature in less than 3 hours. Damn, that's incredible. They'll have corn to eat tomorrow. Su Yuan laughed and bought a large bottle of accelerated growth potion. Living on the second underground floor, Su Yuan still felt cold despite wearing a thick coat and couldn't help shivering. He glanced at the hand warmer, which had been upgraded to a fan heater and then to a regular air conditioner. But without electricity, it was all useless. So Su Yuan went back to the mall and bought a complete set of power equipment, including a common wind turbine, power storage devices, and power supply units. Installation required no effort from Su Yuan. He just communicated with the system through his mind, and it was done. Su Yuan installed the wind turbine beside the concrete fortress, placed the power storage and supply devices on the first underground floor, then ran wires to the second underground floor to connect the air conditioner. Instantly warm air blew and his whole body felt comfortable. Since he couldn't sleep on an empty stomach anyway, Su Yuan continued upgrading the water supply system. He first bought a water pump, an electric water heater, a sewage treatment machine, and cold and hot water pipes along with drainage pipes. After assembling the entire water circulation system for the concrete fortress, he upgraded the hand-pumped well to a 500-meter-deep motor-pumped well. Finally, Su Yuan purchased ventilation equipment and modified the air circulation system of the concrete fortress. Ding! The system detected that the concrete fortress met the conditions for an upgrade. Should it be upgraded to a multifunctional survival house? Su Yuan was overjoyed. He had spent over 120 million survival points on various machines and equipment. Now directly upgrading to a multifunctional survival house would save him over 70 million survival points. Upgrade. Multifunctional survival house, level 1, area 480 square meters, wall thickness 1 meter, titanium alloy, automatic titanium alloy door, 2 tons, features cold resistant, earthquake proof, lava resistant, able to withstand ordinary alien beast attacks. Upgrade to level 2 multifunctional survival house, requires 300 million survival points, can be bound to the survival base system. Su Yuan silently recited bind, and a 3D holographic projection of the multifunctional survival house appeared before him. Still 3 stories, ground floor storage, first underground floor equipment, second underground floor living quarters. Each floor had expanded space. The second underground floor now had independent bathroom, kitchen, bedroom, living room, and entertainment room. Even Su Yuan's small wooden bed and stool had been upgraded to a large double bed and sofa. Looking at the soft and comfortable bed, it was comparable to a 5-star hotel. Daily necessities were fully equipped, including clean clothes for Su Yuan to change into. So Su Yuan took off his dirty clothes, took a hot shower, and slept soundly on the bed. The next day, Su Yuan got up, his stomach growling with hunger. After washing up, he put on his cold weather suit and walked out of the multifunctional survival house. As soon as the door opened, he saw a thick layer of snow and a cold wind swept in. Xiao Yu, standing on Su Yuan's shoulder, yawned. Master, to plant corn you need to buy a farming robot and a harvesting robot. Su Yuan looked at the knee-deep snow. If he had to clear it with a hoe, it would take him a whole day. Xiao Yu, how many points do I have left? Enough to buy robots. Master, you still have over 820 million survival points. You can buy 2 smart robots. Su Yuan opened the mall and searched for farming robots. He soon understood that all machines were divided into 7 grades: common, multifunctional, automatic, smart, super intelligent, and divine. Common farming robot, 6 million survival points. Multifunctional farming robot, 12 million survival points. Automatic farming robot, 50 million survival points. Smart farming robot, 300 million survival points. Super farming robot, 10 billion survival points. Su Yuan directly bought a smart farming robot. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully purchasing a farming robot. A flash of golden light and a giant Chinese rural dog-shaped farming robot appeared before Su Yuan, barking at him. Woof woof. Master, I am farming now. 1. I can farm 1,000 acres of land every day. 10,000 acres. Su Yuan stared at farming now. 1 in disbelief, unable to believe that the robot, over 5 meters tall, could farm so much land. After all, the ground outside was as hard as concrete, impossible for manual farming. Woof woof. Yes, master. Farming now. 1 barked. Great. From now on, I'll call you Air Huang. Air Huang, go start farming. I'm waiting to eat corn. Su Yuan said excitedly. Woof woof, master, Air Huang needs to be charged before working. Air Huang barked. Su Yuan frowned, his stomach growling, and said helplessly, Air Huang, how long do you need to charge? Woof woof, master, 5 minutes of charging gives me half an hour of work. Su Yuan was overjoyed and led Air Huang back into the multifunctional survival house to charge it for half an hour first. Then Su Yuan purchased 2 intelligent harvesting robots, costing him a total of 600 million survival points. He now had only a little over 220 million survival points left in his possession. The intelligent harvesting robot was an orange cat, small in stature, but remarkably agile, crouching before Su Yuan. Meow, master, I am Harvest Unit 1. I can harvest 1 million kilograms of grain every day. Su Yuan scrutinized Harvest Unit 1 from head to toe. We'll call you Instant Noodles from now on. How long do you need to charge Instant Noodles? Meow, master, Instant Noodles can work for half an hour after just 5 minutes of charging. Su Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Although the charging efficiency of Instant Noodles and Air Huang was quite high, Su Yuan still felt that a single wind turbine was insufficient. He then spent 10 million survival points to purchase an ordinary wind turbine. With 2 wind turbines, they could generate electricity around the clock. Any unused electrical energy would be stored in the underground battery room on the first basement level. That level had already been divided into the water circulation control room, air circulation control room, sewage treatment room, battery room, and power supply control room. Half an hour later, Air Huang and instant noodles were fully charged. Su Yuan took out 10 gene of ordinary cold-resistant corn seeds and a large bottle of accelerated growth potion. Air Huang, whether I have food to eat later all depends on you. Woof. Rest assured, Master, Air Huang will give it his all. Air Huang wagged his tail. Su Yuan patted Air Huang's dog head, feeling that having such a farming machine was quite good. Oh, at least it wouldn't be so boring. Master, do you want to plan the layout, or let Air Huang plant randomly? Shall you reminded him. Su Yuan looked out over the vast expanse of snow. The area enclosed by the steel walls was his survival base, covering a total of 100 mu. Su Yuan planned to focus on earning survival points first. With enough survival points, he could buy anything except food. Air Huang, all the empty land can be cultivated. If you run out of seeds or acceleration potion, just ask me. Woof. Air Huang barked twice, then charged into the snow. His entire body continuously transformed, soon becoming a large multifunctional farming machine, 20 meters long and 8 meters wide. Immediately, Su Yuan heard the rumbling roar of machinery. Air Huang first cleared the thick snow to the edges of the steel walls, revealing the hard ground beneath. Then his 4 legs transformed into 4 plowing rakes, churning the earth incessantly. The frozen rock-hard ground was soon broken into small clods of soil. Air Huang then opened his mouth, swallowed the ordinary cold-resistant corn seeds, drank half a bucket of plant acceleration potion, and inserted his long tail into the ground. The seeds and acceleration potion flowed out from his tail, burying themselves 3 to 4 centimeters deep into the soil. In less than 2 minutes, the 10 kilograms of corn seeds were completely sown. Air Huang ran back to Su Yuan, wagging his tail, to ask for more corn seeds. Su Yuan quickly calculated that 2 kilograms of corn seeds could cultivate 1 mu of land, so 10 kilograms could cultivate 5 mu. Excluding the multifunctional survival house and some areas piled with snow, he still had about 990 mu of land available for cultivation. This meant Su Yuan needed another 1870 kilograms of corn seeds. 1 large bottle of growth potion could accelerate the growth of corn across 100 mu. Consequently, Su Yuan spent another 35 million survival points to purchase 1870 kilograms of ordinary cold-resistant corn seeds and 10 large bottles of accelerated growth potion. He then had Air Huang continue the planting. Over an hour later, the corn planted earliest had already grown stalks, while the newly sown corn was just beginning to sprout. Air Huang finished the planting and returned to Su Yuan's side. Woof! Seeing Air Huang looking for praise, Su Yuan happily patted his head. Su Yuan did not immediately go back to the multifunctional survival house. Wrapped in a thick cold-proof coat, he looked curiously towards the cornfield. A lush expanse of green corn seedlings was growing at a visible rate. Damn, it was truly miraculous. The more Su Yuan watched, the more excited he became. Whether he could fill his stomach all depended on this batch of corn. 2 hours later, he could see ears of corn growing on every stalk. Finally, after 3 hours, the corn that had been sown first ripened. Su Yuan shouted at Instant Noodles, "Quick, go harvest the corn." Instant Noodles dashed towards the cornfield like lightning. In an instant, the cornfield was filled with the rustling sound of stalks shaking. Instant Noodles moved with incredible speed, leaping up and down. For each ear of corn, he would extend a claw, snap it off, and place it on his back. His back opened to reveal a special harvesting box 40 centimeters long and 20 centimeters wide. As soon as each ear of corn was placed inside, it shrank to a size of just 1 centimeter. Even if Instant Noodles harvested all the corn in the entire field, this box would not be filled. A little over an hour later, Instant Noodles had harvested all the corn and returned to Su Yuan. Meow, meow, meow. Instant Noodles cried out, seeking a reward. Unfortunately, Su Yuan had nothing to give him. He reached out and stroked the incredibly realistic fur on Instant Noodles' back. Then Su Yuan looked up at the sun, estimating the time. From the start of Air Huang's planting to the end of Instant Noodles' harvesting, it had taken a total of over 5 hours. If time was used efficiently, they could probably plant 2 rounds of corn in a single day. 1 mu of land could yield about 500 kilograms of corn. With 990 mu of land, the total harvest was over 4900 kilograms of corn. Xiao Yu, how many survival points does the system give for recycling 1 kilogram of corn? Master, ordinary corn is 100 survival points per kilogram, and high-quality corn is 100 survival points per kilogram. 100 survival points. With 49000 kilograms of corn, that's over 49 million survival points. After deducting the over 14 million survival points spent on seeds and accelerated growth potions, he had still made a clean profit of 35 million survival points. Su Yuan jumped for joy. Haha, this business was a good deal. Ding. Congratulations to the host on the 8th day of the Great Catastrophe Era. Rewarded with 10000 survival points. Su Yuan grinned. Although 1,000 survival points wasn't much, it reminded him that it was already noon. He had been busy since before 6 in the morning, and it was time to eat. Su Yuan opened the harvesting box on instant noodles back, took out a dozen or so ears of corn, and prepared to roast them for lunch. Xiao Yu recycle all the remaining corn. Xiao Yu jumped onto instant noodles back, reached out a finger, and lightly tapped the harvesting box. A flash of golden light passed, and all the ears of corn were recycled by the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for recycling 495000 kilograms of corn. Obtained 49.5 million survival points. The survival points in Su Yuan's hands immediately returned to over 240 million. Then he spent another over 14 million survival points to buy corn seeds and large bottles of accelerated growth potion, letting Air Huang and instant noodles continue planting and harvesting corn. He also had Xiao Yu direct Air Huang and instant noodles from the side. Su Yuan carried a dozen or so ears of corn back to the second basement level of the multifunctional survival house and entered the kitchen. The kitchen was equipped with a multifunctional stove 5 meters long and 1.5 meters wide. It was a Chinese-style stove that could burn wood or be used for electric grilling. Su Yuan directly set up the grill, turned on the multifunctional stove, and roasted corn. With nothing else to do, he returned to the living room, brought the multifunctional radio into the kitchen, and turned it on to listen to broadcasts. The multifunctional radio, also a daily necessity from the novice gift pack, could receive broadcasts from around the entire globe. Su Yuan casually selected a channel and heard a familiar voice. Welcome to the T Company Survival Base midday broadcast. Last night a cold wave struck. During the rush to repair electrical equipment, 6 colleagues sacrificed their lives and over 30 suffered frostbite. Su Yuan furrowed his brow. Was there a cold wave last night? He hadn't felt cold at all. He forgot he had the air conditioner on and was covered with a thick velvet blanket. It would have been surprising if he weren't sweating. Hearing about the sacrifices, Su Yuan felt a pang of sorrow. Though he might not have known them personally, he had lived in T Company too. Perhaps they had crossed paths during commutes. After the radio host recited a heavy list of names, they began announcing rewards for the injured colleagues. All injured colleagues will receive the best medical treatment and a reward of 30 jin of corn each. Su Yuan glanced at the corn before him, sizzling and dripping with moisture as it roasted. Within the T Company survival base, ordinary people could rarely get corn. But now Su Yuan could roast and eat as much as he wanted, and Air Huang and Pao Mian would soon harvest another batch. So much corn, yet there's no one to share it with. Su Yuan sighed. Over a dozen minutes later the corn was roasted. Starving, he didn't mind the heat and bit directly into the cob. After devouring several ears, he boiled a pot of water to drink. It was a pity he had no tea leaves. With his hunger and thirst quenched, Su Yuan dozed off for a while. Such a life was unimaginable in the T Company survival base. Returning to the surface, he looked at the nearly ripe corn and smiled. Damn, his good days had finally begun. Pao Mian, start harvesting the corn. Su Yuan pointed to the first batch of ripe corn. Meow. Pao Mian called out and dashed straight into the cornfield. Watching Pao Mian pick the corn, Su Yuan pondered whether to plant something else tomorrow like potatoes or start raising fish, chickens, or ducks. He aimed not only to eat his fill, but also to live a life of flavor amid the great calamity. Chirp chirp. At that moment a series of bird calls came from the sky. Su Yuan looked up and saw over a dozen mutated beasts flying over. They were larger than eagles with sharp claws that could easily kill a sheep. Master, these are ordinary level 2 mutated beasts, the Ma Eagle. They eat anything. Quickly return to the multifunctional survival house. Xiao Yu said urgently. Sensing that the Ma Eagles were even more dangerous than the fox wolves from yesterday, and with over a dozen of them and no shotgun in hand, Su Yuan hurried back into the multifunctional survival house with Xiao Yu. The moment he closed the 2-ton titanium alloy door, he heard a series of impacts. The Ma Eagles crazily rammed the automatic titanium alloy door. Bang bang bang. Although Su Yuan only felt slight vibrations through the door, his heart still raced with lingering fear. Damn it, I need to buy some weapons to teach you a lesson. Xiao Yu, what's the best weapon against mutated beasts? Master, of course it's the intelligent attack robot. Su Yuan immediately opened the shop and searched for intelligent robots. Intelligent attack robot, electric-powered, equipped with laser guns and laser cannons capable of combat on land, water, and air. Price 1.5 billion survival points. Damn, too expensive. Su Yuan decided to do it himself. He spent 10 million survival points on a laser gun and another 15 million on a multifunctional protective mechanical exoskeleton. Laser gun fully charged can fire 150 shots. Multifunctional protective mechanical exoskeleton, titanium alloy, bulletproof shell, ordinary mutated beast claws absolutely cannot penetrate its defense. Carbon fiber nanoframe, weighs only 10 kilograms. Su Yuan charged the laser gun for 15 minutes, enough for 30 shots. Then he put on the protective mechanical exoskeleton, which looked like a suit of black armor. His entire body was covered by the exoskeleton, and the transparent bulletproof tempered glass visor offered an unobstructed view. What surprised him most was the visor's auxiliary functions, which could display the distance to objects in sight, as well as surrounding wind speed, temperature, and other metrics. It was practically made for snipers. Su Yuan opened the automatic titanium alloy door and saw over a dozen Ma eagles eating the corn. Air Huang and Pao Mian, lacking attack abilities, could only play dead. As if hearing the automatic titanium alloy door open, all the Ma eagles stopped eating the corn cobs, turned their heads towards Su Yuan, and lunged at him. Su Yuan raised the laser gun and aimed at the eye of one Ma eagle. The golden laser beam pierced through its head, and the eagle fell to the ground instantly. The other Ma eagles were startled and flapped their wings to flee. Su Yuan seized the opportunity and fired several shots in succession. 5 more Ma eagles were killed by the laser beams. The rest escaped. Su Yuan walked over to the corpses of the Ma eagles and looked at their knife-sharp claws and steel-like feathers, feeling a sense of relief. If a Ma eagle had clawed or struck him with its wing, he would have been severely injured if not killed. Woof woof. Meow meow. Air Huang and Pao Mian ran pitifully to Su Yuan. He noticed large patches of fur had fallen off their bodies, revealing their metal shells. Clearly the Ma eagles had attacked Air Huang and Pao Mian too. Finding them inedible, they had let the 2 playing dead robots go. Xiao Yu, how can I repair Air Huang and Pao Mian? Master, you can buy a repair robot. Su Yuan immediately spent 60 million survival points to buy an automatic repair machine house. Air Huang and Pao Mian walked in to be repaired. Automatic repair machine house can automatically repair general damage to robots. Su Yuan had originally wanted to buy an intelligent repair robot like Air Huang and Pao Mian, but the 300 million survival point price tag was too steep for him now. After repairing Air Huang and Pao Mian, Su Yuan had Pao Mian continue harvesting corn cobs. Although the Ma eagles had eaten several hundred gene, they still harvested 490 kilograms of corn. Su Yuan set aside part of the corn for dinner and tomorrow's breakfast, and had the system recycle the rest, netting over 49 million survival points. After deducting the points spent on seeds, growth acceleration potions, and the repair machine, Su Yuan still had over 190 million survival points. Xiao Yu, can the system recycle the Ma eagle corpses? Su Yuan frowned at the 6 dead Ma eagles on the ground. The meat of mutated beasts was not only unpalatable, but also poisonous, causing bodily mutations. Su Yuan dared not eat it and risked becoming something inhuman. Master, the system recycles ordinary level 2 mutated beast corpses at 2 survival points each. Actually, Master doesn't have to recycle the Ma eagle corpses. You could try the lottery. If you're lucky enough to obtain the power land, you'll be able to extract the Ma eagle's power. Upon hearing the word lottery, Su Yuan's eyes lit up. He had never drawn a lottery before. Raising his left hand, he opened the system and navigated to the lottery page. Instantly, a golden virtual button popped up with the number 1 displayed beside it, indicating 1 chance to draw. Above the golden button was a blank golden display frame. Without a second thought, Su Yuan pressed the golden virtual button. Rows of text flashed rapidly across the blank golden frame. Guardian Robot Micro Reconnaissance Satellite Nuclear-Powered Sports Car Strengthland. Su Yuan stared intently at the golden frame, which finally settled on Speedland. The golden button then dimmed, and the number beside it changed to 4, indicating he would have to wait 4 days before his next draw. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received 1 mu of Speedland, which has been issued to your backpack. Speedland. Not bad at all. Su Yuan opened his backpack and found a red land icon. Communicating with the system through his consciousness, he placed the Speedland behind the multifunctional survival shelter. Suddenly, a booming sound echoed as a musized patch of red land settled onto the hard ground. Master, it has been successfully placed. Now have Air Huang bury the hawk eagle carcasses in the Speedland, pour the acceleration potion over them, and you will harvest speed fruits. Xiao Yu said excitedly. Curious, Su Yuan called out to Air Huang. Woof, woof. Air Huang understood, immediately ran over, picked up a hawk eagle carcass in its mouth, and carried it to the Speedland. There it dug a large pit, buried the carcass, and poured water over it. Repeating this process several times, Air Huang took over 10 minutes to bury all 6 hawk eagle carcasses. Su Yuan waited for over half an hour, but no speed fruits emerged. As night began to fall, the temperature plummeted sharply. Xiao Yu, when will the speed fruits grow? Master, I don't know either. The time it takes for speed fruits to grow depends on the level and type of the exotic beast. Perhaps we should check again tomorrow morning. Su Yuan nodded. No matter how curious he was, he had no desire to freeze outside. Calling Air Huang and Paomi, and Su Yuan led Xiao Yu back into the multifunctional survival shelter and closed the automatic titanium alloy door. This 2-ton door could fully recognize Su Yuan's biometric features, such as his pupil's fingerprints and voice. Su Yuan only needed to think about closing the door, and the automatic titanium alloy door would shut automatically. Returning to the second underground floor, Su Yuan roasted some corn and boiled a pot of corn soup. After eating and drinking his fill, he found there were no entertainment facilities, only a multifunctional radio that broadcast disaster information, which was rather dull. Su Yuan lay on the bed and opened the system. He clicked on the mall, thinking he would exchange for other things to plant tomorrow, or perhaps raise some poultry or livestock to improve his diet. Su Yuan searched for potatoes. Ordinary potato seeds cost 5 survival points per kilogram. Ordinary cold-resistant potato seeds cost 5 survival points per kilogram. Ordinary radiation-resistant potato seeds cost 100 survival points per kilogram. Premium potato seeds cost 500 survival points per kilogram. Premium cold-resistant potato seeds cost 100 survival points per kilogram. Premium radiation-resistant potato seeds. Su Yuan not only wanted to eat his fill, but also needed to consider earning survival points. Xiaoyu, is the recycling price for potatoes the same as for corn? Master, the recycling prices for all ordinary grains are the same, and the yield per moo for potatoes is similar to corn. Master should consider planting premium grains. Su Yuan's eyes lit up. The recycling price for ordinary grains was 100 survival points per kilogram, while the recycling price for premium grains was 100 survival points. Growing the same crop for a day, the profit increased tenfold. Xiaoyu, what is the yield per moo for premium grains? Master, to grow premium grains you need to upgrade the land to premium land. 1 moo of ordinary land can only produce 50 kilograms of premium grains. Premium land? Su Yuan asked in confusion. Master's current land is ordinary level 1 land. Upgrading 1 moo costs 10 survival points. Xiaoyu said, standing by Su Yuan's pillow. Su Yuan furrowed his brow, calculating in his mind. Upgrading 100 moo of land by 1 level would cost 100 survival points, which was not a significant expense. He could try tomorrow. Su Yuan searched for other grain seeds and finally decided to plant corn, potatoes, chili peppers, and soybeans tomorrow. If conditions permitted, he could also raise a few chickens. The next day before 6 o'clock, Su Yuan crawled out of bed. This was a habit he had developed during his military service. Sleeping too long made his whole body feel uncomfortable. Huang, Payomian, time to start work again. Woof, woof, meow, meow. Huang and Payomian wagged their tails, ran over to Su Yuan, and rubbed affectionately against his feet. Perhaps because they were fully charged, Huang and Payomian appeared exceptionally energetic. Su Yuan stroked the fur on Huang and Payomian's backs, then opened the door and walked out of the multifunctional survival shelter. The weather was good today, with temperatures slightly higher than yesterday, but he still had to wrap himself in a thick cotton coat. Curious, Su Yuan ran to the back of the shelter. There on the speed land, 5 red plants resembling octopus tentacles had grown. They were over half a meter tall, leafless, with a bright red fruit at the top, somewhat like an apple, but only the size of a fist. Master, these are speed fruits. Pick them and eat them immediately to increase your speed. Xiaoyu said excitedly. Su Yuan walked over and without a word picked one speed fruit and took a bite. While it was quite crisp and cool, sweeter than an apple, with a flavor somewhat like winter jujubes. This was the first time Su Yuan had eaten fruit since arriving in this world. Since he had only eaten a roasted corn cob for breakfast, eating 5 speed fruits was no problem at all. A few minutes after eating, Su Yuan felt a warm current surge through his entire body, making him feel incredibly comfortable. Xiaoyu, how can I tell if my speed has increased? Master, you can check your attributes through the system. Su Yuan silently chanted view attributes, and a golden projection of an attribute panel appeared before him. Host Su Yuan: height 180, strength 7, normal person 10, endurance 6, normal person 10, speed 12, normal person 10, survival points 1. 9 billion. Su Yuan tried running a few laps around the multifunctional survival shelter. His speed was indeed 50 to 60% faster than before. He could run 100 meters in just over 8 seconds. While feeling like a flying man is amazing, Su Yuan exclaimed excitedly. Huang and Payomian happily ran behind Su Yuan. Feeling a bit sweaty, Su Yuan stopped and looked at the speed land. Xiaoyu, Huang clearly buried 6 hawk eagle carcasses, so why did only 5 speed fruits grow? If he could eat one more, Su Yuan felt he would become even faster. Master, not all exotic beast carcasses can grow speed fruits. Only about 60 to 70% of them can. Master is very fortunate to have obtained 5 speed fruits this time. Su Yuan nodded, looking forward to killing a few more exotic beasts today. Then Su Yuan purchased seeds and growth-accelerating potions, instructing Huang to plant 800 acres of corn, 100 acres of potatoes, 90 acres of chili peppers, with soybeans to be planted in the second wave. Potato seeds are just whole potatoes that need to be cut into pieces of a certain size and buried in the ground to take root and sprout. Huang directly transformed into a multifunctional farming machine, swallowing potatoes and outputting perfectly sized potato chunks. Each chunk had a bud. Once buried in the ground and watered with growth-accelerating potion, they would quickly sprout. After Huang finished his work, once the newly planted corn matured, Payomian began harvesting. Su Yuan looked up at the sky, hoping for a few more hemp hawks. He had already prepared a laser gun in his hand, which, fully charged, could fire 150 times. After waiting for a long time, no hemp hawks came. Perhaps after suffering a great loss yesterday, they dared not come. Su Yuan sighed and returned to the multifunctional survival shelter. On the ground floor, with an area of 160 square meters, only one automatic survival shelter was placed, leaving a large empty area. Su Yuan planned to buy a chicken coop to raise a few chicks. He opened the system to search for chicken coops. Ordinary wooden chicken coop, 500 survival points. Ordinary iron chicken coop, 500 survival points. Multifunctional chicken coop, 100 survival points. Fully automatic chicken coop, 100 survival points. Ordinary chicken coops were cheap, but required Su Yuan to feed them and constantly monitor temperature, humidity, and other environmental changes. The multifunctional chicken coop didn't require daily feeding, he only needed to prepare food at intervals. The more advanced, fully automatic chicken coop could be bound to the system, allowing Xiao Yu to control it without Su Yuan's involvement. Su Yuan spent 100 survival points to purchase the fully automatic chicken coop. Fully automatic chicken coop, level 136 square meters, can raise 2 chickens, ensuring happy growth and meat quality. It has an automatic slaughter function that precisely butchers and disassembles the chicken. The host can select different parts according to preference. Upgrading to level 2 requires 2 survival points, 48 square meters, and can raise 10 chickens. Su Yuan was attracted by the automatic slaughter function and odor removal function of the fully automatic chicken coop, which ensured fresh air in the multifunctional survival shelter without the smell of chicken droppings. Ding detected that the host has purchased a fully automatic chicken coop. Bind with the system. Bind. After binding, Su Yuan opened the system and clicked on the base. 0-level survival base. Owner Su Yuan. Name unnamed. Area 1000 mu of land. Equipment 1 multifunctional survival shelter 1 speed, land 1 survival, butler 1 intelligent farming robot. Wow, even 0 level is so advanced, what would level 1 be like? Su Yuan walked out of the multifunctional survival shelter. Xiao Yu ran up to him boasting, "Master, I told Air Huang to follow behind Paomian. After Paomian finishes harvesting, he can directly plow, which saves a lot of time." Well done. Su Yuan praised. Looking around, Paomian had already finished harvesting the corn and was about to harvest the chili peppers and potatoes. Air Huang transformed into a large farming machine following behind Paomian to continue planting soybeans. By the time Paomian finished harvesting, Air Huang should have also finished planting the second wave of crops. Planting 2 waves a day, Su Yuan could earn over 70 million survival points. Su Yuan beamed with joy. This life wasn't bad, unlike before when he had to go out every day worried and fearful, never knowing when disaster would strike. After Paomian finished harvesting, Su Yuan picked out some corn, potatoes, and chili peppers for lunch, and also set aside dozens of caddies of corn to feed the chickens. Ding, congratulations to the host for surviving the 9th day in the Great Catastrophe Era. Reward 1000 survival points. Although 1000 per day wasn't much, it was free, so Su Yuan was happy. Su Yuan returned to the second underground floor, made a dish of stir-fried potato shreds with green peppers, roasted 3 corn cobs, placed them on the dining table, poured a glass of plain boiled water, and enjoyed alone. Pity there was no beverage or alcohol. In the Great Catastrophe Era, grain was the most precious and alcohol was a luxury. Even wealthy tycoons with private survival bases rarely had access to alcohol. Su Yuan thought of trying to brew some rice wine himself. Since he harvested so much grain every day, just a small portion would be enough to brew wine for a long time. After eating, Su Yuan returned to the ground. His luck was not bad. He hadn't encountered any extreme weather in the past day or two. Otherwise, a hailstorm or a cold snap would have swept through, and even the hardiest soybeans in the field wouldn't survive. The earliest planted soybeans had already flowered and would mature in about an hour. The last planted soybeans had just sprouted. Su Yuan scanned the land before him and noticed something abnormal. Large patches of soybean seedlings were bare, as if they had been gnawed by something. Su Yuan put on the mechanical exoskeleton, grabbed the laser gun, and ran over. He saw pigrats each as big as a piglet gnawing on the soybean seedlings. Pigrats were not large, but their tusks were over 30 centimeters long, capable of biting through hard reinforced concrete. These pigrats had obviously bitten a large hole in the steel fence outside and sneaked in to eat the soybean seedlings. The pack in front of Su Yuan numbered 30 to 40. They were not afraid of him, but bared their teeth and roared, charging at him. Pigrats were irritable and extremely fast. Su Yuan raised the laser gun and shot at the fastest one, needing 2 consecutive shots to kill it. These pigrats were ordinary first-level mutant beasts, inferior to yesterday's hemp hawks, but they had the advantage in numbers. Su Yuan dodged the pigrats' charges while shooting them with the laser gun. His movement speed was faster than a flying man, but his stamina was insufficient. After less than a minute, he was panting. Fortunately, the pigrats were not tough, though after killing 7 or 8, the rest fled. Su Yuan took a few deep breaths, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and gradually calmed his breathing. Looking at the land ravaged by pigrats, at least 50 acres of soybean seedlings had been devoured. Damn it, these pigrats can really eat. In just a short while, they've eaten so many of my soybean seedlings. Su Yuan complained. Then he called Air Huang to bury the pigrat carcasses in the speedland, hoping to get a few speed fruits tomorrow to offset the loss. Just as Su Yuan thought nothing else would happen today, 3 small drones appeared overhead. Master, shoot down the drones. They are from a nearby survival base, spying on you. Xiao Yu said anxiously. The 3 drones were flying low, about 150 meters above Su Yuan's head. The laser gun in Su Yuan's hand could easily reach them. Su Yuan saw that one of the drones was equipped with a high-definition camera, which would surely transmit footage of his soybean planting. Then they would surely come to ask for grain or ordinary cold-resistant seeds. Currently no one in the world had cultivated cold-resistant seeds, everyone grew food in bases using greenhouses, nutrient solutions, and so on. The efficiency was far lower than Su Yuan's, who often before the crops matured they would encounter various extreme disasters and theft by mutant beasts. Su Yuan raised his hand and fired a laser gun at the drone equipped with a high-definition camera shooting 4 or 5 times in quick succession. After dodging 2 or 3 shots the drone was struck by the laser and fell to the ground. Immediately the other 2 drones opened fire on Su Yuan. Su Yuan picked up the laser gun and fired at the 2 drones. 2 minutes later both drones were shot down by Su Yuan. The protective mechanical exoskeleton on Su Yuan's body had sustained some damage and required repairs. Collecting the wreckage of the 3 drones, Su Yuan found that Su Yuan picked up the laser gun and fired at the 2 drones. 2 minutes later both drones were shot down by Su Yuan. The protective mechanical exoskeleton on Su Yuan's body had sustained some damage and required repairs. Collecting the wreckage of the 3 drones, Su Yuan found that one was still relatively intact, while the other 2 were completely destroyed. Master, these ordinary drones can be repaired by the automated repair machine house. After restoration you can even upgrade and modify them. This was a good idea. Su Yuan carried the relatively intact drone and placed it into the automated repair machine house. Then closing the repair room door he saw rows of mechanical arms methodically repairing and modifying the drone. Repairing and modifying the drone didn't consume survival points, only some electricity. To decide what form it should take, Su Yuan only needed to convey his thoughts to Xiao Yu, who could then control the automated repair machine house through the system. After more than half an hour the drone was successfully repaired and modified, remaining a very ordinary reconnaissance drone. Ding detected that the host has captured a drone. Do you wish to recycle or upgrade it? Su Yuan didn't want to recycle it, but he was curious about the price. Xiao Yu, how many survival points can I get for recycling this drone? Master, 300 survival points. I want to upgrade. Su Yuan thought silently. Ding, upgrading to a multifunctional drone requires 300 survival points. Do you wish to proceed? Upgrade. Ding, upgrade successful. Multifunctional reconnaissance drone fully charged, can cruise 100 kilometers, maximum flight altitude, 100 meters, maximum reconnaissance range, 10 square kilometers. Upgrade to auto drone, level 1, 5 million survival points, enables autonomous reconnaissance. Continue upgrading. Auto drone, level 1, fully charged, can cruise 200 kilometers, maximum flight altitude 110 meters, maximum reconnaissance range 15 square kilometers. Upgrade to auto drone level 2, 10 million survival points, enables reception of detection radar signals. Detection radar signals. Perhaps it could monitor the radar signals from nearby private bases. Su Yuan ultimately decided to upgrade the auto drone to level 2 and bind it to the system. Xiao Yu, from now on when we start planting crops during the day, use the auto drone to scout the surroundings. If any alien beasts or other production bases approach, notify me immediately. Master, rest assured. If there's any anomaly I will report it to you at once. Then Su Yuan on a whim carried the wreckage of the other 2 drones into the repair room, letting the repair machines disassemble and reassemble them to see if they could piece together a functional drone. A moment later Xiao Yu received information from the automated repair machine house. Master, the automated repair machine house says it can assemble an attack-type drone, but it lacks an attack weapon. Will a laser gun work? Su Yuan asked. Yes, a laser gun is perfectly capable of dealing with ordinary alien beasts or drones. Then Su Yuan spent another 10 million survival points to purchase a laser gun, mounted it on the drone, and upgraded the attack-type drone to auto drone level 2 as well. Auto drone level 2 attack type fully charged, can cruise 200 kilometers, maximum flight altitude 110 meters, maximum attack range 500 meters, attack count 300 times. Su Yuan was pleasantly surprised to find that the laser gun mounted on the drone also upgraded along with it, increasing the number of available shots. On the other side, Instant Noodles had finished harvesting all the mature soybeans. Although the yield had decreased, Su Yuan still earned over 60 million survival points today. After deducting the survival points spent on upgrading the chicken coop, purchasing the laser gun, and upgrading the drones, Su Yuan still had over 210 million survival points in hand. There was still a while before dark, but the temperature was dropping rapidly. Su Yuan walked to the steel fence that had been bitten by the pig rats. He silently thought of the steel fence. Ding, the steel fence is damaged. Repairing it requires 300 survival points. Do you wish to repair it? Repair. Ding, repair successful. Can upgrade to level 2 steel fence requires 500 survival points. Do you wish to upgrade? Upgrade. Ding, upgrade successful. Can. Continue upgrading. Su Yuan spent over 35 million more to upgrade the steel fence from level 1 to steel city wall. Steel city wall, level 1, height 10 meters, thickness 3 meters, buried 3 meters underground, exposed 7 meters above ground, can withstand impacts from ordinary level 9 alien beasts. Upgrade to steel city wall level 2, 20 million survival points, height 12 meters, thickness 4 meters, buried 3 meters underground, contains 10 titanium alloy, can withstand impacts from invasion level 1 alien beasts. Invasion level. So far the most formidable alien beast Su Yuan had encountered was the goshawk. As for invasion-level alien beasts, he had only heard of them at Tea Company. It was said that even artillery shells couldn't kill invasion-level alien beasts, and 7 or 8 of them could destroy an entire survival base. Thus Su Yuan felt that Steel City Wall Level 1 was sufficient for now, and didn't need to be upgraded to Level 2. Most importantly, the sudden appearance of 3 drones today had jolted Su Yuan awake. He felt it was necessary to install a dome to prevent drones from flying overhead and discovering the situation inside his survival base. To install a dome covering 1,000 acres, an ordinary dome certainly wouldn't be sturdy enough. Su Yuan gritted his teeth and spent 150 million survival points to purchase a titanium alloy automatic dome. The frame was made of titanium alloy and the roof was bulletproof, crystal glass transparent, and cold resistant. From above, Su Yuan's survival base was covered by black glass, making it impossible to see what was inside. The automatic dome was mounted on the Steel City wall around its perimeter, supported by 9 massive titanium alloy pillars in the center, making it extremely sturdy. It could be bound to the system to automatically regulate the air humidity and temperature inside the survival base. It could maintain a temperature difference of about 20 degrees Celsius from the outside. That is, if the outside temperature was minus 60 degrees Celsius, the temperature inside the survival base after adjustment by the automatic dome could be maintained at around minus 40 degrees Celsius. Thus Su Yuan had only over 25 million survival points left, suddenly feeling a bit poor. With the automatic dome in place, wind turbines were no longer suitable inside the survival base. Su Yuan simply moved the 2 wind turbines onto the Steel City wall. The 3-meter-thick Steel City wall could easily accommodate a row of wind turbines. After doing all this, it was almost dark. Su Yuan didn't attempt to upgrade the land further as he needed to keep the survival points for buying seeds tomorrow. Evening was Su Yuan's most relaxing and enjoyable time. He prepared some grilled corn, baked potatoes, and stir-fried green peppers, shredded potatoes, and soybeans. Just 3 kinds of dishes, yet he managed to create 7 or 8 variations. While eating, he listened to the radio on his multifunctional receiver. Although the broadcasts were filled with disaster reports and lacked any entertainment programs, the multifunctional receiver was Su Yuan's only device capable of learning about the outside world. Damn it, if only I could get online. I could watch whatever I want. Master, if you wish to connect to the internet, you can purchase a microsatellite, establish a base station, and communicate with other survival bases in real time. Su Yuan wasn't really interested in contacting other survival bases, he just found it too boring and wanted something to do. The radio could only be heard, not seen, which made it uninteresting. The microsatellite required too many survival points, and he wasn't ready to buy it yet. After hesitating for a while, Su Yuan spent 3 survival points on a phone. The phone couldn't connect to the internet or make calls, or it could only play some single-player games like Tetris and match 3 games. The next morning, Su Yuan harvested 6 speed fruits. His speed increased to 18, and he could run like a gust of wind, almost matching the flight speed of a hawk. However, his stamina hadn't improved. He could only run for about 30 seconds before becoming breathless and exhausted. Su Yuan decided to run for half an hour every day and do push-ups to exercise his body. He had crossed over from Blue Star, and the original Su Yuan in this parallel world had died from overwork, leaving his body in poor condition. Now that he had enough to eat and drink, he had ample time to train. In the era of great catastrophe, the better one's physique, the higher the chance of survival. After buying seeds and accelerated growth potions, Su Yuan started running. He instructed Xiao Yu to direct Air Huang and Pao Mian to cultivate and harvest corn, potatoes, and peppers. Today, Su Yuan added cabbage and radishes, preparing to plant them along with the second batch of soybeans. The morning passed peacefully. In the afternoon, freezing rain began to fall, and the outdoor temperature dropped to around minus 70 degrees Celsius. Thanks to the automatic dome, the temperature inside Su Yuan's survival base was about minus 55 degrees, still suitable for planting. Before planting, Su Yuan consumed survival points to upgrade the land. Staring at the ground, he silently chanted, "Upgrade. Ordinary land level 0, 500 kilograms of grain per mu. Upgrade. Ding, upgrade successful. Ordinary land level 1, 1 survival points, 600 kilograms of ordinary grain per mu. Level 2, 1 survival points, 700 kilograms of ordinary grain per mu. Continue upgrading." Su Yuan upgraded the ordinary land to level 4, spending another 10 million survival points, yielding 900 kilograms of grain per mu. Su Yuan had over 990 mu of arable land, which could produce approximately 8900 gene of grain, equivalent to 89 million survival points. After deducting the cost of seeds and accelerated growth potions, he could still earn 75 million survival points. Su Yuan's face lit up with a grin. Haha, this deal was quite profitable. Then Su Yuan decided to improve his diet and search for chicks in the marketplace. Ordinary meat chicken, 200 survival points. Quality meat chicken, 200 survival points. Rare meat chicken, 200 survival points. Su Yuan bought 2 ordinary meat chickens. Quality meat chickens required quality grain to feed, and he hadn't planted any yet. He also bought a small bottle of accelerated growth potion. He placed the chicks' corn kernels and the potion into the automatic chicken coop. It was estimated that in 10 hours the chicks would grow up, and by tomorrow morning Su Yuan would be able to eat chicken. Su Yuan stood outside the automatic chicken coop looking through the transparent glass at the two chicks chirping and searching for food inside. Each grain was dispensed by the coop in different locations, so the chicks had to find their own food. Only chickens that actively sought food and exercised would taste good when raised. Bored out of his mind, Su Yuan ended up watching the chicks for over half an hour outside the coop. Xiao Yu hurried in. Master, the reconnaissance drone has detected 3 off-road vehicles heading our way. As Xiao Yu spoke, she tapped her finger lightly, and a 3-dimensional projection appeared. The image was exactly what the drone had captured. 3 modified off-road vehicles, not only insulated, but also armored, with one of them carrying a machine gun in the trunk. 12 people in total, all fully armed. Su Yuan furrowed his brow. Damn it, are they looking for trouble? Shall you have the attack drone warn them, and ask what they want? Yes, master. The attack drone flew low, firing 2 laser shots in front of the leading vehicle as a warning. The 3 off-road vehicles stopped. A man wearing a full mechanical exoskeleton stepped out, raising his hands above his head to show he was unarmed, and shouted, "Don't shoot. Don't shoot. We mean no harm. We just want to trade for some food." Su Yuan quickly understood that these people were from Li City Survival Base. Li City Survival Base was located to the far west of Su Yuan's base. It was a private survival base with over 2600 people covering 500 mu, built 500 meters underground. Because they had been attacked by strange beasts, snakes, and ants. Most of their food had been destroyed, so they sent drones to nearby survival bases to exchange for some grain. The man who spoke was named Li Ong, the deputy captain of Li City's guard team. Yesterday, through their drone, they had spotted a batch of soybeans in Su Yuan's base that were about to mature. They wanted to test the waters. We are willing to trade at a market rate of 101 materials for grain. Seeing the drones still blocking the way, Li Ong stated the price. A 101 material exchange meant 10 times the materials for 1 times the grain. Su Yuan didn't lack food, nor did he lack materials. What he lacked were various defensive devices. Xiao Yu, how many survival points can 1 kilogram of ordinary steel be exchanged for? Master, 1 kilogram of ordinary steel can be exchanged for 100 survival points. The system's buyback price for all ordinary materials, including ordinary grain, is the same: 100 survival points for ordinary, 100 for quality, and 100 for rare. A 101 exchange rate isn't bad. Su Yuan laughed. If he exchanged 100 kilograms of grain for 100 kg of steel, after recycling the 100 kilograms of grain, he'd get 100 survival points, and the 100 kg of steel would yield 100 points. A net profit of 900 survival points. This deal was very favorable. Not only did Su Yuan plan to trade for steel, but he could also exchange for strange beast carcasses, damaged weapons, and equipment. Repairing them would be far more economical than buying from the marketplace. So Su Yuan put on his defensive mechanical exoskeleton, grabbed his laser gun, and prepared to climb the steel wall to have a proper talk with Li Ong and his group. Li Ong stared at the drone hovering overhead, still motionless, his face etched with bitterness. The food shortage in Li City was severe. Even the guards could only manage 2 bowls of porridge a day. Ordinary citizens subsisted on a single bowl of porridge per day. Even Li Chongqing, the city's leader, had begun rationing, restricting himself to 2 meals of rice. They had contacted every survival base in the vicinity, but none was willing to trade food. The reason lay in what had occurred a few days prior, the day before Su Yuan built his own base. Every survival base had been assaulted by a tide of serpent ants. Even concrete walls a dozen meters thick, buried 500 meters underground, were gnawed through by the serpent ants. The creatures devoured everything in their path. Li City's survival base had been particularly unlucky. The very facilities storing their grain reserves had been consumed entirely. Li Ong and his men had been driving for hours, hunger gnawing at their empty stomachs. A burly, scarred, bald man beside him could not help but blurt, "Captain Li, what do we do? Let's just take it by force." Li Ong angrily smacked the bald man on the head. "Who's are you insane? Look at that steel wall. Even artillery shells can't breach it. And anyone bold enough to build a survival base on the surface is no ordinary person. With just our few men, we'd be walking to our deaths. Captain, what are we going to do? Without food, the brothers will starve." Huzi whined pitifully. Wait, Li Ong replied, though he himself had no confidence. He had no idea who had built this survival base. A place that hadn't existed a few days ago, materializing as if from a dream. Before leaving, Li Chongqing had instructed him to avoid any conflict even if they failed to secure food. Su Yuan ascended the steel wall via the stairs, clad in an exoskeleton of protective machinery, his face entirely concealed by a visor rendering him unrecognizable. "Xiao Yu, let them come over." "Yes, master." The attack drone quickly ascended, aligning itself with the reconnaissance drone, both hovering 500 meters above Li Ong and his party. Li Ong spotted Su Yuan, led his men to the edge of the steel wall, and looked up at him. "Friend, we've come in good faith to trade for food. Brother, I can trade you food as you proposed, 10 tun for supplies. Also, if you can procure intact beast carcasses, I'll trade for those too, 1 beast any size for 10 gene of grain." Li Ong was overjoyed. Ordinary bases had no use for mutant beasts. They dared not even consume them. Only research facilities studied them, crafting gene serums. What supplies do you need, friend? Steel, cloth, fuel, gasoline. Anything works. Brother, I'll take everything: scrap, steel, old machinery, gasoline, cloth, fuel. Bring as much as you have, and we'll trade. Liang was ecstatic. Old machinery and scrap steel were practically worthless, yet Su Yuan was willing to accept them. Friend, as a sign of goodwill, well, prepay 100 kilograms of gold. Tomorrow, well, deliver supplies to trade. 100 kilograms of gold. Su Yuan was surprised by Liang's generosity. Xiaoyu, how many survival points is 100 kilos of gold worth? Master, gold is just an ordinary metal. Only 1,000 survival points. Su Yuan was deeply disappointed. Gold, it seemed, held no value to the system. His interest in gold evaporated. Spotting a machine gun mounted on the back of the off-road vehicle, his eyes lit up. Brother, I don't need the gold. Leave that machine gun, and it'll give you 1,000 kilos of soybeans. I can't let you come all this way for nothing on your first visit. Liang was stunned, staring at Su Yuan in disbelief. Gold was a universally accepted currency. Every base wanted it. Though he didn't understand why, Liang bowed deeply to Su Yuan in gratitude. Friend, my name is Liang. From now on, you are the great benefactor of Li City. Whatever you need, if Li City can help, just say the word. All of Li City will do its utmost. Su Yuan was somewhat surprised. 1,000 kilos of grain had earned him the friendship of an entire survival base. But then again, he didn't currently need help from other bases. He spent 100 points from the store to buy 10 sacks, had Payomian load 1,000 kilos of the earliest maturing soybeans, and handed them to Liang. Liang had his men remove the machine gun from the off-road vehicle, set it aside, loaded the soybeans, and hurried back to Li City. Su Yuan mounted the machine gun above the main gate of the steel wall. The gate, made of automatic titanium alloy, was 15 meters wide and 10 meters high, as thick as the wall itself. Ding detected that the host has acquired a machine gun. Would you like to spend 300 survival points to upgrade it to a multifunction machine gun? Upgrade. Multifunction machine gun capable of killing ordinary level 2 mutant beasts. Upgrade to level 1 automatic machine gun requires 5 million survival points. Continue upgrading. Level 1 automatic machine gun, electrically powered, can kill ordinary level 3 mutant beasts, can be bound to the system for autonomous attacks. Upgrade to level 2 automatic machine gun, 6 million survival points, effective range 500 meters. Su Yuan upgraded the automatic machine gun to level 2 and stopped there. Liang had left only 3,000 rounds of ammunition, once the bullets ran out the gun would be useless. Su Yuan decided it was necessary to build his own arsenal. But that would have to wait until he accumulated more points. That morning, after planting and harvesting, Su Yuan earned 35 million survival points. In the afternoon, after upgrading the land and increasing yields, even after donating 1,000 kilos of grain to Liang, he still netted over 74 million points. Thus, Su Yuan now possessed 134 million survival points. With the addition of the automatic chicken coop, the automatic dome, and the drones, all requiring charging, the 2 standard wind turbines could no longer meet his power needs. Su Yuan spent another 50 million survival points to upgrade both wind turbines to multifunction wind turbines. Multifunction wind turbine, resistant to cold and heat, generates 200 kilowatt-hour per hour. Upgrade to level 1 automatic wind turbine, 500 million survival points, generates 10 kilowatt-hour per hour. Su Yuan then spent another 50 million points to purchase an automatic warehouse covering 10 mu with constant temperature and humidity for storing grain and trading with Liang. Level 1 automatic storage warehouse can store 10 gene of grain or equivalent supplies, 3 floors, 1 above ground, 2 below. That evening, after a hearty meal, Su Yuan picked up his phone and played Tetris. The next day arrived without incident. In the morning, no mutant beasts appeared, but the temperature soared, reaching nearly 40 degrees Celsius by noon. Extreme cold and extreme heat were commonplace in the age of catastrophe. Inside Su Yuan's survival base, however, the temperature remained comfortable, hovering around 25 degrees. Ding, congratulations to the host for surviving 11 days in the age of catastrophe. Reward 1000 survival points. The reward credited Su Yuan, prepared to have lunch. The 2 chickens he had raised yesterday had already become chicken meat stored in the refrigerator. Today Su Yuan raised 2 ducks. A simple dish of spicy chicken and 2 roasted ears of corn were enough to fill him. After resting for a while, Xiaoyu reminded him that Liang had arrived. This time Liang arrived with 15 trucks loaded with various supplies, 100,000 kilograms of assorted steel, 50,000 kilograms of scrap equipment, and 500 alien beast carcasses. Friend, I've brought everything. Come down and take a look. Liang waved to Su Yuan. Su Yuan nodded, donned his protective mechanical exoskeleton, descended the steel city wall, opened the titanium alloy automatic gate, and walked toward Liang's convoy. Liang noticed that the exoskeleton Su Yuan wore was at least 2 generations more advanced than their own. And the laser gun in Su Yuan's hand was the size of an ordinary pistol, yet its power was more than 10 times greater. The automatic machine gun on the steel city wall also aimed at Liang and his men as Su Yuan stepped out of the gate. Liang felt that if the automatic gun fired a single burst, none of them could survive. They dared not act recklessly, nor had they ever intended to. Su Yuan, however, prepared for the worst. He could only rely on himself. He inspected the goods. He was not interested in the steel, as it was all to be recycled by the system. Instead, he took an interest in the alien beast carcasses and scrap equipment. He discovered that the alien beasts were snake ants, each the size of a chick, with pincer-like mouths that could easily bite through reinforced concrete. Snake ants possessed tremendous strength, capable of exerting more than 10 times their body weight. They were called snake ants because they carried venom as deadly as a viper's. A single touch could kill a person. Moreover, unlike ordinary ants, they were not monochromatic. Their bodies were covered in gaudy, brightly colored patterns, an unmistakable sign of extreme toxicity. Liang and his men were still shaken by the snake ants. They wore 3 layers of gloves before daring to open the bags for Su Yuan to inspect. Su Yuan found that Liang had not deceived him. Most of the carcasses were relatively intact, offering a chance to grow speed fruit. Among the scrap items, a few caught his interest, such as 2 machine tools, a radio device, and a press machine. If he could modify them, Su Yuan might be able to set up his own weapon production room. He then agreed to the exchange: 100,000 kilograms of steel for 10,000 kilograms of corn, 50,000 kilograms of scrap equipment for 5,000 kilograms of potatoes, and 500 alien beast carcasses for 5,000 kilograms of soybeans. Li Feng was very satisfied with the 20,000 kilograms of grain, enough to sustain Li City for a while. Su Yuan then spent 20 million survival points to purchase 2 multifunctional handling robots, which brought out 20,000 gene of the morning's harvested grain for Li Feng. Recycling 20,000 gene of grain would only yield 2 million survival points. After Li Feng left, Su Yuan directly recycled the 100,000 kilograms of steel, earning 10 million survival points, not only recovering his costs, but also making a profit of 8 million survival points. As for the 50,000 kilograms of scrap equipment, Su Yuan had the handling robots move them into the base, intending to salvage and repair whatever could be restored. The 500 alien beast carcasses were directly buried by Air Huang in the speed soil, leaving it to luck how many speed fruits would grow. In the afternoon, Su Yuan had Air Huang and Pao Mian continue planting. He himself directed the handling robot to first move the radio equipment into the automatic repair room for restoration and modification. The automatic repair room disassembled and reassembled it using parts from the 50,000 kilograms of scrap equipment, and finally fixed the radio device. Ding detected that the host has repaired a radio communication device. 300 survival points can upgrade it to a multifunctional wireless communicator. Upgrade. Multifunctional wireless communicator can send and receive radio signals, maximum communication range 1000 kilometers. Upgrade to automatic wireless communicator level 1, 0 survival points. Can autonomously receive and decode surrounding radio signals. Continue upgrading. Su Yuan did not hesitate to upgrade. He wanted to know the situation of other survival bases nearby. With the wireless communicator, he could communicate over long distances with other bases. Ding, upgrade successful. Automatic wireless communicator level 1, maximum communication range 1500 kilometers, can decode any radio signal. Upgrade to automatic wireless communicator level 2, 0 survival points. Can actively monitor surrounding radio signals. Continue upgrading. Ding, upgrade successful. Automatic wireless communicator level 2, maximum communication range 200 kilometers, can bind to the system. Upgrade to automatic wireless communicator level 3, survival points. Communication range expands to 250 kilometers, communicator volume reduced by 5. Su Yuan stopped upgrading and installed the automatic wireless communicator in a corner on the first floor, establishing a communication room. He bound it to the system, allowing Xiao Yu to monitor the situation of 5 surrounding survival bases in real time. Subsequently, Su Yuan refurbished the machine tools, a press machine, and other equipment, then built an 80 square meter weapon and equipment room. Ding detected that the host has built a standard weapon and equipment room. 500 survival points can upgrade it to a multifunctional weapon and equipment room. Upgrade. Ding, upgrade failed. The host does not have enough survival points. Su Yuan was stunned and found that he only had 480 survival points on hand. Yesterday, he had 3400. After the morning's harvest, and setting aside some grain for Liang's exchange, the recycled grain netted him over 600 survival points. Adding the 1000 from recycling the steel, he had over 1000 survival points. However, after purchasing ordinary handling robots, upgrading the automatic wireless communicator, and buying seeds and growth acceleration potions, Su Yuan's survival points dwindled. After the modifications, he had 400 kilograms of scrap equipment left, all useless, so he directly recycled them for 400 survival points. Su Yuan upgraded the weapon and equipment room again. Ding, upgrade successful. Multifunctional weapon and equipment room can manufacture various types of standard weapons. Upgrade to automatic weapon and equipment room, level 1, survival points, can bind to the system and produce automatic standard weapons. Su Yuan now only had 2 survival points. and did not intend to upgrade further as long as the automatic machine gun had enough ammunition. After the second batch of grain was recycled, Su Yuan filled the warehouse, and after recycling the grain, had 7 survival points. At present, the multifunctional survival house was running out of space. The 2 underground floors were already packed to capacity, and the first floor now housed the smart chicken coop, the multifunctional weapon and equipment room, and the intelligent repair room. Additionally, 2 ordinary handling robots and 2 drones needed to be charged on the first floor. As a result, the first floor felt cramped with no room for anything else. To upgrade to the next level of the multifunctional survival house, he needed 3 points, at least 2 days of planting to earn enough. In the morning, Su Yuan went to the speed soil to check the harvest. A total of 332 speed fruits had grown. Su Yuan laughed heartily with joy. Wow, so many speed fruits. If I eat all of them, won't I be able to run faster than a rocket? Master, it's best not to eat them all. Your physical strength and endurance haven't caught up. If you consume this many speed fruits, you probably won't last even a second before collapsing. Su Yuan was taken aback. Then how many can I eat at most? Master, the maximum gap between speed, strength, and endurance should not exceed 30, or your body won't be able to withstand the strain and will break down. Su Yuan checked his attribute panel. Host Su Yuan: height 180, strength 7, normal human 10, endurance 6, normal human 10, speed 18, normal human 10, survival points 74 million. The lowest attribute is endurance at 6, meaning speed can be at most 36. Su Yuan pondered for a moment and finally decided to keep his speed at 35, not wanting to push it to the limit. What if after using all his strength to run, he was left completely powerless and unable to do anything else? He would be lying on the ground waiting for death. So Su Yuan ate another 17 speed fruits, raising his speed value to 35. Su Yuan gave it a try. He could cover 100 meters in 3 seconds. At this speed, even if someone tried to shoot him, they couldn't hit him. Xiao Yu, what should I do with the remaining speed fruits? Master, you can recycle them or store them in the fridge for later consumption. How many survival points do I get for recycling 1 speed fruit? Master, 1,000 survival points. Su Yuan thought the recycling price was decent, so he recycled 300 speed fruits, earning 3 million survival points, and left the remaining 15 in the fridge. After finishing all this, Su Yuan began a new day of planting crops. Today was eerily hot. The temperature had already reached 50 degrees Celsius in the morning and was still rising. By noon, the temperature outside had hit 60 degrees. It was as if a giant hole had opened in the sky with sunlight scorching the earth directly. The temperature inside the automatic dome had also climbed to 40 degrees, making it unsuitable for planting ordinary cold-resistant seeds. Su Yuan purchased ordinary heat-resistant seeds instead. He decided to try planting corn first. Ding! Congratulations, host, for surviving 12 days in the Great Catastrophe Era. You are awarded 1,000 survival points. Hearing the familiar reward sound, Su Yuan knew it was time to eat. However, he also remembered that today he could draw a lottery prize. After activating the survival-based system, he could draw once on the first day, and then receive 1 draw opportunity every 5 days with the chances accumulating. He had last drawn on the 8th day, winning the speed land, which caused the draw button to show 4 days remaining. Opening the lottery page, he directly pressed the golden virtual button. Su Yuan hoped to get an endurance land. If his endurance increased, he could continue using the speed fruits. A series of text flashed through the golden blank display box. Smart flying car, micro-communication satellite, strength, land, nuclear power station. Su Yuan stared expectantly at the golden display box, and the text finally settled on micro-communication satellite. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining a micro-communication satellite. It has been issued to your backpack. A micro-communication satellite. While not bad either. Su Yuan opened his backpack and found a black satellite icon. Micro-communication satellite enables real-time, global communication and internet access. Upgrade to multifunctional satellite, 2 billion survival points. Capable of communication and detection, integration, monitoring weather changes, preventing extreme disaster weather, and can become invisible. Su Yuan jumped for joy. Finally, he could access the internet. He immediately deployed the micro-communication satellite. Instantly, a fist-sized black satellite appeared outside the atmosphere. Master, we still need to purchase a satellite signal receiver, or we won't be able to do anything. Su Yuan searched the mall for an automatic satellite signal receiver. The cheapest one cost 1.5 billion survival points. He had to put it aside for now and wait for the second batch of crops to be harvested in the afternoon before purchasing it. Su Yuan hastily prepared some food and waited for the second wave of crops to mature. Once they were ripe, he immediately had instant noodles harvest them. It took instant noodles over an hour to finish harvesting all the crops. After recycling the crops, Su Yuan had 220 million survival points. He immediately bought the satellite signal receiver. Satellite signal receiver can receive satellite signals and connect to mobile phones and computers and bind to the system. Su Yuan placed the outdoor unit of the satellite signal receiver on the steel city wall and the indoor unit on the first floor of the multifunctional survival house. Ding! Congratulations! Your survival base meets the conditions for an upgrade to level 1. Do you wish to upgrade? Upgrade. Ding. Upgrade successful. Level 1 Survival Base Owner Su Yuan. Name Unnamed Area 1-0 acres of land. Facilities 1 Multifunctional Survival House 1 Speed Land 1 Survival Steward 1 Intelligent Farming Robot. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully upgrading your survival base to level 1. You have gained one opportunity to upgrade all equipment plus an additional reward of a disaster warning machine, which has been issued to your backpack. Su Yuan was overjoyed. He never expected such good luck, winning a communication satellite from the lottery, purchasing a satellite signal receiver, which then allowed his survival base to meet upgrade conditions. After the upgrade, all equipment received a free upgrade opportunity. This was even more satisfying than a windfall from the sky. Su Yuan first upgraded the Multifunctional Survival House. Multifunctional Survival House Level 2 Area 960 square meters. Wall thickness 2 meters of titanium alloy. Automatic titanium alloy door 2. 5 tons. Features resists cold waves, earthquakes, lava, and can withstand attacks from ordinary mutant beasts. Upgrade to Level 3 Multifunctional Survival House requires 400 million survival points. The Multifunctional Survival House expanded from 3 floors to 4. Su Yuan's bedroom moved from the second underground floor to the third. The original staircase was replaced with an elevator, allowing him to descend directly to the third underground level. The second underground floor became the equipment layer, housing the indoor unit of the satellite signal receiver. The first underground floor became the breeding layer, where Su Yuan moved the fully automatic chicken coop. The ground floor contained the automatic repair room and the multifunctional weapons and equipment room. Then Su Yuan proceeded to upgrade the rest one by one. It would be a waste not to use the free upgrade opportunities. First, he upgraded the well to a multifunctional deep well capable of extracting groundwater from 1500 meters below the surface. Air Huang and instant noodles were also upgraded to intelligent level 2, making their planting and harvesting faster and smarter. They no longer needed Xiao Yes commands to work autonomously. The 2 multifunctional wind turbines were upgraded to automatic wind turbine level 1. The electricity they generated daily was more than Su Yuan could currently use. The steel city wall, automatic repair room, automatic warehouse, automatic dome, and fully automatic chicken coop were all upgraded to automatic level 2. The automatic wireless communicator, 2 automatic drones, and the fully automatic machine gun were all upgraded to automatic level 3. The multifunctional weapons and equipment room was upgraded to automatic weapons and equipment room, level 1A, bound to the system. As long as Su Yuan had sufficient raw materials, he could produce various firearms and ammunition. The multifunctional transport robot was also upgraded to automatic transport robot level 1A, bound to the system, allowing it to transport goods at any time. What surprised Su Yuan the most was that both the micro-communication satellite and the satellite signal receiver could be upgraded to multifunctional satellite and multifunctional satellite signal receiver. After upgrading all equipment, Su Yuan still had 75 million survival points. He immediately spent 20 million survival points to purchase a multifunctional computer and connected it to the network. During the era of the Great Catastrophe, it was extremely difficult for ordinary people to access the internet. To integrate Su Yuan's satellite signal into the network, he needed to name his survival base and connect under that name. After some thought, Su Yuan named it Dragon City for the descendants of the dragon dwell in Dragon City. Once the name was set, he had the multifunctional satellite join the global satellite network. He also activated the satellite stealth function, rendering it undetectable by other satellites. After connecting to the global network, Su Yuan discovered that there were over 1 million survival bases worldwide, and the number of people who could access the internet in each base did not exceed 1 million. The vast majority could only browse the local network within their survival base, unable to access external information. The most powerful survival base was Midu, which gathered the world's top talents, possessed the most advanced technology, and housed over 5 million people. Next was Huadu, which boasted the most disciplined and resilient guard force with a population exceeding 11 million. As Su Yuan browsed through the information, he found that all survival bases faced a severe shortage of food, and fewer than 1 in 1,000 people could afford to eat their fill. A debate had also emerged. Some experts believed the Great Catastrophe was nearing its end, while others argued it was merely a precursor. After the appearance of invasive level beasts, there would inevitably be even more ferocious, brutal level beasts. The experts who believed the catastrophe was ending cited changes in solar flares and global magnetic fields, suggesting that bases could gradually return to surface life. In contrast, the opposing experts insisted on digging deeper underground to build subterranean cities, seeking refuge from the impending catastrophe and beasts. Su Yuan frowned, suddenly recalling the disaster early warning machine he had acquired. He took it out of his backpack. A white honeycomb-shaped machine 2 meters long and 1 meter high. After powering it on, a voice echoed, "Disaster early warning machine is starting up. Do not disconnect the power." A harsh mechanical roar followed, lasting over a minute before the machine booted successfully. Then silence fell. On top of the machine was a display screen 60 centimeters long and 40 centimeters wide. The screen constantly showed outdoor temperature, humidity, wind levels, and solar radiation intensity, as well as indoor conditions. Su Yuan tapped the screen and selected the option to query disaster warnings for the next 7 days. The screen flashed red and moments later Su Yuan saw the forecast. 1 day later no disasters within 100 miles light rain. 2 days later no disasters heavy rain. 3 days later a cold wave might strike within 100 miles with temperatures potentially dropping to minus 95 degrees. 4 days later a global beast tide would erupt. Brutal level and lord level beasts would surge from underground. 5 days later the beast tide would continue. 6 days later the beast tide would persist. 7 days later if you survived it would be a clear fine day. Lord level. What the hell was a lord level beast? Su Yuan opened the description of lord level beasts on the machine. Lord level beasts possessed intelligence comparable to normal humans, were known as moving hills, stood 20 to 50 meters tall, were impervious to ordinary weapons, and could organize beasts to assault survival bases in an orderly fashion. Su Yuan had only learned of brutal level beasts through the internet. Lord level beasts were likely unknown to anyone globally. If a large number of lord level beasts truly appeared on the 4th day, it would deliver a devastating blow to humanity, destroying most private and corporate survival bases. As a member of humanity, Su Yuan couldn't resist posting an anonymous message online warning that lord level beasts and a global beast tide would arrive in 4 days. Within half an hour Su Yuan's post caused a massive stir online with over 100,000 comments and millions of views. Checking the replies, he found almost all were mocking if you believed him. This is sheer alarmism. The catastrophe is ending and the future will only get better. Statistics show that in the past 3 days global disasters have decreased by 60% and beast attacks on humans have dropped by 30%. Utter nonsense. Beasts are the result of rapid mutation in ordinary creatures under harsh conditions. How could there be underground beasts? This must be an expert with disaster phobia deliberately trying to mislead us and keep us from returning to the surface. Su Yuan scrolled through the replies for a while, and then couldn't be bothered to engage further. Good intentions wasted on ungrateful people. Only 4 days left. He grew anxious about upgrading his base as quickly as possible. He was desperately short of defensive weapons. A single automatic machine gun was far from enough. He needed more machine guns, ammunition, attack drones, and intelligent combat robots. Unfortunately, he lacked sufficient survival points, and relying solely on farming to earn points was too slow. Su Yuan thought of selling food in exchange for more supplies, which would multiply the value of his harvest tenfold. With that in mind, he immediately instructed Xiao Yu to broadcast a message via radio to surrounding bases inviting them to trade for food. At the same time, Su Yuan studied the system. The main menu included base, mall, recycling, experiment, development, lottery, and backpack. He clicked on experiment and learned that a laboratory would cost 100 million survival points to build. Once built, the laboratory could research seeds and various machinery. For instance, ordinary seeds could be developed into high-quality seeds, and super seeds could even become god-tier seeds. Intelligent machinery could evolve into super machinery and ultra-intelligent machinery into god-tier machinery. Su Yuan didn't have enough survival points for research at the moment, so he turned to the development menu. The host can develop new system functions. The first development is free, but using the new function will cost 100 million survival points. Su Yuan only saw a single prompt with no further explanation. Xiao Yu, how do I develop a new system function? Master, tell the system your idea. If the system approves, you can develop it by spending survival points. Su Yuan was taken aback. Wow, such a magical operation existed. After the initial shock, he quickly calmed down. What he needed most now was trade, to exchange for more supplies and earn more survival points. He held the most crucial resource, food, which every survival base lacked. Closing his eyes, Su Yuan visualized the trading function he desired. First attempt, failure. The system didn't approve. Second attempt, still failure. Third, failure. 16th, failure. 17th, success. Su Yuan couldn't believe it had actually worked. The system had approved his trading concept. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have developed the trading function. Using this function will cost 100 million survival points. Unfortunately, Su Yuan did not have enough survival points on hand. He would have to wait until the next day when he could earn them by planting crops before he could use the trading function. After a night of hard work, Su Yuan burrowed into his velvet quilt and fell into a deep slumber. Er Huang and Pao Mian were lying nearby recharging. Xiao Yu, who did not need to recharge, also slipped under the quilt and curled up beside Su Yuan. The next day, as expected, a light drizzle began to fall with the temperature hovering around minus 3 degrees Celsius. Inside the automatic dome, however, it was a comfortable 16 degrees. After purchasing seeds and growth-accelerating potions, Su Yuan instructed Er Huang to begin planting. The morning passed uneventfully with no radio signals from nearby survival bases requesting food exchanges. A chime sounded congratulating the host on surviving 13 days in the Great Catastrophe era and awarding him 10,000 survival points. With 10,000 survival points credited daily, Su Yuan recycled the morning's harvest and earned another 75 million survival points. He now held 130 million survival points. He immediately activated the trading function. Another chime announced that the trading function was fully operational and the host could click to view and use it. Opening the survival-based system, Su Yuan saw that the main menu had expanded to include options such as base mall trade, recycle, experiment, development, lottery, and backpack. He clicked on trade. A dialog box for setting up trade items immediately appeared. Su Yuan could list the goods he had for sale, which currently included corn, potatoes, cabbage, soybeans, and chili peppers. In the afternoon, he could also plant rice, wheat, tomatoes, and other grains and vegetables. After setting up the products, Su Yuan also needed to configure the sale locations and prices. The sale locations spanned all survival bases across the globe, open to all of humanity. If any human harbored the desire to exchange supplies, a virtual marketplace would materialize before their eyes. Within this virtual marketplace, they could select the food they needed and exchange it for the supplies they had. Upon a successful exchange, the system would deduct 1/10th of the exchanged food as a transaction fee. For each trade, Su Yuan would not only receive the normal supplies, but also an additional reward of 1,000 survival points from the system. Moreover, the system charged Su Yuan nothing, ensuring he profited without any risk. Next came the listing of goods. All food had to be placed into the system's virtual marketplace. Su Yuan and Xiao Yu headed to the automated warehouse. The warehouse had been upgraded to level 2, capable of holding 150,000 kilograms of food, though it currently contained only 100,000 kilograms. Entering the automated warehouse control room, Su Yuan input potatoes on the operation screen and selected full output. Instantly, sacks of potatoes began to be transported out via the conveyor belt. The automated warehouse possessed self-storage capabilities, autonomously preserving stored food at optimal temperatures and humidity while maximizing storage space. Su Yuan had 2 transport robots move the potatoes in front of him. These automated transport robots resembled 2 massive trucks, with the driver's cabin replaced by 2 colossal mechanical arms ready to handle any cargo with ease. The mechanical arms could grip, lift, and hold objects in various ways, extending up to 50 meters at maximum. The automated transport robots could autonomously scan the cargo to be moved, determining the method of transport based on its size, volume, and weight. Moreover, the 2 transport robots could work in tandem, coordinating their efforts. They could easily move billions of kilograms of goods each day. In no time, the robots had transported 30,000 gene of potatoes before Su Yuan. Su Yuan raised his left hand and pressed the starry patterned totem on his palm. A beam of golden light shot forth, expanding outward to envelop all the potatoes. One by one, the sacks were drawn by the golden light and flew into the starry totem on his palm. Su Yuan understood that the totem on his left palm was in fact the survival-based system. He could not yet comprehend this advanced technology, but perhaps one day he would. Once all the potatoes had vanished, Su Yuan opened the trading function to inspect the virtual marketplace. He saw that 30,000 gene of potatoes had appeared on the shelves. If anyone made an exchange, the amount of potatoes would decrease. The virtual marketplace also housed a virtual warehouse capable of storing various exchange supplies. Su Yuan could later choose to retrieve the supplies or convert them directly into survival points. Su Yuan quickly listed all 100,000 kilograms of food stored in the warehouse onto the virtual marketplace. He then waited for someone to discover it and be the first to use the trading system. For the first user, Su Yuan specially set a 20% discount. Just after Su Yuan finished listing the potatoes in the faraway Midu survival base, Locke became the first person to exchange 1 kilogram of potatoes from the virtual marketplace. The environment in Midu survival base was even harsher. Freedom was championed there, with private bosses owning their own private survival bases, while those slightly less affluent owned massive apartments within Midu. Like many jobless wanderers, Locke would leave the survival base every day to scavenge resources from the ruined cities on the surface, selling them to private bosses or companies in exchange for food. If he failed to obtain food driven by extreme hunger, he would risk eating the carcasses of mutated beasts. Although the vast majority of people died from consuming mutated beast flesh, a very small number survived. Locke was one of those fortunate survivors. Not only did he survive, but his strength also increased several-fold, and his appetite grew to be several times larger than that of a normal person. If he went a single day without eating, he would faint from hunger. Recently, the weather in Midu had improved, with no mutated beasts attacking the city. Locke and other wanderers could not find the carcasses of beasts killed by the guards. Furthermore, the resources they risked their lives to collect were no longer being purchased by private bosses or companies. This was because the private bosses and companies believed the experts' claims that the great catastrophe was coming to an end and the future would improve, making further resource collection for base construction unnecessary. Consequently, wanderers like Locke had no way to obtain food. Desperate to exchange his supplies for food, Locke was the first to notice the virtual marketplace. Initially skeptical, he tentatively exchanged 16 kilograms of scrap iron for 1 kilogram of potatoes, enjoying the 20% discount. The moment the single kilogram of potatoes materialized in his hand, he could hardly believe it. He then exchanged for more food and told other wanderers about the virtual marketplace. Subsequently, the number of transactions in Midu skyrocketed. Su Yuan was overjoyed that someone had made an exchange so quickly, jumping up in excitement. Ha ha ha, such a brilliant concept could only have been conceived by me. With the virtual marketplace, Su Yuan no longer had to worry about supplies. He set the exchange price for everyone in Midu at 20 to 1, meaning 20 kilograms of supplies for 1 kilogram of food. This was the highest price globally. Su Yuan did not intend to make things difficult for the wanderers. Rather, he feared that the wealthy private bosses in Midu would hoard goods and deplete his entire food stock in one go. If he did not set the price at 20 to 1 for everyone, the private bosses could easily use the wanderers as proxies to hoard supplies. In Huadu, however, the trading price was set at 10 to 1 in line with market conditions. Su Yuan discovered that everyone who exchanged grain in the virtual marketplace had left their personal information, and he could view the details of those who traded. He could check Locke's information. Locke, 26 years old, height 188, strength 15, normal human 10, endurance 12, normal human 10, speed 10, normal human 10. His body is undergoing mutation, showing a tendency to become an Esper. Master. During the Great Cataclysm era, humans also evolved rapidly, gaining special abilities, like running faster, being stronger, or eating more. As these traits amplify, they become unique powers which ordinary people call superhuman abilities. Xiao Yu stood on Su Yuan's shoulder explaining. Su Yuan nodded. He had eaten a speed fruit, making him faster. If he kept developing, becoming as swift as lightning, that too could be called a superhuman ability. If Locke continued to evolve, he might soon become an Esper. Then Su Yuan discovered that not only could he view traders' information, but he could also block them. If Su Yuan blocked someone, that person would never be able to trade in the virtual marketplace again. As the master of the virtual marketplace, he could act entirely according to his own preferences without incurring any penalties from the system. However, Su Yuan didn't block anyone casually. He wanted more people to exchange grain in the virtual marketplace. Since Locke's successful trade, Mito had completed dozens of trades in succession, though each transaction involved only small quantities. But every trade earned Su Yuan a reward of 100 survival points, and after dozens of trades he accumulated tens of thousands of survival points. And this was just Mito. There were over 1 million survival bases worldwide. If every base had someone discovering the virtual marketplace and trading, the number of transactions would skyrocket. If trades reached 1 million, he would earn a reward of 1 billion survival points. Leaving the automated warehouse, Su Yuan saw the crops in the field nearly ready for harvest and laughed joyfully. Haha, with grain in hand, there's no panic in the heart. He whistled happily. Woof woof. Air Huang, thinking Su Yuan was calling it, ran over excitedly, wagging its tail. Air Huang, you've worked hard. As long as you keep tilling diligently, I promise to upgrade you to the most intelligent robot. Su Yuan said, stroking the fur on Air Huang's back. Woof woof. Air Huang barked with enjoyment. Payomian also ran over. Su Yuan instructed Xiao Yu to harvest this batch of grain, but not to recycle it yet. He would first stock it to supply the virtual marketplace. The virtual marketplace could expand the value of his grain at least tenfold. Su Yuan went to the first underground level, where the fully automated chicken coop had been upgraded to level 2, capable of housing 10 chickens. He had tried raising ducks there before, but the results were far inferior to chickens. Su Yuan upgraded the chicken coop to level 3, capable of housing 100 chickens. If he bred them in the afternoon, they would be ready for slaughter by the next morning. He could breed another batch in the morning, and by 6 or 7 in the evening another batch would be ready. In 24 hours, he could produce 200 chickens for slaughter. Su Yuan couldn't consume them all himself, so he planned to exchange them in the virtual marketplace, 10 chickens for 1 drone. At the same time, he purchased a duck coop and upgraded it to level 3, fully automated, capable of housing 100 ducks to exchange for equipment or drones. For private base owners, exchanging a drone for 10 chickens or 10 ducks wasn't expensive. The upgrades for the chicken and duck coops cost over 3 million in total, which was reasonable. Then Su Yuan returned to the surface. Payomian had already finished harvesting the second batch of grain. Su Yuan had Xiao Yu set aside a few hundred caddies to feed the chickens and ducks, reserve a little for dinner and tomorrow's breakfast, and list the rest in the virtual marketplace. After dinner that evening, Su Yuan finally checked his gains. The virtual marketplace had completed over 200 transactions, exchanging more than 100 kilograms of grain for over 1.5 million kilograms of supplies. From transaction rewards, he earned over 20 million survival points, and recycling the 1.5 million kilograms of supplies could yield 1.5 billion survival points. Suddenly, Su Yuan had 220 million survival points on hand. But that still wasn't enough to buy an intelligent attack robot. However, this was just the beginning. The afternoon's harvest of over 900 kilograms of grain had yet to be exchanged. Once this batch of grain was traded, he could make a huge profit. Su Yuan opened the marketplace and searched for intelligent attack robots. Intelligent attack robot level 1.5 billion survival points, capable of slaughtering ferocious level beasts and withstanding 1 lord level beast. Withstanding a lord level beast. Damn, it seems 1 intelligent attack robot isn't enough. It can't kill a lord level beast. If 2 lord level beasts show up, I'd be done for. Su Yuan was somewhat disappointed and searched for weapons that could counter lord level beasts. Laser chariot, 50 billion each. Ion cannon, 80 billion each. Nuclear super pistol, 100 billion each. Damn it, I can't afford any of them. Master, most Lord-level beasts can be killed by 3 intelligent attack robots working together with laser cannons. Xiaoyu reminded him. Is that so? Lord-level beasts also vary in strength. Master can upgrade the intelligent attack robots or buy more of them to completely kill a Lord-level beast. Su Yuan's eyes lit up. With 3 days left, if he worked hard, he should be able to earn enough survival points. Next, Su Yuan planned to install fully automatic machine guns on the steel walls. He now had an automated weapon equipment room and could use the exchange supplies to produce machine guns and ammunition, then upgrade them all to deal with the beast tide. He also wanted to mount laser cannons on the automatic dome to launch long-range attacks against ferocious level and Lord-level beasts. With a rough plan in mind, Su Yuan crawled into his swan-down quilt and went to sleep. The weather had been normal these past few days, and the 3rd underground level wasn't cold at all, so he didn't need to turn on the air conditioner at night. At dawn, Su Yuan opened his eyes and checked the virtual marketplace to see his gains. From last night to this morning, there had been over 3,000 transactions, exchanging more than 3,000 caddies of grain. Some private bases traded tens of thousands of caddies at once, while individuals traded half a caddy at a time. With over 3,000 trades, Su Yuan earned more than 30 million survival points, and the traded supplies reached over 4.5 million kilograms. Among them, some equipment could be selected, repaired, upgraded, and reused. Su Yuan now had 110 mu of land, of which 110 mu were ordinary level 4 land, yielding over 900 caddies per mu. One harvest would bring in over 900 caddies of grain. Given the current trading volume in the virtual marketplace, planting 1 batch in the morning would be enough to supply an entire day's trades. The remaining 100 mu of land Su Yuan temporarily left uncultivated, reserving it for future construction of various equipment workshops. Grinning from ear to ear, Su Yuan climbed out of bed and opened the multifunctional computer to browse people's reactions online. He opened the Global Survival Forum. Does anyone know what the virtual marketplace is? Could such high-tech stuff be aliens helping us? The virtual mall brings us hope. From now on, we will have an ample food supply and humanity will once again dominate the globe. God has finally shown mercy, allowing ordinary people like us to have enough to eat. Su Yuan roughly skimmed through the responses, finding that everyone could accept the existence of the virtual mall. Whether they attributed it to extraterrestrial high technology or divine miracles, all believed the virtual mall was aiding humanity. Yet a faction remained dissatisfied. Many complained about the pricing. Why was the exchange rate for grain in Huadu 101 while in Midu it was 2 on? Numerous grievances, even complaints against Su Yuan arose. The system bluntly handed over those who complained to Su Yuan for resolution. Damn it, if you're not satisfied, then don't trade. Su Yuan directly blocked all complainants, barring them from exchanging grain in the virtual mall forever. He also noticed that the most disgruntled were the wealthy in Midu. With the virtual mall in place, they could no longer easily manipulate the vagrants and ordinary laborers. By day, vagrants risked their lives scavenging in urban ruins, exchanging their findings for grain on the spot before returning to the survival base. Some audacious vagrants in Midu even secretly dismantled public equipment from the survival base to trade for grain. The Midu guards turned a blind eye as experts had declared the disaster was ending and people would soon return to the cities, rendering the survival bases obsolete. According to experts, the global magnetic field had normalized. They estimated that within a few days solar flares would also stabilize, confirming whether the catastrophe had passed. Su Yuan paid no heed to the frenzy in Midu. He trusted not the experts, only the disaster warning system. Let the free folk be free. He merely wished to exchange grain for resources to fortify the survival base. With every portion of grain traded, one fewer person starved, a deed of goodwill. Finally, Su Yuan anonymously warned the high command of Huadu's survival base of an impending beast tide, cautioning that a lord-level beast would appear. After breakfast, Air Huang began tilling the fields. To Su Yuan's surprise, Xiaoyu had grown 20 centimeters, now over 50 centimeters tall. Xiaoyu, how did you grow taller? Master, every time you unlock a new system function, I grow a bit. When I'm fully grown, it'll be formidable too. Xiaoyu giggled. Su Yuan was taken aback, realizing Xiaoyu was linked to the survival base system, evolving alongside it. Entering the automated weapon chamber, Su Yuan instructed Xiaoyu to oversee weapon production. Master, once commands are input, the chamber will operate autonomously, but sufficient resources are needed to produce machine guns. Su Yuan grinned. That's trivial. Whatever resources you need, take from the virtual mall's warehouse. If it lacks anything, tell me, and he'll purchase it from the system mall. As the life steward, Xiaoyu could manage tasks on Su Yuan's command. In the morning, Air Huang and Pao Mian methodically cultivated, yielding over 900 gene of grain. Of this, 1500 gene were stored in the automated warehouse, while the remaining 7500 gene were recycled, earning over 75 million survival points. After deducting costs for seeds and growth accelerators, Su Yuan netted over 60 million survival points, amassing a total of 310 million points. In the afternoon, he began installing machine guns. The automated weapon chamber had produced 100 machine guns and 1,000 rounds of ammunition. Su Yuan mounted all machine guns onto the 4-meter-thick steel walls. After upgrading to multifunction machine guns, they could rotate 360 degrees to attack beasts. The upgrade for 100 machine guns cost 30 million survival points. Upgrading each to fully automatic would cost 5 million, totaling 500 million. Su Yuan postponed this, intending to purchase intelligent attack robots first. Afterward, he noticed that the 100 chickens and 100 ducks listed in the virtual mall that morning had been traded. In return, Su Yuan acquired 20 attack drones, each equipped with a bomb. Overjoyed by such generosity, he checked the system and found the trader was Shalibi from the Shah Capital Survival Base. The people of Shah Capital Survival Base were famously wealthy, caring little for small sums. To retain this generous client, Su Yuan granted Shalibi an exclusive 20% discount on all virtual mall items. The afternoon's harvest of over 9,000 gene of grain was also listed in the virtual mall. Su Yuan observed that daytime transactions surged, exceeding 1,000 trades, earning over 100 million survival points. In exchange, 5,500 gene of grain were traded for over 6.5 million kilograms of supplies. Combined with previous stocks, Su Yuan now held over 11 million kilograms of supplies. He selected 5,000 kilograms of reparable equipment and recycled the rest, netting 1.05 billion survival points. Thus, Su Yuan possessed 1.43 billion survival points with 9,500 gene of grain still in the virtual mall and 1,500 gene in the automated warehouse. He then listed 100 mature chickens and 100 ducks, hoping to trade for 2 tanks. He hoped the tycoons of Shah Capital would fancy his poultry. With the fully automated coops and duck houses, as long as grain and growth accelerators were ample, Su Yuan need only collect mature stock daily and restock with new chicks and ducklings. Only 2 days remained, or rather, just over 1 day. He wondered whether the beast tide would strike in the morning, afternoon, or night of the 4th day. Su Yuan's survival points were still shy of purchasing 1 intelligent attack robot, and his goal of at least 3 was far off. If the 9,500 gene of grain traded tonight along with the next day's 2 harvests, he might accumulate enough points. After dinner, Su Yuan opened the virtual mall to review transactions. At night, transaction activity in the Midu survival base spiked, as it was morning there. Time for breakfast. In less than 2 hours, trades exceeded 1,000 with 1,500 gene of grain exchanged. As the number of transactions increased, more and more ordinary people became aware of the existence of the virtual marketplace, yet the volume per transaction continued to dwindle, and almost all participants were common folk. Unlike the early days of trading, when people hoarded supplies fearing there would be no second chance, now the majority sought only to exchange their resources for a single meal, hoping for a better tomorrow and a return to normal life beyond the survival base. Watching the surge in transaction counts, Su Yuan beamed with delight and opened his multifunctional computer. The multifunctional computer was placed opposite the sofa, featuring a massive 40-inch screen that could be operated from the couch. It allowed him to either don an electronic helmet to surf the web with his mind or use a traditional keyboard and mouse. When not gaming, Su Yuan preferred conventional methods of browsing. Opening the Global Survival Forum, he scrolled through topics that stirred public interest. Most posts fantasized about life after leaving the survival base, pondering how to survive and emphasizing the need to better protect the environment. Nearly everyone believed that the global magnetic field anomaly and the mutation of animals into beasts were consequences of environmental neglect and extreme weather disasters. Yet a few argued that the magnetic shift was a natural phenomenon unrelated to human activities. Some contended that living within the survival bases had caused humanity to miss a golden opportunity for rapid evolution, a view that garnered widespread support. Survival bases like Midu and Fudu were even preparing to dispatch advanced teams to leave the bases and return to the cities. In contrast, bases like Huadu, perhaps due to Su Yuan's warnings, saw few posts yearning for urban life and showed no signs of returning. Later, Su Yuan played a few rounds of a wilderness survival game and checked the virtual marketplace's transaction status. By 1130 p.m., transaction counts had surged from over 1,000 to more than 3,300, with cumulative grain transactions exceeding 4,000 kilograms. Su Yuan earned 330 million survival points and over 6.3 million kilograms of supplies. After recycling over 6 million kilograms of supplies, he gained more than 600 million survival points. His total points accumulated to 36 billion, and the virtual marketplace still held 5,300 kilograms of grain, sufficient for the late-night trading demand. If needed, Su Yuan could list an additional 1,500 kilograms of grain from his automated warehouse. He had also stockpiled 8,000 kilograms of equipment and materials earmarked for repair and modification, which he had yet to refurbish. With ample points, Su Yuan promptly opened the system marketplace to purchase intelligent attack robots. He discovered that these robots came in several variants: speed-oriented, intelligence efficacious, and strength-based. Intelligent attack robot Old Ox possesses extraordinary offensive power, equipped with 2 laser cannons, 1 laser machine gun, and 1 laser sword. Intelligent attack robot White Mouse excels in command and combat coordination, armed with 1 laser pistol and 1 laser cannon. Intelligent attack robot Big-Eared Rabbit moves with lightning speed, equipped with 1 laser machine gun and 1 laser sword. Without a second thought, Su Yuan purchased the strength-type intelligent attack robot Old Ox. Instantly, a 5-meter-long 3-meter-turtle ox materialized in his living room. Mu Master, I am Combat Unit 1. The massive ox lay on the floor, its huge body unable to rise. Su Yuan noticed that the intelligent attack robot, like Air Huang and Instant Noodles, was incredibly lifelike, with every hair indistinguishable from a real ox. Wow, you're too big. Can you shrink a bit? My living room can barely hold you. From now on, I'll call you Neo Dolly. Mu, no problem, Master. Neo Dolly bellowed twice, shrinking to the size of Air Huang and standing obediently by the side. Dolly, do you need charging? Mu Master. Dolly charges for 5 minutes and works for half an hour. Su Yuan sighed with regret, wishing all intelligent robots were nuclear-powered. He then instructed Neo Dolly to charge immediately, as he had an important task for it tomorrow. Feeling drowsy, Su Yuan returned to his bedroom, slipped under the covers, and fell asleep. The next morning was bitterly cold. The outside temperature had plummeted to around minus 53 degrees Celsius, with a cold wave potentially imminent. Inside the automated dome, the temperature had dropped to about minus 36 degrees. Su Yuan urged Air Huang to expedite grain cultivation, as a severe cold wave could push temperatures below minus 60 degrees, threatening even the cold-resistant seeds. Checking the system, Su Yuan found that the chickens and ducks had been traded for 2 light tanks and 15 shells. The exchange partner was still Shalibi from the Shadu survival base, who disdained discounts and always traded at full price. The late-night trading had been exceptionally brisk, with transaction counts reaching 3800 and grain trades totaling over 500 kilograms. The virtual marketplace's grain reserves were nearly depleted. Su Yuan earned 380 million survival points and 6.7 million kilograms of supplies, all converted into 670 million survival points. Thus, Su Yuan's survival points totaled 191 billion. Without hesitation, he purchased another intelligent attack robot. Instantly, a massive tiger appeared before him. Roar, Master, I am Combat Unit 2. You shall be called Big Cat. Intelligent attack robot Big Cat, equipped with 2 laser cannons, 1 laser machine gun, and 1 laser cleaver. After breakfast, Su Yuan set Neo Dolly to work, while Big Cat still needed charging. Su Yuan had long wished to gather resources from the ruined cities, but dared not leave the survival base. Xiao Yu, Air Huang, and Instant Noodles were unsuitable for such expeditions. Now with Neo Dolly, he had a capable substitute. Su Yuan instructed Xiao Yu to deploy an autonomous reconnaissance drone to scout the path for Neo Dolly. He then sent Neo Dolly, accompanied by 2 transport robots, into the urban ruins to collect scrap metal and discarded equipment. Since Neo Dolly and the transport robots lacked the system's recycling function, they could only haul the materials back to the base. Even Xiao Yu could only recycle resources within the survival base, and with Su Yuan's permission. Thus, the found supplies had to be transported back to the base for recycling. Through the multifunctional computer screen, Su Yuan could see the live feed from Neo Dolly and the autonomous drone. Outside, heavy snowflakes drifted like goose feathers, blanketing everything in white, all frozen solid. Neo Dolly transformed into a 15-meter-tall giant robot with 2 laser cannons on its back, a laser machine gun strapped to its right thigh, and a laser sword in its hand sharp enough to cut through iron like mud. Each step shook the ground, deterring all beasts from approaching. In the sky, a flock of hawks cawed loudly. Nearby, dozens of foxwolves stared with gleaming eyes, too wary to draw near. The 2 transport robots followed closely behind Neo Dolly. The transport robots, equipped with specialized tracks like tanks, could traverse any terrain, moving as smoothly on icy surfaces as on solid ground. Before long, Su Yuan caught sight of the city ruins. This metropolis, once home to millions, now bore no trace of humanity, entirely entombed in snow and ice. From afar, it resembled a colossal graveyard. Intact buildings were a rarity, having weathered the onslaught of extreme climates, freezing currents, acid rain, scorching heat, violent storms, and radiation. The structures within the ruins appeared as ancient relics. Merely a year ago, this place was a paradise for mankind. Now only aberrant beasts dwelled within the city's skeletal remains. An autonomous reconnaissance drone identified a cluster of factories. Within lay countless abandoned machine tools. This was once an automobile plant boasting numerous large stamping presses. Each heavy machine weighed at least several tons, ranging up to tens of tons, tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of kilograms. Neo Dolly drove off the aberrant beasts, encircling the factory. 2 automated transport robots began collaborating to haul away the machinery and assorted scrap equipment. While a single transport robot boasted impressive efficiency, it could only ferry a maximum of 100 kilograms of materials back to the survival base per trip. A round trip consumed roughly 2 hours. With 5 trips daily, the pair of transport robots could retrieve 1 million kilograms of materials, converted into survival points that equated to 1 billion, a remarkably substantial income. That morning Su Yuan placed all 900 plus kilograms of harvested grain into the virtual marketplace to barter for supplies. The 1500 kilograms originally stored in the automated warehouse listed early in the morning had been completely traded away by just past 10 o'clock. Over 6,000 transactions had taken place, exchanging more than 2 million kilograms of goods. The realization dawned on everyone only after the virtual marketplace had gone without grain for 2 or 3 hours. The food supply there was in fact finite. The moment fresh grain was listed, it was seized upon in a frenzy. To prevent hoarding, Su Yuan was compelled to cap each transaction at a maximum of 2 kilograms. With over 9,000 kilograms that allowed for more than 450,000 trades. This approach ensured maximum utility and garnered greater system rewards. By afternoon, the temperature had plummeted further, hovering around minus 75 degrees Celsius. Even within the automated dome, it reached nearly minus 50 degrees. Yet crops like corn and soybeans could still be cultivated. Su Yuan remained sequestered on the third underground level, rarely emerging, leaving Air Huang and Pao Mian to tend the harvest. That evening, the second batch of over 9,000 gene of grain was all placed into the virtual marketplace. The morning's 9,000 plus kilograms dwindled to just over 1,000 kilograms after more than 4,000 transactions, yielding over 13 million kilograms of supplies. Checking the system, Su Yuan observed that survival bases across the globe were utilizing the virtual marketplace for exchanges. After reclaiming the goods stored in the marketplace's warehouse, his survival points had amassed to 31 billion. Upon recycling the materials brought in by Neo Dali and the 2 transport robots, he gained another 1 billion survival points. This allowed Su Yuan to purchase 2 more intelligent assault robots. He wondered when the aberrant beast tide would strike tomorrow. Su Yuan hoped to possess at least 5 assault robots, enough to fend off attacks from lower-tier aberrant beasts. He promptly acquired Wisdom-type and Speed-type intelligent assault robots. A small white mouse and a long-eared rabbit materialized before him, each the size of the orange cat Pao Mian. Squeak. Master, I am Combat Unit 3. Squeak. Master, I am Combat Unit 4. The white mouse's eyes sparkled with intelligence, its long tail swaying back and forth. Su Yuan chose the white mouse and the long-eared rabbit, one to command the battle, the other to draw enemy fire. From now on you shall be called Mouse Knight. Squeak. Master, I love the name Mouse Knight. The Mouse Knight transformed into a 2-meter-tall robot, a laser cannon slung across its back, and a laser gun in hand, saluting Su Yuan with military precision. Su Yuan was pleasantly surprised. He reached out and patted the Mouse Knight's chest with delight. The golden body, forged from vibranium, felt smooth as polished glass and was immensely hard. Work hard, and you'll feast well by my side. Squeak. Master, what about me? Me. The long-eared rabbit hopped before Su Yuan. You shall be Thunderbolt Rabbit. Squeak. Thunderbolt Rabbit. Great, much better than Combat Unit 4. Su Yuan ordered the Mouse Knight and Thunderbolt Rabbit to recharge while Neo Dali took his rest. Donning his protective mechanical exoskeleton and accompanied by Big Cat, he ascended to the ground floor. Over 20 machine guns were stationed there, with more than 380 additional machine guns and 3 million rounds of ammunition stored in the warehouse. These weapons and bullets were all produced by the automated armament room. Su Yuan planned to use machine guns and tanks against the common aberrant beasts. He currently possessed 4 tanks, all acquired through trades involving chickens and ducks. Every morning and evening, he would clear out the fully automated chicken and duck coops, purchase new chicks and ducklings, and list the mature poultry for trade. His regular trading partner was Sharibi, who relished Su Yuan's chickens and ducks, always giving 5-star reviews and praising them as the finest he had ever tasted. In appreciation, Sharibi even equipped each tank with a full complement of shells. Seeing Sharibi's generosity, Su Yuan granted him a special 25% discount. However, Sharibi's tycoon nature disdained using discounts. Su Yuan entered the automated armament room, manually adjusted the settings, and added materials to begin producing tank shells. The current stock of machine guns and ammunition was already sufficient. Taking advantage of the still tolerable temperature, Su Yuan had Big Cat transform into robot form and climbed the steel city wall, mounting another 100 machine guns upon it. He then spent 3,000 production points to upgrade all 100 machine guns into multifunctional versions. Every machine gun was fully loaded with ample ammunition, prepared for the next day's battle against the aberrant beasts. The 4 tanks were also retrieved from the virtual marketplace and positioned around the multifunctional survival shelter. Ding. Detected host in possession of 4 standard tanks. With 1 billion survival points, they can be upgraded to multifunctional tanks. Proceed with upgrade. No. Su Yuan deferred the upgrade for now. He planned to wait until that night after the grain was traded to purchase another combat robot. If any surplus survival points remained, he would then upgrade other equipment. In the virtual marketplace, over 1 million kilograms of grain remained, with trading still fervent. Those with goods were all converting them into food. Fear lingered that the marketplace's grain might be cleared out again, leaving nothing to exchange. Additionally, grain occupied less volume, making it easier to stockpile than bulkier supplies. Su Yuan returned to the third underground level, shed his mechanical exoskeleton, and cranked the air conditioning to maximum. The night promised extreme cold. Even on the third underground level, the indoor temperature hovered below freezing. Activating the multifunctional computer, Su Yuan saw that Huadu had issued a red alert for a cold snap to the surrounding survival bases. The predicted minimum temperature minus 89 degrees Celsius. Venturing outside would result in instant freezing. Ordinary steel would become as brittle as an ice pop, shattering upon impact. Su Yuan, wrapped in a cotton coat, browsed through some posts for a while before slipping into his quilt to play games on his phone. By 10 o'clock at night, the temperature had dropped noticeably. Even with the air conditioner blowing warm air, it still felt cold. Only within the velvet duvet could he find warmth. Su Yuan checked the transaction records. Over 250 trades had been made, exchanging more than 50 kilograms of grain for supplies totaling over 7.2 million kilograms. This cold snap had not affected the other survival bases. Bases like Midu and Fidu were still faring well under clear skies, and some people had already decided not to return to the bases, choosing instead to rebuild their homes amidst the ruins of the cities. Su Yuan recovered the supplies, earning 720 million survival points. Combined with the system's reward of 250 million survival points, he now had 1.28 billion survival points in hand. He was getting closer to his goal of purchasing another attack robot. Unfortunately, his daily grain production was only about 1.8 million kilograms. To increase output, he needed to upgrade the land, which also consumed a lot of survival points. After recovering the supplies and adding the system, Su Yuan reviewed the transactions. He had traded another 3.0 kilograms of grain, with over 1.8 exchanges acquiring more than 4.3 million kilograms of supplies. He felt that the remaining 2.0 kilograms of grain might not last until morning before being traded away. Unfortunately, his daily grain production was only about 1.8 million kilograms. To increase output, he needed to upgrade the land, which also consumed a lot of survival points. After recovering the supplies and adding the system's rewards, Su Yuan's survival points accumulated to 1.89 billion. Su Yuan immediately purchased another strength-type intelligent attack robot. A cute black goat appeared before him. Baba Master, I am Combat Unit 5. The black goat's voice, like the lightning rabbit's, was that of a girl, crisp and melodious. You shall be called Silly Sheep. Babat. Silly Sheep bleated a few times, affectionately rubbing its head against Su Yuan's hand. Su Yuan told Silly Sheep to find a place to charge itself while he crawled into bed to sleep. In the morning, his phone alarm woke him at 5 o'clock. Su Yuan climbed out of bed, called Air Huang and Pao Mian, and went up to the ground floor. He opened the titanium alloy automatic door. A blast of cold wind hit him, making him shiver. Damn, it's so cold. The temperature inside the automatic dome was around minus 56 degrees Celsius. The severe winter had passed, and as day broke, the temperature would rise. Su Yuan woke up early to have Air Huang plant a batch of grain as soon as possible, uncertain when the beast tide might come. There might not be another chance to plant a second batch. Su Yuan returned to the underground first floor, listed the chickens and ducks for trade, still exchanging them for tanks. The previous batch of chickens and ducks had been taken by Sharif in exchange for 2 tanks. The virtual mall now had no grain left. Su Yuan returned to the underground first floor, listed the chickens and ducks for trade, still exchanging them for tanks. The previous batch of chickens and ducks had been taken by Sharif in exchange for 2 tanks. The virtual mall now had no grain left. Within 5 minutes of listing, the chickens and ducks were snapped up by another wealthy person from Shadu. This prompted Sharif to leave a complaining message. Su Yuan placed the 4 newly acquired tanks around the multifunctional survival shelter. Thus, each of the 8 directions around the shelter had 1 tank. Finally, Su Yuan opened the virtual mall to check the previous night's transactions. Over 2,000 kilograms of grain were traded away before 2 in the morning, with more than 1,000 exchanges acquiring over 3 million kilograms of supplies. After recovering the supplies and adding the system's rewards, Su Yuan earned 430 million survival points. His survival points once again accumulated to 810 million. Su Yuan immediately spent 500 million to upgrade 100 machine guns to level 1 automatic machine guns. He then spent another 200 million to upgrade the 8 tanks to multifunctional tanks. Multifunctional tank equipped with a 125mm multifunctional tank cannon, automatic loading, capable of firing at an 80-degree vertical angle with a 360-degree rotating turret. Additionally, it has a 7.62mm multifunctional machine gun. It can kill invasion-level beasts and withstand brutal-level beasts. With the remaining 110 million after deducting the costs of seeds and growth acceleration potions, Su Yuan spent a few million survival points on cameras, wires, and other control equipment. Using the control equipment, he connected the 8 tanks and 100 multifunctional machine guns to a computer. The multifunctional tanks and machine guns required Su Yuan's remote manual control to attack beasts. The automatic machine guns, however, could attack autonomously. On the steel wall, Su Yuan had installed a total of 201 machine guns, each fully stocked with ammunition. The 8 tanks were also loaded with shells waiting only for the beast tide to arrive. 20 ordinary drones and 2 automatic drones were stored in the warehouse ready to be deployed against flying beasts like hawk eagles. The morning passed without incident. Su Yuan set aside a few hundred kilograms from the harvested 9.0 kilograms of grain, enough for himself, the chickens and ducks for a few days, and listed the rest in the virtual mall. The virtual mall once again entered a frenzy of panic buying as people feared missing out on grain. After lunch, Su Yuan browsed posts and found a wave of mockery beneath his earlier warning. Damn, where's the beast tide you promised? It's sunny and calm here. This is clearly fear-mongering, trying to cause chaos. They should be arrested and shot. This morning, experts announced that the global magnetic field and solar flares have returned to normal and the weather is improving. How could there be a beast tide? Su Yuan glanced at the comments and stopped reading. He trusted the disaster warning system would not be wrong. Those who sought death always had their reasons, he couldn't control them. Around 1 in the afternoon, the beast tide began to emerge. All survival bases worldwide experienced the tide. In bases like Midu, it was now midnight. The guards were drowsy and the wanderers gathered in revelry. After days of eating and drinking, Locke and other wanderers had time and energy for entertainment. Arm wrestling, singing. There was no end to their antics. The noise was so loud that even the workers in the dormitories could not resist wanting to join in. Suddenly, drill rats burrowed into the Midu survival base from outside, biting anything in their path. An unfortunate vagrant, before he could even cry out, was overwhelmed by the swarm of drill rats, leaving no trace behind. The drill rats' sharp teeth could bite through steel and easily crush human bones. The appearance of the drill rats triggered the alarm at the Midu survival base. All the guards snapped awake. Fuck, how did so many drill rats get in? The guards, wearing standard mechanical exoskeletons, raised their machine guns and opened fire. The drill rats had thick hides, often requiring 5 or 6 bullets to kill. Locke and the other wanderers also took up hunting rifles to shoot the drill rats. One after another, the burrowing rats fell, but even more surged forward. Behind them lurked massive wolf spiders, each standing 1.5 meters tall, their 8 pitch-black legs like sharpened scythes. They skittered across the frozen ground with a crisp, crunching sound. Their speed was astonishing. Ordinary shotguns couldn't hit them, and only a sweeping barrage from a machine gun might bring one down. Yet these spiders could sprint not only on flat ground, but also scale vertical walls with uncanny agility. Several wanderers had their hearts pierced from behind by the wolf spiders. This invasion of aberrant beasts was unfolding at every survival base across the globe. Countless people were devoured in their sleep. The situation at bases like Huadu was comparatively better. It was daytime, their defenses were sound, and few had perished in the initial onslaught. Su Yuan sat on a sofa in the 3rd underground level wearing an electronic helmet. Before his eyes was the feed from cameras mounted on the automatic dome. He was fortunate. He faced only a few hundred common aberrant foxwolves. The pack leader was a mere level 5 common beast, the rest only level 2 or 3, hardly a threat to him. Gripping a game controller, Su Yuan fired at the foxwolves through his multipurpose machine. Bursts of bullets felled over a dozen of them. Damn, this is exhilarating, he exclaimed, feeling as if he were playing a real-life game. The foxwolves scattered but refused to flee from the steel walls, howling incessantly at his survival base. Su Yuan knew this was only the beginning. The foxwolves' behavior was abnormal. Normally they would have fled by now. The second wave of crops outside had yet to ripen. He deployed all his intelligent combat robots like Neo-Dali to protect the harvest and slay the beasts. By a little past 2 in the afternoon, a massive tide of aberrant beasts emerged. Tens of thousands of pig rats burrowed into the base from underground, followed by countless snake ants. Simultaneously, the sky darkened as tens of thousands of hemp eagles swooped down upon the automatic dome. The automatic dome, unlike the steel walls, could not withstand the beast's assault. Su Yuan had no choice but to retract it, like an umbrella. Part of it folded back into the steel walls while the rest receded into the massive pillars. The outside temperature had now risen to over 30 degrees below zero, so the planted crops no longer risked freezing. The hemp eagles, each with a wingspan of over a meter, descended like a thick, dark cloud. On the steel walls, 100 fully automatic machine guns raised their barrels and opened fire. With a deafening clatter, every gun spat tongues of flame, unleashing thousands of rounds in an instant. Hemp eagles fell to the ground, threatening to crush the corn stalks and potato seedlings. Every broken stalk meant a lost ear of corn. Neo-Dali transformed into a 15-meter-tall robot. 2 200mm laser cannons on his back roared, emitting blinding beams. Wherever the lasers passed, every hemp eagle, even their falling corpses, was vaporized into ash, not a single feather touching the ground. Holy crap, that's insane. Su Yuan leaped from the sofa in delight. Neo-Dali had certainly proven worth the survival points spent. Meanwhile, Rat Hero detected the soil slowly bulging, but sensors revealed a horde of pig rats tunneling underground, trying to break in. The pig rats were even more despicable than the hemp eagles. If they hollowed out the earth and gnawed through the corn roots, the yield would plummet. Rat Hero began issuing orders. It, along with Lightning Rabbit and Silly Sheep, transformed into combat robot forms, burrowing deep into the ground to slaughter the pig rats and snake ants. The intelligent combat robots Su Yuan had purchased were capable of trifibious warfare, land, water, and air. They could easily delve underground. Rat Hero's tail became a high-speed drill. Lightning Rabbit's legs could fling aside earth with ease, and Silly Sheep's horns could pulverize rock. Fighting underground differed from the surface. Laser cannons were unusable, so they relied on laser daggers and laser machine guns to slay the aberrant beasts at close range. This first wave, composed mainly of common beasts, caused little harm to Su Yuan. Su Yuan's radio picked up distress signals from neighboring survival bases. But with every base under attack, no one could help anyone else. At the Huadu survival base, a group of young guards sat upright, gnawing on ears of corn. They were about to head to the front lines to hold back the aberrant beasts. For some, this might be their last meal. Brothers, remember, the grain in your mouths was squeezed from the people's rations. Our mission is to protect them. We must defend this base with our lives. The middle-aged guard, Captain Zheng Feng, admonished them gravely. Across all the survival bases on the Huadu land, the same scene played out. Countless guard units deployed machine guns, artillery tanks, drones, and fighter jets, wielding every advanced weapon to repel the aberrant tide. Wave after wave of beasts crashed against them. By a little past 4 in the afternoon, common level 9 aberrant beasts had become the main force, and invasive grade beasts began to appear. A wolverine emerged 100 meters from Su Yuan's base. Its fur was pure white, each strand glittering like a diamond. Bullets from the automatic machine gun sparked harmlessly off the wolverine's hide, unable to pierce its rock-hard pelt. With a thunderous roar, the wolverine, an invasive grade aberrant beast, summoned tens of thousands of wolves to follow it in a charge against the steel walls. Most wolves were mowed down by the automatic guns. A few fox wolves and snow wolves, using their fallen kin as stepping stones, leaped onto the steel walls. The 3-meter wolverine bounded with ease, leaping over 10 meters into the air, clearing the 8-meter wall and charging into the base. Perfect timing. Neo Dolly, Big Cat, kill them. Su Yuan commanded through the system. Roar, leave it to me. Big Cat, without transforming, sprang from the ground and pounced on the wolverine. Before the wolverine, like a mere chick before Big Cat, could even resist, Big Cat snapped its throat. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have slain an invasive grade aberrant beast and earned 100 survival points. No way, that's awesome. Su Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Master invasive grade gives 100 points, brutal grade gives 1 million, and lord grade gives 1 billion. Xiao Yu reminded him cheerfully. 1 billion. Su Yuan suddenly no longer feared lord-grade beasts. Instead, he eagerly anticipated their arrival. They were walking treasure troves of survival points. By a little past 5 in the afternoon, Su Yuan had killed 37 invasive-grade aberrant beasts, earning 370 survival points. Because the crops had been planted early, the second wave of grain was ripening. Su Yuan had instant noodle hurry to harvest while he checked the virtual market. Due to the aberrant beast tide, trading had slowed somewhat. There had been over 300 transactions, trading more than 600 kilograms of grain in exchange for over 1 million kilograms of supplies. Su Yuan recycled the supplies, obtaining 1 billion survival points. With the system rewards, his total survival points reached 51 billion. He could purchase a smart attack robot, but he chose to save all his survival points. Due to the beast tide and Shada, the wealthy had lost their appetite for chicken and duck, and the available poultry remained unsold. Thus, Su Yuan decided not to list his newly grown chickens and ducks, continuing to raise them in the fully automated coops. The intelligent attack robots like Neo Dolly could easily handle the beast tide. With no worries, Su Yuan picked up some corn and potatoes, heading to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Meanwhile, he constantly heard system notifications. Ding. Congratulations, host, for killing an invasion-level beast and receiving a reward of 100 survival points. It was unclear who among Neo Dolly and the others had made the kill, but the system credited it all to Su Yuan. He was the least burdened in the global fight against the beast tide. In the survival base of Middle, Locke was covered in blood, his gun long out of bullets, wielding a large machete as he struck at a wolf spider. With his immense strength, he cleaved the creature in half. Locke was panting heavily. Around him, various beasts with a bloodthirsty gaze were watching. After a night of slaughtering beasts, all the guards at the Midu survival base, numbering in the thousands, along with his friends who wandered with him, were dead. Locke was also starving, tearing a piece of wolf spider meat and chewing it raw. His appearance was even more terrifying than the beast's. Locke's body was undergoing continuous mutations. Such occurrences were happening at all survival bases on the land of Midu. After recycling the food, Su Yuan instructed Xiao Yu to list all the food in the virtual marketplace. The food in the virtual marketplace reached over 2 million kilograms, which might be enough for tonight's exchanges. After finishing dinner, Su Yuan donned his electronic helmet and continued to remotely control a multifunctional machine gun to fight the beasts. This feeling was more exhilarating than playing a game. He fought until after 10 at night, losing count of how many beasts he had killed. It wasn't until the bullets in the machine gun ran out that he finally stopped. Damn it, I'm exhausted. Su Yuan collapsed onto the sofa while still wearing the electronic helmet. Although it was night, the infrared camera could still clearly capture the appearance of the beasts. Dozens of invasion-level raging monkeys appeared. Their golden fur made them resemble scions from anime. The king monkey towered at 11 meters, a brutal level beast. Its fist the size of a cauldron smashed into the steel city wall, creating a large crater with a single blow. The multifunctional machine gun on the wall vibrated dangerously. Neodali approached, raised his laser sword, and swiftly cleaved the monkey king in half. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a brutal level beast and receiving a reward of 1 million survival points. However, 1 million survival points did not pique Su Yuan's interest. He wanted 1 billion survival points. Shortly after, Mouse Hero and Big Cat also killed their own brutal level beasts. By midnight, the beast tide gradually subsided. Su Yuan knew it was not over yet. The beast tide would last for 3 days. This was just the beginning, and the Lord-level beasts had yet to appear. Yawning, Su Yuan ordered Neodali and the other robots to take turns charging and crawled into bed to sleep. At this moment, only Su Yuan could sleep soundly. In the survival bases of Midufudu, Hongdu near the Arctic Circle, and Dongdu on the islands, everyone was desperately resisting the beasts. In the Huadu survival base, in a certain dormitory, a little girl finished half a bowl of porridge and handed the other half to the captain of the guard team, Zhengfeng. Daddy, drink up. Eat more so you can kill the beasts. When I grow up, I want to kill beasts too. In the Dongdu survival base, a group of warriors donned ordinary mechanical exoskeletons, expending their bullets before drawing out Eastern-style swords to fight against countless octopus beasts before them. Since all the survival bases on the land of Dongdu were built on islands with low elevation, many were buried underground, even below sea level, making their chances of encountering beasts several times higher than other survival bases. At least 1/3 of the private survival bases across the entire Dongdu land had been destroyed. The warriors fought desperately to protect a rich heir who had just escaped from a private survival base. The heir, named Tianzhong, had glowing blue eyes. Having taken the biological potion secretly developed by the Dongdu survival base, his body had mutated, endowing him with speed and strength far beyond ordinary people. As a warrior was entangled by the tentacles of an octopus, Tianzhong shouted Baka. He raised his handgun and shot at the octopus. With the full outbreak of the beast tide, survival bases worldwide brought out their secret weapons and vast amounts of biological potions. Meanwhile, Su Yuan was having a beautiful dream. Morning came, and Su Yuan reluctantly opened his eyes. Damn it, couldn't I get a little more sleep? After being single for 2 lifetimes, Su Yuan finally dreamed of a girlfriend just as she had finished her bath and was ready to take action. Suddenly, he woke up feeling incredibly uncomfortable. After washing up, Su Yuan was pleasantly surprised to discover that Neodali and the other robots had killed 103 brutal-level beasts and tens of thousands of invasion-level beasts during the night. He earned over 100 million survival points as a reward. In the virtual marketplace, trading continued to decline, with over 530 kilograms traded and more than 2500 transactions, resulting in over 7 million kilograms of exchanged goods. After recycling the supplies, he received over 700 million survival points. Including the rewards, his total survival points accumulated to 256 billion. The only bad news was that one of the automatic wind power generators had been destroyed. Electricity was a significant issue. Su Yuan wanted to acquire a nuclear power generator, but unfortunately, they were too expensive in the system marketplace. He hoped to find a second-hand or outdated one to upgrade and modify. After the beast tide passed, he planned to search for a nuclear power generator in the city ruins. The automatic wind power generator was installed on the top of the support pillars of the automatic dome and could not be brought into the automatic repair room for maintenance. Su Yuan felt it necessary to buy a smart maintenance robot. Not only could it be used to repair the automatic wind power generator, but it could also maintain intelligent robots like Neodali. Su Yuan opened the marketplace and searched for smart maintenance robots. Smart maintenance robot 1. 2 billion survival points, capable of repairing any intelligent machinery. Su Yuan successfully made the purchase, and a large-headed parrot appeared before him. Google Master, I am maintenance no. 1. The large-headed parrot was bigger than an Alaskan Malamute, affectionately rubbing its neck against Su Yuan's foot. From now on, you shall be called Gwazi. First, charge up, and once fully charged, go fix the automatic wind power generator. Google, okay, master. Gwazi nodded vigorously with its large head. Su Yuan opened the multifunctional computer to check the external situation. Over 1 million survival bases had already been destroyed, with more than 200 bases lost. The destroyed ones were all private or small company survival bases. Larger survival bases had guard teams and various advanced firearms and had not yet been destroyed. The internet was filled with posts requesting support. Nearly all survival bases were short on food, followed by medical supplies, and then various weapons and ammunition. The warning posts Su Yuan had previously issued had long sunk to the bottom and were no longer mentioned. Due to the tide of aberrant beasts, many ordinary people and wanderers had no chance to venture out for supplies, subsisting only on the meager rations provided by the survival base. A single bowl of porridge, however, left them with little strength to resist the beasts. Resisting the aberrant beast invasion depended on the guards. Consequently, every survival base reduced its rations. A bowl of porridge became half a bowl, and prioritized emptying their reserves to feed the guards. It was easy to foresee that after the beast tide, all survival bases would face famine. After finishing breakfast, Su Yuan remained hidden on the third underground floor, not venturing out. Through the surveillance cameras, he saw a light rain falling outside. The disaster warning device showed the temperature at around -10 degrees Celsius. He could still plant another batch of crops. Su Yuan sent Air Huang out to plant, while having Rat Hero protect him. As long as no Lord-tier aberrant beasts appeared, other beasts should be unable to breach the defenses of robots like Neo Dali, and the crops would not suffer losses. The morning was spent slaying aberrant beasts. Su Yuan attempted to remotely control the multifunctional tank, blasting several invasion-tier aberrant beasts to death. At noon, the crops ripened. After Instant Noodle harvested all the grains, Su Yuan placed over 9,000 kilograms of food into the virtual marketplace. By afternoon, the sky suddenly turned crimson, and Su Yuan did not let Air Huang plant a second wave of crops. He sensed that a Lord-tier aberrant beast was about to emerge. The ground across the globe began to tremble violently, as if struck by an earthquake of magnitude 4 or 5. Tens of thousands of meters from Su Yuan's survival base, the earth collapsed, splitting open into a deep, bottomless chasm. A 26-metal aberrant beast crawled out of the chasm. It resembled an ancient Tyrannosaurus rex, but was covered in gray-black scales. Every step it took shook the earth. Golden-backed Tyrannosaurus, Lord-tier aberrant beast, ferocious and bloodthirsty, possessing immense strength. Roar! Its bellow was deafening. The powerful sound waves could spread for 1,000 li around. All aberrant beasts, upon hearing its roar, converged toward it. Su Yuan, watching through the unmanned reconnaissance drone, was startled by the sight of the golden-backed Tyrannosaurus. Good heavens, so huge. One stomp, and it would crush the steel walls. Do I need to summon Ultraman? Su Yuan mocked himself. The golden-backed Tyrannosaurus was even fiercer than the monsters from the Ultraman anime. Su Yuan immediately ordered robots like Neo Dali to intercept it proactively. He left only Ben Sheep to guard the survival base. He had no desire to let the golden-backed Tyrannosaurus destroy his painstakingly upgraded steel walls. After transforming, Ben Sheep bore a laser cannon on its back and held a laser machine gun in each hand, its firepower formidable enough to fell even ferocious deer beasts with a few shots. Neo Dali and the other robots arrived before the golden-backed Tyrannosaurus. The beast surprisingly displayed a contemptuous expression, almost human-like. Neo Dali, undaunted, decisively transformed into a 15-meter-tall robot with 2 laser cannons on its back and fired unceremoniously at the golden-backed Tyrannosaurus. With a thunderous roar, the golden-backed Tyrannosaurus was blasted hundreds of meters away. Any other aberrant beast would have been reduced to ashes under the laser cannon. The golden-backed Tyrannosaurus, however, only lost a large patch of scales, emitting the smell of roasted meat. Su Yuan immediately ordered Rat Hero and other attack robots to swarm and gang up on the golden-backed Tyrannosaurus. Rat Hero and Lightning Rabbit transformed into intelligent attack robots, charging over to draw the beast's attention. Neo Dali and Big Cat flanked it, bombarding it with laser cannons. Rat Hero and Lightning Rabbit were not even as tall as the golden-backed Tyrannosaurus' lower leg. But one was clever, the other swift, and the beast simply could not catch them. Xiao Yu, what rank does the golden-backed Tyrannosaurus hold among Lord-tier aberrant beasts? Master Lord-tier aberrant beasts are judged by size. The larger, the more formidable. A powerful Lord-tier beast can reach 50 meters in height. This golden-backed Tyrannosaurus has no other abilities, it's just thick-skinned and hard to kill. Su Yuan then merely watched from the sidelines, letting Neo Dali and the other attack robots engage autonomously. The golden-backed Tyrannosaurus roared incessantly under the laser cannon barrage. Having crawled from the depths to the surface, expecting to enjoy life, it found itself under attack before it could even get its footing. Roar, roar, roar. It bellowed as if to say it wanted a fair fight. But Rat Hero and the other robots couldn't understand and paid it no heed. At first, Neo Dali and Rat Hero employed some strategy. Later, discovering the beast had no other tricks, they simply lined up and raked the golden-backed Tyrannosaurus with laser cannons and machine guns. Every time the golden-backed Tyrannosaurus struggled up, it was blasted down again by laser fire. Its immense strength was bottled up with no outlet. Roar, roar, roar. The beast roared madly. Su Yuan thought it was about to unleash its fury, but instead it turned and fled. The surface is too dangerous. I want to go back underground. Su Yuan had no intention of letting these 10 billion survival points slip away. He ordered Neo Dali, Rat Hero, and the other robots to block the golden-backed Tyrannosaurus retreat. After half an hour of struggle, the ill-fated beast finally collapsed, becoming the first Lord-tier aberrant beast slain by a human. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have killed a Lord-tier aberrant beast and received a reward of 1 billion survival points. Yeah. Su Yuan leaped up from the sofa in excitement. Other survival bases were not so fortunate. Midu base was the worst off, besieged by 3 Lord-tier beasts over 40 meters tall. The base was torn open with a massive gash. Countless aberrant beasts surged into Midu base like a tidal wave. They had no choice but to deploy a large number of missiles. Thousands of missiles rained down, striking ordinary people, wanderers, and guards alike without discrimination, sacrificing a few to save the many. Afterward, the high-ranking officials of Midu Base declared these people heroes and observed 3 minutes of silence in their honor. The same fate befell bases like Fendu, Dongdu, and Hongdu. Huadu Base fared better. As soon as the Lord-tier beast appeared before it could approach the base, it was met with a full-coverage bombardment. Many corporate or private survival bases lacking heavy weaponry could only be destroyed by Lord-tier aberrant beasts. Su Yuan's automatic wireless communicator received hundreds of distress signals, all from surrounding survival bases. Liang's survival base also came under attack from a Lord-tier aberrant beast. More than half the base was destroyed. Liang, Huzi, and others protected Li Changjiang and his family, preparing to flee. Each of them wore standard mechanical exoskeletons, brandishing machine guns, their bodies strapped with ammunition and grenades as they raked the beast, tied with intense fire. The Lord-tier aberrant beast attacking them was a 33-meter turtle golden wolf ape. It tore through the base's defensive layer with its sharp claws, grabbing humans and stuffing them into its mouth, crunching them like candy. Other aberrant beasts dared not approach the golden wolf ape. They skirted around it to attack ordinary people, and the air was filled with screams. Li Changjiang was a secret millionaire. When the great catastrophe struck, he poured all his wealth and resources into building a survival base, while also keeping an escape route ready: 2 fighter jets, 5 armored vehicles, and 2 tanks. However, none of these were enough to deal with the golden wolf ape. The 2 fighter jets were smashed to pieces by the golden wolf ape's massive claws before they could even take off. Liang and his men fought to protect Li Changjiang, barely managing to crawl into a tank. But no sooner had they driven a short distance from the survival base than the 3 armored vehicles following behind were destroyed by the monstrous beast. After Su Yuan killed the golden-backed Tyrannosaurus Rex and saw no other Lord-level mutant beasts nearby, he deployed an unmanned reconnaissance drone to survey the area. It revealed that the 5 surrounding survival bases were all under attack by Lord-level mutant beasts. Once these creatures destroyed the neighboring bases, his own survival base would undoubtedly be their next target. Su Yuan refused to sit idly by and wait for death. If all these Lord-level mutant beasts gathered together, Niodali and the others would surely be unable to withstand them. So Su Yuan ordered Niodali to take the initiative and strike at the weakest first. Niodali lunged at a 23-meter-tall tyrant wolf spider. The golden silk spun by this tyrant wolf spider was tougher than steel cables. Once entangled, there was no escape. Rat Hero had Lightning Rabbit lure the tyrant wolf spider closer to draw its fire, while Niodali and Big Cat attacked it from a distance with laser cannons. The tyrant wolf spider was not as resilient as the golden-backed Tyrannosaurus Rex. After a dozen or so thunderous blasts, it collapsed to the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a Lord-level mutant beast. You have been awarded 1 billion survival points. Su Yuan then directed the unmanned reconnaissance drone to guide Niodali and the others onward to continue hunting Lord-level mutant beasts. Su Yuan wanted to clear out all the surrounding Lord-level mutant beasts before nightfall. If they were besieged by such creatures after dark, his survival base would likely meet the same fate of destruction as the others. Su Yuan's survival points had accumulated to 33.6 billion. Of that, 2 billion came from hunting Lord-level mutant beasts. Su Yuan considered purchasing another intelligent combat robot. Stupid Sheep was struggling to guard the survival base alone. Su Yuan opened the system shop and searched for intelligent combat robots, once again opting for the strength type. A 3-meter-long spotted pig appeared before Su Yuan. Oink oink, master, I am Combat Unit 6. You shall be called Beiji. Find yourself a place to recharge, and then come relieve Stupid Sheep. Oink oink. Beiji wagged his tail and left. Su Yuan switched the camera view to check on the survival base. The surroundings were littered with the corpses of mutant beasts, while many more were furiously attacking the base. The machine guns on the city walls had long since run out of ammunition. The shells in the 8 tanks were also depleted. Although the automated weapon equipment room had produced more ammunition, Su Yuan dared not venture out to replenish it. Fortunately, killing ordinary mutant beasts was as easy as drinking water for Stupid Sheep. Even invasion-level and brutal-level beasts were merely a few laser cannon shots away from being dealt with. Seeing no trouble, Su Yuan switched the camera view again. Niodali and the others had just killed another violent fireball. Su Yuan received another 1 billion survival points. This violent fireball was not large, standing 21 meters tall, but it could breathe fire, which caught Su Yuan by surprise. However, Niodali and the other intelligent combat robots were forged from true gold. Flames of several hundred degrees had little effect on them. Then Niodali and his team killed 2 more Lord-level mutant beasts before finally heading to Liang's survival base to hunt the golden wolf ape. The golden wolf ape was the strongest among the 5 surrounding Lord-level mutant beasts. It walked upright, resembling a werewolf, yet it was 1,000 times more powerful, its bulging muscles harder than steel. By now, Liang and his men's tank had long since overturned, their fate unknown. Su Yuan didn't even notice the overturned tank. He only saw a werewolf as massive as a small hill sitting atop the ruins of Liang's survival base. Xiao Yu, how long will it take Neo Dali and the others to kill the golden wolf ape? Master, the golden wolf ape is even harder to kill than the golden-backed Tyrannosaurus rex. It will take at least an hour and a half. An hour and a half would mean nightfall, and Su Yuan didn't want to waste that much time. He decided to upgrade Neo Dali and Big Cat. He opened the system to check the survival points required to upgrade Neo Dali and Big Cat. Intelligent Combat Robot Level 1 Attack Type. Upgrade to Level 2 requires 1.8 billion survival points and 2 laser cannons. The upgrade turns them into a giant laser cannon capable of instantly killing brutal-level mutant beasts. Neo Dali and the others had previously killed 3 Lord-level mutant beasts, earning Su Yuan 3 billion survival points. Combined with the 1.86 billion he already had, it was more than enough for the upgrade. Su Yuan immediately upgraded Neo Dali and Big Cat to Level 2 Intelligent Combat Robots. Neo Dali and the others had previously killed 3 Lord-level mutant beasts, earning Su Yuan 3 billion survival points. Combined with the 1.86 billion he already had, it was more than enough for the upgrade. Su Yuan immediately upgraded Neo Dali and Big Cat to Level 2 Intelligent Moo, roar. Neo Dali and Big Cat bellowed in excitement, celebrating the joy of their upgrade. The previously disdainful golden wolf ape grew cautious, instinctively showing fear at the sight of the massive giant laser cannon on Neo Dali's back. It tried to flee, but Neo Dali and Big Cat fired a shot at it directly. With a thunderous roar, the pitch-black barrel of the giant laser cannon flashed with a light more dazzling than the sun. 2 beams of laser, each over 10 meters in diameter, shot forth from the backs of Neo Dali and Big Cat, striking the golden wolf ape. The golden wolf ape collapsed before it could escape. Oh! It writhed in agony on the ground, struggling to get up. Rat Hero and Lightning Rabbit finished it off with laser machine guns. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a Lord-level mutant beast. You have been awarded 1 billion survival points. Haha, finally cleared them all out. Su Yuan laughed with joy, ordering Neo Dali and the others to return to the survival base so he could sleep peacefully that night. Then Su Yuan opened the system. It was the 17th day of his life in the age of catastrophe, and he was eligible for a lottery draw. Su Yuan hoped to obtain Endurance Land. That was what he desired most at the moment. Having speed without endurance was like being a quick shooter. Su Yuan tapped the golden button. Lines of text flashed rapidly across the golden display frame. Nano Intelligent Robot Nuclear Generator Smart Flying Car Strength Land. Su Yuan stared intently at the golden display frame, and the text that finally settled was Endurance Land. Then the golden button dimmed, and the number 5 appeared beside it, indicating that Su Yuan would have to wait 5 days before he could draw again. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 Mu of Endurance Land. It has been issued to your backpack. Su Yuan immediately opened his backpack. Haha, awesome. It really is Endurance Land. Unable to contain his excitement, Su Yuan called for Air Huang and Beiji to escort him out of the multi-functional survival shelter. Wearing a defensive mechanical exoskeleton, Su Yuan, accompanied by Air Huang and Beiji, placed the Endurance Land next to the Speed Land. The soil of the Speed Land was red like rust. The soil of the Endurance plot was green, resembling the liquid oozing from a crushed caterpillar, looking somewhat nauseating like rotten mud. Su Yuan had Beiji guard him, and had Bin Yang move the corpse of the beast to Air Huang. Air Huang buried the beast's corpse in the Endurance plot. If all went well, by tomorrow morning Su Yuan would be able to eat the Endurance fruit. Su Yuan was somewhat looking forward to the taste of the Endurance fruit. Then Su Yuan had Beiji take Bin Yang's place to protect the survival base, and brought Bin Yang back to the multifunctional survival shelter to recharge and rest. The advantage of robots was that they never tired. However, Su Yuan was quite considerate, allowing Neo Dali and the others to take turns resting when they returned. To celebrate today's good luck, Su Yuan roasted a duck and stewed a chicken for dinner. The chicken stewed with corn had a sweet and refreshing taste, reminding him of his hometown. After the meal, wiping his mouth, Su Yuan checked the virtual marketplace. Today there had been over 3700 transactions, trading 6300 kilograms of grain and obtaining over 8.2 million resources in exchange. The virtual marketplace still had 9400 kilograms of grain remaining. Su Yuan noticed that although the trading volume had dropped significantly, transactions had never ceased. Many individual transactions had the shadow of survival bases behind them. The survival bases were willing to offer resources in exchange for grain to ensure their guards were well-fed and capable of fighting the beasts. After recycling the resources, Su Yuan obtained 820 million survival points. Combined with the system rewards, his total survival points accumulated to 3.45 billion. Then, unconcerned about the survival base being breached, he put on his electronic helmet and played a few rounds of wilderness survival. But at this moment, Su Yuan was the only person in the world in the mood to play games. People in survival bases across the globe were desperately fending off the beasts. Liang had been unconscious for a long time and finally woke up. The tank had been crushed by the golden wolf ape. Huzi, Li Changjiang, and others were dead. Liang was covered in blood. He shook his head, his heavy mind clearing slightly, and struggled for a long time to crawl out. Outside it was minus 30 degrees Celsius, but Liang felt no cold. He was ravenous, searching everywhere until he found a beast's corpse. He took out a knife, cut off a piece of raw meat, and put it into his mouth. Crunching loudly, Liang chewed the meat forcefully. He was so hungry, he just wanted to be full, caring nothing for taste. Li Changjiang had been a great benefactor to Liang. To save Li Changjiang while evacuating the survival base, he had taken a bioagent secretly developed by Midu, causing his body to mutate. Otherwise he would have frozen to death on such a cold night. After eating a few pieces of beast meat, Liang, wearing ordinary mechanical exoskeleton armor, ran towards the ruins of the survival base, hoping to find some tools to escape. This beast tide had caused more and more people like Liang whose bodies had mutated to appear. Su Yuan played a few games, and then crawled into bed to sleep. The next day Su Yuan woke up naturally. Although the beast tide had not yet ended, it no longer posed a threat to him. After breakfast, Su Yuan took the elevator to the ground floor, with Bin Bin Yang guarding him. He brought Xiao Yu Er Huang and Pao Mian before the endurance plot. Before them grew a lush patch of grass as tall as corn stalks. Each stalk bore a single green fruit, a total of 213 fruits. Su Yuan picked one endurance fruit and began to eat. It tasted like durian, but without the stench. Instead, it had a refreshing fragrance. After eating the endurance fruit, 5 or 6 minutes later, a warm current surged from his stomach throughout his body, bringing an indescribable comfort. Su Yuan then continued to eat a dozen more, crunching loudly. Su Yuan opened his attribute panel. Host Su Yuan: height 180, strength 7, normal person 10, endurance 22, normal person 10, speed 35, normal person 10, survival points 3. 45 billion. Feeling somewhat full, Su Yuan picked all the remaining endurance fruits and prepared to store them in the refrigerator. Since his strength was 7, his speed and endurance could not exceed 37. Su Yuan decided to eat a few more endurance fruits at noon to bring his endurance up to 35 as well. Then Su Yuan purchased seeds and growth accelerating potions, had Er Huang continue farming, and instructed Niu Dali and the others to protect the grain. The peaceful morning passed, and the harvested over 900 gene of grain was all listed in the virtual marketplace. In the afternoon, with nothing to do, Su Yuan had Mouse Knight load all 8 multifunctional tanks with shells and took out bullets from the automatic warehouse to load into the 201 machine guns. Sitting in the 3rd underground level, Su Yuan remotely controlled the machine guns and tanks to shoot the beasts. In the evening, Su Yuan also listed all 900 kilograms of grain harvested in the afternoon. After a day and a night, the original 940 kilograms of grain in the virtual marketplace had been exchanged for 930 kilograms, with over 40 transactions obtaining over 12 per million resources. Thus only the 181 million kilograms of grain harvested today remained in the virtual marketplace. After recycling the resources, Su Yuan obtained 124 billion survival points. Combined with the system rewards, his total survival points accumulated to 511 billion. Su Yuan had no immediate plans to upgrade, intending to wait until the beast tide was over. After dinner, he went online and discovered that the beast tide was far more brutal than what he had experienced. Because he had killed 6 Lord-level beasts, no more Lord-level beasts appeared in the surrounding area. The Midu survival base had been attacked by 3 waves of Lord-level beasts, with a third of the base destroyed. The Fudu survival base had also endured 2 waves. The Dongdu survival base suffered the most, hit by 5 waves of Lord-level beasts, and the entire island was on the verge of sinking into the sea. On the land of Dongdu, besides the Dongdu survival base, only 6 other survival bases remained. All others had been destroyed. To survive, all guards in Dongdu had taken bioagents. The bioagent was developed jointly by Midu and several other survival bases. Once used, a person would remain in a constant state of excitement, with strength multiplied by over a dozen times. However, after the drug's effect wore off, there was a mortality rate of over 50%. Those who survived either mutated or became disabled. The Dongdu survival base in its current state could no longer hold out, and was pleading for help everywhere. As an ally, the Midu survival base's response was every man for himself. The Fudu survival base expressed that it could not help. The Huadu survival base, out of humanitarian considerations, said, "Perseverance is victory." The Hongdu survival base offered to provide nuclear weapons to help the Dongdu survival base eliminate the Lord-level beasts. But the leadership of the Dongdu survival base dared not accept. Once detonated, the Dongdu survival base would perish together with the beasts. Su Yuan found that the number of survival bases worldwide, which had been over 1 million, had dropped to just over 740, with many on the brink of destruction. According to expert statistics, a total of 1832 Lord-level beasts had appeared globally. Only a small portion had been killed, while most of the remaining Lord-level beasts had begun to seek their own territories. Thus, many fortunate survival bases had not suffered attacks from Lord-level beasts. Humanity struggled through the Great Catastrophe era. To boost morale, the major survival bases released good news one after another. Huadu survival base announced the development of wheat seeds resistant to extreme temperatures, capable of growing normally at -10 degrees Celsius, with a growth cycle shortened by 5 days. Midu Survival Base announced the development of advanced biological agents to help humans adapt to harsher weather. Hongdu Survival Base declared a method to safely consume mutant beast meat. Though the truth remained uncertain, it gave people the will to live on. Various experts also stepped forward claiming that the mutant beast tide was about to pass, and that tomorrow would be better. Su Yuan yawned, finding the online chatter tedious, and crawled into bed to sleep. The next day dawned clear, with the temperature rising to 25 degrees Celsius. In the Great Catastrophe era, sudden temperature swings were normal. Lying in bed, Su Yuan checked the situation outside via his phone. Not a single mutant beast had breached the survival base. The beasts that appeared around the perimeter were all annihilated by intelligent robots like Neodali. The corpses of mutant beasts around the base had piled up like mountains. But Su Yuan had no fertile land to spare. Planting speed fruits and endurance fruits which he couldn't eat would be wasteful. He lingered in bed for a while, then got up, had breakfast, and headed to the surface with Xiao Yu and the others. The temperature was pleasant, perfect for farming. 2 harvests of grain in a day yielded over 1.8 million kilograms. Su Yuan put all the grain into the virtual marketplace. Yesterday, the marketplace had processed 5200 transactions, selling 1.06 million kilograms of grain and acquiring 13.64 million kilograms of supplies. Combined with today's 1.8 million kilograms, the total grain listed in the virtual marketplace reached 2.55 million kilograms. After recycling the supplies, Su Yuan had accumulated 6.996 billion survival points. By nightfall, the mutant beast tide gradually receded. Tanaka was fortunate enough to become the leader of the Warrior Alliance. Using his available resources, he consolidated the remaining 3 survival bases in the eastern lands. In Fudu, many gentlemen who had escaped from private survival bases gathered together, desperate for power after their Locke called himself the Shiro, and with his followers seized a private survival base as the Superpower Alliance's headquarters. Dongdu Survival Base could not be saved. The surviving guards, all mutated, formed the Warrior Alliance to rebuild the base. Tanaka was fortunate enough to become the leader of the Warrior Alliance. Using his available resources, he consolidated the remaining 3 survival bases in the eastern lands. In Fudu, many gentlemen who had escaped from private survival bases gathered together, desperate for power after their narrow escape from death. Secretly, they pooled all their resources to develop superior biological agents. They realized that only power could ensure survival. The leader of this research group was named Jack. Jack had already taken the biological agent. His body began to mutate. Unlike others, he grew fangs and became somewhat afraid of light, but his strength and speed were far greater. At Huadu Survival Base, Zheng Feng, though wearing a mechanical exoskeleton, was utterly exhausted. After clearing the last batch of mutant beasts, he leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. There was no sadness or luck in his eyes, only the relief that he had survived and fulfilled his promise to his daughter. He took a pill from his pocket and crunched it loudly. The pill was a natural medicine developed by Huadu Survival Base, a remedy that quickly restored stamina and had the effect of strengthening the body and nourishing the soul. Like other survival bases, Huadu was researching ways to accelerate human evolution to adapt to the current extreme environment. But Huadu's methods were gentler and more effective, rooted in ancient medical practices. Otherwise, even with mechanical exoskeletons, guards like Zheng Feng could not have withstood the relentless 3-day assault of the mutant beast tide. Dawn came, and everything turned for the better. As the disaster prediction machine had foretold, it was a fine day. After breakfast, Su Yuan activated the display screen of the disaster prediction machine and selected the forecast for the next 7 days. The screen flickered red, and a humming mechanical sound arose. Moments later, Su Yuan saw the outlook for the coming week. Day 1, no disasters within 100 miles, pleasant temperature. Day 2, no disasters within 100 miles, hot weather. Day 3, global magnetic field disturbance again. Day 4, solar flares, active temperature rising, solar radiation intensifying. Day 5, radiation rapidly increasing. Wear radiation suits before going outside. Day 6, solar flares weakening. Day 7, massive meteor shower approaching. Expect meteorite falls for several days. Do not go outside. Meteor shower. Su Yuan was stunned. Damn, is this nature trying to kill us all? He had no idea how large the meteorites would be. Small ones might not matter, but if they were big, it would be an apocalypse. Su Yuan immediately went online to search for news about the meteor shower. To his disappointment, there was no information at all. Almost everyone was celebrating the end of the mutant beast tide. After some thought, Su Yuan decided to issue a warning. He anonymously posted a notice about the impending meteor shower. If he could attract attention, he might get information, like whether the meteorites approaching Earth were large or small, and how many there were. His post was quickly boosted, and almost everyone was asking whether it was true. Half an hour later, experts from Midu Survival Base came forward stating that indeed hundreds of meteorites would pass near Earth, but based on their trajectory analysis, they would not collide with Earth. Su Yuan checked the official statement from Midu. He found that the largest meteorite had a diameter of over 100 meters, and the smallest was at least 500 meters. Damn, do they even want us to survive? Su Yuan didn't trust the experts. He only trusted the disaster prediction machine. With hundreds of meteorites, anyone could land on his head and destroy his survival base. He needed to upgrade his protective equipment, the Steel City Wall. After upgrading to level 9, the next step was the titanium alloy fortress. The fortress could extend thick titanium alloy walls from all sides enclosing the entire base, including the automatic dome. Su Yuan went to the surface, purchased seeds and growth accelerant potions, and had Er Huang continue farming. Pao Mian stood by obediently waiting to harvest the ripe grain. Su Yuan approached the Steel City Wall and checked its attributes. Steel City Wall Level 2. Height 12 m, thickness 4 m, alloy buried 4 m, deep exposed 8 m, 10 titanium alloy, can withstand aggressive level mutant beast impacts. Upgrade to Level 3, 30 million survival points, height 15 m, thickness 5 m, alloy buried 5 m, deep 15 titanium alloy. Upgrade. Upgrade again. Su Yuan directly upgraded the Steel City Wall to Level 9, spending 420 million survival points. Steel City Wall Level 9, height 33 m, thickness 11 m, buried 11 m, deep 35 titanium alloy. Upgrade to Titanium Alloy Fortress Level 11. 5 billion survival points, height 55 m, thickness 3 m, buried 22 m deep, can withstand brutal level mutant beast impacts. Upgrade. Su Yuan did not hesitate upgrading the Steel City Wall into a Titanium Alloy Fortress. The Titanium Alloy Fortress, like the Steel City Wall, encircled the perimeter of his 1100-acre survival base. From a distance, the Titanium Alloy Fortress appeared merely more dazzling and magnificent than its predecessor, as titanium alloy closely resembled stainless steel and reflected sunlight more readily. However, once the Titanium Alloy Fortress deployed, titanium alloy plates resembling petals would extend from the surrounding walls. These plates would rise into the sky, enveloping the automatic dome to form an airtight flower bud. The drawback was that aberrant beasts could still burrow underground into the survival base. Moreover, once the Titanium Alloy Fortress closed, the automatic wind turbines on the dome could no longer generate electricity. If the meteor shower persisted for several days, the survival base might face a blackout. Once the power went out, robots like Neodali would be unable to protect the survival base. Er Huang and Pao Mian could not cultivate or harvest grain either. Electrical energy was paramount. Su Yuan desired a superior nuclear generator, but such generators were exorbitantly expensive. Subsequently, Su Yuan examined his harvest. Transactions on the virtual mall were gradually recovering, with over 330 trades, 650 kilograms of grain exchanged, and more than 7.6 million kilograms of supplies acquired. After recycling the supplies and adding system rewards, he obtained 10.9 billion survival points. After deducting the points spent on upgrades, Su Yuan had accumulated 6.1 billion survival points. The virtual mall still had over 1.9 million kilograms of grain remaining. The grain supply was ample, seemingly sufficient for the day's transactions. However, there was no space to store the newly harvested grain, and directly recycling it would be uneconomical. Thus, after lunch, Su Yuan took 1.0 kilograms from the over 9.0 kilograms of grain freshly harvested by Pao Mian and placed it in the automated warehouse as reserves, listing the remaining 8.0 kilograms on the virtual mall. In the afternoon, he had Er Huang continue cultivation. He also handed over 8.000 kilograms of reparable and modifiable equipment to Guazi. Guazi dismantled the usable parts from these items and repair them into functional equipment. Cuckoo Master, no problem. These ordinary devices I can finish in 2 or 3 days. Guazi called out, shaking his large head. Su Yuan glanced over the equipment, which included several tank engines, a few water purification units, central air conditioning core components, transformers, and some machine tools. He instructed Guazi to modify a combat vehicle for his travels, create a water purification system with enhanced water storage, upgrade the power storage equipment with improved transformation capabilities, and overhaul the air ventilation and circulation systems. Su Yuan believed it essential to ensure he could breathe fresh air and drink clean water during the meteor shower. With more robots under his command, the demand for electricity grew. However, robot recharging was concentrated at night. The 2 automatic wind turbines generated power every moment, and any electricity produced during the day would go to waste if unused. Only by upgrading the power storage function to reserve more electrical energy could waste be avoided. This would also ensure stable power supply when robots recharged at night. Simultaneously, Su Yuan was preparing for a nuclear generator, which required more robust transformation and storage equipment. Su Yuan aimed to complete all preparations before the meteor shower. He clicked on the system mall and searched for nuclear generators. A standard nuclear generator cost 20 billion survival points. A multifunctional nuclear generator cost 65 billion survival points. An automatic nuclear generator cost 100 billion survival points. Damn, this is too expensive. Su Yuan also discovered that owning a nuclear generator alone was insufficient. He needed to purchase nuclear fuel along with power control equipment and systems. All of this required a substantial amount of survival points. Su Yuan needed vast supplies to exchange for points. Relying solely on grain cultivation was insufficient. He thought of the city ruins and the 5 destroyed survival bases nearby. Those survival bases likely still held considerable supplies and equipment. Su Yuan decided to take a chance. Before leaving the base, he made thorough preparations. He used reconnaissance drones to survey the distribution of nearby aberrant beasts and upgraded his standard defensive mechanical exoskeleton. Standard defensive mechanical exoskeleton upgrade to multifunctional defensive mechanical exoskeleton, 80 million survival points, titanium alloy structure, electric drive, providing 300 kilograms of strength and a speed of 100 miles per hour. Upgrade. Multifunctional defensive mechanical exoskeleton upgrade to automatic auxiliary mech, 300 million survival points. Continue upgrading. Automatic auxiliary mech level 1, electric drive, providing 300 kilograms of strength and a speed of 120 miles per hour. Contains 10 vibranium capable of withstanding impacts from ferocious level aberrant beasts. Upgrade to automatic auxiliary mech level 2, 500 million survival points, electric drive, providing 400 kilograms of strength and a speed of 150 miles per hour. Contains 15 vibranium capable of withstanding violent impacts from ferocious level aberrant beasts. Su Yuan directly upgraded the mechanical exoskeleton to an automatic auxiliary mech. After confirming there were no Lord-level aberrant beasts nearby, he took a laser gun-mounted Big Cat and led Niu Dali and others out of the survival base for the first time. Ben Yang and Ba Jia were left behind to guard the base. Xiao Yu also remained to oversee the base's normal operations. Su Yuan rode on Big Cat in the middle with Niu Dali ahead, and Lao Shu Xia and Shan Dian two behind. All aberrant beasts within tens of thousands of meters were under the surveillance of the automatic reconnaissance drones overhead. Su Yuan's first target was the ruins of a survival base to the northeast. His automatic auxiliary mech featured constant temperature and humidity control. Even with the mech's protective visor, he could breathe fresh outside air without discomfort. Excitedly, he said, "Big Cat, run faster." Roar. Big Cat let out a cry and darted forward in an instant. Big Cat could not only run, but also fly. All intelligent combat robots were capable of trifibious operations. Wow, haha, awesome. Su Yuan shouted excitedly, finding riding Big Cat far more exhilarating than driving a sports car. Before he could fully enjoy the ride, Su Yuan arrived at the ruins of a survival base. He then ordered Niu Dali and the others to salvage all recyclable materials from the ruins, including steel machinery, cotton cloth, and rubber. Niu Dali transformed into an intelligent combat robot, extending his massive mechanical arms to easily dig out 2 severely damaged machine tools from the debris. Su Yuan directly used the system's recycling function to recycle the machine tools. Recycle. Ding, congratulations, host. Recycled 200 kilograms of supplies, obtaining 2 million survival points. Just as the recycling finished, Big Cat dug out several scrapped large trucks and placed them before Su Yuan. Su Yuan only needed to continuously recycle, and recycle again to gain an endless stream of survival points. Although this private base was not large, it contained a considerable amount of supplies exceeding 30 million kilograms. Su Yuan instructed Niu Dali and the others to dig out all the easily retrievable supplies, abandoning those that were too troublesome to extract, unwilling to waste more time. In less than an hour, Su Yuan recovered 23.7 million kilograms of supplies, earning 2.3 billion survival points. The survival points he had accumulated reached 7.52 billion. Damn, freebies sure bringing quick cash. One more survival base dug up, and he'll have 10 billion survival points. Su Yuan then rode the Great Cat toward the next ruined survival base. Although Su Yuan had previously instructed Niu Dali and the others to eliminate the several Lord-tier aberrant beasts in the vicinity, these private survival bases still couldn't withstand the onslaught of the aberrant beast tide. Many people perished within the bases, with only a fortunate few escaping to other survival bases. The second private survival base was larger, and Su Yuan gained 3 billion survival points. From the third base, he earned 2.7 billion survival points. At the fourth base, Su Yuan encountered an old acquaintance, Liang. Liang had been lucky enough to survive and had met a few other fortunate souls in this base. There were 5 or 6 of them in total, all having undergone physical mutations. Their strength increased, and their bodies had become more adapted to the harsh environment. From the outside, the survival base still appeared as ruins, but a small area remained habitable for the time being. Liang and the others had obtained some aberrant beast carcasses and were eating the meat when they felt the ground shake, thinking it was an earthquake. In reality, it was Niu Dali digging through the ruins for equipment. Liang and his group rushed out, stunned at the sight of Niu Dali and the other robots. Su Yuan was also taken aback. Damn, there are still survivors. Though Su Yuan was clad in an auto-assisted exoskeleton, Liang recognized his voice and said hesitantly, "Friend, is that you? Bro, how did you end up like this?" Su Yuan and Liang had exchanged supplies once before, having met briefly. Liang smiled bitterly. "Just surviving is already a stroke of luck. I advise you all to head to Huadu survival base immediately. There will be another major catastrophe in a few days." Although Su Yuan sympathized with Liang and his group, they weren't familiar enough for him to rashly bring them back to his own base. Liang nodded. Friend, feel free to dig up whatever supplies you want here. Could you spare us some food? Liang and his team had already repaired an armored vehicle and planned to gather some food before heading to another survival base. Su Yuan had no food to spare at the moment, so he had Niu Dali dig out a device allowing Liang and the others to trade supplies for food in the virtual mall themselves. After obtaining food, Liang and his group drove away in the armored vehicle. Once Liang left, Su Yuan continued to have Niu Dali and the others dig for supplies. The ruins of this private survival base were larger than the previous ones, and Su Yuan recovered 3 billion survival points. There was one last base, the one Liang had originally lived in, still untouched. Since it was nearly dark, Su Yuan planned to return the next day. After finishing the base, he also intended to dig through the city ruins, hoping to accumulate enough survival points before the meteor shower struck. Riding the great cat, Su Yuan returned to his survival base in just over 10 minutes. Everything was normal at the base. Guazi had already modified a battle vehicle, equipping it with a tank engine and mounting 2 machine guns. Guazi had installed everything he could find onto it. Su Yuan was fairly satisfied, but he had no intention of driving it anytime soon. Even if he did, he would first upgrade it through the system and equip it with laser cannons and full armaments before taking it out. Afterwards, Su Yuan checked the trading activity in the virtual mall. Today there had been over 6,100 transactions, trading 1.43 million kilograms of food for 17.3 million kilograms of supplies. Since all survival bases were short on both food and supplies, the number of transactions was slowly increasing. To reduce their burdens, various bases also encouraged ordinary people and wanderers to find scrap supplies in exchange for food. After recycling the virtual mall supplies and adding the system rewards, Su Yuan obtained a total of 2.33 billion survival points. Thus, the survival points in his hands reached 15 billion. Finally, Su Yuan listed the 9.0 kilograms of food he had harvested that afternoon. This brought the food supply in the virtual mall to 17 million kilograms. After dinner, Su Yuan went online to check the news. The first thing he saw was Locke's post: people need to evolve, bravely face challenges, and stop eking out a miserable existence in the cages of survival bases. Come out and embrace freedom. Evolve, evolve. Become us, the superhumans. Become the new humanity. Become the future rulers of Blue Star. Su Yuan noticed that Locke's post was extremely popular, having been pushed to the top. Freedom had always been what people in bases like Midu and Fudu pursued. This made superhumans like Locke stars in their eyes. The Midu survival base not only refrained from stopping this, but actively responded, encouraging people to use more biological agents. Ordinary people and wanderers, however, had to work constantly and gather supplies to obtain these agents. The gentlemen of Fudu also used public opinion to push more people to use biological agents, thereby experimenting to create even better ones. Hongdu directly supplied aberrant beast meat, allowing adults to purchase and consume it. If they survived, they could gradually increase the portions. Wada's ARC project surfaced, concentrating all efforts and unleashing the power of infrastructure mania to build 12 mobile arcs across the Huadu region. According to online information, Su Yuan learned that these arcs were nuclear-powered, capable of submerging into the sea, traveling on land, and in the future, even flying through the skies or venturing into the stars. Damn, isn't that just a mobile survival base? Su Yuan exclaimed. He then examined the ARC blueprints circulating online. Inside the ARC, half the space was allocated for growing food, while the remaining area was divided into storage, production, and defense zones, leaving less than a tenth for people to live in freely. Indeed, disaster fosters growth. Su Yuan mused. He felt that the future direction for his own survival base should also be mobile. Afterwards, Su Yuan played some games before crawling into bed to sleep. The next morning, the temperature began to rise. After breakfast, Su Yuan instructed Guazi to continue repairing and modifying equipment. Air purification devices, water purifiers, water storage tanks, and so on, all of which needed to be sped up. Xiaoyu remained at the base, managing everything for Su Yuan. Su Yuan rode the great cat out, urging it to run at full speed. Roar! The great cat bellowed and lunged forward with a sudden burst, the rushing wind scraping past Su Yuan like bullets. All the force was absorbed by the auto-assisted exoskeleton, leaving Su Yuan completely unbothered. Moments later, Su Yuan arrived at the base where Liang had previously lived, the most severely damaged of all. The golden wolf ape had nearly overturned the entire survival base. Su Yuan ordered Niu Dali and the others to collect supplies. The intelligent attack robot not only possessed formidable offensive capabilities, but also rapidly gathered resources. Lao Shuxia directly led Su Yuan to a vast expanse of rubble covered in abandoned machinery. No digging required, just direct recycling. Su Yuan opened the system and silently recited the command to recycle. In an instant, the vast pile of materials vanished before his eyes. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have recycled 14 million kilograms of materials and earned 114 million survival points. The feeling of picking up money is just amazing. Su Yuan chuckled, patting Lao Shuxia. Half an hour later, most of the base's supplies had been cleared by Su Yuan. He garnered 3.7 billion survival points. Then he hastened toward the ruined city. Su Yuan ordered the unmanned reconnaissance drone to automatically scour the city ruins for the areas with the highest concentration of materials. The drone quickly identified the industrial zone as the most resource-rich area. After a 20-minute journey, Su Yuan arrived at the industrial district of the city ruins. He began recycling from the automobile manufacturing plant. Neo Dali and Damao transformed into gigantic robots, their massive bodies tearing apart useless concrete rubble to reveal machine tools, car parts, engines, and even finished vehicles that had never left the factory, all battered but still recyclable. Recycle, recycle, recycle it all, Su Yuan shouted in exhilaration. The buried materials were all survival points, more valuable than money. After clearing the car factory ruins, they moved on to the hardware machinery factory, the air conditioner manufacturing plant, and other major material hubs. Before long, midday arrived, and his stomach growled with hunger. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have survived 20 days in the Great Cataclysm era and received a reward of 100 survival points. The system notification reminded Su Yuan it was time to head back for lunch. Checking his gains, he nearly leaped with joy. Wow, 1 billion survival points. This is faster than picking up money. Su Yuan whistled in delight. Roar! Damao roared with excitement. Neo Dali, Lao Shuxia, and Shandian too joined in the clamor. Su Yuan rode Damao back to the base. His survival points had now accumulated to 28.95 billion, enough to purchase a nuclear power generator. After a dozen minutes back at the base, Su Yuan prepared a meal, roasting a few ears of corn and potatoes and making a spicy chicken dish. After eating his fill, Su Yuan went above ground. At noon, the outdoor temperature soared to 53 degrees Celsius, growing ever hotter. Inside the automatic dome, the temperature remained around 32 degrees, but still bearable. Pao Mian ran up to Su Yuan and rubbed against his feet. Meow meow. Su Yuan knew it was time to list the morning's harvested grain. He crouched down, stroked Pao Mian's back, and put all 9.0 kilograms of grain up for sale in the virtual mall. Then he stood up, opened the system, and purchased the nuclear power generator. The purchase was successful. With a thunderous rumble, the ground trembled as a colossal nuclear generator materialized before Su Yuan. Standard nuclear generator generates 5000 kilowatt-hours per hour. As long as sufficient nuclear fuel was available, it could operate continuously in a sealed environment unaffected by external conditions, unlike the automatic wind turbine. With the generator, he also needed to purchase power control equipment and systems and upgrade the storage and transformation systems. Su Yuan searched for nuclear power control equipment and systems. A standard nuclear power control system cost 3 billion survival points. A semi-automatic system cost 5 billion, and a fully automatic one cost 8 billion. Doesn't seem too expensive, I can afford it. Su Yuan directly purchased a fully automatic nuclear power control system and had Guazi assemble it. Goo goo. Guazi chirped twice, transformed into a Tomatertal intelligent repair robot, and began assembling the nuclear power station. Guazi's memory chip stored knowledge of various mechanical equipment and high-tech systems. Its arms could morph into screwdrivers and welding clamps, allowing it to intelligently disassemble and assemble any machinery. In short, whatever Su Yuan couldn't do, Guazi could. While Guazi worked on the power station, Su Yuan descended to the basement level 2. The equipment floor. Here lay the water circulation control room, air circulation control room, sewage treatment room, battery room, and power supply control room. After Guazi's modifications, a transformer room, air purification equipment room, and water purification equipment room had been added. However, they were all retrofitted from old discarded equipment. Su Yuan then spent survival points to upgrade every piece of equipment. They were upgraded to fully automatic water circulation control, air circulation control, sewage treatment, battery storage, power supply control, transformer, air purification, and water purification rooms. Additionally, he purchased a 200-liter water tank and upgraded all wiring and piping. The total cost was 830 million survival points. In an instant, Su Yuan had only 120 million points left. Ding. Detected that the multifunctional survival shelter meets the upgrade conditions. Would you like to upgrade? Su Yuan hadn't expected such an unexpected bonus. Delighted, he said, upgrade. Ding. Congratulations, host. Upgrade successful. Multifunctional survival shelter level 3, area 150 square meters, wall thickness 3 meters of titanium alloy, auto titanium alloy door, 3 tons, features resistant to cold currents, earthquakes, lava, and can withstand attacks from ordinary mutant beasts. To upgrade to level 4. Need 500 million survival points. Su Yuan noticed the shelter now had 5 floors, each with a height of 3 meters and an area of 300 square meters. 1 floor above ground, 4 floors below, buried 16 meters deep. After the upgrade, Su Yuan could rearrange the layout. The dormitory remained on the 4th basement level. The 3rd basement level housed the water and air equipment. The fully automatic water circulation, air circulation, sewage treatment, air purification, and water purification rooms. The second basement level became the power equipment floor, containing the fully automatic battery room, power supply control room, transformer room, and a dedicated charging room for robots. The water tank was placed on the roof of the shelter. The first basement level and the ground floor remained unchanged. After finishing these tasks, Su Yuan returned to the surface. Before him stretched a vast expanse of green corn seedlings. After Er Huang finished plowing, he lay on the ground, with Pao Mian waiting for the crops to ripen. Su Yuan walked over to the nuclear power station, where Guazi was busy working. The assembled nuclear station occupied over 20 mu and stood as a cylindrical building 30 meters tall. Another half hour later the station was fully assembled. Gugu. Guazi shook its head and excitedly ran to Su Yuan. Guazi, you've worked hard. It's a pity you can't eat. If you could, I'd reward you with a basket of sunflower seeds. Gugu, Master Guazi doesn't need to eat. You just charging is enough. Guazi rubbed its large head against Su Yuan's body. Ding. Detected nuclear power equipment. The survival base meets the upgrade conditions. Ding. The host must choose an upgrade direction. Option 1. A mobile survival base requires a large ion thruster. Option 2. A stationary survival base can be upgraded directly. A mobile survival base. Su Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Wasn't this precisely what he desired? Without hesitation, he selected the mobile survival base. Immediately after, he excitedly searched the system mall for a large ion thruster. A standard large ion thruster costs 60 billion survival points. A semi-automatic large ion thruster cost 120 billion survival points. A fully automatic large ion thruster costs 240 billion survival points. Holy crap, that's even more expensive than a nuclear generator. Regardless of the cost, Su Yuan was determined to save up survival points to purchase one. He only had 2 billion survival points left. There were still 17 million kilograms of supplies listed in the virtual mall. Reaching 60 billion survival points seemed utterly unattainable. Damn it, I'll have to work my ass off to recycle supplies from now on. Glancing at the sun in the sky, he estimated there were still over 3 hours until nightfall. Su Yuan decided to head back to the city ruins to recycle more supplies. Once he recycled most of the materials in this ruined city, he should be able to scrape together 60 billion survival points. Donning his auto-assist exoskeleton, Su Yuan rode the Great Cat and led Neo Dali and the others towards the city ruins. The temperature outside had already soared to 60 degrees Celsius. The ground was cracked with web-like fissures, and eggs could be fried on the bare surfaces of exposed rocks. Wearing the auto-assist exoskeleton, Su Yuan felt no discomfort whatsoever. Upon arriving at the city ruins, Neo Dali, the Great Cat, and Ratman all sprang into action searching for supplies. The lightning rabbit, even after transforming, was not large and wasn't suited for carrying things. Su Yuan had it guard him to prevent any mutant beasts from launching a sneak attack. After that, Su Yuan did only one thing: recycle, and recycle again. His survival points steadily climbed. An unmanned reconnaissance drone located a large steel mill. Su Yuan led Neo Dali and the others there, discovering mountains of steel and ore. Su Yuan laughed with excitement. Just from recycling the finished steel that hadn't been sold, yet he earned over 6 billion survival points. This didn't even include the mill's equipment and ore. For the rest of the time, Su Yuan eagerly recycled supplies. This place was practically overflowing with survival points piled up like mountains. After 3.5 hours, the sun had set, leaving only a faint afterglow. Su Yuan reluctantly stopped. We'll come back tomorrow. We must strip this city ruins bare. Su Yuan's haul in these 3 hours was several times greater than before. It seemed Neo Dali and the others had gained experience scavenging in the ruins, becoming faster at it. Su Yuan had earned over 11 billion survival points. Had gotten hoarse just from shouting the word recycle so much. But he was very happy and found it exhilarating. When he returned to the survival base, night had completely fallen. Xiaoyu, following Su Yuan's instructions, had set aside some fresh grain and vegetables for him to make dinner. The remaining 9.00 kilograms of grain were all listed in the virtual mall. This brought the total grain in the virtual mall to 3.07 million kilograms. Su Yuan had Neo Dali and the others take turns charging, leaving at least 2 intelligent attack robots to guard the survival base at all times. He went into the kitchen himself to prepare dinner. Su Yuan felt he really needed to buy a domestic service robot specifically to cook and clean for him. But thinking about having to save up survival points for the thruster, he held back. Head by one when he had more survival points than he could spend. After dinner, Su Yuan checked the sales figures in the virtual mall. There had been another 4.30 transactions, exchanging 7.60 kilograms of grain for 9.1 million kilograms of supplies. After recycling those supplies and adding the system rewards, he gained 1.67 billion survival points. Thus, Su Yuan's total survival points accumulated to 12.79 billion. Tomorrow the global magnetic field would be in chaos, but to Su Yuan that wasn't a major disaster. He could still go out. To quickly amass a huge number of survival points, he had to rely on recycling supplies and trading grain, or else develop a new system function. Su Yuan had no inspiration yet. He turned on the computer to see if online information could stimulate some new ideas. First, he looked up the warning post he had made last time. The warning about the meteor shower had long been buried under posts full of explanations from various experts. The Midu survival base brought out 5 top astronomy experts who presented hundreds of data points Su Yuan couldn't understand, explaining that these meteors drifting in space would only brush past blue star, not impact it. Holy crap, they really think talking more makes them right, Su Yuan complained. Each expert produced tens of thousands of words in reports with examples. Below them, a crowd of ordinary people who understood nothing gave their fervent support, trusting the experts' words. Besides, Midu experts from the Fudu survival base also came out to grab some attention. They stated that even if a few meteors did hit Blue Star, it wouldn't cause any major impact. In reality, meteors struck Blue Star almost every day, but they were too small to attract any attention, burning up completely before they even hit the ground. The Hongdu base even declared there was absolutely nothing to worry about. Even if a meteor threatened humanity, they could simply use nuclear weapons to destroy it. As a result, everyone shifted their focus to the future development of mankind. Ordinary people were mainly concerned with survival issues, hoping just to have enough to eat and not starve. However, the major survival bases were divided on the direction of future development. Almost all major bases like Midu, Fudu, and Hongdu advocated for rapid self-evolution, claiming the survival bases were only temporary shelters. Huadu advocated a people-first approach, building arcs to allow humans to reshape the environment. Both sides seemed to have their own logic. People on the internet were also locked in heated arguments. Su Yuan couldn't say who was right or wrong, so he continued browsing. He noticed that the demand for food was growing, and more people in bases like Midu were complaining that the virtual mall's pricing was unfair. However, some commenters noted that the prices for trading food in private deals were even higher than in the virtual mall. Moreover, there was a huge demand for bartering goods. People didn't just need food, they also needed daily necessities like clothes, shoes, toothpaste, and various tools. Su Yuan's eyes lit up. Damn, I can get in on this business too. He clicked on the system and pressed the development button. The system prompted the host can develop new system functions. Please try to conceptualize new functions. Each attempt costs 10 million survival points. Once the concept is approved by the system, it will automatically upgrade and configure the new function. Using the newly developed function will cost 200 million survival points. Damn, it's not free this time. Su Yuan closed his eyes and began to conceptualize. This time, he wasn't thinking blindly. Based on the virtual mall, he started to imagine a shop function. He wanted to develop an additional shop function within the virtual mall where everyone could sell their surplus supplies in exchange for the goods they needed. First attempt failed. Second attempt failed again. The system didn't approve. Third attempt failed. 11th attempt failed. 12th attempt succeeded. Ding. Congratulations, host, for developing the shop function. Using the shop function costs 200 million survival points. Su Yuan directly activated the shop function. A chime sounded indicating the shop function was ready. The host could click to view and utilize it. He opened the survival base system and saw the main menu had transformed into base, mall, trade shop, recycle, experiment, development, lottery, backpack, and so on. He clicked on the shop. Instantly, a dialog box for shop settings popped up. Su Yuan could configure the shop's size, transaction, weight, types of trade goods, exchange ratios, and more. Simultaneously, the system would automatically determine the commission percentage based on the shop size or the monthly rent required to be paid to the system. Su Yuan began setting up. For a small shop, it allowed listing one item with a total listed weight not exceeding 100 kilograms. The system would deduct 1/10th of the transaction amount as rent each time, or a monthly rent of 100 kilograms of supplies could be paid. For a medium shop, it allowed listing 3 items with a total listed weight not exceeding 100 kilograms. The system would deduct 2/10ths of the transaction amount as rent each time, or a monthly rent of 30 kilograms of supplies could be paid. For a large shop, it allowed listing 5 items with a total listed weight not exceeding 500 kilograms. The system would deduct 3/10ths of the transaction amount as rent each time, or a monthly rent of 50 kilograms of supplies could be paid. For an extra large shop, for transactions occurring within the shop, the system would deduct supplies or rent from the shop user, while Su Yuan would receive system rewards. Each time a transaction occurred, Su Yuan would receive a reward of 100 survival points. As the shop manager, Su Yuan had the authority to block any user's access to the shop and confiscate any listed supplies. Moreover, for special items, he held the priority right to exchange or purchase them. Any listing of special materials, such as high-quality metals or rare minerals, required Su Yuan's review and approval. If he encountered a special material he needed, he could directly exchange for it. Unlike the virtual mall, the shop could be leased not only by individuals, but also by organizations or survival bases. After Su Yuan finished setting up, all those who had used the virtual mall received a system notification that they could independently lease and use the shop. 1 minute after activation, Shalibi from Shadu leased an extra-large shop intending to sell petroleum in exchange for various daily necessities, such as clothing, toothbrushes, and toothpaste. However, Su Yuan had set a maximum exchange weight of 100 kilograms per transaction. This batch of petroleum from Shalibi would require at least several hundred exchanges. 10 minutes after activation, major survival bases had all leased extra-large shops. Half an hour after activation, the number of shops reached 500 and the transaction count exceeded 2000. Su Yuan hoped the trading would quickly become brisk, allowing him to earn more system rewards. Subsequently, Su Yuan played some games for a while before crawling into bed to sleep. Perhaps because he was too tired from recycling supplies during the day, Su Yuan slept soundly. The next day, upon opening his eyes, he checked the shop's transaction status. The number of shops had increased to over 310 with a total of over 110 transactions, earning him 100 million survival points. The transaction count was skyrocketing, yet none of the traded items included food. This was because aside from Su Yuan, everyone else was short of food. This did not affect the virtual mall's trading activities at all. Su Yuan then checked the virtual mall. Last night, there were over 8300 transactions trading more than 15900 kilograms of food and acquiring over 18900 kilograms of supplies in exchange. After recycling the supplies and adding system rewards, Su Yuan obtained a total of 272 billion survival points. The virtual mall still had 8200 kilograms of food listed. Thus, after deducting the cost of developing the shop function, Su Yuan's survival points accumulated to 1363 billion. After breakfast, he left the survival base in Xiao Yu's care and led robots like Neo Dali toward the city ruins. Drawing from yesterday's experience, Su Yuan directly had the autonomous reconnaissance drones search for the most resource-rich areas in the city ruins. Industrial zones were the top priority, followed by large retail venues such as hardware and building materials, wholesale markets, and car dealerships. Riding the big cat, Su Yuan arrived at yesterday's industrial zone, where a large area remained unexcavated. Soon Neo Dali and the others uncovered another bearing factory with various large machine tools, raw materials, and finished bearings, enough to keep Su Yuan busy recycling for a while. The morning passed quickly. Su Yuan earned 3 billion survival points from recycling. At noon, Su Yuan did not return to the survival base. He had brought lunch before coming and spent 100 survival points in the system mall to purchase a thermal container. He planned to eat amid the city ruins. Su Yuan had the big cat lie down, place the food on its back, 2 grilled chicken legs, 2 grilled corn cobs, and a serving of spinach soup. As he ate, the system's prompt sounded in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surviving 22 days in the Great Cataclysm era, rewarded with 100 survival points. Damn, I forgot I could draw today. Su Yuan opened the lottery system while eating. He clicked the golden button and lines of text flashed through the golden display box. Intelligent large ion thruster, intelligent life, robot, fertile land, gravity balance system. Damn, I want all of these. Give me one of each. Su Yuan stared excitedly at the golden display box. The text that finally settled was intelligent life robot. Wasn't this exactly what he wanted? Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an intelligent life robot, which has been issued to your backpack. Su Yuan opened his backpack and retrieved the intelligent life robot. A white fox appeared before him. Squeak, squeak, master, I am Life One, here to provide you with the finest and healthiest life guarantee. The white fox wagged its tail, rubbing against Su Yuan's feet like a husky. They'll call you to buy. From now on, you will give me a menu every week, and he'll pick what to eat each day from it. Su Yuan said with a happy laugh. Squeak, squeak, okay, master. Dabai nodded. After finishing lunch, Su Yuan felt a strange sensation, restlessness and discomfort in his heart. This was due to the global magnetic field changes, which caused corresponding alterations in the frequency of Su Yuan's heartbeat and the transmission rate of neural signals in his brain. When the body failed to adapt to these subtle shifts, discomfort ensued. Su Yuan urged Neo Dali and the others to speed up. If the situation worsened tomorrow, he would not be able to venture out. Neo Dali and the other intelligent attack robots tirelessly excavated the ruins, digging out recyclable materials and placing them before Su Yuan. They cleared the ruins of one factory after another in the industrial zone. Not until the sun had completely set and darkness was imminent did Su Yuan call for Neo Dali and the others to stop. Su Yuan then checked the day's earnings. Combined with the morning's 3 billion survival points, the total came to 21.7 billion survival points. Wow, I hit the jackpot today. Su Yuan happily rode the big cat back. Dabai, being a life-type robot, could not run or fly. Su Yuan had Neo Dali carry it back to the survival base. Inside the survival base, Su Yuan had purchased sufficient seeds and growth-accelerating potions before his departure. Thanks to the efforts of Air Huang and Pao Mian, a total of 1.8 million kilograms of grain was harvested. Following Su Yuan's instructions, Xiao Yu listed each batch of grain on the virtual marketplace. Upon returning to the survival base, Su Yuan checked the transaction records of the virtual marketplace. In the morning, over 8,000 kilograms of grain were traded, and in the afternoon, another 8,700 kilograms were exchanged. Trade was gradually returning to normal, with more and more people venturing out to procure supplies in exchange for grain. A total of 82,000 transactions were completed, yielding 18.9 million kilograms of supplies. After recycling all the supplies, the acceleration system rewarded him with 271 billion survival points. Thus, the survival points Su Yuan had accumulated reached 384 billion. The virtual marketplace still had 95000 kilograms of grain remaining. Based on the current trading pace, the grain would be sold out by the latter half of the night. Su Yuan wished he could cultivate grain at night, but Air Huang and Pao Mian needed to recharge during the night, unless he purchased another farming and harvesting robot. Moreover, without sunlight at night, he would need to buy daylight lamps that simulated solar light. These were not difficult to acquire, but they required time to set up. It was impossible to do tonight. He would assess the situation tomorrow. If the global magnetic field anomaly worsened and solar radiation became too intense, Su Yuan planned to stay in the survival base and install the daylight lamps. Returning to the 4th underground level, Su Yuan had to prepare dinner while he turned on the computer to browse the internet. As usual, he first scanned online information. The emergence of shops had caused a sensation on the internet. Various survival bases were putting up their surplus supplies for sale or exchanging them for other necessary items. Shops greatly accelerated the exchange of supplies between survival bases, eliminating transportation risks and costs. Among them, the people of the Shadu survival base were the happiest. Oil cheaper than water, folks come and trade. A tube of toothpaste, a towel, or a roll of paper can get you a barrel of oil. The Kwangdu survival base was not to be outdone. Folks, the finest iron ore and the best coal. Just a tube of toothpaste or a towel can get you a huge pile. The business elites of Midu seized the opportunity to propose rebuilding a global trade organization to set market exchange prices. As Midas lackey Kwangdu expressed full support, Fuda Dongdu and others followed suit. Huadu and Hongdu did not respond. Su Yuan was unimpressed. If anyone dared to disrupt the system-built shops for exorbitant profits, he would directly block them and confiscate all their listed supplies. Su Yuan then checked the shop transaction data. The number of trades was even higher than the virtual marketplace, skyrocketing to 910 transactions, earning him 910 million survival points as a reward. While this is booming, Su Yuan was somewhat surprised. He noticed that the number of shops exceeded 72000, with most survival bases around the world renting their own shops. The number of shops was still increasing. More and more far-sighted ordinary people were also starting to rent shops to sell their own supplies. Afterwards, Su Yuan finished dinner, played some games, and then crawled into bed to sleep. He slept until dawn. As soon as he opened his eyes, Dubbai transformed into a life support robot came to him. Squeak, master, breakfast is ready. You can get up and enjoy it. Su Yuan rubbed his eyes and yawned. Dubbai, you did well. Now go prepare my toothpaste. Squeak, yes, master. Dubbai transformed into a life support robot, stood 168 meters tall, and was an adorable female robot. Su Yuan felt that life was beginning to have a certain flavor. After eating, he went up to the surface. The sunspots were active today, and the temperature was scorching, exceeding 42 degrees Celsius early in the morning, with the heat still rising. Moreover, the radiation level reached level 6. Without wearing an automatic auxiliary mech, body cells would be killed by radiation, causing a burning sensation, leading to cancer, breathing difficulties, disability, or even immediate death. Su Yuan did not want to risk going out. Inside the survival base, the automatic dome shielded against radiation, and with the automatic auxiliary mech on, Su Yuan had no worries. He decided to install daylight lamps that simulated solar light. He searched for daylight lamps that promoted plant growth. Ordinary large daylight lamps for plant growth cost 100 survival points. Multifunctional large daylight lamps for plant growth cost 100 survival points. Fully automatic adjustable large daylight lamps for plant growth cost 1 million survival points. Su Yuan's current cultivation area was 100 mu, with each 10 mu requiring one large daylight lamp. Thus, he needed to purchase 100 large daylight lamps. After some thought, he decided to spend 100 million survival points to buy 100 fully automatic adjustable large daylight lamps. Fully automatic adjustable large daylight lamps adjust the sunlight needed by plants at each growth stage, promoting growth and increasing per-mu grain yield. Su Yuan had Guazi install all the fully automatic adjustable large daylight lamps on the automatic dome and connect them to the power supply. This way, at night, as long as the temperature did not drop below -60 degrees Celsius, Air Huang could still cultivate. After finishing these tasks, it was noon. Su Yuan listed the newly harvested 900 kilograms of grain on the marketplace. The remaining 950 kilograms from yesterday had been fully exchanged in the latter half of the night, and from then until noon today, the entire virtual marketplace had been devoid of grain. Consequently, the newly harvested grain was snapped up as soon as it was listed. Su Yuan checked the gains. Last night, shops had 8700 exchanges, and the virtual marketplace had 4300 exchanges, yielding 13.3 million kilograms of supplies. After recycling the supplies and adding system rewards, he obtained 263 billion survival points. Deducting the cost of the daylight lamps, Su Yuan's accumulated survival points reached 414.8 billion. He was still far from purchasing an ordinary large ion thruster. Su Yuan looked up at the sun in the sky, but he probably could not go out this afternoon either. The radiation was even stronger than the disaster early warning system had predicted. Tomorrow the radiation would be even more intense, and only the day after tomorrow would the sunspots weaken and the radiation decrease. But the day after that a meteor shower would arrive. Su Yuan pondered how to obtain more survival points in the coming days. Dubai walked over wagging its tail and called out, "Squeak master, it's time for lunch." Su Yuan came over and stroked Dubai's soft fur. "Dubai, what did you cook?" "Squeak master, I made spicy braised chicken corn and old duck soup and stir-fried greens. But there are too few types of vegetables, I couldn't make many dishes for you." Su Yuan looked around his survival base, covered 110 mu, with only 100 mu actually cultivated. He decided to specially reclaim 10 mu for a vegetable plot as his personal ration and also raise some fish, as well as cattle, sheep, and pigs. He had been eating chicken and duck all the time and was getting tired of them. Globally, only Su Yuan enjoyed such treatment. For ordinary people, eating meat was more difficult than reaching the heavens. After lunch, Su Yuan sat on the sofa and purchased farming robots and harvesting robots. The two robots cost a total of 600 million survival points. This time it turned out to be a husky and a tabby cat. The husky shook its head looking foolishly at Su Yuan and barked, "Woof woof master, I am farming unit number 2. Su Yuan grinned and said, "From now on you shall be called Air Shah, responsible for farming grain at night." "Woof woof, all right master." Air Shah wagged its tail and went off to charge itself. Then the tabby cat meowed, "Meow meow master, what about me? You shall be called Gan Bien Mian, responsible for harvesting grain at night." "Meow meow." The tabby cat meowed joyfully and chased after Air Shah. Thus Su Yuan could harvest grain both day and night, 4 ways a day, amounting to over 3.6 million kilograms. Su Yuan then searched for breeding robots. Raising fish and livestock required not only specialized breeding grounds, but also breeding robots for management. The price of intelligent breeding robots was not exorbitant, also 300 million. Su Yuan did not buy them immediately. He was contemplating whether to build the fish ponds and farms outside or inside the multifunctional survival shelter. The current space inside the multifunctional survival shelter was too cramped for breeding. Outside, however, extreme weather could easily freeze fish, cattle, sheep, or pigs to death. After some deliberation, Su Yuan decided to wait until the space inside the multifunctional survival shelter was larger before attempting to breed livestock. Thus, Su Yuan spent 100 survival points to purchase an automatic fish pond, placing it on the same level as the chickens and ducks. Automatic fish pond, level 136 square meters, can raise 10 fish, ensuring they enjoy a life as free as swimming in a river, guaranteeing the quality of the fish meat, equipped with an automatic slaughter function that can cut the fish into fillets, chunks, etc., according to the host's needs. Fish like chickens and ducks could be fed growth-accelerating potions, yielding 2 harvests a day. The afternoon passed uneventfully. At night, the temperature dropped to -11 degrees Celsius, still suitable for planting. With the daylight lamps on, the entire survival base was as bright as day. Air Shah and Gan Bien Mian, fully charged, began their work. Xiao Yu stood by, directing the two newcomers, Air Shah and Gan Bien Mian. Su Yuan stayed on the 4th underground floor, playing games. Only when he grew tired did he check the harvest. In the virtual mall, the over 1.8 million kilograms of grain harvested during the day had been exchanged for over 1.36 million kilograms across more than 6,000 transactions, acquiring 15.3 million kilograms of supplies. The shop transactions were booming, with 7,400 trades earning 740 million survival points in rewards. After recycling all supplies and adding system rewards minus the cost of purchasing the robots, Su Yuan had 14 billion survival points on hand. That night, Su Yuan slept soundly. The next day at 4 in the morning, Dubai ran to Su Yuan's bedside and called out, "Squeak, squeak, master. Master, it's time, you need to get up." Su Yuan groggily opened his eyes, feeling as if he had just fallen asleep. Seeing Dubai, he remembered he had instructed Dubai to wake him up early. Su Yuan planned to head to the city ruins for a raid before the sun came out, digging up supplies to exchange for survival points. Donning the automatic auxiliary mech, Su Yuan rode to Mao out of the survival base. The industrial zone had already been mostly excavated by Su Yuan. Today, he headed to the hardware and building materials trading market. Following Su Yuan's instructions, the autonomous drones sent the distribution map of supplies at the hardware and building materials trading market to robots like Neo Li. Su Yuan only needed to stand by and recycle the supplies. He continued until nearly 9 o'clock, when the weather became scorching hot and the radiation intensity reached level 4, before deciding to return. With this raid, Su Yuan earned 353 billion survival points. Upon returning to the survival base, Su Yuan found that Air Huang and Feng Bian had taken over the tasks of Air Shah and Gan Bien Mian planting grain. Xiao Yu bounced over to Su Yuan. Master, last night we harvested a total of 1.8 million kilograms of grain, all listed on the virtual mall. Xiao Yu's height barely reached above Su Yuan's knee, and she looked as if she was seeking a reward. Because Su Yuan had developed the shop system, Xiao Yu had grown another 10 centimeters, now standing 70 centimeters tall. At the same time, Xiao Yu's personality had become more human-like. Su Yuan bent down and picked up Xiao Yu. "Xiao Yu, you've done well. Unfortunately, I don't know how to reward you. Shah and Ganbian Mian are already familiar with the planting process, so they won't need your supervision tonight. Xiao Yu doesn't want a reward. Xiao Yu just wants to grow up quickly. Master needs to develop more system functions so that Xiao Yu can grow. Su Yuan carried Xiao Yu back to the 4th underground floor to wash up. Then after eating the breakfast prepared by Bai, he checked the previous night's earnings. The grain harvested last night along with the remaining 440 kilograms from before totaled 1.48 million kilograms exchanged. The virtual mall still had 760 kilograms of grain left, which should be enough for the morning's transactions. There were 73000 exchanges acquiring 17.2 million kilograms of supplies. The shop also completed 8600 trades, earning 860 million survival points in rewards. After recycling all supplies, the survival points in Su Yuan's possession reached 47.98 billion. Su Yuan then played a survival game, deciding not to go out. The disaster warning monitor showed that the external radiation intensity had risen to level 6 and would likely reach level 7 or even level 8 by noon. It was estimated that even mutant beasts would not dare to roam around by then. The day passed peacefully with a harvest of 1.8 million kilograms of grain. Shah and Ganbian Mian began to take over the shift from Huang and Fangbian. After dinner, Su Yuan went online to check the news. The solar flare eruption had caused many people to die from radiation. Because it was morning and the radiation was not strong and the temperature was not too high, so the death toll was not high. Many people still heeded Locke's call, bravely facing challenges and forging ahead, always believing that only through suffering could they become stronger and their bodies evolve. Brothers, don't be afraid. If you feel dizzy and your vision blurs, that's a sign your body is evolving. As long as you don't die, you will become stronger. For freedom to become new humans, let us bravely step outside. Fellas, I just tried it. Fighting poison with poison works better. Eating the meat of a mutant beast under the sun will make you strong immediately. My friends, I suddenly had an idea. What do you think about first taking a biological agent, then trying to eat mutant beast meat, and then being radiated for 3 hours? Various methods for evolution were circulating online. It was unknown whether the posters had tried them themselves, but there were always people who believed. Damn, Midu is heading for self-destruction. Su Yuan laughed. Master, actually what they are undergoing is not evolution, but devolution. If Master wants to evolve, he only needs to consume high-quality grain or even higher-grade grain. Xiao Yu, sitting beside Su Yuan, explained. I can evolve too. What will I become? Su Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Master, if you consume speed fruits or stamina fruits, you can at most reach 100 in speed or stamina, which is 10 times that of an ordinary person. To surpass the human limit, you need to evolve into a superhuman. Whoa, a superhuman. Could I become a Superman or a Super Saiyan? Su Yuan had originally thought that as long as he could gather enough strength land, he could continuously increase his strength, speed, and stamina by consuming strength fruits, speed fruits, and stamina fruits. Now he realized that there was a human limit. I don't know what the master will ultimately evolve into. Xiao Yu pouted and added, but I do know that the master will become stronger and stronger. As long as you keep evolving, you will surely be able to kill ferocious level alien beasts with your bare hands, even Lord level ones. Su Yuan's eyes lit up, and he decided to set aside a separate plot of land, upgrade it to high-quality land, and specifically grow high-quality grain for his daily consumption. The next day, Su Yuan had a wonderful dream. When he opened his eyes, he realized that Xiao Yu had somehow slipped into his bed. Su Yuan thought that when he had enough rooms, he could arrange a separate restroom for each robot. That way Xiao Yu wouldn't have to fight him for the blanket. After breakfast, Su Yuan checked the income from the previous day. Inside the virtual marketplace, the 3.6 million kilograms of grain harvested yesterday, plus the remaining 760 kilograms from before totaled 4.36 million kilograms of grain. After 2.03 million exchanges, 4.12 million kilograms of grain were traded out and 45.6 million kilograms of supplies were obtained. There were 1.15 million shop exchanges, granting 1.15 billion survival points as rewards. After recycling all supplies, Su Yuan's survival points reached 52.41 billion. Whoa, why did I trade out so much grain yesterday? Su Yuan puzzledly checked the detailed transaction records. He found that all survival bases were secretly hoarding grain, using their reserve resources to slowly exchange for grain. Because Su Yuan had set an upper limit, each exchange could not exceed 2 kilograms of grain. All survival bases had their guards continuously purchase grain under personal names. As a result, the remaining grain in the virtual marketplace was insufficient for the morning's exchanges. Su Yuan had to take out the 1.0 kilograms of grain stored in the warehouse and put it on sale. Thus, the grain in the virtual marketplace should last until the first batch of grain ripens today. Today, the sunspots weakened and the radiation also dropped to 3 degrees. Su Yuan decided to go out and have some fun again. There were still many supplies buried in the city ruins. Su Yuan took the lunch prepared by Dabai, rode the big cat, and headed to the city ruins with Neo, Dolly Ratman, and Beiji. Lightning Rabbit and Clumsy Sheep stayed behind to guard the survival base. Su Yuan thought that Beiji, being a strength-type robot, could help dig up more supplies. As for safety, Su Yuan believed that wearing the auxiliary mecha, as long as he didn't encounter a lord-level alien beast, he would be safe. This time the target was still the major shopping malls, followed by the subway stations and train stations. Many old train carriages and locomotives were recyclable materials. Moreover, the train stations would have various ores and other supplies that hadn't been transported in time. An unmanned reconnaissance drone quickly locked onto a car city, which housed dozens of car dealerships filled with all kinds of unsold vehicles. Although family cars were not heavy, each weighed 1 to 2 tons, large trucks and heavy trucks weighed 7 to 8 tons each. Su Yuan only needed to stand there continuously recycling over and over again. Neo Dolly the big cat and Beiji would keep bringing the materials over. Ratman was small, but he was quite clever. He would always find places with large amounts of supplies and directly drag Su Yuan over to recycle them. By the end of the day, Su Yuan had earned over 6.3 billion survival points. In the evening, after washing up, Su Yuan was about to play games when the automatic wireless communicator rang. Xiaoyu rushed to Su Yuan saying anxiously, "Master, Huadu Survival Base has issued the highest level disaster warning to all survival bases on the Huadu continent. A meteor shower is coming, and it's a catastrophic disaster. Damn it, I knew I couldn't escape this." Su Yuan grumbled and opened the computer to check online information. The internet was flooded with warnings from various survival bases. First, Midu Survival Base released a notice to all of humanity. A super meteor shower is about to collide with Blue Star, and the largest meteor has a diameter exceeding 100 meters, which will deal a devastating blow to humanity. Midu, in cooperation with Hongdu and Huadu, has solemnly decided to use nuclear weapons and spare no effort to destroy all meteors with diameters exceeding 500 meters. Then statements from Huadu and Hongdu appeared. This major news caught everyone off guard. Damn, what about the experts from before? Didn't they say it wouldn't hit Blue Star? What are the experts even doing? How did they just discover this now? God, what's happening to the world? Is this really the end? Su Yuan found that the posts where experts had confidently claimed otherwise were gone, and people had no place to vent their anger. His own warning post had long since sunk and was forgotten. Then, to prevent people from losing control, another group of experts stepped forward. Actually, everyone need not worry. Huadu's missiles are world-class. Hongdu has the largest nuclear arsenal, and Midu has the best navigation. With the three working together, there is no meteor that cannot be destroyed. If we wanted, we could even destroy the moon. This group of weapons experts produced hundreds of thousands of words of professional data analyzing every possibility and contingency, and all results showed that all large-diameter meteors would be destroyed before entering Blue Star's atmosphere. Thus, the people believed the experts again. Then Su Yuan checked the plans circulating online. Midu and Hongdu planned to use all the nuclear warheads in their arsenals to destroy the meteors. Huadu was willing to provide the required 100 missiles. All missiles and nuclear warheads would be exchanged through the shop. After the exchange, all missiles equipped with nuclear warheads would be deployed to 109 launch sites worldwide. There was also a backup plan based on the order of the meteor shower's arrival. 300 missiles carrying nuclear warheads would be launched tomorrow. Whoa, they're really going all out this time. Su Yuan exclaimed. He opened the shop and saw many special material exchange approval requests, each consisting of thousands of units. The materials being exchanged were either missiles or nuclear warheads. Su Yuan tapped his finger lightly and approved these requests. The three major survival bases acted quickly. They would assemble tomorrow's missiles and nuclear warheads tonight. Early tomorrow morning, all 109 global launch sites would fire simultaneously. They would destroy the meteors before they entered Blue Star's atmosphere. Tonight, people would inevitably be sleepless. Despite the experts' assurances, no one could be certain that the nuclear weapons would definitely destroy the meteors. Transactions in the virtual marketplace became frenzied again. People exchanged all their supplies for grain, intending to have a good meal with their families. No one knew if this would be their last supper. Su Yuan switched off the computer and reviewed the day's earnings. During the day, he had harvested 1.8 million kilograms of grain, all of which were listed by Xiaoyu. Combined with the remaining 340 kilograms from before, by now, everything had been snapped up. There had been 1.04 million exchanges yielding 23.3 million kilograms of supplies. Su Yuan switched off the computer and reviewed the day's earnings. During the day, he had harvested 1.8 million kilograms of grain, all of which were listed by Xiaoyu. Combined with the remaining 340 kilograms from before, by now, everything had been snapped up. There had been 1.04 million exchanges yielding 23.3 million kilograms of supplies. A chime sounded, detected standard large-scale ion thruster and nuclear generator. Conditions for survival base upgrade met. Proceed with upgrade. Upgrade. Another chime, system upgrading. Integrating resources. Current progress 10. Su Yuan waited patiently. This upgrade seemed to require a considerable amount of time. A rumbling noise echoed in his ears, as if the entire survival base was undergoing drastic changes. A chime sounded, upgrade successful. Su Yuan opened the base interface to check various statistics. Level 2 Survival Base Owner Su Yuan named Dragon City Area 1 Mu of Land Power Standard Large-Scale Ion Thruster Speed Mach 1 Flight Altitude 1580 meters Equipment 1 Intelligent Survival Pod 1 Speed Land 1 Endurance Land 1 Survival Steward 2 Intelligent Farming Robots. Su Yuan was taken aback. From the data, it seemed only the multifunctional survival hut had transformed into the intelligent survival pod, with little else changed. Xiaoyu display the holographic projection of the survival base. Yes, master. Xiaoyu lightly tapped her finger forward, and a holographic projection of the survival base appeared before Su Yuan. Viewed as a whole, Su Yuan's survival base resembled a gigantic flying saucer. Covering 1 Mu, the titanium alloy fortress had become fully automatic titanium alloy armor extending upward to 40 meters and downward to 60 meters. From both the top and bottom petal-like titanium alloy plates could extend outward, forming a completely sealed bud. Thus, both the upper and lower parts of the survival base were protected within the fully automatic titanium alloy armor. From the center of the upper bud to the center of the lower bud, the height was 130 meters. The titanium alloy plates extended outward by 15 meters, totaling 30 meters for the upper and lower sections combined. The interior of the survival base was divided into 3 main layers. The first 9 meters below ground were soil, and with the 10th meter, there was a 1 meter thick vibranium steel plate. This plate, as large as the entire base, supported all the base's equipment. Further down was the power layer housing the standard large-scale ion thruster and the assembled nuclear power station. The standard large-scale ion thruster was installed at the very center of the entire survival base. 10 keels, each 15 meters thick and 20 meters wide, connected to the ion thruster. 8 of these were on the horizontal plane, integrated with the 1 meter thick vibranium steel layer. The other 2 keels were on the vertical plane, extending all the way to the center of the bud formed when the fully automatic titanium alloy armor closed. All keels were made of vibranium, ensuring stability during the base's movement. Beside the installed standard large-scale ion thruster, the system had thoughtfully equipped a fully automatic driving cabin. Su Yuan could issue commands through the system or enter the fully automatic driving cabin to pilot manually. Behind the standard large-scale ion thruster was the nuclear power station assembled by Guazi. It included the core temperature control equipment, air environment control equipment, safety control equipment, and an automatic power generation control system room. In the automatic power generation control system room, manual operation could also be toggled. From the 11th to the 40th meter was the power layer, but the large-scale ion thruster and the assembled nuclear power station occupied less than 500 mu of space. The remaining space could be used by Su Yuan for installing other equipment in the future. At the 41st meter, there was another 1 meter thick vibranium steel plate connected to the entire base through the vertical keels. From the 42nd to the 60th meter, there was nothing. For later, Su Yuan could mount various weapons on this vibranium steel plate layer. Above ground, 25 meters up, was an automatic dome with nothing above it. The usable space for Su Yuan included the area above ground, the power layer, and the space below the power layer. He also discovered a massive elevator that ran through the entire production base. The elevator could descend from the ground to the power layer, pass through it, and then through the lowest vibranium steel plate, allowing exit from the base below. The large elevator could carry both people and cargo, and even automatic transport robots could ride it. The intelligent survival pod he lived in was right next to the large elevator, resembling an airship embedded between the ground and the power layer, with only its top floor exposed above ground. Inside, the intelligent survival pod had 9 floors. If the survival base suffered a catastrophic attack, the pod could detach and escape on its own. However, the intelligent survival pod was currently an empty shell at level 0. Su Yuan opened the pod's interface to check its attributes. Intelligent Survival Pod Level 0 Area 9 square meters Wall thickness 3 meters Vibranium steel Automatic vibranium door 3 tons power None. Su Yuan noticed that each floor had 100 square meters, with the layout identical to his previous arrangement. Floors B5 to B8 were empty. Su Yuan still resided on B4, but the area was much larger and there were many more rooms. Whoa, this upgrade is intense. A chime sounded. Congratulations, host, on successfully upgrading the survival base to level 2. You have earned 1 opportunity to upgrade any 2 devices by 2 levels. Additionally, you are rewarded with 1 intelligent giant laser cannon and 1 intelligent giant freeze cannon, both delivered to your inventory. Su Yuan leaped with joy. Opening his inventory, he saw the giant laser cannon and the giant freeze cannon. Intelligent giant laser cannon, level 1. After accumulating energy, it can fire once every 15 minutes, emitting a laser beam exceeding 300 degrees Celsius, capable of killing lower-tier beasts. Intelligent giant freeze cannon, level 1. After accumulating energy, it can fire once every 15 minutes, emitting an ultra-low temperature cold current below -255 degrees Celsius, capable of killing lower-tier beasts. Su Yuan found that the barrel of the intelligent giant laser cannon was 5 times thicker than the laser cannon equipped by Neo Dali. 1 shot was equivalent to 5 consecutive shots from Neo Dali's cannon. The drawback was the 15-minute cooldown. If one shot couldn't kill the target, he would have to turn and flee. Su Yuan installed the 2 cannons below the power layer mounted on the 1-meter-thick vibranium steel plate. When an attack was needed, he only had to retract the fully automatic titanium alloy armor beneath the base to expose the cannon's barrels. The turrets of the 2 cannons could rotate 360 degrees, enabling attacks on enemies from all angles. Su Yuan then used the free upgrade opportunity to upgrade the standard large-scale ion thruster by 2 levels, transforming it into a fully automatic large-scale ion thruster, increasing the base's travel speed to Mach 2. He also upgraded the standard nuclear generator by 2 levels, turning it into an automatic nuclear generator with an hourly power output of 2 million kilowatt-hours. Now, as long as the nuclear fuel is replenished, the nuclear power plant can provide sufficient electricity, enabling the fully automated large ion thrusters to operate and propel the entire survival base into motion. Su Yuan opened the system and searched for nuclear fuel. Standard nuclear fuel 1 kilogram for 1 million survival points. Premium nuclear fuel 1 kilogram for 10 million survival points. High concentration nuclear fuel 1 kilogram for 100 million survival points. Su Yuan had 83 billion survival points at hand. He directly spent 2 billion to purchase 20 kilograms of high concentration nuclear fuel, enough to sustain the nuclear power plant for 20 days. I no longer have to worry about meteor showers. With the upgrade complete, the tension that had gripped Su Yuan over the past few days instantly melted away. He collapsed onto the sofa, grinning foolishly. Xiao Yu also let out a soft giggle. By the way, Master, meteor showers not only bring disaster, but may also yield high-quality metals. You could collect them and exchange them for survival points. High-quality metals. Yes, Master. The universe is filled with many premium metals that Blue Star lacks, such as vibranium. Blue Star has none. Su Yuan found this intriguing. While others scrambled to evade the falling meteors, he could move his survival base to gather them, potentially amassing a wealth of superior metals. He now had only 830 million survival points left, insufficient to continue upgrading the survival base. For instance, the automatic dome had become outdated and needed an upgrade to a solar-powered automatic dome. Meanwhile, the 2 automatic wind turbines needed to be relocated or simply dismantled. Additionally, the water storage tank was far too small. If the survival base moved, the multifunctional deep well would become unusable, necessitating a large reserve of water. Furthermore, the intelligent survival pod required enhanced power equipment, otherwise it would be impossible to escape in a crisis. By this time it was past 11 at night. Gambiamian had already harvested the first batch of grain for the evening and descended to the 4th underground floor. Meow. Gambiamian swished its tail and approached Su Yuan. Su Yuan stroked the fur on Gambiamian's back and listed over 900 kilograms of grain on the virtual marketplace. It sparked another frenzy of purchases. It was now around noon and middle time for lunch, and nearly everyone was trading all their supplies for grain, hoping to share one last hearty meal with their families. Su Yuan yawned, feeling drowsy, and crawled into bed to sleep. The next day, Su Yuan woke up before 5 in the morning, eager to see if the meteor had been shattered. He turned on the multifunctional computer and used the multifunctional satellite to display footage of missile launches from global launch sites. There were still 10 minutes until launch, and all equipment was ready, undergoing final pre-launch checks. People in all survival bases across Huadu, Hongdu, and beyond had not slept. Those with internet access followed the launch updates online, while wanderers and most ordinary people without internet relied on radio, telephone, and other communication devices to stay informed. The computer screen before Su Yuan split into 10 smaller windows, each corresponding to a major launch site. 10 minutes passed in a flash. At all launch sites, ignition occurred simultaneously. Missiles carrying nuclear warheads soared into the sky, bearing everyone's hopes as they flew toward the meteor about to strike Blue Star. Outside Blue Star, a dense swarm of meteors swept in. These meteors clustered together like fragments of a shattered giant planet hurtling toward Blue Star. Among them, the largest meteor measured over 1,000 meters in diameter, while the smallest was no bigger than a fist. This was a rare astronomical spectacle unseen for countless years. Moreover, this was only the first wave of meteor showers. According to the latest data from Huadu Sky Eye Observatory, at least 4 more waves of meteors followed this one. Each wave contained tens of thousands of meteors. Blue Star had never faced such a massive meteor impact. Dozens of missiles carrying hundreds of nuclear warheads struck a meteor over 5,000 meters in diameter. Explosive fireballs erupted, illuminating the sky and shining 1,000 times brighter than the most dazzling North Star. One meteor was successfully destroyed. Immediately, celebrations erupted across the globe. Then another violent explosion followed, obliterating a meteor 530 meters in diameter. Through the multifunctional satellite, Su Yuan watched as meteor after meteor exploded. In an instant, over a dozen meteors were destroyed. After a minute, most of the meteors threatening humanity had been eliminated. Yet the crisis was far from over. The largest meteor, over 1,000 meters in diameter, had withstood the bombardment of hundreds of nuclear warheads and was not completely destroyed. The 3 major survival bases quickly activated their backup plans. A second wave of 100 missiles carrying nuclear warheads was launched in an emergency. The meteor soon entered the atmosphere, accelerating rapidly. Its diameter remained over 480 meters, enough to annihilate humanity. Behind it, dozens of meteors over 100 meters in diameter followed. Humanity had only one chance. If these 100 missiles carrying nuclear warheads failed to destroy the meteors, humanity would be doomed. At this moment, many people stepped out of their survival bases, gazing at the sky with their families. "Daddy, will we have it tomorrow?" Little girl Duo looked up and asked Zheng Feng. Zheng Feng held his daughter Duo in his arms, unsure how to answer. He clenched his fists and cursed inwardly. Damn it, couldn't we have been given more time? He knew that alongside Wada's Ark project, the Ember project had also been initiated. The Ember project involved selecting outstanding Huadu citizens from all survival bases across Wada's land to serve as seeds of humanity to live aboard the Ark. However, both the construction of the Ark and the Ember project required time, at least 3 months. Wada's leadership had adjusted the Ark project, concentrating all resources on building one Ark first. Once the first Ark was completed, they would then construct a second. With over 1 million people working around the clock, the first Ark still needed over 2 more months to finish. Locke gazed at the sky and let out a beastly roar. His body could now swell to over 5 meters in height, more terrifying than an invasion-level mutant beast covered in green scales like a monster. Come on. As long as I don't die, I'll only grow stronger. Locke always believed that humanity could evolve. Standing beside Locke, a black woman named Lena showed no fear. Instead, her face was filled with admiration. She was also a superhuman. On the surface, she looked like a normal person, but a scorpion-like tail grew from her lower back, capable of easily killing invasion-level mutant beasts. In Dongdu, Tanaka flew into a rage and overturned his desk. "Baka, are the heavens trying to wipe out the Dongdu clan?" According to supercomputer calculations, several meteors would fall into the East Sea, triggering massive tsunamis that would submerge the entire Dongdu land. Tanaka realized that the Dongdu survival base might not be saved. He quickly concentrated his forces, mobilizing 15 submarines to prepare for a transfer to the lands of Hongdu near the Arctic. Su Yuan activated the fully automatic large-scale ion thrusters, preparing to dodge the meteorite impacts at any moment. In the sky, an earth-shattering nuclear explosion erupted, its blinding flash of light causing some people to temporarily lose their sight. People hurriedly took shelter in the survival base. The largest meteorites were also destroyed in the nuclear blast. Countless fragments like fiery meteors rained down. Those that fell into the sea triggered towering tsunamis, while those that struck land caused volcanic eruptions and ground collapses. Every survival base organized its personnel to withstand the catastrophe. Through the multifunctional satellite, Su Yuan discovered that black rain from the nuclear explosions was falling across the globe. The black rain seeped into the soil, flowed into rivers, and fell into the sea, causing global nuclear contamination that would trigger further mutations among the aberrant beasts. Moreover, many meteorites beyond the blue star were still hurtling towards it, and for the next few days humanity would endure a meteor shower. The major global survival bases, including Huadu Midu and Hongdu, announced that they would join forces to overcome the crisis. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the entire survival base shook violently. "What the hell was that?" Su Yuan exclaimed, rising from the sofa. "Master, you can use the multifunctional satellite to check the situation outside." Su Yuan immediately typed on the keyboard, switching to the feed from the multifunctional satellite. He saw a colossal meteorite over 50 meters in diameter had landed several thousand meters away from the survival base. The meteorite's impact had created a crater over 10,000 meters in diameter and more than 300 meters deep. "Damn it, lucky it didn't hit my survival base," Su Yuan grumbled. The nuclear explosions had destroyed some of the larger meteorites, but many others, even after burning up in the atmosphere, still had diameters exceeding 100 meters when they hit the ground. Several meteorites over 300 meters in diameter landed in the East Sea. "Master, we could move the survival base to the top of that meteorite. Statistically, the same spot is unlikely to be struck twice." Xiaoyu suggested, biting her finger in thought. Su Yuan's eyes gleamed as he stared at the meteorite in the crater. Even after the violent impact, its diameter was still over 30 meters, appearing incredibly hard, likely containing high-quality metal. Su Yuan immediately commanded the survival base to move. The fully automatic large-scale ion thrusters roared to life, propelling the entire base as it slowly ascended. At that moment, the titanium alloy armor on the top and bottom of the base was closed, making it look from a distance like a giant circular flying saucer. What set it apart from a flying saucer was the bud-like shape formed by the upper and lower titanium alloy plates, making the entire base resemble a large spinning top. As the base moved slowly, mud and gravel slid off the automatic titanium alloy armor, and the multifunction deep well pipe completely detached, spouting a jet of water several meters high. Through the real-time footage from the multifunctional satellite, Su Yuan could clearly see the entire base. While this is spectacular, the survival base, covering over 1,200 acres, rose hundreds of meters into the air like a whole town taking flight. Yet in his bedroom, Su Yuan felt no instability. For its maiden flight, he only had the base ascend to a little over 1,000 meters before landing it on the crater. The titanium alloy plates on the base's underside retracted. The fully automatic titanium alloy armor with a wall thickness of 6 meters landed on the ground above the crater, supporting the entire base. Unlike steel city walls, its surface was scale-like, gleaming with a metallic sheen capable of withstanding impacts from lower-tier aberrant beasts. Su Yuan then instructed Neo Dali to take the elevator down through the power layer, retrieve the meteorite, and bring it back to the base. However, Neo Dali couldn't even budge the 30-meter-wide meteorite. It weighed over 3 million kilograms. Su Yuan had to call on Big Cat and Beiji to help. Together, Neo Dali, Big Cat, and Beiji managed to lift the meteorite into the base and set it on the ground. Although the base was divided into 3 main layers separated by 2 1-meter-thick layers of vibranium steel plates, they were connected by an elevator. The elevator was more like a large freight lift, spacious enough for 2 automated transport robots side by side. Su Yuan went to the ground level and stood before the meteorite. It was still radiating intense heat, making it impossible to approach. "Xiaoyu, can this meteorite be recycled?" Xiaoyu hopped around it excitedly, then chirped, "Master, this is high-quality meteorite iron, 100 times denser than ordinary iron. It's premium metal and can be recycled." "Recycle it." "Ding. Congratulations, host has recycled 26 million kilograms of premium metal, earning 26 billion survival points. Premium materials are priced at 1,000 survival points per kilogram, 10 times that of ordinary materials." Damn, that was easy money. Su Yuan immediately used the multifunctional satellite to search for nearby meteorite fall sites. He then went to the power layer and entered the fully automatic cockpit, eager to manually pilot the survival base and have some fun. Donning the electronic pilot helmet, a view of the base's exterior appeared before Su Yuan's eyes. He switched to manual control and could maneuver the base at will. With a whoosh, the survival base shot forward like a cannonball. The base's top speed was Mach 2, surpassing all fighter jets in the world. In his excitement, Su Yuan overshot the range his multifunctional satellite had scanned. He didn't care, and after a joyride, he switched back to autopilot to continue collecting resources. The meteor shower lasted until 10 a.m., with over 110 meteorites falling near Su Yuan. The largest was over 200 meters in diameter, while the smallest, less than a meter, left nothing on impact. Su Yuan moved the base, dodging meteorites while collecting high-quality metals. After a busy morning, he had recycled over 2 million kilograms of premium metal, earning 2 billion points. His total survival points had now accumulated to 362.9 billion. The next wave of meteorites was expected around 7 p.m. This wave was comparatively easier to handle, with the largest meteorite being less than 6,000 meters in diameter. The 3 major survival bases, Huadu, Midu, and others, jointly announced their confidence in withstanding the second wave. After lunch, Su Yuan reviewed his gains. Trading in the virtual mall was sluggish. Of the 9,000 kilograms of grain harvested in the latter half of the previous night, 7,500 kilograms had been traded, but only 8,000 kilograms were exchanged that morning. A total of 3,800 trades had occurred, yielding 9.5 million kilograms of resources. People had nothing left to trade. All survival bases were busy fending off disasters. Across the globe, Su Yuan was likely the only one who could enjoy a lunch and have the leisure to do so. The number of shop transactions hadn't dropped much due to resource transfers between bases totaling over 9,300 trades. After recycling all the resources plus system rewards, Su Yuan earned 26 billion survival points. In the afternoon, Su Yuan instructed Air Huang to continue planting crops. Instant noodles stood by waiting for the grain to ripen before beginning the harvest. Su Yuan knew that after the meteor shower, the demand for food would rise again, and every survival base would seek ways to stockpile provisions. Grain was the hard currency of this era. There was no worry about it not selling. Su Yuan, clad in an automatic assistive mecha, surveyed the entire survival base from the ground. The 120 base formed a perfect circle. The intelligent survival pods were positioned 50 meters away from the fully automated titanium alloy armored walls. The above-ground level resembled an inverted bowl 5 meters high resting on the surface. Behind the survival pods on this level lay the speed-enhancing and endurance-enhancing soil plots. To the right, 10 mu of vegetable fields had been specially cultivated. Whenever Bai needed a specific vegetable, it would inform Air Huang, who would then plant it. Su Yuan had long prepared a variety of vegetable seeds and stored them in the automated warehouse. As he surveyed the land, he formulated his plans. Of the 120 mu, he still intended to cultivate only 1 mu, while additionally reclaiming 10 mu for vegetables and another 10 mu for premium grain designated for his personal use. The remaining land was mostly unused, with only a small portion occupied by the warehouse. Su Yuan's first priority was to purchase a massive water storage system. He planned to recycle the original 2,000-liter tanks. The new giant water storage containers would encircle the fully automated titanium alloy walls, capable of holding at least a year's supply of drinking water. Su Yuan opened the system to search for water storage equipment. Standard water storage units cost 200 survival points. Large standard units were priced at 200 survival points. Giant standard units required 2 million survival points. Semi-automatic small units. Su Yuan directly spent 2 billion survival points to acquire a fully automated large-scale water storage system. Fully automated large-scale water storage system, maximum capacity of 1 million liters, equipped with constant temperature automatic sterilization and filtration functions to ensure the quality of stored drinking water. Su Yuan estimated his annual water consumption at approximately 100 liters or 100 tons. If the tanks were fully filled, it would suffice for a decade. To store such a volume, he would need to locate a river or drill several more mechanical wells. After the nuclear explosions, no clean water sources remained globally. To obtain potable water purification equipment was essential. Su Yuan still had 200 liters of water on hand, enough for a while. He planned to seek a new water source after the meteor shower. He then turned his attention to the automatic dome. The dome was indispensable, fitted with fluorescent lights. With the fully automated titanium alloy armor now sealed above, crops could not grow without the fluorescent lights. Su Yuan decided to install an automatic solar-powered dome as an auxiliary power source for the production base. A survival base could not rely on a single power source. If the nuclear generator were damaged, the absence of a backup would be perilous. The automatic solar-powered dome involved adding solar panels to the existing automatic dome structure. Su Yuan opened the system to search for automatic solar panels. Standard solar panels cost 100 survival points each. Multifunctional solar panels were priced at 100 survival points each. Adjustable solar panels cost 100 survival points each. Automatically adjustable solar panels cost 300 survival points each. Su Yuan calculated that each panel measured about 10 square meters, requiring roughly 67 panels per mu. For 120 mu, he would need over 800 solar panels. Moreover, standard panels would not suffice. He needed adjustable ones to allow partial sunlight to penetrate, promoting plant growth. Su Yuan directly spent over 24 billion survival points to purchase more than 800 automatically adjustable solar panels, installing them on the automatic dome. Each automatically adjustable solar panel could generate 10 kilowatt-hours of electricity per hour under ample sunlight. Thus, the automatic solar-powered dome could produce approximately 800 kilowatt-hours per hour. Su Yuan had yet to figure out how to utilize the 2 automatic wind turbines, so he temporarily left them on the solar dome. The machine guns originally mounted on the steel walls now rested on the 6-meter thick automatic titanium alloy armor. Positioned outside the survival base, they were vulnerable to damage from meteorites. The petal-like titanium alloy plates extended outward from the interior, leaving the guns exposed. Furthermore, the armor was only 3 meters thick at that point, making it the base's weakest area. Su Yuan planned to later mount laser cannons on the vertical keels above the base to enhance offensive capabilities. However, he had no intention of removing the external machine guns. Automated machine guns remained effective against ordinary aberrant beasts. Finally, Su Yuan began upgrading the soil. He started with his 20 mu of exclusive land. Standard soil level 0, yielding 500 kilograms of ordinary grain per mu. Each level increased the yield by 100 kilograms. Previously, upgrading 100 mu from level 0 to level 1 had cost 100 survival points. This meant each mu cost 10 survival points. Upgrading to level 2 required 100 survival points per mu. Level 3 cost 100 survival points per mu. Level 4 cost 100 survival points per mu. Thus, for standard soil, each level multiplied the cost by a factor of 10. To upgrade the 20 mu of land to level 9, Su Yuan spent nearly 2.3 billion survival points. A chime announced the successful upgrade. Standard soil level 9, yielding 140 kilograms of ordinary grain per mu. To upgrade to premium soil, each mu required 1 billion survival points, yielding 150 kilograms of ordinary grain and 500 kilograms of premium grain. Su Yuan had not anticipated the high cost of premium soil. He had only 25 billion survival points remaining, enough to upgrade just 10 mu. Upgrading all 100 mu to premium soil would demand a staggering 1 trillion survival points. Su Yuan rubbed his temples and muttered, "Damn it, is there any way to reduce the cost of land upgrades?" "Master, there is. You can use the laboratory to research and develop improved soil, achieving the same goal," Xiaoyu reminded him. Su Yuan suddenly realized he had forgotten to build a laboratory. He promptly spent 100 million survival points to construct one. The laboratory built beside the warehouse was a hexagonal building 6 meters tall. Laboratory level 1 was 600 square meters, equipped with one fully automated research machine capable of developing multifunctional standard technological projects. The first research is free, subsequent research costs 100 million survival points each. Upgrade to level 2, 5 billion survival points. Master, you need at least a level 2 laboratory to research the soil required for premium land. Upgrade. A chime confirmed the successful upgrade. Laboratory Level 2, 700 square meters equipped with one intelligent research robot capable of developing fully automated standard technological projects. The first research is free, subsequent research costs 1 billion survival points each. Upgrade to Level 3, 50 billion survival points. Su Yuan did not upgrade further as he had only 5.05 billion survival points left. He entered the laboratory, a milky white structure filled with various experimental equipment and a supercomputer for data analysis and computation. The sole researcher was a chestnut-colored pony, standing no taller than Su Yuan's waist. It trotted excitedly up to him and neighed. Master, I am Research Unit No. 1. Su Yuan affectionately stroked the fur on the pony's back as a whimsical name sprang to his mind. They'll call you Mosaic. How long will it take you to develop the soil for high-quality land? Master, about 15 to 20 days. Mosaic neighed. Though the research period wasn't overly long and Su Yuan could accept it, he was eager to taste what premium grain was like as soon as possible. Thus Su Yuan had Mosaic fully charged and set to work promptly. Using the remaining 5 billion, he upgraded 5 acres of land to premium quality. He also spent 50 million survival points to purchase high-quality seeds, instructing Huang to plant 2 acres of premium potatoes and 3 acres of premium corn. Premium crops grew slower than ordinary ones. Planted this afternoon, they wouldn't be ready for harvest until the next afternoon. By then Su Yuan's survival points were completely depleted. At around 7 in the evening, the second wave of meteor showers descended. The 3 major survival bases, including Huadu, launched their prepared 250 missiles, which collided with the meteors before they entered the atmosphere. A violent nuclear explosion ensued, turning the night as bright as day. Su Yuan sat on the sofa watching the spectacular scene through the multi-satellite feed. In the second wave of meteor showers, the larger meteors were all destroyed, boosting everyone's confidence. Subsequently, each survival base fought against the disasters while using reserve supplies to trade for grain, ensuring that the vast majority of people would not starve. Many meteor fragments struck the titanium alloy plates, but they caused no damage to the survival bases. The 3-meter-thick titanium alloy plates possessed metal memory functions. Even if small pits were formed, they would slowly recover on their own. In comparison, Su Yuan's location was relatively safe, with no major meteor impacts. The Fusu survival base where Jack was far less fortunate. 2 meteors over 50 meters in diameter struck in succession, causing a tenth of the base to collapse. Meteors not only directly destroyed the ground, but also triggered chain reactions, such as volcanic eruptions, magma surges, and tsunamis. Many private or corporate survival bases, unable to withstand such catastrophic disasters, simply abandoned their bases and fled to large ones like Huadu. Liang and his group fled, continuously dodging attacks from aberrant beasts while avoiding being hit by meteors. When their grain or the gasoline for their armored vehicles ran out, they had to stop and gather supplies, trading through the virtual marketplace or shops. But today was particularly unlucky. They encountered no urban ruins or ordinary aberrant beasts along the way. Due to their physical mutations, Liang and his group ate more than ordinary people, and now they were all starving with their stomachs painfully empty. Boss, we can't go on. We need to find food or we'll starve, said the pot-bellied man. Liang frowned. Zhonglei, there's nothing here but rocks and mud. Not even a blade of grass. Where the hell am I supposed to get you food? But boss, we're all starving. They had followed Liang because they believed he could lead them to survive. Just then a meteor over 20 meters in diameter landed about a kilometer ahead of their armored vehicle. With a thunderous crash, the meteor struck the ground, and the colossal impact flipped their armored vehicle. Liang and the others scrambled out in panic. Damn it, this is just our luck. Zhang Lei grumbled. This was the 3rd time they had encountered such a situation. Then, using the enhanced strength from their physical mutations, the group managed to flip the armored vehicle back over. Liang gazed into the distance at the still glowing meteor, which resembled a red-hot iron block, and his eyes lit up. Wasn't this a supply? Liang and his crew drove the armored vehicle slowly toward the meteor. They were in luck. It was a piece of high-quality meteoric copper with a density 10 times that of ordinary copper. This chunk weighed over 1.2 million kilograms. On the Huadu continent, the exchange rate for premium supplies was 5 to 1. 5 portions of premium supplies for 1 portion of ordinary grain. After trading on the virtual marketplace, Liang obtained 2.0 kilograms of grain. He then withdrew some food from the virtual marketplace, traded a portion of it for gasoline, and stored the rest in his personal virtual warehouse. The personal virtual warehouse in the marketplace wasn't free to use, only traded supplies could be stored, and long-term storage required paying rent to the system. This transaction earned Su Yuan a 50-fold profit. Because the 2.40 kilograms of ordinary grain he traded out could only yield 24 million survival points upon recovery. In contrast, recovering the over 1.2 million kilograms of meteoric copper would net Su Yuan 1.2 billion survival points. If this were in bases like Midu, where premium supplies traded at 10 to 1, 10 portions of premium for 1 of ordinary, the profit could reach 100-fold. Even so, there was no shortage of buyers, as every survival base was desperate for grain. Soon more and more people discovered that the premium metals and meteorites could be traded for food. After the second wave of meteor showers ended, the major survival bases began deploying unmanned machines to collect meteor fragments in exchange for grain. By nearly midnight, Su Yuan checked his earnings. From daytime until now, there have been 9,300 transactions, trading 1.85 million kilograms of grain in exchange for 12.6 million kilograms of ordinary supplies and 4.5 million kilograms of premium supplies. All the grain harvested during the day had been traded away, leaving only 9,000 kilograms of freshly harvested grain in the virtual marketplace, plus the remaining 2,000 kilograms from before. There were 1.13 million shop transactions, earning system rewards of 1.13 billion survival points. After recovering all supplies and adding the rewards, Su Yuan had 7.82 billion survival points in hand. The third wave of meteor showers wouldn't arrive until noon the next day, and although sporadic meteors would fall during this time, they posed little threat to humanity. This gave humanity a chance to catch their breath. Though it was midnight, the guards in all survival bases were busy taking turns eating. After meals, they had to continue reinforcing and repairing damaged sections of the bases and tending to the wounded. Feeling sleepy, Su Yuan crawled into bed. The next day, the global environment had deteriorated so much that going outside without a protective suit was impossible. Due to the meteor showers and nuclear explosions, temperatures were rising steadily. Su Yuan could now plant crops using ordinary seeds. After finishing breakfast prepared by Su Yuan had the multi-satellite scan for nearby meteor impact sites. He typically didn't venture too far, confining his search to a radius of 5,000 li, which he could reach almost instantly. Soon the satellite located 117 fallen meteors and thousands of meteor fragments nearby. Su Yuan ignored the smaller fragments. He then maneuvered his survival base to land atop each meteor crater, sending robots like Neo Dolly down to haul the meteors up. All he had to do was wait inside the base to recover them. In less than 2 hours, Su Yuan recovered over 32.3 million kilograms of premium metal, earning 32.3 billion survival points. After finishing his work, he headed to the power layer, intending to attempt a limit-speed flight before the third wave of meteor showers arrived. Entering the cockpit, Su Yuan donned the electronic pilot helmet and switched to manual control. He pulled the joystick and the survival base shot forward like a streak of light, roaring away. Like most people, he craved extreme speed. Flying at Mach 2, the survival base was indistinguishable from a real UFO. The titanium alloy armor on its exterior shimmered with dazzling brilliance against the friction of the air, resembling a silver lightning bolt streaking across the sky at 10,000 meters. Ha ha ha, faster. Even faster. Su Yuan yelled in exhilaration. Suddenly, a swift conical craft zipped past the high-speed survival base, sending a jolt through his body. What the? Did I just see that? Su Yuan thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. He quickly checked the playback footage. It was indeed a conical craft. The black vessel, 60 meters long, was far smaller than Su Yuan's survival base, yet it was faster. Su Yuan immediately calmed down, switched to autopilot, and guided the survival base back to its original location. Could there be aliens in this world? He decided it was wiser not to show off. Returning to the survival pod, he went online to search for information about extraterrestrials. The search yielded a heap of alien hoaxes. However, Su Yuan also stumbled upon an intriguing event. 8 years ago, a meteorite had plunged at extreme speed into Cheli City in the Hongdu region. Though small, the meteorite descended so rapidly that no missile could intercept it. Just as the city of hundreds of thousands was about to be obliterated, a conical object of incredible speed shot out from nowhere, shattering the meteorite tens of thousands of meters in the sky. The violent collision unleashed an explosive force equivalent to over 100 atomic bombs. The massive shockwave pulverized buildings, cars, and other structures on the ground, causing a large number of casualties. Though the news covered the incident, it did not cause a stir. No experts came forward to explain afterward. Su Yuan continued searching for material on the event, confirming it was genuine. Yet the ordinary public knew nothing of what lay behind it. Unable to figure out the cause and too lazy to investigate further, he was about to give up when the automatic wireless communicator received an unfamiliar radio signal. The radio signal was converted to speech by the automatic wireless communicator. Foolish humans, I am Happy D, an advanced dinosaurian residing in the Earth's core. From now on you shall all obey my commands. You'd better not be foolish, cast aside your pitiful pride. Happy D, a noble among the dinosaurians, regarded humans as nothing more than livestock. He led a squad of dinosaurians from the Earth's core primarily to destroy meteor showers and elevate human technology to prepare for an even greater catastrophe. Because although they lived in the Earth's core, the surface's disasters would also affect them. Happy D's team had 9 conical craft, each capable of reaching Mach 10, 5 times the speed of Su Yuan's survival base. The conical craft Su Yuan had encountered earlier was one of them. They dispersed, flew out of Blue Star, and rammed the third wave of meteorites from various directions. Happy D spoke while flying. Hundreds of millions of years ago, when we dinosaurians built cities on the surface, you were no different from the monkeys and apes of today. So if you want to survive the fifth great extinction, you must obey me like livestock. Damn, who does he think he's looking down on? Su Yuan fumed. He soon discovered that the internet had exploded. Many survival bases were willing to act as dogs. Tanaka, who had already evacuated the Dongdu survival base, was not idle on the submarine. The submarine carrying Tanaka surfaced, and via satellite he publicly declared his willingness to follow all of Happy D's commands. Unfortunately, Happy D could not receive Tanaka's message. Happy D had already flown out of Blue Star, leading his squad to crash into the third wave of meteorites. The three major survival bases, including Huadu, deployed various devices to watch the spectacle of Happy D and his team colliding with the meteorites. It was like a high-speed nail striking an egg. With a thunderous roar, the meteorite shattered into countless fragments. After the third wave, Happy D's squad faced the fourth wave. This wave contained over a dozen meteorites, each exceeding 5,000 meters in diameter. Happy D charged first. Captain, according to the High Priest's orders, we must return for maintenance before destroying the next wave. A member following Happy D shouted anxiously. Their craft's hull was made of a superalloy over 10,000 times harder than diamond, a technological marvel of the dinosaurians known as dinosaurian superalloy. This dinosaurian superalloy was not only lighter than ordinary steel, but also resistant to deformation under extreme heat pressure or even ultra-low temperatures. That was how they dared to ram meteorites directly. However, after each impact, the superalloy surface developed cracks, like a spiderweb, requiring timely repairs. But Happy D had no intention of returning. He was undervalued in the dinosaurian society and wanted to prove his courage and wisdom as an advanced dinosaurian through this operation. Zaylee, shut your damn mouth. Don't forget your low-level dinosaurian status. I'm in charge here. Dinosaurian hierarchy was strict. The low-level ones had to obey high-level ones unconditionally. So Happy D's squad continued to ram the fourth wave of meteorites. A meteorite over 6,000 meters in diameter was blasted apart by Happy D. Haha, I told you. Mere meteorites could never stop the great Happy D. At the same time, an alarm blared. Warning, warning. Hull damage exceeds 40%. Immediate deceleration required. Immediate deceleration required. Shut up. Haha, I told you. Mere meteorites could never stop the great Happy D. At the same time, an alarm blared. Warning, warning. Hull damage exceeds 40%. Immediate deceleration required. Immediate deceleration required. Shut up, Happy. But their craft suffered severe damage, with hull integrity dropping below 30%. This forced them to decelerate during return. Entering Blue Star's atmosphere, their speed dropped to Mach 2.5. Inside his craft, Happy D spoke to the squad behind. Zaylee, you lot go back first. It'll teach these humans a lesson and show them the greatness of us dinosaurians. No one dared to defy Happy D's orders, not even Zaylee. However, before leaving, Happy D's father had instructed Zaylee to protect him. If anything happened to Happy D, Zaylee would face severe punishment. Zaylee had no choice but to remind him, Captain, on my way here, I encountered a giant flying saucer. Your craft is badly damaged. I think it's best to return for repairs first. Shut up. I've given you too much face. My affairs are none of your business. I wouldn't dare, sir. That flying saucer is just big, but useless. It'll make all humans see that their most advanced technology is nothing before me. Happy D had watched the flight footage Zaylee sent him, mistakenly believing Su Yuan's survival base was humanity's ultimate construction against disaster. Thus, he aimed to destroy it as a deterrent to all of humanity. Subsequently, Happy Flute veered toward the Midu survival base, which according to the dinosaur people's records stood as humanity's most formidable stronghold. Though the massive meteorite had been obliterated, a rain of meteorites persisted. Countless fragments and smaller rocks hurtled toward the Blue Star. At that moment, Midu was still shrouded in midnight. Oken, the chief officer of the Midu survival base, was ecstatic and immediately mobilized forces to prepare for Happy Flute's arrival. Even though all the guards were busy with disaster relief, Oken forcibly diverted 1,000 guards and marshaled every available resource to stage a grand welcoming ceremony. Happy Flute emerged from his flying vessel, his over 5-meter frame clad in protective armor looming over Oken and the others like a giant. He gazed at the welcoming party Oken had assembled, much as a human might observe a troop of performing monkeys. Ha ha ha. You humans are truly ridiculous. Oken took a deep breath, summoning his courage to approach Happy Flute. Esteemed Mr. Happy Flute, I am the chief officer of Midu. As he spoke, Oken extended his hand with a beaming smile. Get lost, filthy human. You are unworthy to shake hands with the great Happy Flute. Happy Flute cut Oken off. Oken's expression froze instantly, but he quickly regained his composure and forced a smile. Esteemed Happy Flute, what would you have us do for you? Ha ha ha, you foolish humans can do nothing for me, Happy Flute. I, Happy Flute, shall be humanity's savior, and you shall worship me as you would a deity. Happy Flute felt that since he had emerged, he ought to accomplish great deeds and also indulge in life's pleasures. In truth, the dinosaur people, now dwelling in the planet's core, fared little better than humans. They faced even more formidable beasts, not only those spawned by the fifth great catastrophe, but also those left behind by previous cataclysms. During the fourth great catastrophe, the dinosaur people were forced to split into two factions. One part fled the Blue Star in search of new habitats, while the other, guided by their revered dinosaur god, descended into the underworld to escape the calamity. Since then, they rarely left the underworld, partly because the surface environment was inhospitable and partly out of fear that leaving would invite even greater disasters. Not until the fifth great catastrophe struck, with beasts proliferating in the underworld and disasters ravaging the surface, did their high priest, fearing the meteor shower would destroy the Blue Star, dispatch Happy Flute and others to shatter the meteorites. They also resolved to share some of their technology to aid humanity. For a stronger humanity could help them withstand the calamities, and there was no fundamental conflict between the two species. However, Happy Flute aspired to make humans a vassal race wholly subservient to the dinosaur people. He then ordered Oaken to summon the chief officers of all survival bases to Midu to heed his commands and to construct a palace for him and a temple dedicated to the dinosaur god. Oaken, I give you 3 days. If you deliver, I'll grant you our dinosaur people's technological archives. Fail, and I'll sample your brain to see if it's as delectable as our ancestors claimed. Happy Flute fixed his eyes as large as brass bells on Oaken, his ferocious dinosaur visage twisting into a bloodthirsty grin as he licked his lips with a crimson tongue. Terrified, Oaken turned pale and stammered, "Great Mr. Happy Flute, I will surely complete the task." "Ha ha, ignorant human, from now on you shall kneel in reverence before the great Happy Flute." Happy Flute chuckled smugly, giving Oaken's knee a light kick. With a sharp crack, Oaken's kneecap shattered, and he collapsed to his knees. Wincing in agony, he dared not resist gritting his teeth as he knelt and kowtowed to Happy Flute. "That's more like it. Now let me show you how even your most advanced flying saucer is worthless before the great Happy Flute." Happy Flute activated a wrist-mounted device resembling a watch, emitting a beam of silver light that projected a holographic image before Oaken and the others. It displayed a scene of Su Yuan's survival base intersecting with Zari's flying vessel. Oaken was stunned, about to explain, but Happy Flute ignored him, turning to stride back to his flying vessel. "All humans, watch closely. I'll broadcast live how the great Happy Flute demolishes your pinnacle of technology. I'll crush your future hopes beneath my feet." Happy Flute was brimming with confidence, for his father Happy Mo had assured him that even a century of human development could not rival the dinosaur people. Happy Flute believed Su Yuan's base was merely a pretty shell lacking substance. Why else would it be so slow? Surely it couldn't withstand the impact of his flying vessel. Seated before his computer, Su Yuan watched the live feed of Oaken and Happy Flute's meeting via a multifunctional satellite and fumed. Damn it. Do they really think him a pushover? Xiao Yu, can the intelligent giant laser cannon destroy Happy Flute's flying vessel? Xiao Yu propped her chin on her hand, pondering. "Master, of course. His vessel is already severely damaged. 3 shots at most will finish it. If you alternate between the intelligent giant laser cannon and the intelligent giant freeze cannon, subjecting it to extreme heat and cold, his vessel probably won't withstand 2 shots. Master, you can also have Neo Dali and the others deliver the finishing blow." "Good, let's do it." Su Yuan immediately summoned Neo Dali and the others to prepare. In an instant, Su Yuan's survival base ascended into the air, its lower titanium alloy plates retracting to reveal 2 pitch-black massive cannon barrels. Neo Dali, Ratman, Big Cat, and 3 other intelligent attack robots flew out, transforming into combat mode with laser cannons on their backs and laser machine guns at the ready. Soon a beam of light shot toward them. Happy Flute's flying vessel. Due to the damage, his speed was limited to Mach 6, accelerating further risked the vessel's hull collapsing. Su Yuan had already entered the cockpit, donning an electronic helmet that gave him a clear view of Happy Flute's vessel. Blast him to hell. The intelligent giant laser cannon and freeze cannon, once authorized by Su Yuan, could autonomously lock onto targets and fire. Happy Flute's vessel was locked onto from tens of thousands of meters away. The pitch-black intelligent giant laser cannon blazed with a brilliance brighter than the sun. Meanwhile, Happy Flute was broadcasting live via his vessel's communication equipment, using radio waves to address all of humanity. "Ha, all humans, you should thank the great Happy Flute for witnessing this thrilling moment. From this point on, humanity shall kneel before the great Happy Flute." At the Midu survival base, everyone was utterly bewildered. The survival bases of Huadu, Hongdu, and Fudu were all baffled by the situation. Damn, it was this flying saucer built by us humans. I find that hard to believe. Which great master can come out and explain this? FCK, how did it appear over the land of Huadu? Was it constructed by Huadu? Then through their radio devices, people heard a thunderous, earth-shattering boom. Those in Huadu even spotted 2 suns in the southwestern sky. The newly appeared sun was far more dazzling than the real one, emitting a scorching white light. This was the explosive aftermath of an ultra-high temperature laser fired by a giant intelligent laser cannon striking Hapide's flying vessel. Hapide's face twisted in shock. Before his vessel could even ram into Su Yuan's survival base, it had already come under attack. "You! How dare you attack me, the great Hapide?" Hapide's expression shifted dramatically. "Warning! Warning! The vessel has sustained massive damage. Hull integrity is over 90 compromised. Evacuate immediately." Before the alarm could finish, a beam of super-chilled light from a giant intelligent cryocannon slammed into it. Hapide's vessel hull then crumbled. The dinosaurman's vaunted superalloy shattered like shards of glass. Hapide's flying vessel was instantly frozen solid. All systems ceased to function. Even Hapide, clad in his protective exosuit, shivered uncontrollably from the cold. Damn it, no martial honor. I, the great Hapide, haven't even made my move yet. Hapide frantically activated the escape mechanism and ejected from the flying vessel. He didn't want to die. He had just arrived on the surface yet to enjoy the treatment of a savior, or let his scornful siblings witness his future glory. Thus Hapide lowered his noble head and begged, despicable humans, you cannot kill me. My father is the deputy commander-in-chief of the dinosaur clan. Killing me will bring disaster upon all humanity. However, what awaited Hapide were the laser cannons of Neodali and the others. Boom boom. Under the barrage of laser fire, Hapide was reduced to a charred black lump. Hapide's flying vessel also plummeted to the ground, breaking into several pieces. Instantly, everyone listening to Hapide's live radio broadcast was dumbfounded. All they heard were the final alarms of the vessel, followed by violent explosions. No one could figure out what had happened. Then Su Yuan had Neodali and the others haul the wreckage of Hapide's vessel back to the survival base. Gwazi, can this flying vessel be repaired? Gwazi shook his large head and circled the wreckage. Gugu, the power systems, control systems, gravity systems, air circulation systems, all can be repaired. It's just the hull that can't be fixed. Su Yuan beamed with joy. If it could be fixed, he could spend some survival points to upgrade it, and this vessel would be even faster. How long will it take? Gugu Master, it might take 2 months. Repairing the small nuclear power unit will be time-consuming. We may even need to purchase some specialized repair equipment. That long. Is there a way to access the vessel's stored data first? Su Yuan wanted to obtain some dinosaur man intelligence to see how far their civilization had developed. After all, a prolonged conflict with the dinosaur men seemed likely in the future. Gugu Master, I can repair the data storage device first, but reading the data will require Mosaic to handle it. Gwazi excelled at repairs and modifications, but for research and cracking it, depended on RD robots like Mosaic. That evening, Su Yuan savored premium potatoes and corn. Dabai prepared a dish of braised chicken with potatoes, a corn, and duck soup, along with braised fish and some stir-fried greens. Since Dabai had arrived, Su Yuan's meals had grown increasingly rich. He took a bite of potato, its flavor lingering in his mouth. It reminded him of the taste of small potatoes from his hometown. Small potatoes had low yields, but were delicious. Farmers would grow some for themselves and rarely sold them. The potatoes available at markets were all large, improved varieties from experts. The more you ate them, the less they tasted like real potatoes. Now Su Yuan felt the premium potatoes were even better than the small ones from his hometown. After finishing the meal, he noticed no immediate changes. Perhaps after a few more meals he would feel a difference. Later, Su Yuan checked his gains. From the previous night's early hours until now, the virtual marketplace had recorded 163 million transactions. Especially after Hapide's death, the trade volume had skyrocketed. Because all survival bases were no longer worried about whether they would survive the next day, but about how to live in the future. Storing grain became their top priority. Survival bases like Huadu dispatched unmanned machines to scour the surroundings for supplies and meteorite fragments to trade for food. Consequently, a total of 3.07 million kilograms of grain were traded, yielding 21.9 million kilograms of ordinary supplies and 5.47 million kilograms of premium supplies. In-store transactions were relatively fewer, at only 1.17 million times, earning rewards of 1.17 billion survival points. The grain Su Yuan had harvested from the previous night and throughout the day totaled over 2.7 million kilograms. Adding the remaining 9.200 kilograms and deducting the grain exchanged, he had 5.500 kilograms left. Harvesting 2 more rounds of grain tonight should be enough to cover the evening's trades. After recycling all the supplies and adding the system rewards, Su Yuan's survival points had accumulated to 58 billion. Then he went online to check the news. It was all about the dinosaur men. Damn, there really are subterranean beings. Why have we been kept in the dark all this time? Bro, there's a lot you don't know. The big question now is whether Hapide is dead. If he is, will it be blamed on all of humanity? FCK, it has nothing to do with us in Midu. It was you people from Huadu who did it. Baka, it has nothing to do with us in Dongdu. We are all good law-abiding citizens. The online chatter was absurd. Many survival bases, fearing repercussions, actively distanced themselves from Huadu. Some even declared a severance of ties. Meanwhile, a few experts in Huadu jumped out to explain that they were not involved. Midu leading Fudu, Dongdu, Kwangdu, and other survival bases pressured Huadu to step forward and take responsibility rather than putting all of humanity at risk. Even more laughably, they demanded that Huadu share the technology for building flying saucers. Huadu refused to take the blame, challenging Midu and the others to produce evidence. Hongdu remained silent, hoping to secretly reap benefits. Damn, can people be this shameless? Su Yuan sneered. He didn't bother to explain online. Instead, he directly increased the grain exchange rates for survival bases like Midu. The rate for ordinary supplies went from 201 to 301, and for premium supplies from 101 to 151. From now on, it would take 30 units of ordinary supplies or 15 units of premium supplies to obtain 1 unit of grain. After all, Su Yuan was the only one globally who didn't lack food. If they didn't want to starve, they had no choice but to grudgingly accept his prices. The next morning, Guazi excitedly ran up to Su Yuan. Google Master, the stored data has been extracted. You can view it on the multifunction computer. Su Yuan immediately examined the data within the Happy Flute flying vessel. Damn it, how can I not understand any of this? He discovered that most of the data recorded the vessel's flight parameters, intelligent control systems, and navigation operations. Even though everything had been translated into human language, Su Yuan was utterly bewildered. The only thing that surprised him was that these records also contained a portion of the dinosaurian technological archives which their high priest had deliberately prepared for humanity. Well, finally found something good. Su Yuan chuckled with delight. This archive included the dinosaurians' most prized dino-alloy high-speed quantum communication technology, super electromagnetic cannons, magnetic energy pistols, and artificial intelligence systems. However, the dino-alloy was divided into 9 grades. The Happy Flute vessel used the highest grade, while humanity received only the lowest. The records also detailed the dinosaurians' history, the underworld, and the entrances to the Earth's core world. The entrances to the Earth's core world were hidden in Antarctica, the Arctic, and the Bermuda Triangle. This inner world comprised 3 layers. The outermost layer was slightly larger than the surface of Blue Star. The middle layer was 2/3 the size of the outer layer, and the innermost layer was half the size of the outer layer. The Earth's core world was not naturally formed, but was a relic of a civilization that predated the dinosaurians. The dinosaurians inhabited the innermost layer near the core, where the warm, humid environment suited them. The outer and middle layers teemed with powerful mutated beasts, including terror-level beings beyond the Lord level, and even more formidable Emperor-level creatures. When facing the 4th Great Catastrophe, the dinosaurians split into 2 groups. Those who migrated to the Earth's core exhausted their technological resources, nearly exterminating all the mutated beasts across the 3 layers. However, after enduring the 4th Great Catastrophe, they grew weary of progress, choosing instead to indulge in leisure and live in the moment. Consequently, each generation of dinosaurians became weaker to the point where they could no longer comprehend many of the technologies left by their ancestors. Meanwhile, the mutated beasts grew stronger, reclaiming the first 2 layers of the core world. Su Yuan took a deep breath. He had never imagined that beyond Lord-level beasts existed Terror-level and even Emperor-level creatures. If such beasts were to emerge on the surface, they would surely annihilate humanity. Moreover, the dinosaurians were not to be trifled with. Having killed Happy Flute, its father would undoubtedly seek revenge. The only solution was to keep leveling up again and again. Su Yuan also wanted to manufacture dino alloy. Titanium alloy armor was inferior, and vibranium was too expensive, requiring too many survival points. As for other dinosaurian technologies, he planned to research and produce only the useful ones, trading the rest for supplies. He could exchange some advanced yet harmless technology with Huadu, and the useless non-threatening ones with bases like Midu. Nothing would be given for free. Su Yuan wanted resources, they wanted tech. Each had what the other needed. With a plan in mind, Su Yuan immediately headed to the Pentagon laboratory. Master, I did a great job, didn't I? Mosaic trotted up to him seeking praise. Su Yuan reached out and patted Mosaic's head. Keep up the good work, and he'll find you a partner. Mosaic neighed happily. Master, I want a research robot that looks like a white horse. What, you're picky now? If you can research and manufacture dino alloy within 3 days, I'll buy one to keep you company. Su Yuan figured he could put the new robot to work anyway. Master, I can't do it that fast. Even with the dinosaurian data, we still need experiments and some manufacturing equipment. How long do you need? Master, at least 20 days. Can't you speed it up? Mosaic looked at Su Yuan pitifully and shook its head. Master, not unless you upgrade the lab. Damn, just upgrade. Why didn't you say so earlier? Su Yuan, brimming with wealth, commanded, upgrade. A chime announced success. Laboratory level 3, 080 SQM equipped with 2 intelligent research robots capable of developing ordinary intelligent technology projects. First research free, subsequent research costs 10 billion survival points. Upgrade to level 4, 100 billion survival points. Instantly, a white pony appeared before Su Yuan. Master, I am researching it too. Before Su Yuan could speak, Mosaic rushed over. Mosaic. I'm research unit 2. The white pony swished its tail. Well, I wonder if Mosaic tricked me. Su Yuan mused wryly. He named the new robot Little White Dragon and ordered both Mosaic and Little White Dragon to work overtime to produce dino alloy within 7 days, then develop high-quality soil. Each lab upgrade granted 1 free research opportunity, and these could be accumulated. Su Yuan now had only 1 free research chance left. As he left the lab, the system chimed. Ding, congratulations to the host for surviving 28 days in the Great Catastrophe era. Reward 100 survival points. When the reminder came yesterday, Su Yuan had been busy watching Happy Flute collide with the meteorite and hadn't paid attention. Now he remembered he hadn't drawn yesterday's lottery. Opening the lottery page, he pressed the golden virtual button. Lines of text flashed across the golden display box: antimatter collector, nanoborobot, BioGuard, superconducting energy transmission system. Su Yuan's eyes lit up. He wanted them all. All come into my bowl. Finally, the text that settled in the golden frame was strength soil. Well, I finally got you. With strength soil, Su Yuan could obtain strength fruits. The three key physical attributes, strength, speed, and endurance, would then become balanced and continuously improve, reaching the limits of the human body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining strength soil. It has been sent to your inventory. Su Yuan hurried to the back of the survival pod and placed the strength soil next to the endurance soil. The strength soil was golden and felt like sand in his hands. Su Yuan had no mutated beast carcasses at the moment. He decided to hunt in the afternoon, both to earn points and to obtain carcasses using the strength soil to extract their power and produce strength fruits. He needed not only strength fruits, but also speed and endurance fruits to comprehensively enhance his physique. Returning to the fourth underground level of the survival pod, Dubai had already prepared lunch. While eating, Su Yuan said, "Xiao, you have the multi-function satellite search for all Lord-level mutated beasts worldwide and map out their precise locations and activity ranges." "Master, are you going to hunt beasts? I can't keep Neo Dali and the others idle. They need to earn survival points for me. Besides, I can't let the intelligent giant laser cannon and the intelligent giant freezing cannon rust away." Although the meteorite shower outside continued, the chain of natural disasters it triggered showed no signs of ceasing. Yet its impact on Su Yuan was minimal. After the nuclear explosion, the temperature rose, and the mutated beasts grew increasingly active. This was precisely the opportune moment to hunt them. Su Yuan had no intention of being ill-prepared when the dinosaur men came seeking revenge. At the very least, he needed to acquire another weapon of the same caliber as the intelligent giant ice cannon. After a meal, Su Yuan obtained a map of Lord-level mutated beasts transmitted by the multifunctional satellite, along with their territories. Then, following the map, Su Yuan devised a route and set the survival base to autonomous driving mode. Donning his auxiliary exoskeleton and grabbing a laser rifle, he prepared to deliver the finishing shots when necessary. His plan was first to hunt the Lord-level beasts on the Huadu continent, then proceed north to hunt those on the Hongdu continent, and finally circle back to the Fudu survival base. With a thunderous rumble, the ground quaked as the survival base ascended into the air, flying toward the nearest Lord-level beast. It was a creature that resembled a giant panda, the iron-eating beast. Flame-spitting iron-eating beast, Lord-level, 46 meters tall, ferocious temper, immense strength, capable of shattering a mountain peak with a single swipe of its claws. Its razor-sharp fangs could easily tear through steel, and it could spew lava with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees. If you fancy being charred to a crisp, feel free to provoke it. The iron-eating beasts were a pack species. Dozens of brutal level 1s and thousands of invasion level 1s surrounded its lair. They dwelled in a valley where nearby survival bases either lay in ruins or had been voluntarily evacuated. The flame-spitting iron-eating beast alone had claimed the lives of over 10,000 humans. From within the survival base, Su Yuan observed the creature via multi-satellite imagery. Its massive body occupied nearly a fifth of the entire valley. Every time it shifted, the earth trembled. Rocks on the mountainside were shaken loose, crashing down upon the lesser beasts. "Master, be careful," the system warned. "This beast is nearly 50 meters tall, one of the more formidable Lord-level entities. It can even spew lava and shows signs of evolving into a terrifying level beast." Su Yuan nodded. Upon seeing the flame-spitting iron-eating beast, he had no intention of engaging it personally. "Damn, you're huge, but just because you look like a national treasure doesn't mean it'll go easy on you." He immediately authorized the two cannons to lock onto the beast. The survival base ascended to 1,000 meters above the valley, casting a shadow like a dark cloud blocking the sun from the flame-spitting iron-eating beast. Roar, roar. The beast bellowed in fury. In the underground world, it had never enjoyed such sunlight. Though the sky intermittently rained burning meteorite fragments, they caused it no harm. Instead, it relished the oppressive heat. Huff! The beast took a deep breath and spat a torrent of molten lava toward the survival base. It couldn't speak human language, but its intelligence was no less than a human's. The massive survival base instilled a sense of danger, prompting it to strike first. Roar, roar, roar. Pitiful humans, leave while I'm still in a good mood. The lava shot up hundreds of meters, but fell short of the survival base. Su Yuan couldn't understand its roars. "Damn, you dare make the first move? Fire at it." The intelligent giant laser cannon unleashed a beam of ultra-high temperature light. With temperatures exceeding 30,000 degrees, the beam could instantly melt rock into magma. The flame-spitting iron-eating beast was instantly turned into a roasted panda. Its black and white fur, tougher than alloy, was reduced to ashes by the laser. Roar, roar, roar. How shameless. You burned off all my fur in one shot. The beast covered its face and turned to flee. Su Yuan sent Neo Dolly, Big Cat Mouse, Hero Silly Sheep, and Lightning Rabbit to chase it. Only Beiji remained by his side. The survival base descended over the valley. Su Yuan with Beiji stepped out wielding a laser rifle to pick off invasion-level and brutal-level iron-eating beasts. Beiji transformed into an intelligent combat robot, its attack power rivaling that of silly sheep. Su Yuan didn't order Beiji to use the laser cannon as he needed the beast carcasses to harvest power fruits. A single cannon shot might leave nothing of an invasion-level beast. After half an hour, Su Yuan and Beiji had killed 43 brutal-level and 631 invasion-level beasts. They earned 631 million survival points. Su Yuan then had Beiji haul the carcasses back to the base. Of the 675 beasts, Su Yuan instructed Air Huang to bury 300 in the power field, and the rest in the speed and stamina fields respectively. By tomorrow, the power, speed, and stamina fruits would be ready for harvest. After Air Huang finished, Niu Dali and the others had already slain the fleeing flame-spitting, iron-eating beast, earning a 1 billion survival point bonus. Su Yuan then went on to kill 11 more Lord-level beasts, including the giant black widow spider, the green armored python, and the giant rat pig. When it came to the 12th Lord-level beast, Su Yuan encountered the brother of the golden-backed Tyrannosaurus Rex, the ironclad raptor. It was the tallest Lord-level beast he had faced so far. Ironclad raptor, Lord-level 50 meters tall, extremely fast. Its running speed rivals that of a mobile rocket. Never attempt to approach within 10,000 meters of it, or you'll become its snack within the next second. Damn, a mobile rocket. How can it run that fast? Does it have a nuclear-powered engine? Su Yuan was tempted to pry open the ironclad raptor's chest to see what its heart looked like. The survival base hadn't even entered the creature's territory when it issued a threatening roar. Roar, roar, roar. Its ears were incredibly sensitive, able to hear even the faintest sounds from afar. To put it at ease, Su Yuan halted the base outside its territory. Then he ordered the intelligent giant ice cannon to lock on and fire. Once you're frozen, you won't be able to run. Su Yuan grinned slyly. With a thunderous boom, the intelligent giant ice cannon shot out a stream of ultra-low temperature cold current. Everything in its path was instantly encased in ice. Crack, crack. The sound of freezing echoed as if even the air itself was frozen solid. The ironclad raptor had just relaxed when it sensed the bone-chilling cold surging toward it. In the next moment, its massive body was frozen solid. Unwilling to accept its fate, it struggled to let out a roar. Roar, roar, roar. Damn, is this what humans do? It tried to break free from the ice and escape. But the intelligent giant laser cannon followed up with a beam of ultra-high temperature light, blasting its enormous body to the ground. Niu Dali, finish it off. Su Yuan shouted. Niu Dali and the others flew over, surrounding the ironclad raptor. The laser cannons on their backs fired volley after volley, engulfing the beast. Damn, the surface is too dangerous. I want to go back to the underground world, the ironclad raptor thought. It had forgotten how arrogant it was when it first emerged from the underground world. It had brutally dug a private base out of the earth, devouring the humans inside like snacks. But as the saying goes, what goes around comes around. Su Yuan's 2 cannons had already gravely wounded it. Now it lacked even the strength to rise. In the end, it died, suffused with indignation. Ding. Congratulations, host, for killing a Lord-level exotic beast and earning a reward of 1 billion survival points. In one afternoon, Su Yuan killed 12 exotic beasts, accumulating a total of 12 billion survival points. In the evening after dinner, Su Yuan checked his gains for the day. From last night until now, a total of 43 million kilograms of food were traded in the virtual marketplace with 178 million transactions. Ordinary resources exchanged totaled 3 million kilograms, while quality resources amounted to 12 million kilograms. After deducting the exchanged food and adding the remaining food from yesterday, there are still 720 kilograms of food left in the virtual marketplace. The shop transactions totaled 53 million, earning a system reward of 53 billion survival points. Combined with the rewards from killing exotic beasts during the day and after deducting the survival points spent on upgrading the laboratory, Su Yuan had 28 billion survival points in hand. Subsequently, Su Yuan checked the information online. The 3 major survival bases, including Huadu, confirmed that the meteor shower would last for another 2 days before concluding. The chain of natural disasters caused by the meteor shower is estimated to take more than half a month to gradually dissipate. Compared to the tense atmosphere of yesterday, today is somewhat better. Under the intentional guidance of the Midu survival base, the responsibility for the situation has shifted from Huadu bearing all blame to Huadu needing to share its technology with all of humanity. Fuck you, Huadu people are too selfish. At this time, we should work together. You should learn to be grateful. If it weren't for us Midu, you would still be living in an agricultural society. Baka, without our dongdus interest-free loans, Huadu wouldn't have developed at all. Damn it, do you have no shame? We developed ourselves, and it has nothing to do with you. Online, there was an abundance of debate, as Midu sought to sway public opinion to pressure Huadu. However, Huadu was uninterested and focused on building the Ark. Su Yuan did not pay much attention to this information. He noticed that exotic beasts were becoming active again, with over 100 incidents of exotic beast attacks on survival bases. Among them were Lord-level exotic beasts, and many survival bases were destroyed by these creatures, resulting in casualties of tens of thousands. At the same time, Corrupt City discovered a deadly virus. This is a type of virus that experts had never seen before, referred to as the zombie virus, capable of turning humans and exotic beasts into zombies. Currently, there is no official confirmation, and most information is being sealed off. The posts that Su Yuan saw were quickly deleted. The one who posted was a conscientious virology expert who speculated that the virus was likely brought to Blue Star by the meteorites. If true, the zombie virus would trigger a global outbreak. It's terrifying to think about. No wonder even the technology level of the dinosaur people couldn't withstand such disasters. Xiao Yu, do we have any means to combat the zombie virus? Su Yuan was worried about accidentally getting infected with the zombie virus. Master, there are many methods to deal with the virus. The simplest is to take antiviral medication in advance, or we could use nanobiobots that can enter your body and kill the virus. Master, it would be best to purchase an intelligent research robot specifically for studying viruses. It can not only develop antiviral drugs in the laboratory, but also create biochemical weapons, and even be fully obedient to its master. While the laboratory can do that, Su Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Master, experimentation is also a major function of the system, don't underestimate it. Su Yuan then searched for intelligent virology research robots within the system. An ordinary intelligent virology research robot costs 20 billion survival points. A high-level intelligent virology research robot costs 35 billion survival points. The top-tier intelligent virology research robot costs 50 billion survival points. You must be kidding, this price is even higher than that of Neo Dali and the others. Su Yuan suspected the system was deliberately trying to extort him. If the master thinks it's too expensive, you can upgrade Mosaic, Xiao Bailong, and the others. You can choose a specific research direction for them to upgrade. Oh, there's such a trick. Su Yuan planned to try it tomorrow. After browsing some other posts and playing a game for a while, Su Yuan burrowed into bed to sleep. In the morning, after finishing breakfast, he went to the surface. Unfortunately, the power fruits had not yet ripened. It seemed he would have to wait until noon to eat them. Arriving at the laboratory again, Mosaic and Xiao Bailong had already produced the sample of the primary dinosaur superalloy. They would need to continue upgrading until they developed the highest grade dinosaur superalloy before Su Yuan could build a factory to manufacture it. Su Yuan spent another 1 billion to purchase some manufacturing equipment for experiments and various metals for experimentation, allowing Mosaic and Xiao Bailong to continue their research. He decided to wait for Mosaic to produce the dinosaur superalloy before upgrading to develop antiviral drugs. Subsequently, he continued hunting exotic beasts according to his plan. Outside the survival base, the morning temperature had already reached 37 degrees Celsius. Since most exotic beasts preferred hot environments, they appeared particularly active today, and many survival bases had sounded alarms. Ningxing's survival base was particularly unlucky, suffering an attack from a wave of exotic beasts. Around 4 a.m., a large number of foxwolves, hawks, wolf spiders, and more than 10 other types of exotic beasts appeared, totaling over 30,000. By 6 a.m., a large number of invading-level exotic beasts emerged. Ordinary exotic beasts could be killed with shotguns or machine guns. Invading-level exotic beasts required grenades, cannons, or tanks. The captain of Ningxing's guard team was a striking young woman, Ning Ruolin. She personally commanded the automatic artillery to bombard the fox-wolf beasts. Dozens of automatic artillery pieces spewed shells, creating a flower of explosions. Dirt flew, and the earth trembled. Many ordinary fox-wolves fell, and those with better luck could still howl, while the unfortunate ones simply passed away. The invading-level fox-wolves were smarter, quickly dodging or lying flat when the shells fell. After a round of shelling, only a few invading-level fox-wolves were killed. Ning Ruolin quickly deployed drones to bomb the fox-wolf pack. The effect was still not very good. Moreover, the drones came under attack from swarms of hawks. Often dozens of drones carrying bombs flew out, but had not returned to their designated positions before being shot down by the hawk's sharp claws. Ning Ruolin had no choice but to urgently seek help from her superiors. At the same time, she mobilized tanks, rocket launchers, and other heavy weapons to attack the exotic beasts. However, the brutal-level foxwolves were extremely fast and tough. Even when hit by shells, they would not die. Meanwhile, large numbers of snake ants and wolf spiders burrowed into the survival base, making heavy weapons ineffective. They had to use mechanical exoskeletons, or the latest ordinary mechanical armor developed by Huadu, to kill the exotic beasts. Ning Ruolin frowned in the command room. The situation in Ningxing was not good. Almost all guards had been dispatched, and a large number of unmanned attack weapons were also used. However, the number of exotic beasts continued to increase rather than decrease. Ning Ruolin was worried that a Lord-level exotic beast might appear. She immediately reported to her superiors and sent out a distress signal. Although the Ningxing survival base was not large, it still housed around 6 to 70,000 people. Huadu immediately ordered the nearby survival bases to provide reinforcements. However, the survival bases surrounding Ningxing also faced attacks from exotic beasts, but their situation was relatively better than that of Ningxing. Ferocious class aberrant beasts were multiplying in number, swift in movement, and immense in strength, capable of flipping tanks and armored vehicles with ease. Hand grenades and bombs proved largely ineffective against them. At this moment, the entire population of Ningqing men, women, and children alike had joined the resistance against the aberrant beast tide. Many aberrant beasts had already infiltrated the survival base. Inside a dormitory, a middle-aged man aimed a hunting rifle at the door. Behind him stood two boys clutching kitchen knives, the only weapons they could find. Outside the door, several ordinary wolf spiders slammed violently against it. Bang, bang, bang. The steel plate of the security door deformed under the impact. With a crack, a wolf spider's claw like a scythe pierced through the steel. "Dad, watch out!" the older boy cried out. The middle-aged man pulled the trigger, firing 2 shots at the wolf spider. The spider let out a terrifying screech and continued battering the security door. The other men in the dormitory had already gone out to assist the guards against the aberrant beasts. The middle-aged man stayed behind because he had 2 children to care for. The 2 boys gripped their kitchen knives tightly, nervous but tearless. During the last aberrant beast tide, their mother had been tragically killed, and they had learned the true horror of these creatures. Bang! The security door was smashed open, and several wolf spiders lunged forward. The man quickly fired, killing 1 wolf spider, but others extended their scythe-like legs, aiming to pierce his heart. "Dad!" the 2 boys shouted in panic. Bang, bang, bang. The guards finally arrived and gunned down the wolf spiders with machine guns. Before the man could utter a word of thanks, they rushed off to the next location. Such brutal scenes were unfolding everywhere in the Ningqing survival base. In comparison, the middle-aged man and his children were relatively fortunate. By just past 11 in the morning, Ning Ruolin had no more personnel to deploy. All cannons, tanks, rocket launchers, and other available weapons were already in use. Over a dozen ferocious class aberrant beasts had been blasted to death, and more than 1,000 aggressor class beasts had perished. Yet the aberrant beasts still surged forward like a relentless tide. What plunged Ning Ruolin into despair was the appearance of Lord-class aberrant beasts, a golden wool were-ape and a golden-backed Tyrannosaurus rex. The 2 Lord-class aberrant beasts had joined forces, clearly intent on feasting and utterly destroying the Ningqing survival base. He Xingnan organized the evacuation. Ning Ruolin ordered, tears in her eyes. "Captain, you lead the others away. They'll stay behind to hold off the aberrant beasts." At this moment, whoever stayed behind was doomed to die. "That's an order. Carry it out," Ning Ruolin barked. He Shengnan immediately turned and left the command center to organize the evacuation of Ningqing. This marked the abandonment of the Ningqing survival base, sealing its complete destruction. Moreover, fewer than 1 in 1,000 people living in the Ningqing survival base would manage to escape alive. After reporting the situation to her superiors, Ning Ruolin donned a mechanical exoskeleton, shouldered a machine gun, and led her team out to fight the aberrant beasts to the death. This golden wool were-ape was even taller than the one Su Yuan had encountered before, standing nearly 50 meters high, with muscles harder than steel. The Ningqing guards' tanks and rocket launchers were useless against it. With a single swipe of its claw, it flattened the tanks and rocket launchers that attacked it. Meanwhile, the golden-backed Tyrannosaurus rex was doing the same on the other side of the Ningqing survival base. Many guards were crushed to death inside their tanks before they could even cry out. Ning Ruolin ordered everyone to retreat and avoid confronting the Lord-class aberrant beasts. Minutes later, 2 missiles descended from the sky, striking the golden wool were-ape and the golden-backed Tyrannosaurus rex. The ground shook violently, and the entire Ningqing survival base trembled. But after the explosions, both aberrant beasts were still alive. Their vitality was formidable. Ordinary missiles could at most wound them. Seeing the 2 Lord-class aberrant beasts still alive, and now more ferocious due to their injuries, they extended their claws, tearing into the ground, attempting to dig the Ningqing survival base out from underground. Most of the Ningqing survival base was buried deep underground. The surface area was small, serving only as a normal passageway. The golden wool were-ape's sharp claws sliced through the hard ground, like tofu, then scooped upward, pulling out 1% of the base from the earth. Humans who hadn't managed to escape tumbled out of the ruins like ants. Terror, helplessness, despair. Facing the golden wool were-ape, they saw no hope. Ning Ruolin, enraged, ordered all guards to bombard the were-ape with heavy weapons. Roar, roar, roar. Weak humans still daring to resist. You're nothing but our dessert. The golden wool were-ape roared arrogantly, extending 2 fingers like an anteater eating ants, pinching an unlucky human from the rubble and popping it into its mouth. Damn it, you're way too cocky. Su Yuan, watching this through the multifunctional satellite feed, was furious. The Ningqing survival base was not far from the tea company base, and he had delivered goods there before. He knew the people of Ningqing had also suffered greatly. That morning, following his planned route, he had hunted down Lord-class aberrant beasts, killing 17 of them. The next target was the golden wool were-ape. He hadn't expected it to be preying on humans in Ningqing. Although Su Yuan was still several kilometers away, that didn't stop the intelligent giant laser cannon from locking onto the were-ape. Boom boom. The pitch-black cannon barrel emitted a dazzling laser beam, shooting straight at the golden wool were-ape. The immense, ultra-high temperature laser blast sent the warape's massive body flying hundreds of meters away. Roar, roar, roar. The golden wool warape opened its huge wolfish maw, beating its chest like a gorilla. Weak human, if you've got the guts, come down and fight me, onion. Su Yuan couldn't understand what the warape was roaring about. He then ordered the intelligent giant freeze cannon to blast the warape. An ultra-low temperature cold wave reaching minus 250 degrees Celsius instantly froze the golden wool warape. The warape struggled and roared incessantly. Master, it seems to be cursing you for lacking martial virtue. Xiao Yu pointed at the warape and said, cursing me? Looking for death? Niodali, what are you waiting for? Su Yuan directly ordered Niodali and the others to fly over and finish it off. Long accustomed to Su Yuan's commands, they surrounded the warape and unleashed a barrage of attacks. After 7 or 8 minutes, only a charred mountain of flesh remained. On the other side, the golden-backed Tyrannosaurus Rex, seeing the warape's grim fate, turned and fled. Its alliance with the warape was merely cooperative. There was no need to risk its life for a meal. Seeing the Tyrannosaurus Rex trying to escape, Su Yuan ordered the survival base to track it. Once the two giant cannons had cooled down, they bombarded the Tyrannosaurus Rex. With its retreat, the other aberrant beasts scattered and fled as well. Niodali and his team didn't spare them, beginning to slaughter the ferocious class and aggressor class aberrant beasts. Laser cannons were far more effective than ordinary rocket launchers, fast, lethal, and capable of quickly locking onto aberrant beasts for effective strikes. The laser cannon on Niodali's back took down a ferocious class aberrant beast with almost every shot. Ning Rulin wept for joy at the sight. If only I could possess such a weapon, she thought. Quickly composing herself, she commanded, everyone halt the evacuation. Follow me to rescue the others. Meanwhile, the golden-backed Tyrannosaurus began to panic. No matter how fast it ran, a colossal survival base trailed 1,000 meters above its head. Two pitch-black massive cannon barrels remained fixed upon it. Roar, damn it. If you've got the guts, come down here. The golden-backed Tyrannosaurus brandished its claws at Su Yuan's survival base. Master, it seems to be challenging you to descend. How do you think I'm as foolish as it? Blast it. As the cooldown ended, the intelligent giant laser cannon unleashed an ultra-high temperature laser beam at the golden-backed Tyrannosaurus. Unable to strike, Su Yuan the beast could only flee desperately. The ultra-high temperature laser seared its hide, instantly filling the air with the scent of roasted meat. Before the aroma faded, a blast of ultra-low temperature frigid air struck the golden-backed Tyrannosaurus. Roar, damn it. Why am I so cursed? All I wanted was a decent meal. The golden-backed Tyrannosaurus complained. Master, it seems to be saying it wants a decent meal. Oh, you can understand it. Su Yuan looked curiously at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu shyly pursed her lips and guessing. Then let's assume you're right. Niodali, hurry up. The golden-backed Tyrannosaurus wants a decent meal. Su Yuan shouted to Niodali and the others through the automatic wireless communicator. Niodali was utterly baffled. Although it was an intelligent combat robot, it couldn't grasp Su Yuan's specific meaning. The mouse hero, being much sharper and experienced in finishing blows, guessed that Su Yuan wanted them to deliver the killing strike. Immediately, Niodali and the others flew toward the golden-backed Tyrannosaurus. Bombarded by the two massive cannons, the beast was already gravely wounded and sought only to escape. But injured, it couldn't shake off Niodali and the others. They pursued the golden-backed Tyrannosaurus, relentlessly firing laser cannons at it. Frustrated, the beast turned to seek revenge on Niodali and the others. Under the mouse hero's command, Niodali and the others swiftly dispersed and encircled it. No matter which one the golden-backed Tyrannosaurus pursued, it faced continuous bombardment. After over 10 minutes, the golden-backed Tyrannosaurus fell in defeat. It died without ever enjoying a good meal. That morning, Su Yuan had hunted 19 Lord-tier mutant beasts, earning 19 billion survival points. Then, taking a break, he prepared to eat. Before his meal, he approached the power plot. The power fruits had ripened, their golden hue exuding the aroma of roasted sweet potatoes. Su Yuan immediately picked one and ate it. It left a lingering fragrance in his mouth, tasting like dragon fruit. Already hungry, Su Yuan simply used the power fruits to satisfy his appetite. In one go, he devoured 27 power fruits, boosting his strength to 34. Next, he could continue with the speed fruits and endurance fruits. Su Yuan had instant noodles pick all the fruits and store them in the fridge. Over the next 2 days, he aimed to raise all his physical attributes to 100. After Su Yuan left, Ning Rulin reported the situation in Ningxing to her superiors. The Huadu survival base immediately deployed satellites to monitor Su Yuan's base. Via radio signals, they expressed gratitude to Su Yuan and hoped for cooperation. At that moment, the Huadu survival base was still uncertain whether Su Yuan was a native of Blue Star or an alien. Su Yuan did not respond immediately. Not because he was unwilling, but simply because he was busy hunting mutant beasts. In the afternoon, Su Yuan had better luck encountering Lord-tier beasts that were relatively easier to kill, slaying 23 of them. He earned another 23 billion survival points. That evening, to raise his strength, endurance, and speed to 50, Su Yuan stuffed himself until his belly was round, lying on the sofa and burping. Damn it, I'll never eat this much again. Su Yuan felt an inexhaustible surge of power and vitality. He then began reviewing the day's earnings. In the virtual marketplace, a total of 3.78 million kilograms of grain had been traded with 1.88 million exchanges yielding 25.3 million kilograms of ordinary supplies and 6.52 million kilograms of premium supplies. The store had processed 1.74 million transactions, earning him 1.74 billion survival points in system rewards. The virtual marketplace still had 5.400 kilograms of grain left. As the weather improved, the number of exchanges continued to rise. After recycling all supplies and adding the system rewards, Su Yuan held 77.89 billion survival points. Online, the massive flying saucer had become a hot topic, especially after satellite images from Midu captured Su Yuan killing the golden wolf ape and the golden-backed tyrannosaurus. People became even more convinced that Su Yuan's survival base was linked to Huadu. Fuck. In the face of solid evidence, Huadu still dares to brazenly deny it. As members of humanity, aren't they ashamed? Baka. Huadu should share its technology for the future of humanity. We must unite. Folks, I just can't believe it. If Huadu really built it, why are they still building arcs? That's precisely Huadu's cunning. Building a path in the open while secretly advancing another. Before the appearance of the dinosaur people survival bases, led by Midu, demanded Huadu cooperate. Hongdu, driven by self-interest, also joined Mida's camp. Damn it. If you're this shameless, are you forcing me to cut off your food supply? Su Yuan promptly closed all transactions in the virtual marketplace except for those from Huadu. The trades would resume only after 2 hours. Su Yuan posted an anonymous warning online: if they didn't want a permanent food embargo, they should stop pressuring Huadu and acknowledge the existence of the zombie virus. He then browsed other posts. Surprisingly, he discovered thousands of gratitude posts from Ningxing. Whoever you are, you saved us in our darkest hour. Everyone in Ningxing deeply thanks you. Bless you. The anonymous poster went by the name Huan Mulan. After scanning a few posts, Su Yuan stopped reading and did not reply. He'll just slip away quietly, not taking a single cloud with me. Su Yuan whistled cheerfully, having no intention of responding to the posts or revealing his identity. Finally, following his habit, Su Yuan played some games for a while. Over the next 2 days, Su Yuan spent his time hunting Lord-tier mutant beasts, slaying a total of 79 and earning 79 billion survival points. Over those 2 days, the virtual marketplace and store generated 24.3 billion survival points in earnings. After 2 days of diligently eating fruits, Su Yuan's strength, endurance, and speed all reached 100. After breakfast, Su Yuan checked his attributes. Host Su Yuan: height 180, physique level 1, strength 110 for a normal person, endurance 110 for a normal person, speed 110 for a normal person. Note: the host physique has reached the limit of an ordinary human undergoing constant evolution, equivalent to the physique of an invasion tier mutant beast. Xiao Yu, Su Yuan asked in astonishment. Does this mean I can now kill invasion level mutant beasts with my bare hands? Yes, master. Many invasion level beasts are not as fast or as strong as you are. Damn, that's fantastic. When will I be able to evolve and surpass the limits of an ordinary human? Xiao Yu rested her chin on her small hand, pondering for a moment. Master, there's no rush. It should take 3 months to half a year. If you consume high-quality rice and various special fruits daily, it should speed up the process. Su Yuan decided to use strength, speed, and stamina fruits as his post-meal snacks from then on. As for the mutant beast corpses, he would simply let Neo Dali and the others hunt them every day. Afterwards, Su Yuan went to the Pentagon to check on the progress of Mosaic and Little White Dragon. They had already developed a sample of level 6 dinosaur superalloy. Although it was only level 6, it was still much lighter than ordinary steel, with a hardness reaching 600 times that of diamond. However, if Su Yuan was going to manufacture something, he intended to create the best. He planned to coat the titanium alloy armor with a layer of dinosaur superalloy. Then he would completely repair and upgrade the Happy Pie airship, allowing Mouse Man to pilot it and ram into the dinosaur men. The dinosaur men would surely be utterly astonished. However, Guazi's repair progress was rather slow. Guazi, if I upgrade you, can you fix this airship within 3 days? Cuckoo, master, I'll need at least 2 consecutive upgrades. Damn it, you've learned to haggle too. Su Yuan laughed and cursed, patting Guazi's large head before spending 1.5 billion survival points on an upgrade. Upgrade. Ding, upgrade successful. Intelligent repair robot level 2. Capable of quickly repairing any intelligent machinery. Upgrade to level 3, 1.8 billion survival points. Continue upgrading. Ding, upgrade successful. Intelligent repair robot level 3. Capable of flexibly and rapidly repairing any intelligent machinery. Upgrade to level 4, 2.5 billion survival points. Guazi, if you can't fix it in 3 days, I'll recycle and sell you. Cuckoo, rest assured, master. I'll work overtime to get it repaired within 3 days. Su Yuan suddenly felt like a ruthless capitalist squeezing Guazi's rest time. But it was a necessary measure. The meteor shower had stopped, but the zombie virus had erupted across various survival bases. Previously, killing mutant beasts and burying them sufficed. Now they all turned into living zombies attacking the survival bases again. Not only were they unkillable, but every human they killed became another zombie. In Fudu, where the outbreak began first, they advocated for herd immunity and urged the use of more biological agents to strengthen themselves. Jack's biological agents had already been updated to the second generation. The potency was stronger, but the fatality rate remained high. Jack, however, didn't care. He was growing more powerful regardless. The zombie virus also presented a new research direction for Jack. The vitality of the zombie virus was the strongest he had ever seen among all viruses, hundreds of times greater than the second most potent one. If he could conquer the zombie virus, could he achieve immortality? Jack began to mobilize his resources, attempting to incorporate the zombie virus into his biological agents. To this end, Jack recruited a group of girls. They were all orphans forced to participate in Jack's experiments just to have enough to eat. This experiment also gained approval from Fudu's higher-ups. They had come to realize that no one could help them. To survive, they had to rely on themselves. Biological agents were the best breakthrough. As for developing technology, they lacked both the capability and the time. Meanwhile, in Huadu, after the incident in Ningxing, an order was issued for all private or corporate survival bases to evacuate to the nearest major survival base. In the future, Huadu would retain only 12 major survival bases. Lord-level mutant beasts near these major bases had been systematically eliminated by thousands of missiles. Following his route, Su Yuan flew towards the land of Hongdu. The territory of Hongdu was vast, harboring hundreds of times more mutant beasts than Huadu. Meanwhile, Tianzhong had secretly led his people to find a place and establish a foothold. Hongdu, preoccupied with its own troubles, had neither the time to expel Tianzhong nor the desire to invite accusations of inhumanity, so they simply pretended not to notice. However, Tianzhong, unwilling to remain idle, began requisitioning supplies from survival bases like mid of Fudu and Guangdu, intending to rebuild the Dongdu survival base, and calling upon all people of Dongdu to return and assist him. Hongdu was forced to issue a warning to Tianzhong. Tianzhong immediately brought out the leader of Midu to support him. Aachen, the chief executive of Midu, incessantly talked about human rights, urging all humanity to unite against the disaster. Survival bases like Fudu and Guangdu also expressed their support. Hongdu suddenly felt isolated, hoping Huadu would offer a fair word. Huadu stated that they should discuss it among themselves, and that it would not interfere. Su Yuan's survival base entered the airspace of Hongdu. Following a pre-planned route, Su Yuan first went to hunt a Lord-level Earth snow bear. Snow bears were massive, born as invasion-level beasts, and rarely acted alone, usually appearing in groups of 3 to 5. Gathered around this Earth snow bear were 53 ferocious-level snow bears and 1647 invasion-level snow bears. Su Yuan felt as if he had stumbled into a snow bear den. The area was covered in thick snow and ice, and the bear's fur was as white as the snow. When lying still, it was impossible to tell a snowdrift from a snow bear with the naked eye. The Earth snow bear stood over 50 meters tall, could spew freezing currents, and showed signs of further mutation. Following his usual strategy, Su Yuan didn't intend to fight it heat-in. He fired an ultra-high-temperature laser beam from a kilometer up in the sky. The Earth snow bear feared heat, not cold, so the laser beam inflicted far more damage than a freezing current. The single blast struck the sleeping Earth snow bear, which let out a miserable roar. Roar, roar, roar. Who the hell is so damn wicked? The snow and ice around the Earth snow bear instantly melted, vaporized into steam by the ultra-high-temperature laser, while its smooth fur was scorched black. Realizing it couldn't reach Su Yuan high in the sky, the Earth snow bear immediately summoned its ally, a snow-winged giant eagle. Snow-winged giant eagle, lord-level wingspan, over 50 meters. Its wings can whip up freezing storms, and it shows signs of further mutation. Its talons can easily crush a 30-meter thick concrete wall. It moves like lightning, flies at altitudes exceeding 1,000 meters. Never attempt to approach it. Screech. The snow-winged giant eagle let out a long cry, quickly arriving before Su Yuan's survival base. Damn it, where did this snow-winged giant eagle come from? The multifunctional satellite hadn't detected any snow-winged giant eagle here before. If he had known, Su Yuan certainly wouldn't have come. A flying lord-level beast posed a greater threat to him. Neodali, all of you hold it off. Su Yuan changed his strategy, deciding to take down the snow-winged giant eagle first. This time, all the intelligent attack robots flew out. Mouse Man commanded while Lightning Rabbit drew the snow-winged giant eagle's attention. Neodali, Big Cat, Stupid Sheep, and Beiji continuously bombarded the snow-winged giant eagle with laser cannon. The Lightning Rabbit transformed into an intelligent combat robot. Though small in stature, it moved with incredible speed, raising its laser machine gun to fire wildly at the snow-winged giant eagle's eyes. Forced to shut its eyes, the snow-winged giant eagle fiercely flapped its wings at the Lightning Rabbit. A violent blizzard storm blasted the Lightning Rabbit hundreds of meters away. Squeak. You despicable creature, I'll tear you apart. The snow-winged giant eagle lunged at the Lightning Rabbit. The Lightning Rabbit deliberately controlled its speed, waiting until the eagle was close before firing its laser machine gun at the eagle's eyes again. Then the Lightning Rabbit fled once more, repeating this cycle to provoke the snow-winged giant eagle. Meanwhile, Mouse Hero ordered Ox Strong and the others to spread out in a semi-arc formation following behind the snow-winged giant eagle and bombarding it with laser cannons. Whenever the snow-winged giant eagle turned to attack them, Ox Strong and the others would cease fire and scatter in all directions. On the other side, the intelligent giant freeze cannon locked onto the snow-winged giant eagle, ready to support Ox Strong and the others at any moment. Su Yuan planned to slowly wear down the snow-winged giant eagle, waiting until the intelligent giant laser cannon's cooldown ended before delivering a decisive strike to annihilate it. Squeak, squeak, squeak. You despicable humans dare to fight me unknown. The snow-winged giant eagle cried out in frustration. Su Yuan felt the eagle was cursing him. Xiao Yu, what's this stupid bird squawking about? Master, it seems to be calling you shameless. Xiao Yu pursed her lips thoughtfully. Damn it, it dares to insult me. Ox Strong blasted to death. Unable to bear this humiliating tactic, the snow-winged giant eagle abandoned its attack on Ox Strong and the others, turning instead to dive at Su Yuan's survival base. It flapped its wings violently, extending its sharp claws intent on tearing through the titanium alloy armor. You're asking for death. Blast it. The intelligent giant freeze cannon fired a stream of ultra-low temperature cold, instantly halting the snow-winged giant eagle's movements. The snow-winged giant eagle was frozen solid and fell from the sky, but it soon broke free from the ice and took flight again. Like the Earth snow bear, it feared heat rather than cold. It soared up, still intent on attacking Su Yuan's survival base. At that moment, the intelligent giant laser cannon's cooldown ended, allowing it to strike once more. The pitch-black cannon barrel erupted with dazzling brilliance, and an ultra-high temperature laser beam engulfed the charging snow-winged giant eagle. The immense impact force slammed the eagle from the air into the ground, creating a massive crater. The snow-winged giant eagle struggled and cried out, hoping the Earth snow bear would rescue it. However, the Earth snow bear was utterly cowardly and turned to flee. Roar, 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 snow-winged giant eagle, the enemy is too strong. Look out for yourself. This enraged the snow-winged giant eagle so much it nearly rolled its eyes and expired. Seeing that the snow-winged giant eagle could no longer fly and likely wouldn't survive much longer, Su Yuan ordered Ox Strong and the others to pursue the Earth snow bear. Ox Strong and the others had also learned Su Yuan's cunning tactics, flying behind the Earth snow bear and relentlessly bombarding it with laser cannons or laser machine guns. When the Earth snow bear retaliated by spewing freezing blasts at Ox Strong and the others, they would fly higher, causing the bear's attacks to miss. Su Yuan waited for the two giant cannons' cooldowns to end, planning to finish off both the Earth snow bear and the snow-winged giant eagle. On the ground, the snow-winged giant eagle thrashed and floundered endlessly. The more it struggled, the larger its wounds grew and the more blood it lost. After repeated bombardments from Ox Strong and the others, as well as 2 rounds from the giant cannons, its feathers were charred to ash, its internal organs shattered, and it could no longer manage even to fly. The zombie virus, which had arrived on Blue Planet with the meteor shower, revived upon contact with its blood and infiltrated its body. Gradually, it seized control of the eagle's nerves, and then its flesh. In less than 10 minutes, the snow-winged giant eagle transformed from a mythical beast into a zombie. Its eyes grew vacant, its movements stiff. It attempted to flap its wings and rose from the ground. Instead of flying towards Su Yuan's survival base, it headed for the nearby Chelly survival base. Damn it, what's going on? Master, the snow-winged giant eagle's movements are strange. Through the multifunctional satellite feed, Su Yuan also witnessed the eagle's abnormality. Bloody hell, did the zombie virus hijack it? Because the snow-winged giant eagle had turned into a zombie, Su Yuan received no system reward. Unwilling to accept this, Su Yuan ordered the survival base to follow the snow-winged giant eagle. The Chelly survival base was established near the former Chelly city. Far from the Hongdu survival base, it was the largest base in the vicinity, now housing over 300 people. Since yesterday afternoon, the zombie virus had struck the Chelly survival base. The first to turn into a zombie was the base's guard captain, Kafuji. Kafuji was a towering bear-like man with a taste for raw meat. Responding to Hongdu's orders, he took the lead in eating mythical beast meat. He ate only a small amount at a time, hoping to undergo physical mutation and become a superhuman. But luck was against him. Some of his subordinates showed signs of mutation while he did not. Unwilling to be surpassed by his underlings, Kafuji secretly went out, killed a foxwolf, carried it back to the base, and devoured it alone. Unbeknownst to him, the foxwolf had just been infected with the zombie virus. As he skinned the creature, the foxwolf's corpse fully transformed into a zombie and bit him on the thigh. Thus, Kafuji became a zombie as well. The zombie outbreak began from within the Chelly survival base, starting with the guard command center. Soon the base's high-ranking officials were also infected and turned into zombies. Leaderless, the ordinary people of Chelly survival base fought for themselves. But zombies were tough to kill. Even after a hail of bullets riddled them like sieves, they still sprang back to life and lunged to bite. In the end, only heavy weapons like bombs and tanks could stop them. A single shell might blow a zombie to pieces, but it also caused severe damage to the base. People began to flee the base. Outside, mythical beasts awaited them. Drawn by the scent of blood, various beasts rushed toward the Chelly survival base from all directions. Before long, the place became a living hell. By the time Su Yuan arrived, people were streaming out of the Chelly survival base like ants. Men carried children on their backs, shouldered machine guns firing as they ran. Women hurled grenades at zombies, following the men and shooting with their guns. To be fair, the people of Hongdu were fierce fighters, dragging others down with them, even in death. Unfortunately, soon after dying, they became part of the zombie army, with the snow-winged giant eagle joining the fray. The people found themselves even more overwhelmed. Some had managed to escape in tanks or armored vehicles, but the snow-winged giant eagle flapped its wings, unleashing a blizzard that froze everything. Tanks, armored vehicles, all of it. Meanwhile, Hongdu remained unaware of the catastrophic blow to the Chelly survival base and sent no reinforcements. Damn it, this zombie virus is terrifying. Master, blast them with the laser cannon. Ultra-high temperatures will kill most of the virus. The cooldown for the smart giant laser cannon had elapsed, allowing it to strike again. Neo Dali and the others had yet to return. The vitality of the great snow bear was exceptionally robust, even harder to kill than the golden-backed Tyrannosaurus. Fire at it, Su Yuan commanded. The pitch-black cannon barrel spewed forth a laser beam. The blinding, scorching, ultra-high temperature laser once again engulfed the snow-winged giant eagle. With a thunderous crash, the snow-winged giant eagle was blasted onto the snowfield, its massive head and long neck reduced to ash by the laser. Damn it, you're finally dead, Su Yuan exclaimed. Yet the charred corpse of the snow-winged giant eagle stirred once more. Master, it's still alive. Good heavens, this defies all logic. Don't zombies die when they lose their heads? Master, the zombie virus controls the snow-winged giant eagle's corpse. Even without its head, the virus persists. Are you saying we must completely destroy the snow-winged giant eagle's body? Essentially, yes. Only when the zombie virus is entirely dead or abandons the snow-winged giant eagle's corpse will it be finished. Su Yuan suddenly realized that his target wasn't the zombie itself, but the zombie virus. The zombie was merely a tool controlled by the virus. If the tool proved ineffective, the virus would discard it. If it served, well, they might even upgrade it into a more advanced zombie. As the snow-winged giant eagle, now blackened and charred on the outside, took flight again, Su Yuan immediately activated the smart giant cry cannon. An ultra-low temperature cold current erupted from the massive barrel, freezing everything in its path. The snow-winged giant eagle was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Yet the zombie virus still struggled to control it, its frozen wings flapping violently until they shattered into ice shards. After repeated bombardments, the snow-winged giant eagle's body could no longer withstand the assault and finally disintegrated into frozen fragments. The zombie virus hidden within the snow-winged giant eagle's body, stripped of its tool, either perished or lay dormant, awaiting the next unfortunate beast. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have killed a Lord-level infected zombie beast and earned 3 billion survival points. Phew, at least it wasn't all for nothing. Afterward, Neo Dali and the others slew the Lord-level great snow bear and then wiped out the remaining brutal and aggressive snow bears before returning to the survival base. Su Yuan ordered them to shoot the zombies in the Chelly survival base. Although zombies were tough to kill, they offered high survival point rewards. With the addition of Neo Dali and his team, the people of the Chelly survival base finally had a glimmer of hope for escape. Throughout the morning, Su Yuan accumulated 5.7 billion survival points by hunting great snow bears, snow-winged giant eagles, and zombies from the Chelly base. At noon, the system notification chimed again. Ding. Congratulations, host, on the 32nd day of the Great Catastrophe Era, you have been awarded 1 survival points. Unbeknownst to him, Su Yuan had been in this world for over a month. The future remained uncertain, but at this moment, he was elated. Because it was time to draw again. Su Yuan opened the lottery page and pressed the golden virtual button. Within the golden display frame, a series of desired items appeared. Mech Production Workshop, Power, Intelligent Research, Robot, Curvature, Thruster, Stellar Core, Thermal Power Station. Eventually, the golden frame settled on the text Super Intelligent Virus Research Robot. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Super Intelligent Virus Research Robot, which has been delivered to your inventory. Su Yuan opened the inventory, retrieved the robot, and a humanoid figure materialized before him. Super Intelligent Virus Research Robot Level 1, a top-tier robot for virus research possessing near-human emotions, superhuman computational and logical reasoning abilities, and the potential to become a super robot. After reviewing its attributes, Su Yuan was ecstatic. None of Neo Dallas Group currently possessed the potential to become super robots. Moreover, he no longer needed to spend survival points on upgrading Mosaic. Ding. Detected that the host has obtained the Super Intelligent Virus Research Robot, meeting the conditions for lab upgrade. Proceed with upgrade. Upgrade. Upgrade successful. Lab level 4, 2 floors, each 120 square meters. First research is free. Subsequent research requires 30 billion survival points. First floor suitable for researching ordinary intelligent level tech projects equipped with research robots Mosaic and Little White Dragon. Second floor suitable for researching advanced intelligent level viral biotechnology projects equipped with the Super Intelligent Virus Research Robot. To upgrade to level 5, 300 billion survival points. Wow, that saved me 100 billion. Su Yuan exclaimed excitedly. So master, shouldn't you give me a nice name? The perfectly proportioned robot before him winked playfully at Su Yuan. Gazing into her lively eyes, he might have mistaken her for a human if he hadn't known she was a machine. What name would you like? Knowing his own lack of naming talent, Su Yuan deferred the decision to the robot. Master, your name is Su Yuan, so we'll call myself Su Su. She flashed him a sweet smile. It was pleasing to the eye, and Su Yuan felt a glimmer of joy. At least there was another living presence. Su Su, how long will it take you to develop an anti-zombie virus serum? Master, at least 7 days, and you'll need to help me collect enough zombie virus samples. Only with sufficient samples can the antiviral serum be more effective. Collecting zombie virus samples wasn't too troublesome. Just send Neo Dali and the other robots to accompany Su Su on the collection. The zombie virus held no interest in robots and couldn't infect them. However, gathering comprehensive samples was somewhat challenging, requiring a journey across the entire Blue Star. Because the meteor shower had spread across Blue Star, the virus had been carried everywhere and was constantly mutating, making each region's zombie virus unique. Taking advantage of their stay at the Chelly survival base, Su Yuan ordered Neo Dali to carry Su Su for sample collection. Su Su stood 165 meters tall with features that matched Hua Du's aesthetic standards. Dressed in a white blouse and jeans, she descended to the ground. Neo Dali grabbed a zombie foxwolf. Su Su's index finger transformed into a syringe, its long needle piercing the foxwolf's head to extract a zombie virus sample. Watching through satellite footage from the survival base, Su Yuan was startled, his scalp tingling. A robot that could conjure syringes at will. Terrifying, especially if it ever decided to jab you. After collecting the sample, Su Su deemed it insufficient and had Neo Dali capture 10 more zombies. Most of the 10 zombies were beast zombies with only 2 human zombies. Su Yuan assumed Su Su would collect samples one by one. Instead, all 10 of her fingers transformed into syringes, simultaneously piercing the heads of the 10 zombies to extract virus samples. After completing the task, Su Su turned back and smiled sweetly at Su Yuan's survival base. Good heavens, Su Su is terrifying. Can I return her? Master, do you mean recycle? Recycling lottery prizes doesn't grant survival points, you know. Forget it, since it came from the lottery, I'll just make do with it. Su Su extracted the zombie virus sample and returned to the survival base with Neo Dali. Master, I've discovered that the zombie virus possesses strong vitality and can be used to develop biohumans. Are biohumans powerful? Su Yuan felt that if biohumans were not as formidable as robots, they would be dispensable and not worth developing. Master, it depends on who your enemy is. If you want to fight zombies, biohumans can easily kill them because they can directly eliminate the zombie virus inside their bodies. That makes some sense. But is developing biohumans expensive? Master, it's not expensive, but we need to find suitable cells for cultivation. The best option would be cell samples from humans or alien beasts that are infected with the zombie virus, but haven't fully turned into zombies. Su Su said. Wow, that's a pretty tough condition. Su Yuan wasn't adamant about successfully creating biohumans. As long as they could develop an antiviral agent to prevent zombie virus infection, that would suffice. Moreover, he could then sell the antiviral agent in exchange for supplies. His primary enemy for now remained the dinosaurians. Earning points and purchasing upgraded weapons were the most important tasks. Subsequently, Su Su returned to the Pentagon laboratory to begin researching the antiviral agent. After finishing lunch prepared by Su Yuan went above ground and noticed that Guazi had grown clever. Guazi had moved the wreckage of Happy Disc flying ship into the auto repair shed and was repairing it alongside the shed itself. For complex problems, Guazi handled them manually, while simple issues were left to the auto repair shed. In essence, Guazi had found his own workshop, increasing his efficiency by more than 10 times. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, Masai Ku and Xiao Bailong were attempting to manufacture grade 8 dinosaur superalloy. However, the samples produced were still unsatisfactory and required continuous refinement. In the afternoon, Su Yuan was fortunate enough to slay 21 Lord-level alien beasts, earning 21 billion survival points. Su Su also collected 101 virus samples. After dinner, Su Yuan reviewed the day's gains. In the virtual mall, there were 165 million transactions, exchanging 26 million kilograms of grain for 3 million kilograms of ordinary supplies and 52 million kilograms of high-quality supplies. The shop conducted 67 million transactions, earning him 67 billion survival points and system rewards. The virtual mall still had 108 million kilograms of grain remaining. After recycling all supplies and adding the system rewards, his accumulated survival points reached 269 billion. Though it seemed substantial, upgrading the intelligent giant laser cannon to level 2 alone would cost 150 billion. Su Yuan felt he was still poor and needed a vast amount of survival points. Previously, he thought the fastest method was to kill Lord-level alien beasts. After killing a few beasts, Su Yuan still found it too slow. He decided to sell the dinosaurian technology data. Su Yuan instructed Xiao Yu to organize the dinosaurian technology data into 3 tiers, each containing 10 pieces of technological information covering various aspects. Each piece was unique, a one-time deal. Su Yuan set clear prices: Tier 3 pieces at 20 million kilograms of high-quality supplies each, Tier 2 at 50 million kilograms each, and Tier 1 at 80 million kilograms each. The dinosaur's superalloy technology data was excluded from the sale. Recycling 20 million kilograms of high-quality supplies would yield 20 billion survival points. 10 Tier 3 pieces would bring in 200 billion. Adding the 10 Tier 2 and Tier 1 pieces, the total would amount to 1.5 trillion survival points. All survival bases would need to scavenge meteorite fragments to obtain high-quality supplies. Su Yuan didn't know if all the data would sell, but he planned to sell as much as possible. Meanwhile, Su Yuan replied to Huadu's survival base indicating that he could sell the dinosaurian technology data. For Huadu, Su Yuan offered a considerable discount: the complete set of technology data for only 500 million kilograms of high-quality supplies, which would yield 500 billion survival points after recycling. The Huadu High Command quickly replied, stating they needed time to gather the high-quality supplies and hoped for long-term cooperation. Su Yuan did not reveal his identity, but was willing to cooperate. However, communicating with Huadu's High Command via radio felt cumbersome to him. If only he could communicate directly through the system. After ending the exchange, Su Yuan had an inspiration: he could add a chat function to the system. The chat function should not only allow private conversations, but also include a forum-style information exchange platform. This would make it much easier for him to obtain information. Su Yuan did not immediately attempt to develop the chat function. Instead, he continuously brainstormed and refined the concept in his mind, as each failed development attempt would waste 10 million survival points. After pondering for a while, Su Yuan decided to relax and play games online with Xiao Yu. Meanwhile, Ersha and Gan Shui Mian had already started working on planting crops. With 4 harvests a day yielding over 3.6 million kilograms, this was Su Yuan's steady income. It wasn't until 11 p.m. that Su Yuan stopped playing games and checked the online information. After his previous warning, survival bases like Midu had ceased openly pressuring Huadu, at least on the surface. They had shifted their approach to win-win cooperation. The hottest topic online now was the zombie virus. Almost all experts had reached a consensus: the zombie virus originated from the meteorite shower and was rapidly mutating. The initial zombie virus infected corpses and injured ordinary people, though anyone bitten or scratched by a zombie would become one. Physically strong superhumans were not infected. However, as the virus grew stronger, even superhumans faced the risk of infection. Locke believed this was because the superhumans weren't powerful enough. All superhumans should keep evolving and never stop. If you don't evolve, you will eventually be eliminated by the times. For freedom, for our dreams, we should go out, kill more alien beasts and zombies, consume more biological agents, and make ourselves stronger. Locke practiced what he preached, leading superhumans to help various survival bases fend off zombies. Though he had faced life-and-death crises several times, his power grew increasingly immense, surpassing many ferocious-level alien beasts. Locke also acquired a new ability: he could release flames. Though it couldn't yet roast a corncob, its potential was limitless. Locke became a superstar in survival bases like Midu Fudu and Kwangdu, used to promote biological agents. The price of biological agents subsequently soared. Ironically, only Huadu expressed the intention to develop an antiviral agent, while other bases merely ramped up biological agent production. Not to be outdone, Hongdu launched its own superhuman star, Yua. Yua was not only beautiful, but also loved challenges. After Hongdu proposed that everyone try eating alien beast meat, she was among the first to attempt it, and the sole survivor. Her strength now rivaled that of ferocious-level alien beasts. The only drawback was that she had grown a snow bear's tail, and her hands had become bear-like claws. Su Yuan even saw her photo online, where she was lifting a truck with her bare hands while riding a snow bear. Wow, what kind of man could ever conquer this woman? Finally, Su Yuan saw the message from the Cheli survival base. Although many ordinary people had escaped from Cheli thanks to him, the surrounding bases refused to take them in, fearing that some might be infected with the zombie virus. Thus, Hongdu simply announced to the public that the Cheli survival base had suffered a devastating zombie invasion with no survivors. To prevent the zombies from attacking neighboring bases, Hongdu launched a saturation bombing campaign around the Cheli area with missiles. Su Yuan could not judge whether this was right or wrong. No one could say for sure if any of the escapees were infected. He shut down the computer and turned to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, is there any way for me to gain the fire ability too? Su Yuan thought the sight of someone wielding flames was incredibly cool, even if he could only produce a single spark. If the cost was mutation, Su Yuan was inwardly repulsed. Master, it's simple. Just draw a fire land from the lottery, then kill a flame-wielding mutant beast and bury it there. There's a chance a fire fruit will grow. Wow, will eating a fire fruit grant me the fire ability? Yes, but Master, it's best to break through the limits of the ordinary human body first. Otherwise, the fruit will cause unbearable pain. Besides the fire land, are there other types of land? Master, there are many more. For example, ice land, lightning land, storm land, and so on. Xiao Yu counted on her fingers. Wow, that's amazing. Su Yuan jumped with joy. If he could obtain these lands and grow the corresponding fruits, he would become invincible. The next day, Su Yuan continued hunting Lord-level mutant beasts. To collect samples, he adjusted his route and flew toward areas with dense zombie populations. Like all viruses, the zombie virus' fundamental need was to multiply endlessly. Therefore, zombies gathered where humans or mutant beasts were plentiful. The Hongdu survival base, home to millions, attracted zombies from all directions across the land of Hongdu. Hongdu's guards set up multiple checkpoints on the roads leading to the base to block the zombies. The only way to destroy zombies now was fire. Burning them to ashes left nothing behind. Shooting them in the head proved useless. Incendiary bombs, grenades, and artillery shells became the weapons of choice. To avoid infection, the guards wore protective suits over mechanical exoskeletons. However, superhumans like Eva disdained such gear. They believed these tools hindered their evolution. Under Eva's leadership, the superhumans, armed with flamethrowers, continuously cleared zombies near the Hongdu survival base. Human zombies were not terrifying, it was the mutant beast zombies that were truly frightening. Mutant beast zombies were incredibly fast, immensely strong, and hard to burn. If they encountered a zombie made from a ferocious level mutant beast corpse, the only option was to flee and let drones drop incendiary bombs. Eva and her team had good luck in the morning, facing no tough zombies. In the afternoon, a foxwolf zombie lunged at Eva. She kicked it away, then aimed her flamethrower at the creature, engulfing it in flames. The foxwolf zombie was soon reduced to ashes. Nice work. Her companion, Ikafu, gave a thumbs up. Piece of cake. Eva replied with a confident smile. The group continued searching when they heard hurried footsteps. Watch out. A snow bear zombie charged at them. It was enormous, a ferocious level beast in life, and its strength had only grown after reanimation. Ikafu pushed Eva aside, but the snow bear tackled him. The bear sank its teeth toward his neck. One bite could have severed his head. Cold sweat poured down Ikafu's face as he desperately gripped the bear's neck. Although he was a superhuman, he was not as strong as Eva. Soon his arms began to tremble, and the bear's jaws drew closer. Eva charged in and kicked the snow bear off him. Just as she helped Ikafu to his feet, she realized they were surrounded by zombies. Damn, where did so many come from? Dozens of zombies, including 5 or 6 that were once ferocious level beasts like the snow bear. Eva's group had only 11 people, most of whom were weaker than Ikafu. Call for backup. Eva shouted while spraying zombies with her flamethrower. Ikafu immediately radioed for help. Suddenly, a snow eagle zombie swooped down and grabbed Ikafu. Its sharp claws crushed his head like a melon. Ikafu! Eva screamed in agony. The other companions dragged her away while one of them aimed a flamethrower at Ikafu's corpse. If they didn't burn the body, Ikafu would soon become a zombie. After escaping the encirclement, only 3 companions remained beside Eva. The others were dead. She learned that 2 Lord-level mutant beasts had attacked the Hongdu survival base, breaching the defense lines and letting in a horde of beasts and zombies. Hongdu immediately deployed heavy weapons to bomb the Lord-level beasts and dropped massive incendiary bombs to incinerate the zombies. While the base was in full chaos, Su Yuan's own survival base hovered above Hongdu. He had killed 18 Lord-level mutant beasts that morning, collecting 127 virus samples. Below, he spotted 2 Lord-level beasts, the Tyrant Wolf Spider and the Black Widow Spider Queen. The Tyrant Wolf Spider was already infected with the zombie virus and showed signs of turning. The Black Widow Spider Queen was equally formidable, leading tens of thousands of Black Widow spiders in an assault on the Hongdu base. Despite being hit by several missiles, they were still alive. Su Yuan saw an opportunity to finish them off and claim the spoils. A beam of ultra-high temperature laser struck the Black Widow Spider Queen, while an ultra-low temperature freeze engulfed the Tyrant Wolf Spider. With a thunderous crash, both Lord-level beasts collapsed and died. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have killed 2 Lord-level mutant beasts, earning 2 billion survival points. The people of the Hongdu survival base erupted in cheers, and the high-ranking officials sent a radio message of gratitude to Su Yuan. Although Hongdu could have handled the 2 Lord-level beasts on its own, they wanted to seize the chance to strengthen their ties with him. The arrival of the dinosaur men was still unknown, and Su Yuan possessed technology that everyone coveted. If they could obtain even a fraction of his data, it would be a tremendous boon. Su Yuan had originally planned to wait for the Tyrant Wolf Spider and Black Widow Spider Queen to become zombies before finishing them off for more survival points. However, Hongdu dropped a large number of incendiary bombs, burning the corpses of both beasts. Su Yuan ignored the Hongdu officials and continued flying toward Fudu as planned. Fudu was the site of the earliest zombie outbreak and the most densely populated with zombies. Their abundant virus samples would help Su develop an antiviral agent. In the Fudu survival base, ordinary people armored themselves with homemade medieval-style suits, believing that iron shells would protect them from zombie bites. They had underestimated the sharpness of zombie teeth. As the zombie horde swelled, the survival base in the decaying city called for a nationwide resistance against the undead. To counter the zombie crisis, the high-ranking officials of the decaying city and Jack negotiated a plan to distribute biological agents to ordinary people on a loan basis. If they survived, they would have to work tirelessly to repay Jack. Jack grew increasingly averse to sunlight. His mutated form resembled that of a vampire more and more. With a pallid face, elongated fangs, and razor-sharp claws, he preferred to prowl at night. Jack even began to suspect he was a descendant of vampires. His power surged, rivaling that of Locke. After discovering the zombie virus, he attempted to incorporate it into the biological agents. Today, the first batch of biological agents tainted with the zombie virus was produced. Jack had no intention of risking the injection himself. Many were willing to try it just to fill their stomachs. Chris not only yearned for a full belly, but also craved strength. Her parents had sacrificed themselves to save her, becoming a meal for mutant beasts, and her only sister had gone missing 2 days ago while fleeing from zombies. Her sister had likely turned into a zombie. Chris, weary of living in constant fear and hunger, joined the others at Jack's secret lab. In the dimly lit laboratory, Jack provided ample food for Chris and the others. After eating and drinking their fill, they injected themselves with the biological agent. Jack observed the physical transformations of Chris and the others. After a dozen minutes, their claws, sharpened fangs sprouted, and their strength and speed multiplied exponentially. "Oh my God, I've finally succeeded!" Jack exclaimed in excitement. Not a single person had died. Chris and the others embraced joyfully in celebration. But the changes continued unabated. Their expressions grew increasingly zombie-like. Jack noticed this shift. "I know you seek power, and power comes from will. Now you must face challenges like warriors and hunt down mutant beasts and zombies." Jack equipped them with mechanical exoskeletons, various weapons, and monitoring instruments to track their data. The data would reveal just how strong Chris and the others could become. Excitedly, they grabbed their weapons, feeling reborn as they stepped out of the gloomy lab. Above ground, countless zombies lunged at them. Chris gleefully pulled the trigger, bullets whizzing from the barrel, riddling the zombie before her. Then the young and beautiful Chris hurled a grenade. With a thunderous explosion, a zombie was blasted away. The blast attracted more zombies. Far from being afraid, Chris threw even more grenades. Soon her bullets and grenades were spent. The only weapon left was the dagger at her waist. A foxwolf zombie lunged at her, aiming for her neck. She drew her dagger and stabbed it. The zombie's strength was no match for hers. She pierced its skull with a single blow, and foul liquid splattered over her. Chris grew even more exhilarated, slashing at zombies and mutant beasts alongside the others, as if endowed with endless energy. But as the biological agent's power waned, a petite woman was the first to collapse, turning into a zombie moments later. She then turned on Chris and the others. Due to the agent's effects, once their strength was depleted, their transformation into zombies accelerated far beyond that of ordinary people. Moreover, they became more powerful than typical zombies. Before long, Chris realized she was the only one still standing. The others had all become zombies, encircling her. With no retreat, Chris fought desperately with her dagger until her last ounce of strength gave out, and she collapsed. The zombies surrounding Chris then pressed their mouths against her body, yet refrained from biting. Bypassing her, they resumed their assault on the decaying city. When Su Yuan arrived at the city, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Along the way, he had hunted 13 Lord-level mutant beasts, earning 13 billion survival points. He parked his survival base 1,000 meters in the air, sending Neo Dali, carrying Su to the ground to collect virus samples. Having already gathered many samples this time, Su needed to seek out new and different variants on her own. Su led the way, with Neo Dali following as they weaved through the zombie horde. Their robotic bodies rendered them invisible to the zombies. Soon a pig-rat zombie caught Su's attention. This one was far stronger than its peers, yet it had been nothing more than an ordinary pig-rat mutant beast in life. Clearly the zombie virus within it was more potent. Su instructed Neo Dali to capture it and extract a virus sample with a syringe plunged into its head. Then they continued selecting zombies and collecting samples outside the decaying city's survival base. After gathering over 100 samples, Su discovered Chris lying on the ground. With the zombie virus rampant, a corpse lying peacefully was an anomaly. Su rushed over, excitedly feeling she had struck gold, and immediately had Neo Dali bring Chris back to the base. Back at the base, Su Yuan looked at Chris in Neo Dali's arms. Her appearance reminded him of a movie heroine from a film about a ship hitting an iceberg. Beautiful but dead. Su, are you going to study her? Master, she hasn't turned into a zombie. Something inside her must repel or resist the virus. If we find it, we might develop an antiviral agent quickly. Su Yuan was taken aback by this unexpected boon and smiled. Is that so? Then why aren't you getting to work? Master, don't rush me. I want to save her too. Su winked at him coquettishly. Save her? She should be long dead. Can she still live? Su Yuan asked in astonishment. She must have used some biological agent before. Her cells are highly active and her brain and nerve cells are barely damaged. To save her, I'll have to turn her into a cyborg. Don't worry, Master. Once she's a cyborg, she'll be utterly loyal to you. Su explained. Since Chris could still be saved and would become his subordinate, Su Yuan agreed. He then spent 10 billion survival points to purchase a cyborg creation lab. The lab, spanning 360 square meters, was equipped with various instruments and a nutrient tank for cyborg fabrication. Su explained. Since Chris could still be saved and would become his subordinate, Su Yuan agreed. He then spent 10 billion survival points to purchase a cyborg creation lab. The lab spanning 360 square meters. Dubai quickly prepared dinner and served it to Su Yuan at the table. Su Yuan felt that Dubai was more reliable. Whatever he wanted to eat, Dubai could make it. At night, Su Yuan's survival base still hovered in the air. Flying beasts were relatively fewer, making the sky safer than the ground. Meanwhile, the Fu-Du survival base below was still struggling to resist zombies and mutated beasts. Because the high-level officials of Fu-Du had been slow to react initially, the Fu-Du survival base was surrounded by zombies and mutated beasts. It was only later that they deployed large quantities of incendiary bombs and various heavy weapons, finally resorting to missiles. But it was still difficult to stop the zombies and mutated beasts. In fact, zombies and mutated beasts were also enemies of each other. When a living mutated beast was infected with the zombie virus, if it overcame the virus, its body would undergo further mutation. If it failed to overcome the virus, it would become a zombie. To some extent, the zombie virus also accelerated the mutation rate of mutated beasts. Although mutated beasts did not eat zombies, zombies would actively attack mutated beasts. And both zombies and mutated beasts would attack humans. This caused the situation in Fu-Du to be extremely chaotic. The high-level officials of Fu-Du were worried and planned to abandon Fu-Du, then use nuclear weapons to reduce it to ashes. However, many gentlemen like Jack did not want to give up all the resources and wealth of Fu-Du. They organized everyone to desperately resist the zombies and mutated beasts. Finally, the high-level officials of Fu-Du were forced to send distress signals to various survival bases. Midu said it needed time to organize guards to go there. Huangdu said it would send people immediately, but the journey was long, and by the time they arrived, Fu-Du would probably be gone. Hongdu said it could provide nuclear weapons for a devastating strike. Huadu expressed support for Fu-Du to unite all forces to resist zombies and mutated beasts. The high-level officials of Fu-Du were dumbfounded. After begging for so long, no survival base was willing to take concrete action to help them. Helplessly, the high-level officials of Fu-Du had to ask Su Yuan for help. Su Yuan, who had just finished dinner, received a radio distress signal from Fu-Du. Su Yuan felt that his laser cannon should not be used for free. He could help, but they would have to pay accordingly. After some bargaining, Su Yuan could get 50 million kilograms of ordinary supplies for each cannon shot, which was equivalent to 5 billion survival points. Although the price was a bit steep, it was much better than seeing Fu-Du destroyed. So the high-level officials of Fu-Du and gentlemen like Jack agreed to Su Yuan's price. This deal was more profitable than killing Lord-level mutated beasts. Su Yuan decided to work overtime in the evening. He went to the cockpit and put on the electronic helmet used for piloting. He manually controlled the survival base, slowly descending to a height of 100 meters above the ground, and fired an ultra-high temperature laser beam at the zombie horde. Ordinary zombies were instantly turned to ashes under the ultra-high temperature laser. With one shot, hundreds of thousands of zombies disappeared. As long as they were not zombies formed from Lord-level mutated beast corpses, they could not withstand the ultra-high temperature laser beam. After firing the ultra-high temperature laser beam, he followed up with a shot of ultra-low temperature cold stream. With a loud boom, wherever the ultra-low temperature cold stream passed, all zombies and mutated beasts were frozen and then shattered into ice shards with a gentle touch. 2 shots meant 10 billion survival points. After the cooldown time, Su Yuan prepared to continue firing. This was indeed once the cannon roars, gold pours in thousands. Su Yuan was not afraid of Fu-Du defaulting on payment. Whoever defaulted would be permanently cut off from food supplies and forever barred from using the virtual mall and shops. If that still didn't work, he would have to take it by force, since Neodali and the others were not to be trifled with. Su Yuan's giant cannon was far more powerful than missiles and incendiary bombs, bringing hope to the people of Fu-Du. People began to counterattack, clearing the zombies and mutated beasts inside the survival base. Su Yuan fired 2 shots every 15 minutes. After 20 shots, the zombies outside Fu-Du were mostly cleared. The high-level officials of Fu-Du immediately called Su Yuan, asking him to stop firing. Each shot cost 50 million kilograms of supplies, which they could not afford too many. However, Su Yuan had become addicted to the fun. It felt even more exhilarating than when he had previously controlled the machine to mow down mutated beasts. Don't worry, the last 2 shots are on the house. After firing another 2 shots, Su Yuan returned to his bedroom to rest. He checked the time. It was just past 10 o'clock. Su Yuan opened the system to check his gains. In the virtual mall, there were 1.85 million exchanges with 3.69 million kilograms of grain exchanged out, and in return, he received 26.7 million kilograms of ordinary supplies and 6.49 million kilograms of high-quality supplies. Shop transactions amounted to 1.74 million times, earning him 1.74 billion survival points from system rewards. There were still 99000 kilograms of grain in the virtual mall. To Su Yuan's surprise, the chickens and ducks he had listed earlier were all exchanged, and he received 4 tanks in return. Could it be Shalibi again? He checked the transaction details and found that it was indeed Shalibi from Shadu. The situation in Shadu was similar to before, but wealthy people like Shalibi were craving meat. Su Yuan was actually willing to sell chickens, ducks, and various meats. Unfortunately, not many could afford them. As for various special fruits, Su Yuan also planned to sell the ones he couldn't finish. Then after some thought, Su Yuan adjusted the exchange prices: 1 chicken, duck, or fish for 1,000 kilograms of ordinary supplies, and 1 special fruit for 5 million kilograms of ordinary supplies. He would see the effect. If someone was willing to exchange, he would increase supply; if not, so be it. After recovering all supplies plus system rewards and deducting the 10 billion used to purchase the bio-android manufacturing room, the survival points in his hand had accumulated to 2,284 for billion. As for the 20 shots fired to save Fu, the 50 million kilograms of ordinary supplies per shot had not yet been accounted for. The dinosaur people's technology data had not been sold at all because each survival base had not yet raised enough high-quality supplies. Su Yuan went online and found that Mi Du wanted to join forces with Fu Du Dong, Du Quang Du, and other survival bases to purchase a copy of the dinosaur technology data to see what it was like. However, Fu Du had encountered a zombie outbreak, and it was already difficult for them to gather enough supplies to pay Su Yuan, let alone buy the data. Dong Du was destroyed and Tianzhong was extremely poor, even needing a bit of supplies from Mi Du to rebuild the Dong Du survival base. Quang Du was very willing to curry favor with the big boss and expressed willingness to cooperate in raising supplies. Hongdu also wanted to buy and extended an olive branch of cooperation to Huadu. Huadu said it could raise enough supplies on its own. Su Yuan was no longer worried. As long as the major survival bases were interested, he would have no trouble earning survival points. Then Su Yuan prepared to develop the chat function. He opened the system and clicked the development button. The host can develop new system functions. Please try to conceive ideas for new functions. Each conception consumes 20 million survival points. If the conception is approved by the system will automatically upgrade and configure the new function. The host needs 500 million survival points to use the newly developed function. Damn, the price has gone up again. Originally, each conception cost 10 million survival points. Now it's 20 million. After successful development, the cost to use the new function increased from 200 million to 500 million. The system is such a ripoff. However, thinking that he would earn it back later, Su Yuan ceased to mind. He closed his eyes and began to conceive. The first attempt ended in failure. The second attempt also failed. The third attempt continued to fail. On the 16th attempt, he succeeded. A chime sounded. Congratulations, host, for developing the chat function. To use it, you must pay 500 million survival points. Su Yuan immediately activated the chat function. Another chime: the chat function has been activated. The host may click to view and use it. Upon opening the survival-based system, the main menu now displayed base mall, trade shops, chat, recycle, experiment, develop, lottery, backpack, and so on. He tapped on chat. Instantly, a chat settings dialog box appeared. Su Yuan could set the chat mode: text, voice, video, or even holographic projection for face-to-face communication. Different modes and communication durations required varying amounts of resources. The system would automatically calculate the required resource consumption. All private chats required payment, but absolute security was guaranteed. Only Su Yuan, as the administrator, could freely view chat records and even monitor conversations. Besides private chats, there were also forums for various sections, including life, entertainment, disaster, and SOS. Ordinary people could browse forum information for free, with 5 free posts per day. Exceeding that limit would require resource consumption. SOS messages could be prioritized with the required resources to be supplied afterward. Special functions such as publishing announcements, notifications, or using the system's loudspeaker demanded more resources. Finally, he set the access scope open to all who had used the virtual mall, and accounts could also be created under the name of an organization team or survival base. Those previously blacklisted from the virtual mall would be unable to use the chat function. For every effective chat or post made, regardless of duration or word count, Su Yuan would receive a reward of 100 survival points. After Su Yuan finished the settings, everyone who had used the virtual mall received a system notification. The chat function was now open, and it could be used by paying resources. With 1 kilogram of ordinary resources, a voice call could last an entire day with one person, well within the affordable range for ordinary people. The method of use was also very simple. By silently reciting the name of the person they wanted to chat with, the recipient would receive a system prompt. If willing to communicate, they could silently recite answer to start a normal conversation and hear the other's voice. During a chat, they could switch modes. The more advanced the mode, the more resources it consumed. To use the forum, one simply had to silently recite forum, and a projection of the forum sections would appear before their eyes. The projection functioned like a tablet, allowing browsing and posting. 1 hour after the chat function was developed, over 500 people had used it, with more than 300 calls made and over 200 posts published. Su Yuan could earn 50 million survival points from this. Moreover, the number of users and usage frequency was rising exponentially. It wouldn't be long before he recouped the 820 million survival points he had spent to develop the chat function. After finishing these tasks, Su Yuan yawned, feeling somewhat tired, and crawled into bed to sleep. The next day, he woke up around 10 o'clock. Master Fudu just notified you via radio that they have prepared 10 million kilograms of ordinary resources for you to collect. The remaining 90 million kilograms are still being gathered, a voice reported. The high-ranking officials of Fudu treated Su Yuan with great respect, fearing to provoke him. They had organized people overnight to gather resources and deliver them first. The 10 million kilograms of resources were piled outside the Fudu survival base. Su Yuan was in no rush. He followed his usual routine, washing up, eating breakfast, and donning his auxiliary mech before allowing the survival base to land on the ground. Then Su Yuan led Neo Dali and the others out of the survival base. The chief officer of the Fudu survival base, Said, along with his entourage, had been waiting for some time. Said also wished to make Su Yuan's acquaintance and see what kind of person could kill Happy D. Since Happy D's death, various survival bases had been monitoring Su Yuan via satellite. However, Su Yuan had always been wearing his auxiliary mech, so no one yet knew what he looked like. Moreover, the technology Su Yuan possessed was not of human origin. Greetings, esteemed guest. Welcome to Fudu. I am honored to receive you. Because of the previous incident where Aiken, the chief officer of Midu, had his kneecap shattered by Happy D, and uncertain of Su Yuan's temperament, which seemed even more formidable than Happy D, Said cautiously took the lead and knelt on one knee. Damn, since when did the people of Fudu learn the kneeling salute? Su Yuan thought to himself. He told Said and the others to rise, and said with a smile, Mr. Said, no need to be so polite. We are merely conducting a transaction. I hope you can gather the resources quickly and not delay my schedule. Rest assured I will ensure your satisfaction. However, I wonder how I should address you. Said was shrewd. He did not make any requests, including those about further cooperation with Su Yuan. Su Yuan knew Said's name because Said had been the chief officer of Fudu for many years. Me. Just call me Mr. Su. Subsequently, Su Yuan recycled the 10 million kilograms of ordinary resources, obtaining 10 billion survival points, and returned to the survival base. That day, Su Yuan did not go out to hunt mutated beasts again, only leaving the base a few times to go down and recycle resources from Fudu. In addition to the morning's 10 million kilograms of ordinary resources, Fudu later delivered another 60 million kilograms. After recycling, Su Yuan gained another 60 billion survival points. Said stated that the final 30 million kilograms of ordinary resources would be delivered the next morning. After dinner, Susu informed Su Yuan that Kelasi had been revived and turned into a cyborg. Following Susu, he arrived at the cyborg manufacturing room. It was a red circular building, deep rose on the outside and a vivid blood red within. Walking inside, Su Yuan felt a chill of unease. He wondered if spending 10 billion survival points on the cyborg manufacturing room was worth it. Approaching a nutrient pod, he saw Kelasi lying inside with her eyes tightly shut, surrounded by nutrient solution within the transparent glass cover. Su Yuan was stunned, unable to look away. Master, you need to get her a set of clothes, preferably a protective suit, Susu said, winking playfully. Why a protective suit? Kelasi is immune to the zombie virus, but you, Master, are afraid of it. Damn, that makes sense. For his own safety, Su Yuan immediately purchased a protective suit from the system mall. Then Susu opened the nutrient pod and awakened Kelasi. Kelasi opened her eyes, looked around, and upon seeing Su Yuan felt no shyness. She walked directly up to him. Master, I am Kelasi, the zombie virus cyborg. Su Yuan promptly examined Chris' attributes. Chris, zombie virus bioweapon. Loyalty, 100 absolute loyalty, will not resist any command. Height, 168 centimeters. Physique, level 2. Strength, 500 normal human 10. Endurance, 800 normal human 10. Speed, 1050 normal human 10. Description: Chris possesses a body comparable to savage-level aberrant beasts with exceptional speed, the ability to control the zombie virus, and the potential to evolve into a virus queen. Virus queen. I wonder how formidable she is. Su Yuan stared at Chris for a while. He had to admit she was pleasant to look at, but he dared not touch her. He had no intention of contracting the virus. Su Yuan planned to have Chris go out the next day to practice by killing some zombies for him to observe. Afterwards, Su Yuan returned to the 4th underground level and found a room for Chris. He also assigned accommodations for the other robots like Susu. This floor spanned 100 square meters and contained 36 rooms besides the kitchen, bathroom, living room, and Su Yuan's own bedroom. Each room was about 20 square meters, enough for Susu, Chris, and the others. Only Nyodali and Damao were a bit large in size and needed to shrink. Xiao Yu still insisted on lying on Su Yuan's bed, competing for the blanket. After the chat function was developed, Xiao Yu's body had grown to 80 centimeters tall, and her emotions became richer, but she remained just a robot. It was still not yet 10 o'clock in the evening. Su Yuan opened the system to check his gains. In the virtual mall, there had been 92 million exchanges, trading out 85 million kilograms of grain and receiving 7 million kilograms of ordinary supplies and 67 million kilograms of premium supplies. There were over 93 million shop transactions, earning him 93 billion survival points. With over 12 million chat calls and over 230 forum posts, he earned another 35 billion survival points. The virtual mall still had 5400 kilograms of grain. After recycling all supplies and deducting consumption plus the survival points earned from Rot City, Su Yuan had 312.36 billion survival points in hand. This amount was barely enough to upgrade both cannons by one level, still far from his goal. He had not yet purchased the dinosaurian technology from the survival base, so Su Yuan went online to investigate. The amount of information on the internet had decreased considerably, and many people were now posting in the chat forums. The chat forums were not only convenient, but also widely accessible, allowing all ordinary people to see the information. Moreover, there was no censorship or deletion of posts. Unless Su Yuan was displeased, no other survival base had the authority to block anyone's posts. So Su Yuan mentally called up the chat forum and began browsing. Holy crap, I can finally get online every day. Friends, have you missed me? Big Stomach King is still alive. Ha ha ha, awesome. I love the chat forum feature. Now I'm no longer deaf and dumb. Over 90% of the posts were such expressions of emotion. After searching for a long time, Su Yuan finally found news about the major survival bases. The bases of Rice City, Mine City, Boss City, and Cypress City had pooled enough premium supplies to purchase one copy of the Level 1 dinosaurian technology data. However, a dispute arose over who would get the data first. Cypress City did not trust that Rice City would share the data intact after receiving it. Rice City, considering itself the leader, insisted on priority access. Holy crap, why argue? They'll just make copies for each of you. Each copy of technology data Su Yuan sold was different. He only wanted to sell one set and not be a middleman. If anyone tried to resell it, he would make the purchase data public. So Su Yuan added a note in the virtual market that multiple copies could be provided. This way they wouldn't need to worry about disputes over shared purchases. Meanwhile, the capital city had dispatched a large number of elite guards to collect premium supplies. They had already gathered over 200 million kilograms of premium supplies and would need a few more days to reach 500 million. The high-ranking officials in the capital attached great importance to this matter. If they could obtain the dinosaurian technology data, their arc could be accelerated and built more perfectly. Afterwards, Su Yuan browsed through some distress posts. Many small survival bases like Sand City were sending out pleas for help and recruiting mercenary guards offering free meals. According to dozens of experts, the number of zombies would soon surpass that of aberrant beasts. Boss City and Cypress City would be the next locations for zombie outbreaks after Rot City. Su Yuan's eyes lit up. Perhaps he could make another profit. He could help the major survival bases kill zombies and aberrant beasts, but they would have to pay him accordingly. Feeling drowsy, Su Yuan crawled into bed. The next day, he got up to find Chris standing pitifully by his bedside. Master, I'm hungry. Chris retained memories from her past life, but was also imprinted with the mark of a bioweapon. She now obeyed Su Yuan's every command. He also had to provide her with food and drink. Dabai make her breakfast. Without Su Yuan's order, Dabai would not cook for Chris. Su Yuan got up, washed up, and also bought some daily necessities for Chris. Su Yuan felt he was still quite humane, not treating Chris as just a tool. After breakfast, he led Neo Dali and Chris down to the production base. Side, as usual, had arrived early with his men waiting. Su Yuan exchanged a few brief words with Side, and then recycled the mountain of supplies. A chime sounded congratulations to the host for recycling 350 million kilograms of ordinary supplies, earning 35 billion survival points. Mr. Side, it seems you have given me an extra 50 million kilograms of supplies. This is a token of gratitude from us for the 2 free cannon shots, Mr. Su, Side said in broken capital city language, apparently just learning it. Side was clearly trying to curry favor with Su Yuan, hoping to latch onto him. Su Yuan didn't mind. Freebies were always sweeter. After bidding farewell to Side and his men, Su Yuan returned to the survival base. He altered the travel route and headed toward Boss City. Along the way, he continued hunting Lord-level aberrant beasts. Around 10 in the morning, when passing a destroyed private survival base, he discovered a massive horde of zombies. Chris, it's your turn to show your skills. Su Yuan wanted to see how formidable Chris really was. He had Neo Dali carry Chris out of the survival base to hunt zombies. The surrounding zombies numbered over 500, including human zombies and aberrant beast zombies, many of which were powerful zombies transformed from dead savage-level aberrant beasts. Chris landed on the ground and quickly entered attack mode. Her fingernails grew into claws sharper than daggers, and she lunged at the zombies. With a crack, a zombie drill rat's head was crushed by Chris' grip. The headless drill rat zombie collapsed and did not move again. Then a foxwolf pounced, but Chris also crushed its head. Su Yuan noticed that any zombie whose head was crushed or even scratched by Chris fell to the ground and never got up. What the hell is going on? See how you scratched his head? Master, why not? Asked Susu. Susu was busy developing the viral agent, and Su Yuan didn't want to disturb her. He continued watching through the multifunctional satellite feed as Chris hunted zombies. A massive zombie vulture descended from the sky, its talons reaching for Chris. Chris leaped up, her razor-sharp nails slicing through the vulture's neck like lightning, severing its head. The zombie vulture crashed to the ground motionless. Another zombie, a towering 18-meter Wolverine, lunged at her. Its power rivaled that of a lower-tier mutant beast. Yet Chris didn't retreat. She struck its head with a single punch, sending its colossal body flying. Then she charged forward, driving her sharp nails into the Wolverine zombie's skull. The Wolverine zombie convulsed violently. After a few seconds it lay still. Chris snapped her fingers, and the zombie rose to its feet. She mounted it, and continued her hunt, taming any zombie that caught her eye to join her in slaughtering others. Thus Chris' pace of zombie killing accelerated. In less than 2 hours, all the surrounding zombies lay defeated. With a stylish snap of her fingers, the zombies she had subdued collapsed in unison. Well, that's cool. I like it. After Chris returned to the survival base, Su Yuan finally understood. Chris could kill zombies so effortlessly because she controlled the zombie virus. Hidden within her sharp nails was a needle-like tube akin to a mosquito's proboscis that injected her own zombie virus into her targets. Her virus infected the zombies' virus, bending them to her will. Simultaneously, Chris could extract the zombie virus from her victims, storing it within her own body. All the zombie viruses within her coexisted symbiotically, with Chris growing stronger as the virus mutated. Su Yuan felt his 10 billion survival points were well spent. He gazed at Chris' nearly flawless figure, a hint of regret in his eyes. She was a feast for the eyes, but untouchable. Master, I'm hungry. Chris looked at Su Yuan with pleading eyes. How can you be hungry so soon? You ate more than me this morning. I don't know. Seeing her innocent expression, Su Yuan reluctantly asked to prepare more food. Perhaps due to the vast amount of zombie virus in her body, Chris' appetite was 3 times his own. Yet she always seemed insatiable. At the Badu survival base, a scene similar to Fudu was unfolding, zombies besieging the base. The people there were forced to take up arms against the horde. Their inherent romance didn't stop them from flirting with lovers while pulling triggers. In the end, they all turned into zombies, twisting around to bite their former comrades. Badu's chief officer Light, witnessing his people's feeble combat prowess, had no choice but to call for aid from other bases. However, nearby bases capable of providing help were overwhelmed themselves. Light and Badu's high-ranking officials, seeing the dire situation, decided to abandon Badu and flee to Fudu or Midu, hoping to join forces with them. They planned to split up and leave Badu via military aircraft. Mongba, the flight commander in charge of this emergency evacuation, had his beautiful wife and daughter still inside the base, their fates unknown. Initially unaware of who was to be evacuated, Mongba was enraged when he saw Light and the others. FCK, this is desertion. Have you no regard for the guards fighting to their deaths against the zombies? In truth, Light and the other high-ranking officials had done their utmost. They had deployed every heavy weapon at their disposal, tanks, artillery, missiles. They not only killed a massive number of zombies, but also destroyed a fifth of the Badu base, inadvertently killing countless civilians and guards. They had even considered using nuclear weapons had they not feared mutual annihilation. Unfortunately, their guards cowered instinctively at the sight of zombies, rendering the finest weapons useless. Imagine a zombie that bites you even with its head blown off. Who wouldn't be terrified, especially when it was once a comrade, a loved one, or even one's own parent or child? Those with weak wills would break down on the spot. Moreover, they lacked the spirit of self-sacrifice for others that characterized the Huadu guards. As Chief Officer Light had meticulously set up defensive lines, but their collapse outpaced his efforts. Commander Mongba, you know I've done all I can. Do you want us to stay and make a pointless sacrifice? Light patted Mongba's shoulder, a bitter smile on his face. He didn't want to flee, but he didn't want to die either. But what about the millions of people in Badu? We'll continue commanding the fight from the aircraft, and head to Midu to request reinforcements. We can only hope they hold out until the end, Light said. Mongba sneered at Light and the others. Quite a brilliant plan, isn't it? Then Mongba and his men drew their guns and shot the aircraft's fuel tanks, severing any escape route. Mongba, you! Light and the others, furious, dismissed Mongba from his post, but they were forced to return and continue directing the battle. Mongba pilots supported him as their families were all in the Badu base. Around 1 in the afternoon, after lunch, Su Yuan arrived over the Badu base. Chaos reigned below. Light and the other high-ranking officials, detecting Su Yuan via radar and satellites, immediately begged for his help. Su Yuan wasted no time and quoted the same price as for Fudu, 10 billion kilograms of ordinary supplies converted to 1,000 billion survival points to eliminate all surrounding mutant beasts. Light agreed readily, anything to stay alive. Since the zombie horde had already breached the base, using heavy artillery would cause collateral damage and destroy the base itself. Su Yuan ordered Neodali and the others to join Chris in hunting the zombies. Transforming into intelligent combat robots, they wielded laser machine guns, mowing down the zombies. They didn't just riddle them with holes, they ground them into pulp. As long as a zombie could still move, it would strive to bite you. In areas devoid of survivors, Neodali and his team could unleash laser cannons. In contrast, Chris' method of dispatching zombies was elegantly simple. Her sharp nails sliced through zombie skin, the hidden tube plunging deep into their bodies, infecting their virus. The zombies fell under her control, lying still like corpses unless she commanded otherwise. Her movements were fluid and graceful, though everywhere she passed a sea of bodies fell. Whenever she spotted a mutant zombie she fancied, she would subdue it and add it to her army. Initially, Chris fought alone. But within an hour she had amassed a legion of hundreds of zombies fighting at her side. Hiding in every corner, the ordinary people, wanderers, and guards who were struggling to resist the zombies stared at Khaleesi in astonishment. They could not fathom how one person could control so many zombies. "Mom, is she an angel? Did she come to save us?" The blonde woman nodded, tears streaming down her face. The terrible nightmare had finally ended. If not for her child, she might have collapsed long ago. But before she could rejoice, she felt a wave of dizziness. Only then did she notice that her calf had been scratched by a zombie, at some point turning pitch black. In her last moments of clarity, the blonde woman handed the little girl to the guard beside her. "Tell Mungba to take good care of Ailey." Then she grabbed a few grenades and charged into the zombie horde. The guard covered the girl's eyes with his hand. Such incidents were numerous. Neodali and his companions along with Khaleesi fought until nightfall before they cleared the zombies from the Badu survival base. The number of zombies Khaleesi killed, over 7 million, far surpassed that of Neodali and the others. She was the main force in clearing the zombie horde, affectionately called Angel by the people of Badu, earning Su Yuan a substantial amount of survival points. Delighted, Su Yuan bought Khaleesi many clothes from the system mall as a reward. But Khaleesi seemed more interested in eating meat. "Master, I'm so hungry. I feel like I could eat a dozen chickens, or even more." "Good girl, you really are a big eater. No one else could afford to keep you," Su Yuan said with a laugh. Khaleesi was even more powerful than Su Yuan had imagined, with great room for growth in the future. A valuable assistant. Su Yuan would not be stingy with food. He decided to raise some livestock tomorrow. Actually, he himself wanted a change of taste and craved braised pork. A little after 9 in the evening, Lai Te contacted Su Yuan via the system chat forum function. Su Yuan only accepted voice calls and chatted with Lai Te for a while. Lai Te expressed his gratitude and said he would gather 1 billion kilograms of ordinary supplies as soon as possible, hoping for further cooperation in the future. Su Yuan, never one to refuse an opportunity to earn survival points, agreed to continue. Then Su Yuan checked today's gains. In the virtual mall, 183 million exchanges with 366 million kilograms of grain traded out, 25 for million kilograms of ordinary supplies obtained, and 584 million kilograms of high-quality supplies acquired. Over 168 million store transactions, earning 168 billion survival points from system rewards. Over 324 million chat calls, and over 290 forum posts, earning 353 billion survival points. The virtual mall still had 4800 kilograms of grain. After Su Yuan recovered all supplies, the survival points in his hand amounted to 362.78 billion. In addition, Su Yuan found that 2 copies of the Level 1 Dinosaur Man technology data had been sold. Midu, abandoning Badu, and Baidu teamed up with Kwangdu Shadu and other survival bases to purchase 1 copy as a group. After obtaining the technology data, the experts from Midu were very surprised. The level of the Dinosaur Man technology was at least 100 years ahead of them. Therefore, Midas Chief Officer Ao Kin decided to purchase another copy in Midas' name alone. Only by obtaining more technology data could Midu ensure its lead. After acquiring the second copy, Ao Kin still wanted to pool resources with other survival bases to buy several more copies. Feeling a sense of urgency, Hongdu hurriedly rallied its allies to gather supplies. But Hongdu's allies were not doing well for the time being. They couldn't produce much high-quality supplies and had to wait. Huadu was not in a hurry. They could purchase the full version of the technology data without competing with Midu. 1 copy of the Level 1 Dinosaur Man technology data cost 80 million kilograms of high-quality supplies, which could yield 80 billion survival points after recovery. 2 copies earned Su Yuan 160 billion survival points. With a large income credited, Su Yuan happily whistled, turned on his computer, and continued playing games. It wasn't until the early morning that Su Yuan crawled into bed to sleep. The next day before dawn, Su excitedly ran to Su Yuan's bedroom and woke him up. "Master, I've developed the antiviral agent." Still groggy, Su Yuan opened his bleary eyes. Seeing Su's excitement, he didn't have the heart to blame her for disturbing his sweet dreams, but complained inwardly, "Damn it, she's really a mad woman." As a top-tier expert in virus research, Su had an innate obsessive passion for studying the zombie virus. She could study incessantly without ever feeling bored. Unless she needed to recharge, Su never left the lab. Su dragged Su Yuan out of the bedroom and up to the ground, demanding that he build an antiviral agent production room so she could try mass-producing the antiviral agent. Su Yuan opened the system mall and searched for antiviral agent production rooms. Basic antiviral agent production room, 10 million survival points. Multifunctional antiviral agent production room, 50 million survival points. Fully automatic antiviral agent production room, 100 million survival points. In the end, Su Yuan spent 2 billion survival points to purchase an intelligent antiviral agent production room. Intelligent antiviral agent production room, level 1, 900 square meters, 3 floors, can produce 1.0 doses of antiviral agent per day. Then a spherical building was placed next to the Bioman production room. After Su verified that the mass-produced antiviral agent were fine, Su Yuan could list them in the virtual mall. It would surely trigger a frenzy of purchases. Then Su Yuan turned back to the basement level 4 bedroom to catch up on sleep, not waking until after 10 o'clock. After washing up and eating a few special fruits, Su Yuan, according to the agreed time with Lai Te, led Neo Dali and the others and Kolizi out of the survival base. Lai Te had specially prepared a grand welcome ceremony. People from the Badu survival base, upon hearing the news, also came spontaneously shouting enthusiastically at Su Yuan and his companions. This disaster had cost Badu nearly 1 million lives. If not for Su Yuan's intervention, the entire Badu survival base would have been destroyed. They were sincerely grateful to Su Yuan and his group. Some bold girls even used a Huadu dialect tone to shout at Su Yuan, "I love you." Although they were not sure of Su Yuan's identity, information leaked from Fudu indicated that Su Yuan spoke the Huadu language. Lai Ku and others also stepped forward, speaking in a not-so-familiar Huadu dialect. "Great Mr. Su, thank you for saving us." Meng Ba was also among them because the high-ranking officials of Badu, fearing the scandal of their escape with leak, had restored Meng Ba to his position. Although Meng Ba had lost his wife, his daughter was still alive. He first knelt on one knee, sincerely thanking Su Yuan and the others for saving his daughter. Lai Ku and the others also quickly knelt on one knee. Influenced by Midu and Fudu, the etiquette of kneeling on one knee had somehow been passed down. "Mr. Lai Te, you need not be so polite. Between us, it's just a normal transaction. If the cooperation goes well, we can continue trading next time." Su Yuan helped Lai Te up. "Mr. Su, rest assured we will gather the supplies as soon as possible. We have already gathered 400 million kilograms of supplies, and there will be more this afternoon. At the latest by tomorrow morning, all the supplies promised to you will be credited." After recycling 400 million kilograms of ordinary supplies, Su Yuan obtained 40 billion survival points. He then bid farewell to Wright and the others before returning to the survival base. The base still hovered above Bado City, awaiting the next batch of supplies. Su Yuan proceeded to check on the progress of Guazi and the others. Guazi would finish repairing Happy Diz flying ship by tomorrow at the latest. Once the dinosaur superalloy shell was installed, it could be upgraded and put into use. Mosaic was also making swift progress with the 9th grade dinosaur superalloy sample, expected to be ready by the day after tomorrow. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner. As long as all went smoothly, Su Yuan had no fear of the dinosaurians' retaliation. After praising Guazi, Mosaic, and the others with a few words, he began preparing to raise livestock, for Chris had once again cried out in hunger. Su had also reminded Su Yuan that Chris had a great demand for food, and it was essential to ensure a sufficient supply to avoid hindering her evolution. Su Yuan decided to build the livestock breeding facility on the ground. He opened the system and searched for a livestock breeding room. An ordinary livestock breeding room cost 300 survival points. A multifunctional livestock breeding room cost 1 million survival points. A fully automated livestock breeding room cost 2 million survival points. Su Yuan directly spent 2 billion survival points to purchase an intelligent livestock breeding room. The intelligent livestock breeding room, level 1, spans 600 square meters and could house 10 livestock. It was equipped with an intelligent breeding robot capable of automatically regulating temperature and humidity and matching the feed preferred by the livestock, ensuring they grew in the most comfortable environment. It also featured an automatic slaughter function, allowing for the segmentation of different parts according to preference. Su Yuan built the livestock breeding room near the warehouse for convenient feed supply. This rectangular dark green structure had a snow-white alpaca bounding out to greet him as he entered. "Baba, Master, I am breeding unit number 1. Su Yuan was startled, recalling the alpaca his comrade-in-arms had kept, which always spat at him. "Do you spit?" "Baba, Master, I don't spit. I only breed livestock." "An alpaca that doesn't spit? What kind of alpaca is that?" "Baba, I am a breeding robot." The alpaca lowered its head in grievance. Su Yuan rubbed its head and chuckled. "From now on, your name shall be Typing Machine." After retiring, Su Yuan's comrade-in-arms had taken up writing at home, and Su Yuan had given him the nickname Typing Machine. Perhaps he could never return, never again see the comrade who had saved his life. So he simply named the breeding robot Typing Machine as a keepsake. "Typing Machine, I want to raise 5 pigs, 3 sheep, and 2 cows. Can you handle it?" "Baba, rest assured, Master. Typing Machine will raise them plump and healthy." The robot shook its head and nuzzled against Su Yuan's thigh. Su Yuan then purchased piglets from the system mall. He wanted the black-skinned pigs unique to Huadu, which grew slowly but had delicious meat, perfect for braised pork. Unlike the white-skinned pigs, which grew fast but were unpalatable. He also bought lambs, calves, and growth acceleration potions. Even with the growth acceleration potion, the livestock would need 5 days per harvest cycle. As for the feed required, Typing Machine was to directly inform Xiao Yu, who would arrange for Air Huang or Air Sha to plant it. When the time came, Pao Mian or Gan Shui Mian would harvest the grain and place it directly into the warehouse. Residents of Huadu also had the priority right to exchange for the antiviral agent. Within less than a second of listing, all doses were snapped up. Su Yuan then opened the chat forum and found people already seeking to buy the antiviral agent with price. However, a production rate of only 1.0 doses per day was somewhat low. Su Yuan planned to first observe the sales effect before expanding production. Subsequently, he listed 10 doses of the antiviral agent. Within Huadu, each dose was exchanged for 100 kilograms of supplies. Outside Huadu, it was 100 kilograms. Residents of Huadu also had the priority right to exchange for the antiviral agent. Within less than a second of listing, all doses were snapped up. Su Yuan then opened the chat forum and found people already seeking to buy the antiviral agent with prices skyrocketing over 10,000 times. Anyone who snagged the antiviral agent, I'm willing to trade 100 kilograms of supplies. 100 kilos. Peasant, I offer 10 million kilos. I bid 20 million kilos. Good heavens, I've underestimated the tycoons of Blue Star. Su Yuan's original intention was to let more people buy the antiviral agent, but the tycoons had driven up the price. He felt it was time to harvest the tycoons' wealth. He immediately raised the price, this time exclusively for tycoons, 20 million kilograms of ordinary supplies per dose. The previous 10 doses had been prioritized for Huadu, leaving survival bases like Mida covetous. This time Su Yuan directly listed 100 doses and lifted Huadu's priority exchange right. Curious to see how many tycoons were hidden on Blue Star, he employed a hunger marketing tactic. These 100 doses were the day's entire supply, with no more to be listed afterward. The produced antiviral agent would be stored until the tycoons had finished buying, then listed in bulk and sold cheaply to ordinary people. 3 minutes later, Su Yuan had sold 15 doses, obtaining 300 million kilograms of ordinary supplies, which after recycling yielded 30 billion survival points. The production cost of a single dose was not high. With mass production, it was less than 100 production points per dose. The profit margin was truly terrifying. Moreover, more and more tycoons were buying. At this rate, Su Yuan estimated that the 100 doses would sell out in less than half an hour. After all, no amount of money was more important than life. The terror of the zombie virus had been deeply ingrained. Tycoons needed it not only for themselves, but also for their families. Sharibi of Shadu had already snapped up 2 doses and was gathering supplies to grab a few more. At times like this, having a large family was a disadvantage. They would surely fight over who got the antiviral shot first. Harvesting the tycoon's wealth feels so satisfying. Su Yuan whistled joyfully. He then administered a dose to himself. However, even after the injection, he still dared not approach Chris. Better safe than sorry. The zombie virus within Chris was constantly evolving. If he got infected, his good days would be over. That evening after dinner, Su Yuan tallied his earnings. The Bado survival base had gathered another 450 million kilograms of ordinary supplies, which after recycling yielded 45 billion survival points. Wright said the remaining 150 million kilograms would be delivered to Su Yuan tomorrow morning. The 100 doses of antiviral agent sold at a high price yielded 2 billion kilograms of ordinary supplies, which after recycling gave 200 billion survival points. Meanwhile, the transaction volume on the virtual mall and shops began to decline. It wasn't due to a drop in food demand, but because ordinary people had fewer supplies in hand due to the mutant beasts and zombie virus. As a result, after exchanging for food, they would ration it carefully. Only the number of calls and posts on the chat forum continued to grow steadily. Thus, Su Yuan's daily earnings amounted to over 15 billion survival points, with 700 kilograms of grain left in the virtual mall. The survival points in hand totaled 819.06 billion. Tomorrow, Su Yuan planned to upgrade the automatic weapon equipment room, modify the fully automatic machine guns, and purchase heavy attack weapons. Su Yuan then opened the forum to catch up on online discussions. People were fervently debating the exorbitant cost of antiviral agents. Damn, this is way too expensive. Even if I sold myself, I couldn't afford this much supplies. Bro, you're overestimating yourself. No one would even want you. Tisk, don't rush. Those who use it first are just guinea pigs. Who knows what side effects might come? FCK, why bother with antiviral agents? We want freedom, long live freedom. Perhaps because survival bases like Midu had no plans to produce antiviral agents, they deliberately steered ordinary people away from purchasing and using them. Oken, the chief officer of Midu survival base, even posted a public statement. Many ask me why Midu doesn't develop antiviral agents. I always counter by asking why Locke became extraordinary, why Locke grew stronger. We must clearly recognize that all agents have side effects. While Oken loudly proclaimed the dangers of antiviral agents, he simultaneously networked and sought sponsors to fund their purchase. Numerous experts echoed his sentiment, arguing that antiviral agents should not be bought as they hindered evolution and freedom. More fanatical supporters even called for an anti-antiviral agent alliance to expel those who had used the agents from survival bases. Only the wealthy who had used them knew how invaluable the antiviral agents truly were, free from side effects and the fear of zombie attacks. Shrewd tycoons planned to replicate Su Yuan's antiviral agents for profit. Others sought to invest and form a monopoly over the market. Only Huadu announced its urgent efforts to develop its own antiviral agents. Su Yuan checked other news. The zombie tide at Baidu survival base had been successfully repelled. The people of Baidu were meticulous, executing everything according to plan. However, numerous unexpected incidents occurred, ultimately requiring heavy weaponry, nearly escalating to nuclear arms. Baidu's death toll exceeded those of Fudu and Baidu. In response, Fudu's chief officer Said publicly praised himself, claiming that without his close relationship with Su Yuan, Fudu would have shared Baidu's fate. Baidu's chief officer Late followed suit, lavishing praise on himself, asserting that had he not overruled objections and decided to seek Su Yuan's help, Baidu might have ceased to exist. Damn, their faces are thicker than city walls. Su Yuan felt he had witnessed a new low. After browsing further and finding nothing noteworthy, he logged off the forum. The next day at 10 a.m. After breakfast, Su Yuan led Neo Dali and others out of the survival base to collect the final batch of 1.5 billion survival supplies from Baidu. To showcase the deep friendship between Baidu and Su Yuan, Late specially prepared a friendship medal for Su Yuan. The scene was even grander today, with over 100,000 people chanting, "Mr. Su, I love you." Su Yuan glanced at the enthusiastic crowd of Baidu, his mouth twitching. Damn, it's one thing for girls, but an Annie shouting that too. What's the meaning? Su Yuan grumbled inwardly. In truth, Minnie and Baidu had no idea what the chant meant. They merely repeated it, mistaking it for some special ritual. Not only aunties, but even burly men with unkempt feet waved and shouted, "I love you," at Su Yuan. Late personally approached Su Yuan, beaming, and said warmly, "Mr. Su, on behalf of the people of Baidu, I thank you once again for saving our base and present you with the friendship medal, the highest honor of Baidu. I hope." Late rambled on endlessly, but Su Yuan caught little of it. Following protocol, Late first bowed to Su Yuan, then picked up the pure gold friendship medal and pinned it on him. He then shook hands with Su Yuan for a photo. Late specifically arranged for their photo to be swiftly posted on the forum, ensuring everyone knew his bond with Su Yuan was the strongest. Receiving his first award ever with such grandeur, Su Yuan felt a surge of excitement and waved to the crowd of Baidu, eliciting a wave of cheers. After the ceremony, Su Yuan collected the supplies, earning 15 billion survival points, and returned to his survival base. He wore an exoskeleton suit throughout, concealing his appearance. Setting a course, he prepared to head back to his stronghold. But en route, he planned to stop at the largest freshwater lake on Blue Star to fill his water tanks. Since Su Yuan had no intention of hunting Lord-level beasts on the return trip, his speed increased significantly, flying at Mach 2 the entire way. The people of Baidu saw only a silver streak across the sky as Su Yuan's survival base vanished above them. Su Yuan entered the ground floor of the survival pod, the automatic weapon equipment room. It still held a large stockpile of shells and some bullets. Su Yuan decided to minimize the use of gunpowder weapons in the future. Loading bullets and shells was cumbersome, and their production took up space, while posing safety risks. He planned to switch to laser-based or more advanced weapons, which were convenient and offered higher firing capacity. Su Yuan spent 10 billion survival points to upgrade the automatic weapon equipment room into a smart weapon equipment room. He then relocated it outside the smart survival pod, placing it opposite the laboratory. Smart weapon equipment room, level 1, 2 floors, 800 SQM each. Can produce standard laser weapons and various mechanical weapons. Production: 1 standard laser weapon every 2 days, or 100 mechanical weapons daily. Su Yuan calculated that manufacturing 1 laser machine gun cost approximately 40 million survival points, while the system sold one for 80 million, double the price. The laser machine guns Su Yuan produced could be used personally or sold to various survival bases. He then spent 4 billion survival points in the system mall to purchase raw materials for 100 laser machine guns, directing the smart weapon equipment room to produce them. For the 201 machine guns on the titanium alloy armor, Su Yuan planned to upgrade them all to laser versions, reconfiguring them to move freely and retract into the base when not in use. Upgrading 1 machine gun cost about 50 million survival points, cheaper than buying, but more expensive than self-production. However, manufacturing laser machine guns required significant time. Unwilling to wait, Su Yuan spent 10.05 billion survival points to upgrade all machine guns to laser models. Additionally, he spent 500 million survival points on an intelligent defense control system to manage the 201 laser machine guns in attacking beasts. He also purchased rails, charging equipment, and other materials to reinstall the 201 laser machine guns. This allowed them to auto-charge and remain combat-ready while retracting into the base via rails when idle. This cost over 50 million survival points. Su Yuan planned to eventually increase the number of laser machine guns to 100 and upgrade them to rapid-fire versions for more effective beast defense. Soon it was noon, and Su Yuan once again heard the system's notification. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surviving the 37th day in the era of great calamity. 100 survival points have been awarded. Wow, I can finally draw again. Su Yuan exclaimed with excitement. A lottery draw was available every 5 days, always bringing unexpected surprises. This time Su Yuan hoped for flames or some other special land. He opened the lottery page and pressed the golden virtual button. A series of excellent items appeared within the blank golden display frame. Stormland Intelligent Anti-Aircraft Laser Cannon Array, Electromagnetic Heavy Cannon, Ion Fusion Cannon. Apart from Stormland, the rest were heavy offensive weapons, all of which Su Yuan desired. Eventually, the golden display frame settled on the words, Intelligent Anti-Aircraft Laser Cannon Array. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Intelligent Anti-Aircraft Laser Cannon Array. It has been issued to your inventory. Not bad either, it saves me a bunch of survival points. Su Yuan opened his inventory, took out the Intelligent Anti-Aircraft Laser Cannon Array, and installed it atop the automatic solar power dome, mounting it onto the vertically erected dragon scale keel. The Intelligent Anti-Aircraft Laser Cannon Array was a combination of multiple laser cannons equipped with an intelligent control system to manage their firing. Intelligent Anti-Aircraft Laser Cannon Array Level 1 1080 laser barrels capable of killing Lord-level flying beasts. 2 firing modes, single shot or multiple shots. Each barrel had a cooldown time of 10 minutes. If all 1080 barrels fired at once, they would all need a full 10-minute cooldown before firing again. In single-shot mode, 1 shot could be fired every second, cycling through from the first barrel to the last, allowing for continuous, uninterrupted fire. With the Intelligent Anti-Aircraft Laser Cannon Array in place, the titanium alloy panels above could be safely opened without worrying about a sudden attack from flying beasts. The automatic solar power dome could also operate normally without disruption. After lunch, Su Yuan continued upgrading the multifunction tanks and drones. Previously, he had 8 multifunction tanks and later acquired 4 light standard tanks in exchange for chickens and ducks, bringing the total to 12. Su Yuan planned to upgrade all of them into intelligent laser tanks, eliminating the need for manufacturing shells in the future. They would only require recharging and periodic replacement of some laser consumables. Upgrading each tank cost an average of 600 million survival points, so 12 tanks would cost 72 billion survival points. Intelligent Laser Tank Level 1, equipped with a laser cannon capable of actively locking onto enemies and launching attacks. It could kill invasion-level beasts, and a group of tanks could withstand Lord-level beasts. Su Yuan had the intelligent laser tanks driven to the power layer via the elevator. Besides the thrusters and nuclear power plant, the power layer had plenty of spare space. Storing them there would not be in the way, and they could be driven out for use when needed. Finally, there were the drones. Su Yuan possessed 1 automatic reconnaissance drone, 1 automatic attack drone, and 20 standard attack drones. The attack capabilities of these drones were relatively simple and insufficient to deal with ferocious-level flying beasts. Su Yuan decided to upgrade all attack drones into intelligent laser drones and the reconnaissance drone into an intelligent early warning aircraft. Upgrading each drone cost an average of over 500 million survival points, so 22 drones would require over 110 billion survival points. At the same time, Su Yuan spent 300 million to purchase the intelligent swarm attack system. The 21 intelligent laser drones could then launch attacks under the command of the intelligent early warning aircraft. Intelligent Laser Drone Level 1, equipped with a laser cannon capable of killing invasion-level beasts, multiple units could withstand ferocious-level beasts. Intelligent Early Warning Aircraft Level 1, capable of simultaneously locking onto and tracking 100 targets, and commanding up to 100 drones to launch attacks. Thus, Su Yuan still had 78 billion survival points. He then looked up at the 2 automatic wind turbines on the automatic solar power dome. They were no longer needed, so he decided to recycle them, gaining 1 billion survival points in return. Didn't you have a call request? Answer or not? Su Yuan opened the chat function and found that the caller was actually Luo Qin, the chief liaison officer of Huadu. Could it be that the 500 million worth of high-quality supplies have been gathered? Su Yuan chose to answer. Hello, Mr. Su, this is Luo Qin. Huadu has gathered 500 million worth of high-quality supplies and is ready to trade with you at any time. Because Huadu had learned through various channels that the Dinosaur Man technology data purchased by survival bases like Midu was extremely important, Huadu's survival base hastened to speed up the collection of supplies, adding hundreds of supply collection escort teams and deploying a large number of unmanned machinery satellites and other high-tech means to search for high-quality materials. As soon as the collection was complete, they had Luo Qin contact Su Yuan. No problem, we can trade right now. Su Yuan opened his shop and used his exclusive store to list the complete Dinosaur Man technology data he possessed, setting a transaction password so that others could not see the items being traded. Luo Qin only needed to enter the password and pay enough supplies to obtain the technology data. The transaction process lasted over an hour because Luo Qin was slow in paying the supplies, having to place high-quality materials from various locations into the system one by one to pay Su Yuan. After the transaction was completed, Su Yuan recycled the 500 million worth of high-quality supplies and gained 500 billion survival points. Wow, this is the kind of money that feels good to earn. Su Yuan laughed excitedly. Luo Qin sent another call request. Since he was wearing an auxiliary mech suit, Su Yuan chose video, intending to exchange a few pleasantries with Luo Qin face to face. Immediately, the projection of a middle-aged man in a suit appeared opposite Su Yuan. Mr. Su, the transaction is complete. I believe we will have deeper cooperation in the future. On behalf of Huadu, I thank you for your trust in Huadu's survival base. As a token of our appreciation, we would like to present you with a small commemorative gift. This is a crystal unearthed from the ruins of an ancient civilization. We have yet to decipher its use. I hope it may be of some use to you, Mr. Su, Luo Qin said. A transparent diamond-shaped crystal appeared in Luo Qin's hand, shimmering with a dazzling brilliance much like a giant diamond. Wow, what is this thing? Su Yuan thought to himself. The crystal was 30 centimeters long and had 10 facets, each exactly the same size. This was something human technology was completely incapable of producing. Thank you for the gift. I really like it, Su Yuan said with a smile. Su Yuan sensed it was a good item and decided to accept it for now. Mr. Su, we originally intended to send this gift to you through the virtual market or a shop, but we were unable to place it inside. If it is convenient, we can have someone deliver it to you. Su Yuan was taken aback. Was there really something that couldn't be placed in the virtual market? If not for the video call, Su Yuan would have immediately called Xiao Yu over to ask. Subsequently, Su Yuan indicated that Luo Qin did not need to deliver it. He would pass over Huadu's survival base and could pick it up himself then. After a few more pleasantries, Su Yuan revealed no personal information and hung up. Xiao Yu, come here. Xiao Yu was playing with Er Huang. Er Huang had finished planting the grain, and Pao Mian was waiting by the side for the harvest. Xiao Yu came running over with Er Huang and Pao Mian. Master, I'm here, Xiao Yu said, and with a light leap, she landed on Su Yuan's shoulder. Little Jade, now 80 centimeters tall, was not only becoming more human-like, but also heavier. Little Jade, what is this thing? Why can't it be placed into the virtual mall or shop? Su Yuan opened the chat log and displayed the video in front of Little Jade. Master, this is a dimension crystal, a very unique type of energy crystal that forms only under extremely special circumstances. Although we can see and touch it, it is not matter, it is not composed of any atoms. When you set up the virtual mall or shop, Master, you selected material exchange instead of energy exchange. In the future, you can upgrade the virtual mall or shop to add energy exchange. Dimension crystal? What can it be used for? Su Yuan was puzzled. Master, we live in a multiverse with countless dimensional spaces. Some spaces have no life, but abundant resources, while others have powerful life forms, but scarce resources. The energy of dimension crystals can open dimensional spaces to obtain resources. You can purchase a dimensional mine and use dimension crystals to acquire resources. With the size of this dimension crystal, it can allow you to open a dimensional well, providing a continuous supply of water for at least 10,000 years. Damn, 10,000 years. Guess I won't need water storage equipment anymore. Su Yuan hadn't expected such advanced things to exist. Could that ancient civilization have been even more incredible, perhaps left behind by dinosaur people? But then again, it didn't seem so. The gift from Huadu was quite substantial. After some thought, Su Yuan decided to send some antiviral agents as a return gift. Master, we're almost out of various grain and vegetable seeds, as well as acceleration potions. We need to purchase more. Little Jade, who usually handled planting, was well aware of the seed consumption. Grain and vegetable seeds had to be bought from the system mall, using self-produced crops, as seeds would not only lack cold or drought resistance, but also reduce yields. Good seeds required specialized cultivation. Su Yuan had no intention of cultivating seeds for now and directly spent 1 billion survival points to purchase seeds and acceleration potions, storing them in the warehouse. Then he planned to buy and upgrade giant cannons. The cooldown time for the 2 giant cannons was too long. Facing the dinosaur people, Su Yuan needed to launch continuous attacks. Only by increasing the number of cannons or continuously upgrading them could he reduce the cooldown. Below the survival base, a total of 10 giant cannons could be mounted. Su Yuan could still add 8 more. Su Yuan directly purchased 4 intelligent giant laser cannons and 4 intelligent giant freeze cannons, costing a total of 960 billion survival points. After deducting the expenses and adding the survival points from Huadu's purchase of dinosaur technology data, Su Yuan had 315.8 billion survival points left. Damn, survival points are spent so fast. The large sum of survival points he had just earned was mostly used up in an instant, not even enough to continue upgrading the 10 giant cannons. Su Yuan hoped that survival bases like Midu would quickly buy the dinosaur people's technology data. Unbeknownst to him, evening arrived. The survival base had already entered the land of Hongdu, flying over the largest freshwater lake on Blue Star. The water resources here had also been contaminated by nuclear fallout and required multiple purifications before drinking. Su Yuan's water storage equipment could purify automatically, so he had no worries on that front. He directly purchased pipes and large water pumping equipment, suspending the survival base above the freshwater lake, and began pumping fresh water. Neo Dali and others took turns flying out of the base to guard against mutant beasts damaging the pipes. After finishing these tasks, Su Yuan had dinner, then turned on the disaster warning machine to check the situation for the next 7 days. The disaster warning machine operated its mechanical roar, deafening, lasting for over a minute. The display screen flashed red, and after a moment it showed the situation for the next 7 days. 1 day later, a significant temperature drop. Wear more clothes. 2 days later, global temperatures continued to drop. Stay indoors to avoid catching a cold. 3 days later, widespread snowfall at survival bases like Midu. 4 days later, snowfall persisted, expanding globally. 5 days later, blizzards swept the world with ball lightning disasters and even extreme thunderstorm weather in some areas. 6 days later, an extreme cold wave arrived, with local minimum temperatures around minus 150 degrees Celsius. 7 days later, the extreme cold wave expanded globally, oceans froze, and some deep-sea mutant beasts came ashore. Damn, the zombie virus isn't over yet, and now a global blizzard. How many people will die? After some thought, Su Yuan felt he should issue a warning. He didn't want everyone dead, no one left for him to leech off or trade with. Opening the chat forum, Su Yuan posted an anonymous warning again. The previous 2 well-intentioned warnings had been ignored, but this time some people actually believed him. Fuck, what's there to fear about a blizzard? Hopefully ITLL freeze those damn zombies to death. The guy above has a point. Just stay indoors and ration the food. I hope electricity prices don't spike, or how are we supposed to survive? It seemed people had grown accustomed to disasters, with all kinds of comments flooding in. Su Yuan couldn't be bothered to explain. He then browsed the posts online. The hottest topic was still the antiviral agent. Many wealthy individuals were asking why no antiviral agents were being traded today. This was intentional on Su Yuan's part, to give the rich the illusion that antiviral agents were limited in production and unattainable even with money. Midas Chief Officer Oken had promised various benefits to Midas wealthy elite, barely managing to secure sponsorship to purchase antiviral agents. But after waiting a whole day, there was still no news about the sale of antiviral agents. The beautiful secretary Martha had knocked several times, reminding Oken of an important meeting he needed to chair. Fuck, let them discuss it themselves. It was morning in Midu. Oken was in a foul mood, having failed to buy any antiviral agents. Martha quietly approached Oken, smiling seductively. My esteemed chief officer, you needn't worry. Mr. Phil has already started working on replicating the antiviral agent. Results will come soon. What the hell do you know? Can a replica ever match the real thing? Many like Oken were glued to the virtual mall, ready to snap up any listings. Su Yuan planned to sell 80 doses today, raising the price to 25 million kilograms of supplies per antiviral agent. Still exclusive to the wealthy. Within seconds of being listed, it was sold out. Many who lacked enough supplies failed to secure a dose. Oken cursed in fury. Fuck. Why did the price go up? If the price kept rising tomorrow, he would have to secure even more sponsorship. The angrier Oken got, the more he pushed away the disheveled Martha and stormed out the door. For each antiviral agent sold at 25 million kilograms of ordinary supplies, Su Yuan could recover 2.5 billion survival points after recycling. 80 doses would net him 200 billion survival points. The harvest was the same as yesterday, but he had sold 20 fewer doses of antiviral agent. Su Yuan felt he was becoming more and more like a ruthless capitalist. Every time Su Yuan harvested the lavish spending of the wealthy elite, a wave of exhilaration washed over him. Uncertain how many more opportunities he would have to do so, he delved into research, using iron ore as a case study to make an estimation. In the parallel world of Blue Star, the customs, national territories, and number of countries differed somewhat from Su Yuan's original world. Here resources were more abundant, and the landmass included an additional continent. Before the Great Catastrophe, the mining capital could export approximately 10 billion tons of iron, or equivalent to 1 trillion kilograms. Although output had plummeted due to the disaster, the mining capital still managed to maintain production above 200 billion kilograms by deploying vast numbers of unmanned mining machinery. Moreover, the iron ore from the mining capital was the finest on Blue Star, much of it sourced from open-pit mines that could be excavated directly by machines, unlike the deeply buried ore in the capital of Hua. According to the Pareto principle, the wealthy elite of the mining capital would claim 80% of the iron ore profits, over 160 billion kilograms of ore. This could yield approximately 96 billion kilograms of ordinary steel, which when recycled into survival points would amount to 9.6 trillion survival points. Damn, my imagination is too poor to fathom such wealth. Though Su Yuan's estimate was rough and excluded cost, this accounted only for iron ore. The mining capital also generated revenue from coal, copper, and other resources, allowing its wealthy elite to reap even greater profits. If the wealthy elite of the mining capital held stakes in survival bases across Blue Star, Su Yuan could scarcely imagine the extent of their riches. Meanwhile, survival bases like the Rice Capital, Red Capital, and Cypress Capital possessed ample supplies, but they had to ensure the basic needs of ordinary people, making it difficult to allocate large quantities of goods quickly. Relatively speaking, the wealthy elite were easier to exploit than the survival bases. Su Yuan felt confident in selling chicken, duck, and other meats along with antiviral agents to them at high prices. He planned to continue this approach and list more antiviral agents the next day. Afterwards, Su Yuan tallied his daily earnings. After recycling all supplies and adding system rewards, he obtained over 15.2 billion survival points. This brought his total to 530.98 billion survival points. He then checked the transaction fees, found everything normal, played some games, and prepared for sleep. Meanwhile, in the innermost layer of the Earth's core world where the dinosaurians resided, the distance from the ground to the core was over 5400 kilometers. Since Blue Star's radius was over 6,300 kilometers, the distance from this layer to the human world on the surface was more than 900 kilometers. This realm, transformed by prehistoric civilizations, was not pitch black. It had a cycle of day and night, and was not oppressive. Each layer of the Earth's core world was 100 kilometers thick, or 1,000 meters. From the innermost layer to the middle layer, one had to traverse 200 kilometers of rock. Similarly, traveling from the middle layer to the outermost layer, and from there to Blue Star's surface, required crossing 200 kilometers of rock. The deepest trench on Blue Star's surface was just over 110 meters, and the deepest exploration well dug by the Red Capital reached only about 1200 meters. Thus, the human world rarely received news about the Earth's core world. Happy Dis's father, Happy Mo, had long learned of Happy Dis's death. However, due to an onslaught of beasts led by an Emperor-tier mutant beast in the dinosaurian world, he had been unable to send forces for revenge. Now that he had the time, he could finally seek retribution. He first summoned Zaylee to understand the situation. Dinosaurians were taller than humans, and their rooms were proportionately grand. Happy Mo sat at the head, glaring coldly at Zaylee, who knelt on the ground. Zaylee, what exactly happened? Why did Happy D die? Zaylee trembled all over. Upon returning to the Earth's core world, he had immediately joined the battle to repel the beasts, and had no idea what had transpired outside. If not for the device hidden in Happy Dis's body, transmitting his vital signs indicating his death, Zaylee would never have believed Happy D could die. I suspect the people on that mysterious flying saucer killed Happy D. Zaylee knew that even if he knew nothing, he could not answer with ignorance. After learning the details, Happy Mo tossed an axe to Zaylee. With a pale face, Zaylee picked up the axe, and without hesitation chopped off his own arm, kneeling and pleading, "Great Chief Commander, Happy Mo, please grant me a chance to live. I will avenge Happy D." Though Happy Mo was the deputy chief commander, those around him knew he preferred to be called Chief Commander. Happy Mo's gaze turned icy as he looked at Zaylee. If not for your years of service, you would already be a corpse. Whether you can atone for your crimes depends on your performance this time. With that, Happy Mo rose and hastily gathered his men to head to the human world. Happy Dis's sister, Happy Lee, upon hearing the news, immediately blocked Happy Mo. "Father, let me go. This is a critical moment for your promotion to Chief Commander. You cannot leave the Earth's core world now." Happy Mo hesitated, his eyes fixed on Happy Lee. He had several sons and daughters, but the chance for promotion came only once. "Father, trust me. Give me a few days to prepare, and I will set out to avenge brother Happy D," Happy Lee said with firm resolve. After a moment's hesitation, Happy Mo nodded and instructed Happy Lee to bring several attack vessels. "Father, before I leave, can you answer my questions? Why didn't we return to Blue Star's surface long ago? Why don't we seek a more suitable planet to live on? If we had returned earlier, those human insects would never have emerged. If we had gone to another planet, we wouldn't have to fend off beast attacks." Happy Lee had always yearned for the world beyond the Earth's core and wanted to leave, but the dinosaurian world had strict hierarchies that forbade casual departure. Happy Lee had a younger sister, just 2 years her junior, who died young in a beast tide. Recently, her mother had also perished in such an onslaught. Thus, she harbored a deep hatred for both the beasts and the Earth's core world. The topic of leaving the Earth's core world was taboo in dinosaurian society. Seeing Happy Lee's state, Happy Mo explained reluctantly, "You are too young and understand nothing. You only see the surface. Do you think the Great Catastrophe only affected Blue Star? No, it swept across the entire multiverse and countless dimensional spaces. Leaving Blue Star, we don't know if there's a more suitable planet, nor do we know what the catastrophe looks like in the cosmos." Happy Lee was stunned. She had indeed underestimated the Great Catastrophe, never understanding why the dinosaurian ancestors with their glorious technology had been driven into the Earth's core world. Pleased with her shock, Happy Mo continued, "Thus our forebears divided the dinosaurians into 2 groups. One remained in the Earth's core, and the other ventured into the universe to find a suitable planet. We have held the Earth's core world in accordance with ancestral teachings, for it is the safest place on Blue Star and our final sanctuary. You think Blue Star's surface is fine, but when the 5th Great Catastrophe arrives, it will become a hell's cape." Happy Mo continued to counsel Happy Lee, hoping to restore her mindset to normal. Meanwhile, Zari emerged outside. With the technology of the dinosaurians, reattaching an arm or crafting a prosthetic was not difficult. However, Zari dared not seek such aid. Enduring the pain, he climbed to the roof of a tall building and gazed at the sky. The sky of the inner world was merely the rock layer above them. Yet being 100 kilometers away and shrouded in night, the rock layer was invisible from here. Clouds, rivers, and vegetation abounded, creating an environment even more comfortable than the surface of Blue Star. This was because the environment had been artificially modified. In the deepest layer of the dinosaurians' inhabited inner world, 5 colossal pillars, each 10 kilometers in diameter, connected to the rock layer above. At their very peaks, they emitted light like giant fluorescent lamps, simulating sunlight during the day and moonlight at night. The timing and intensity of the light matched those of the sun and moon on the surface. These were remnants of a prehistoric civilization that predated the dinosaurians, harnessing the geothermal energy of the Earth's core to produce light. The dinosaurians had yet to unravel the principles behind their operation. In the middle and outer layers of the inner world, which were larger in area, there were 7 and 9 such giant pillars respectively, equivalent to having 7 or 9 simulated mini-suns. Zari stared at the 5 simulated moons overhead, gritting his teeth fiercely. Are the lives of low-level dinosaurians not worth anything? Zari hurled his severed arm from the rooftop, watching it shatter into pieces on the ground, planting the seeds of vengeance deep within his heart. The next day, Su Yuan awoke, completed his morning routine, and Dabu dutifully set breakfast on the table. 2 large grilled chicken cutlets, a bowl of porridge, some greens, and 3 peculiar fruits. Su Yuan was very satisfied. Ever since Dabu had arrived, every meal had been sumptuous. He ate alone as he feared contracting the zombie virus, and thus did not share a table with Chris. Chris could simply tell Dabu what she wanted to eat, and Dabu would prepare it. After the meal, Su Yuan went to the surface. The previous night, Gwazi had finished repairing Harpy's flying vessel. Since Su Yuan had been asleep, Gwazi had not informed him. Seeing the repaired flying vessel, Su Yuan joyfully patted Gwazi's head. Good job. They'll find you a mate someday. Cuckoo. Gwazi chirped happily. Then Su Yuan turned and walked toward the laboratory. Mosaic, little white dragon, have you manufactured the sample of level 9 dinosaur superalloy? Nay, master, almost there. Just a moment. Mosaic, transformed into a research machine, walked over. Really? Nay, at most half an hour. Before Su Yuan arrived, Mosaic and Little White Dragon were already manufacturing the level 9 dinosaur superalloy sample, though the process was somewhat slow. Over 20 minutes later, Su Yuan saw the level 9 dinosaur superalloy, identical to the one used in Harpy's flying vessel. Su Yuan then prepared to purchase an intelligent alloy material manufacturing room to mass-produce the dinosaur superalloy. He not only wanted to restore Harpy's flying vessel, but also to cover his entire survival base with the dinosaur superalloy. Thus, his survival base would be impervious to collisions from dinosaurian flying vessels. Intelligent alloy material manufacturing room, level 1E, 2 floors, totaling 700 square meters, capable of producing 1.0 kilograms of alloy material per day. Su Yuan spent 2.5 billion survival points directly to purchase the room and placed it next to the intelligent antiviral potion manufacturing room. Finally, he spent another 1.5 billion points on various materials and began manufacturing level 9 dinosaur superalloy. At the production rate, the amount of superalloy needed for the flying vessel would be produced in just one day. Next, Mosaic and Little White Dragon would need to continue developing high-quality soil. This would allow Su Yuan to consume fewer survival points when upgrading his land. As for Susu, she had no current task. Su Yuan did not want to waste a free research opportunity, so he told Susu to do whatever she pleased as long as she didn't waste survival points. On the other side, after a full day and night of pumping, the water storage tanks were filled with fresh water. Su Yuan ordered Niodali and the others to retract the pumping pipes and return to the survival base, preparing to head to the Huadu survival base. At Huadu, Liang and his team, after rigorous screening, had been assigned to the newly formed Special Guard Unit. The Special Guard Unit consisted of individuals who, due to various reasons, had undergone bodily mutations and held the potential to become psychics. Liang had been fortunate enough to become the deputy captain of the unit. He received orders to be ready at any time to covertly protect the leadership and to receive Su Yuan. Meanwhile, Zheng Feng also received corresponding orders. They were to protect Luo Qin openly, while Liang and the other psychics were to protect him covertly. Zheng Feng immediately assembled his men, selected weapons, and made preparations. At that moment, Ning Rulin had just arrived at the Huadu survival base to report for duty. The ordinary people originally living in Ning City had been relocated to the nearest and largest survival base. Because of her outstanding performance in Ning City last time, Ning Rulin had received special commendation and was transferred to the Huadu survival base to serve as the captain of a guard unit. Her first task upon taking office was to lead the guard unit in providing perimeter security during the meeting between Luo Qin and Su Yuan to prevent any unforeseen incidents. When Su Yuan's survival base arrived at Huadu, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. The base landed on the ground, and Su Yuan, clad in an auxiliary mech suit, stepped out of the base accompanied by Niodali and other robots. At that moment, Niodali and the others had transformed into intelligent combat robots to guard against aerial mutant beast ambushes. Luo Qin walked forward with his subordinates. Welcome, Mr. Su. It's wonderful that you could come. Thank you for providing the dinosaurian technology data last time. It's been immensely helpful in building our ark. Thanks to the dinosaur superalloy, the 12 arcs being built in Huadu could be upgraded by at least 1 tier. Su Yuan stepped forward, exchanged pleasantries with Luo Qin, and presented the prepared gift, 1.0 doses of antiviral potion. Luo Qin was stunned for a few seconds before exclaiming excitedly, Mr. Su, words cannot express my gratitude. If Huadu can ever be of service to you, please don't hesitate to ask. With 1.0 doses of antiviral potion, Su Yuan could reap a bountiful harvest from the wealthy elite, while Huadu could use them to form a special core to resist zombies and protect the city. These 10000 doses would not only save 10000 lives, but also countless more residents of Huadu. Luo Qin also handed over the dimensional crystal to Su Yuan. He expressed his desire to invite Su Yuan to dinner and to continue cooperation, hoping to purchase more antiviral potions. Su Yuan said he would consider it, thinking that in the next few days after he had fully exploited the wealthy, he could launch the antiviral potion on the market and allow Huadu to purchase first. Hidden in the distance, Li Ong watched Su Yuan with deep emotion. He recalled the first time he had come to Su Yuan to borrow food. Su Yuan had been wearing the same auxiliary mech suit and had generously given him a substantial amount of grain. Unfortunately, hidden in the distance, Li Ong watched Su Yuan with deep emotion. He recalled the first time he had come to Su Yuan to borrow food. Su Yuan had been wearing the same auxiliary mech suit and had generously given him a substantial amount of grain. Unfortunately, the companions who had been with him then, like Huzi, had long since perished. On the other side, Ning Rulin also discovered Su Yuan's survival base, her face filled with envy and gratitude. She longed to use the chat system to thank him in person, but she couldn't muster the courage. Inside the survival base, Su Yuan toyed with a dimensional crystal. The object felt smooth in his hand, as if it had been polished for years, its touch incredibly pleasant. Can dimensional crystals only be used to develop dimensional wells? Can't they develop other resource mines? Master dimensional crystals are a form of energy. They can develop any type of dimensional mine, but different mines consume varying amounts of dimensional crystals. Xiao Yu rested her chin on her hand, tilting her head as she looked at Su Yuan. Wow, that makes things interesting. Can I manufacture dimensional crystals? Su Yuan exclaimed happily. Of course, master, but the machine to produce them is quite expensive. It's best if you first research and develop the manufacturing method in the lab. Su Yuan pondered. Given the nature of Mosaic and Little White Dragon, developing a way to produce dimensional crystals would likely take an unknown amount of time. He had no immediate use for them, so he decided to set the matter aside for now. Su Yuan then planned to continue selling antiviral agents. Since the two previous limited-time sales had been highly effective, he intended to use the same strategy today, albeit with a tweaked approach. He checked the virtual mall and compared the number of buyers from the previous rushes, discovering that the wealthiest individuals were concentrated in rice capital, sand capital, and mine capital. He decided to sell by region and set a deadline for purchases. For instance, in rice capital, where over 100,000 wealthy individuals demanded large quantities of antiviral agents, Su Yuan sold only 80 doses daily, priced at 25 million kilograms of ordinary supplies. In contrast, in a place like Black Capital with fewer wealthy individuals, he sold only 5 doses daily, priced at 10 million kilograms of ordinary supplies. He did not limit the quantity each wealthy person could purchase, only the purchasing region. Those living in rice capital could not see the price or quantity of antiviral agents in Black Capital, nor could they buy them. He then listed 300 doses of antiviral agents worldwide with a sales window of 15 minutes. After that, the sale would close and any unsold doses would be removed. Su Yuan stared at the virtual mall, watching as the antiviral agents steadily decreased while the exchange supplies grew. The 80 doses in rice capital were snapped up in less than 5 minutes. Oken finally managed to secure a dose and excitedly bit Martha a few times in his elation. Afterward, Oken had Martha inject him with the antiviral agent. My esteemed chief officer, could you perhaps get me an antiviral agent too? Martha asked with a charming smile. Haha, Martha, just stick with me and do your job well. I can't get you the genuine article, but I'll definitely get you a replica. Martha was overjoyed and became even more compliant with Oken. The two fooled around in the office for a while before Oken told Martha to prepare for his outing. He wanted to visit the guards and people from all walks of life in Rice Capital. Now that he no longer feared the zombie virus, he could openly urge ordinary people not to be afraid of it. In less than 10 minutes, all 300 doses of antiviral agents Su Yuan had listed were sold out. Each dose fetched an average of 15 million kilograms of ordinary supplies, which when converted yielded 1.5 billion survival points. In an instant, Su Yuan had earned 450 billion survival points. Haha, damn, this is way too easy. Su Yuan shouted excitedly in the living room. He suddenly realized that the intrinsic value of a product wasn't the most important factor. The sales rules were. No wonder before the great catastrophe Rice Capital could print money recklessly, turning a piece of paper into $100 worth of purchasing power, buying supplies, without anyone daring to object. In comparison, Su Yuan felt he still had a long way to go before he could harvest wealth as unscrupulously as Rice Capital. Over the next 2 days, he used the same method to sell antiviral agents, earning another 900 billion survival points. He spent 1.5 trillion points to successfully upgrade 10 cannons to level 2. Smart Giant Laser Cannon level 2. After gathering energy, it can fire once every 10 minutes, emitting a laser beam exceeding 300 degrees Celsius, capable of killing Lord-level mutated beasts. Damn, that's a bit of a letdown. The attack power hasn't changed, it only shortened the cooldown. Su Yuan complained. With 10 cannons firing one after another, they could cycle through every minute. But in an emergency, that might not be enough. Su Yuan needed other means of attack. After lunch, he went to the surface. A day earlier, the smart alloy material manufacturing room had produced enough dinosaur superalloy. Guazi had already installed the dinosaur superalloy on the flying ship as Su Yuan had instructed. In other words, Happy DS flying ship had been restored to its former glory. Su Yuan approached the ship and patted its hard dinosaur superalloy exterior, hearing a dull resonant metallic ring. Not bad. This thing should look pretty cool when it's flying. Su Yuan wanted to take it for a spin himself. But first he wanted someone to test it out. Ratman, take the flying ship out for a ride and see how it feels. Try ramming into a meteor or something. Ratman was an intelligent combat robot. Even if the ship crashed, it could abandon it and escape. Squeak Master, there are no meteors around now, just heavy snow. How about I try ramming a mountain instead? Whatever, suit yourself. Ratman opened the flying ship, climbed aboard, and flew out from above the survival base. Su Yuan then watched the ship's flight through the multifunctional satellite feed. At Mach 10, it streaked across the sky like a black bolt of lightning. At that moment, Su Yuan's survival base was located in a remote mountainous area. Ratman piloted the ship through several sharp turns, a few rolls, and consecutive dives before finally aiming for a large mountain. With a thunderous roar like a bullet hitting foam board, the ship easily smashed through a mountain at its midsection, collapsing it. Wow, that's awesome. Su Yuan was eager to try piloting it himself. At Mach 10, it was far faster than the survival base and promised a much more thrilling ride. When Ratman returned to the base, Su Yuan had Guazi inspect the ship for damage. It was completely unscathed. Still, Su Yuan felt it wasn't good enough and decided to upgrade it. Ding. Detected that the host possesses one flying ship. Upgrade requires 150 billion survival points. Proceed. Upgrade. Ding. Upgrade successful. Smart flying ship level 1, maximum speed Mach 12, equipped with nuclear-powered thrusters, dinosaur superalloy level 10. Su Yuan felt it was well worth it. Not only had the speed increased, but the dinosaur superalloy had reached level 10, a level even the dinosaurians had never achieved. Now he could go head-to-head with the dinosaurian flying ships, smashing them to pieces in a collision. Su Yuan donned his auxiliary mech suit and stepped into the flight vessel. The pilot's seat and the electronic helmet used for navigation had been modified by Guazi to perfectly suit Su Yuan. Subsequently, an exterior view of the flight vessel appeared before his eyes. He could directly connect the electronic helmet to the ship and manipulate the control stick to pilot it. With a sharp whoosh, the flight vessel shot forth like a bullet. Its velocity far surpassed that of sound as a thunderous sonic boom echoed through the sky. Just as Su Yuan reveled in the exhilaration of piloting, Happily also set out from the subterranean world with a massive fleet preparing to head to the surface. Happily planned to first head to the Me2 survival base to investigate the cause of Happy's death. After all, when Happy had parted ways with Zayli, he had indicated his intention to go to Me2, which was also the most formidable survival base on Blue Star's surface. Happily hoped to learn about the circumstances of Su Yuan and Happy at Me2. She was more cautious in her actions compared to Happy. Before her departure, Happimo had specifically instructed her to ascertain the enemy's situation before taking any action. Several hours later, Happily arrived at the surface. At that time, a heavy snowstorm blanketed Me2 with snow depth exceeding 1 meter. Despite this, Oaken was still tirelessly delivering a speech outside. Ladies and gentlemen, look at me. I have never feared the zombie virus, and thus I remain uninfected. Locke never feared the aberrant beasts, so he is alive and well. One should not be timid, one must muster courage and face challenges head-on. Zombies are not terrifying, what is truly fearsome is our own initial cowardice. Oaken urged the people to summon courage to overcome the zombies, work diligently, and gather supplies. The cheers from the audience surged like waves, crest after crest. Oaken felt immensely satisfied, believing himself to be the greatest chief officer of Me2. Soon, however, he received a notification that their satellites had detected a vast fleet of flying vessels. Oaken halted his speech and hurried back to his office to confer with Midas leadership. Gentlemen, can anyone tell me what is happening? Chief Officer, it should be the fleet of the dinosaurians. A shiver ran through Oaken's body. He had no desire to have his kneecaps shattered again. Then what should we do? Chief Officer, I believe we should avoid conflict and first extend our goodwill to welcome the dinosaurians. The high-ranking officials of Me2 all concurred that they were no match for the dinosaurians. Since they could not win, it was better to concede. Then who will prepare to welcome the dinosaurians? Oaken wished to pass this arduous task to someone else. The elite officials in suits and ties exchanged glances and finally spoke in unison. Chief Officer, we believe that to demonstrate Midas' sincerity, it would be best for you to greet them personally. Subsequently, the Me2 survival base began preparations for a grand welcoming ceremony. Countless people drove snowplows out of the base, clearing away the thick snow to create a vast open space. The lively and spirited cheerleading squad also began to prepare for an enthusiastic performance. Before long, Happy's fleet arrived above the Me2 survival base. Ignorant and foolish insects. Happy sneered from within her spacecraft. Through the screen before her, she could clearly see the cheerleaders' performance on the ground. She piloted a colossal spacecraft comparable in size to 3 nuclear-powered aircraft carriers equipped with 108 electromagnetic heavy cannons, 36 laser cannons, and 2 ion fusion cannons among other weapons. Additionally, 48 flight vessels escorted her for protection. Zaylee also piloted one of the flight vessels, clearing the path for Happily. The spaceship landed and Happily led the dinosaurians out. Squads of dinosaurian guards, each over 5 meters tall, brandished laser guns as they flanked Happily for protection. Zaylee descended from his flight vessel and joined the other pilots at Happily's side. Happily was exceptionally tall, towering even above her dinosaurian guards. Her massive dinosaurian head rendered her appearance truly fearsome. Mustering his courage, Oaken approached with a squad of guards. Before Happily, he knelt on one knee, adhering to the protocol established by Happy. Great dinosaurian, I Oaken on behalf of me too welcome you. Happily regarded Oaken with disdain. In her eyes, humans were nothing but filthy, ignorant insects. Were it not for avenging her father and Happy, she would not have deigned to deal with Oaken. It was akin to a person with a phobia of filth refusing to approach a wild monkey. Moreover, Oaken was even less than a monkey in Happy's eyes. I Happily have come to me to lead you humans toward light and hope. If you are willing, you shall henceforth submit to us dinosaurians. Happily sought to conquer humanity, thereby elevating Happimo's prestige among the dinosaurians and securing his position as supreme commander. The human population was vast. If armed, they could aid in repelling aberrant beasts and facing even greater calamities in the future. Although they could manufacture ordinary robots that required costs, whereas using humans would undoubtedly be far cheaper. Oaken hesitated. If he openly agreed to Happy's terms before the public, he might well be branded a traitor to humanity. Yet he dared not offend Happily. Thus he altered his phrasing, forcing a smile as he addressed Happily. Great Lady Happily, me too, is most willing to cooperate with you dinosaurians. Happily fixed a cold stare on Oaken and spoke slowly. I shall show you humans the sincerity of us dinosaurians. Here is a portion of our technological data. Take it first. She casually tossed Oaken a hard drive containing dinosaurian technological data, then indicated that he could contact her anytime if he had further needs. Finally, Happily turned and re-entered the spaceship. The entire dinosaurian fleet lifted off and hovered above the Me Too survival base. Happily was in no hurry to seek revenge against Su Yuan. Instead, she planned to take things slowly, starting with subjugating Me Too. After receiving Happy's data, Oaken was ecstatic, imagining himself as a hero in the eyes of Midas people. Haha, under the leadership of the great chief officer Oaken, Me Too will grow ever stronger. Oaken fantasized. Subsequently, Oaken took the dinosaurian technological data to experts for examination. A few hours later, the experts informed him that the data provided by Happily was identical to what they had purchased from Su Yuan. Oaken was instantly dumbfounded. Previously, Me Too had learned through special channels that Huadu had obtained the complete dinosaurian data. Oaken and other Me Too high-ranking officials had contacted various survival bases overnight, pooling resources and borrowing from wealthy individuals to amass a large quantity of ordinary supplies. Just yesterday, they had purchased 5 sets of third-level technological data, 8 sets of second-level data, and 5 sets of first-level data from Su Yuan. Meanwhile, Hongdu, in a panic, had joined forces with other production bases to buy up all the remaining data. Oaken suddenly felt that the data Happily had given him was no longer so valuable. If the people of Me Too were to find out, who knew how they would mock his foolishness. It was around 11 at night for Su Yuan when he, through his multifunctional satellite, discovered Happy's flight fleet. Damn, quite a crowd has come. Su Yuan felt he would need a few more intelligent flight vessels to defeat Happily. Then he tallied his earnings. Over the past 2 days, his daily income had exceeded 30 billion, but the survival points earned from selling antiviral agents had all been used to upgrade 10 cannons and flight vessels. He now had just over 258 billion survival points left. However, the high-quality resources obtained from selling dinosaur technology data had not yet been recovered. The 10 pieces of third-tier tech data and 10 pieces of second-tier tech data exchanged for premium resources would yield Su Yuan 700 billion survival points upon recovery. As for the first-tier tech data, 2 copies had been sold before. This time, Midu purchased another 5, while Hongdu bought the remaining 3. Su Yuan would gain 640 billion survival points from these. Thus, Su Yuan would have 1598 billion survival points in hand. Su Yuan planned to upgrade the power equipment, enhance attack robots like Neo Dali, and either purchase or manufacture flight vessels. Afterwards, he had Neo Dali and the others take turns guarding the survival base to ensure its safety, as he had no idea when Happily would launch an attack. The next day, Su Yuan browsed forum posts while eating breakfast. He noticed that the blizzard had already blanketed Blue Star, just as the disaster prediction machine had forecast. The forum was filled with complaints. Is there any way for us to survive? Electricity bills are so high they want us to freeze to death. Brother, you could just choose to work overtime every day and not go home. The factory is at least warmer than the dormitory, and you won't have to pay electricity bills. Downstairs, can anyone tell me what's happening outside the survival base? I've run out of food and want to scavenge for supplies. Brother, I advise you to stay in the survival base and drink porridge. The zombies outside haven't frozen to death, they're still lively and kicking. The blizzard raged on with fierce winds howling terrifyingly. Countless wanderers in survival bases like Midu froze to death overnight. High-ranking officials in Midu like Oken expressed willingness to help, but meetings dragged on without reaching a conclusion. To Su Yuan's surprise, Hapali offered to assist humanity. She said that any survival base that needed the dinosaur people could call on them for help. Damn, is there really such a good thing? Su Yuan doubted. However, so far no one had sought Hapali's help, and she seemed in no hurry at all. After finishing his meal, Su Yuan went to the power level to upgrade the fully automatic large ion thruster. Fully automatic large ion thruster level 1. Upgrading to level 2 requires 280 billion survival points. Damn, that's too expensive. Upgrade it. A chime signaled success. Fully automatic large ion thruster level 2. At full power, the survival base's maximum speed can reach Mach 5. Upgrading to level 3 requires 300 billion survival points. Keep upgrading. Upgrade again. Su Yuan directly upgraded the fully automatic large ion thruster to level 4, spending a total of 900 billion survival points, boosting the survival base's speed to Mach 12. This speed surpassed that of the dinosaur people's flight vessels. In Su Yuan's view, survival was still the top priority. At the same time, he spent 650 billion to upgrade the nuclear power plant, bringing the automatic nuclear generator and its supporting equipment to level 4, enabling the plant to generate 8 million kilowatt-hours per hour, sufficient to power the fully automatic large ion thruster. Thus, Su Yuan had only 48 billion survival points left. Damn it, these survival points really aren't enough. Su Yuan muttered to himself, deciding to sell another batch of antiviral agents later to harvest some wealthy individuals. Next, he planned to upgrade Neo Dali and the others. Intelligent attack robot Neo Dali level 2. Upgrading to level 3 requires 2 billion survival points. Attack power increases by 10. Upgrade. Intelligent attack robot Neo Dali level 3. Upgrading to level 4 requires 3 billion survival points. Requires research on micronuclear power system. Attack power increases by 15. What the heck, I need a micronuclear power system too. Xiaoyu, can't I just upgrade directly? Master, you can choose forced upgrade, but the price will be very high. Xiaoyu reminded. Damn, even the system is playing tricks. Su Yuan hesitated and decided not to continue upgrading Neo Dali. Instead, he upgraded robots like Big Cat and Dumb Sheep. Each intelligent attack robot was upgraded to level 3, costing a total of 23 billion survival points. After finishing these tasks, Su Yuan checked on the production of dinosaur superalloy. He planned to attach a 15-centimeter thick layer of dinosaur superalloy onto the titanium alloy armor. This thickness was far less than that used for flight vessels, but the area to be covered on the survival base was much larger. Therefore, at the current production rate, it would take about 2 more days to manufacture enough dinosaur superalloy for the base. Once the dinosaur superalloy was installed, Su Yuan could confidently fly at Mach 12 without fearing that the dinosaur people's flight vessels would ram the base. In the evening after dinner, Su Yuan checked his messages. His multifunctional satellite had been continuously monitoring Hapali's flight fleet. Any anomaly would prompt Xiaoyu to notify him immediately. However, Hapali's flight fleet remained suspended above the Midu survival base. At that time, dawn was approaching in Midu and thunderous roars echoed across the sky. The combination of blizzard and lightning was a rare and peculiar sight. The guards on duty were stunned by this apocalyptic scene. After a long moment, they snapped out of it and quickly notified their superiors. Soon after, Oken, who had just finished brushing his teeth, received the news the Midu survival base was being struck by lightning, causing widespread collapses in a dozen areas and burying tens of thousands of people. Damn it, how could there be such freak weather? Oken immediately ordered the guards to repair the base and rescue as many of the trapped as possible. But this was just the beginning. Soon after, Oken received distress signals from other survival bases, which were also being struck by lightning. What was worse, the lightning not only struck directly from the sky, but also manifested as numerous ball lightning that suddenly appeared inside the bases. This was utterly unpredictable. The cause of ball lightning remained unknown to humanity. Under such extreme weather, enormous ball lightning formed. The wealthy Bill was enjoying life in his private survival base. His personal female guard responded passionately to him. Suddenly, Bill heard a crackling sound of electric current. Startled, he followed the sound and saw a blue ball of lightning that had appeared in the bedroom, growing larger by the second. Oh my God! Bill abandoned the female guard and fled immediately. The female guard opened her eyes in shock from her bliss, scrambling to follow Bill. But the ball lightning was unstable. It exploded with a deafening roar, collapsing the bedroom and charring both Bill and the guard. Bill's wife, awakened by the explosion, rushed over from her dreams, utterly at a loss. Scenes like this were playing out in hundreds of survival bases across Midu, requiring Oken to dispatch guards for rescue operations. Among them were the wealthy owners of private survival bases, the benefactors of Oken. Oken was deeply concerned for these benefactors and immediately dispatched a special guard unit to rescue them. However, in such a blizzard, aircraft couldn't fly, and armored vehicles and tanks were useless. The guards couldn't possibly travel on foot. Thus Chief Guard Anderson refused Oaken's order. The lives of my guards are lives too, Anderson declared firmly. Oaken had no choice. Others could die, but if the benefactors perished, who would sponsor him in the future? Just as Oaken was growing anxious, Hapley took the initiative to approach him, offering her assistance. Although Hapley's spacecraft was always parked above Midu, its advanced surveillance equipment had been secretly monitoring the activities of major survival bases on Blue Star, as well as Su Yuan's situation. Oaken agreed to accept Hapley's help without a second thought, as he had no other choice and couldn't let his benefactors all die. Hapley then dispatched her robot squad piloting flying war chariots to various survival bases to carry out rescues. She intended not only to rescue the wealthy, but also ordinary people and wanderers. All robots modeled after dinosaur people had a voice library containing hundreds of human languages. Operating in groups of 3 wielding laser guns and standing 6 meters tall, like giants, they pried open a collapsed private base. A dozen guards trapped in the rubble stared at them in bewilderment. Greetings, don't be afraid, we are here to rescue you. One robot held up a collapsing concrete wall with its hand, while the other 2 robots escorted the guards out one by one. Only after boarding the robot's flying war chariot did the guards come to their senses. Hey buddy, why did you come to save us? Because humans are friends to us dinosaur people. We are both intelligent life forms of Blue Star and should join hands to resist disasters together. Hapley had pre-programmed all robots to behave extremely friendly. If any humans were injured, they would proactively help treat them. Soon thousands of people were transported to Hapley's spacecraft. Hapley felt an instinctive disgust towards humans, yet she feigned great enthusiasm, providing everyone with abundant and delicious food. These meals were prepared by robots according to human tastes. After everyone had eaten their fill, Hapley would have the robots introduce the inner Earth world. Her aim was to convince everyone that living in the dinosaur people's civilized world was a blissful experience, a veritable paradise. After Hapley's relentless brainwashing, a wanderer named Pete finally stepped forward. Can I join the dinosaur people? Of course, welcome to being part of the dinosaur people. Subsequently, the robots brought Pete before Hapley. Your name is Pete, correct? Yes, great Lady Hapley. Pete knelt on one knee before Hapley, speaking reverently. Our world is wonderful, but everything must be earned by yourself. As long as you do well, everything you dream of will come to you. Hapley appointed Pete as the captain of her 3rd Guard Squad. All members needed to be recruited by Pete himself. She provided him with advanced auxiliary mecha weapons and a flying war chariot. Wearing the auxiliary mecha, Pete strode excitedly into the crowd, boasting loudly and recruiting more people to join the dinosaur people. Pete quickly enlisted 2 other wanderers like himself, promising them the positions of vice captains and instructing them to recruit others. Soon Pete had gathered 50 people. Hapley's task for them was to don the auxiliary mecha pilot, the flying war chariots, and rescue more humans. Shortly after night fell over Midu while the sun rose over Huadu. Su Yuan gradually woke from his deep sleep. Following suit, Xiaoyu, lying beside the pillow, also opened her eyes. Master, the survival base is operating normally. Nothing unexpected has occurred. As a robot, Xiaoyu could instantly grasp the entire base's status by connecting to the system. Is it still snowing outside? Yes, Master, the temperature outside is dropping further. Are there any ball lightning around? Master, there is none at the moment. Heaven is being kind to me. Feeling lucky, Su Yuan sat up in bed, opened the chat forum, and checked the situation outside. The first post was about the dinosaur people, on how humans and dinosaur people can coexist peacefully and progress together. This was yet another piece written by some idle expert. But the comments below exceeded 100,000, with the vast majority wanting to join the dinosaur people. Brothers, don't stop me. Ooh, I want to become a dinosaur person. Rather than living in a daze every day, I might as well go see the dinosaur people's world. The brother upstairs is right. Take me along, let's form a group. Count me in, and my family and friends have all turned into zombies anyway, and there's nothing left to hold on to in the human world. Su Yuan was dumbfounded. Damn, what is that Hapley woman up to? Su Yuan always felt Hapley had ill intentions. But no one would believe him if he said so, because Hapley had already deployed robots to rescue tens of thousands of Midu residents yesterday. Hapley's reputation among humans was growing ever better. Hapley also publicly claimed to be a vegetarian, advocating that people should respect nature. Thus overnight, Hapley gained hundreds of thousands of human fans. Su Yuan couldn't figure out Hapley's purpose, but her move to win over humans reminded him that throughout the entire survival base, apart from Chris, everyone else was a robot. Xiaoyu, do you think I should also bring some people to the survival base? Xiaoyu tilted her little head and looked at Su Yuan. Master, are you feeling too bored? If you bring people here, you'll have to manage their food, drink, and waste, and guard against betrayal. Won't that be troublesome? Actually, robots are better. They're obedient and can work. Well said, you've got a point. Su Yuan reached out and rubbed Xiaoyu's head, temporarily shelving the idea. Then he got out of bed. Adabai had already prepared breakfast. After washing up and finishing breakfast, Su Yuan went to the lab. Mosaic and Little White Dragon were still tinkering with high-quality soil. It was estimated to take a few more days before it could be developed, allowing the land to be improved. Susu was again fiddling with the zombie virus, seemingly trying to help Chris become the virus queen faster. Su Yuan took a tour. He still wanted to acquire a few flying vessels, but he didn't have enough survival points. Damn, I need to keep milking the leaks. Su Yuan returned to the living room, sat on the sofa, and checked the virtual market and shop situation. He surprisingly discovered several applications for exchanging antiviral vaccines. Well, who dares to counterfeit my antiviral agent and try to sell it in the shop? Su Yuan immediately checked the applicant's information. It turned out that the wealthiest Philly family in Midu was behind it. Shall you call Susu over here? Shall you quickly summon Susu before Su Yuan? Master, have you called me for a new mission? Susu sat beside Su Yuan, beaming with excitement. Although Susu was merely an intelligence-level robot, her expertise as a top-tier virology researcher instilled in her a workaholic nature. Even when idle, she would find something to study. No, I just wanted to ask, can others replicate our antiviral agent? Susu replied with a hint of disappointment. Replication is possible, but the efficacy would be less than 30, accompanied by severe side effects, or even direct transformation into zombies. That's because our antiviral agent contains Chris serum. Every batch requires drawing a vial of her blood. Su Yuan swallowed hard, suddenly realizing he might have been somewhat cruel. No wonder Chris ate so much, yet never gained weight. With Susu constantly drawing her blood, it would be impossible to fatten up. Big White, from now on give Chris an extra chicken leg every day. Su Yuan called out to Big White, who was busy in the kitchen. He worried that Chris might not get enough to eat and collapse, leaving Susu unable to draw blood, and thus halting the normal production of the antiviral agent. Understood, Master. Big White replied. Subsequently, Su Yuan rejected the Philip family's application. The idea of selling counterfeit antiviral agents in the shops was nothing but a pipe dream. Soon Philip, with his beer belly and his girlfriend on his arm, received the news. Do you think that'll stop me from making money? Philip took a deep drag from his cigar, blowing smoke rings toward his girlfriend. The blonde girlfriend giggled and playfully nibbled on Philip. Philip savored the moment while plotting his next move. Then he contacted various local tycoons and key figures from production bases across the region. He planned to launch offline sales. By allying with the tycoons, he would produce and sell counterfeit antiviral agents on-site at major survival bases, aiming to exploit ordinary people. The leadership of survival bases like Rice Capital, Mine Capital, and Rock Capital were more than happy to support Philip's offline sales. This way they could also skim their own profits. Though they knew full well that Philip's counterfeit antiviral agents had significant side effects, they still indulged him and publicly declared that Philip's antiviral agents were the best in all of Blue Star. Philip's pricing was lower than Su Yuan's. Yet it remained exorbitant. Each antiviral agent cost 500 kilograms of supplies, while the production cost was less than 500 kilograms. For ordinary people, purchasing an antiviral agent meant either risking death by venturing out of the survival base to gather supplies or paying off a loan through labor over time. Su Yuan paid no heed to Philip's petty schemes. He planned to exploit the market a few more times before slashing prices. By the time Philip's factories at various survival bases were barely built, ordinary people would already be able to purchase Su Yuan's antiviral agents on the virtual mall. As a result, Philip's counterfeit products would fail to sell, leaving him with nothing but losses. After lunch, Su Yuan listed another 300 doses of the antiviral agent, adhering to the same sales strategy as before, fleecing the market. Tycoons from all over scrambled to buy, knowing that Su Yuan's antiviral agent was tens of thousands of times better than Philip's counterfeit, with no side effects whatsoever. Even at a higher price, they were eager to purchase. To them, nothing was more valuable than their own lives. After recycling the supplies obtained from the 300 doses, Su Yuan gained another 450 billion survival points. Then he began to draw prizes. Today marked his 42nd day of survival, granting him one draw opportunity. Su Yuan hoped to obtain a flying vessel or special land. He pressed the golden virtual button and lines of text flashed across the empty golden display frame. Flameland, dimensional uranium mine shaft, super robot blueprint, vibranium fabrication chamber. Each item seemed appealing, and Su Yuan wanted them all. Damn it, can't you just give them all to me at once? Ding. Congratulations, host has obtained the dimensional uranium mine shaft, which has been issued to your inventory. With uranium, or Su Yuan could refine nuclear energy, not only eliminating the need to purchase it, but also enabling him to sell it externally. While this doesn't seem too bad, Su Yuan eagerly opened his inventory to inspect it. The dimensional uranium mine shaft was a square structure occupying over 20 acres. Xiao Yu, where do you think I should build the dimensional uranium mine shaft? Master, it can be built on the power level. Later we can construct a nuclear energy refining chamber, and the refined nuclear energy can be used directly for electricity generation. Haha, that works. Let's go build it now. Su Yuan led Xiao Yu to the power level, took out the dimensional uranium mine shaft from his inventory, and placed it opposite the nuclear power station. Ding. A dimensional uranium mine shaft has been detected, meeting the conditions for upgrading the survival base. Do you wish to upgrade? Warning: upgrading will automatically end the host's survival protection period during the Great Catastrophe era. Well, that's a pleasant surprise. Of course I'll upgrade. Su Yuan jumped up in excitement. Overjoyed, he only caught the first part of the system's prompt. Master, wait a moment. Xiao Yu raised her little head and blocked Su Yuan. Master, after upgrading the survival base to level 3, your base will enter the industrial manufacturing phase, and the system will stop recycling supplies. Su Yuan was dumbfounded. What do you mean? Well, it means there will be no more survival points from now on. Xiao Yu said, biting her finger. Damn it, without survival points, how can I purchase upgrade equipment? Su Yuan felt the system was full of traps. Suddenly, the dimensional uranium mine shaft didn't seem so appealing. Can I postpone the upgrade? Su Yuan wanted to earn more points, fleece the market thoroughly, and then upgrade. Master, of course you can. Subsequently, Su Yuan did not use the dimensional uranium mine shaft. Activating it required dimensional crystals, but Su Yuan only had one sufficient only for a short period, so he deemed it unnecessary for now. Su Yuan felt he should wait until he was fully prepared before upgrading. The system could forget about tricking him into it now. Since building a factory to produce flying vessels was too expensive and took up too much space, Su Yuan planned to purchase several flying vessels instead. The price of purchasing intelligent flying vessels was far higher than retrofitting and upgrading Hapides' vessel. Each one cost 400 billion survival points. Su Yuan directly purchased one, leaving him with just over 75 billion survival points. That evening, Su Yuan opened the chat forum to check the news. He discovered that Happily had already gathered 10,000 humans willing to join the dinosaur people. Happily equipped each human with excellent gear and had them help various survival bases resist the blizzard. Additionally, through a lottery, she selected 50 individuals to visit the underground world of the dinosaur people. Currently, survival bases such as Rice Capital, Rock Capital, and Mine Capital express support for people's freedom of choice. Red Capital and Hua Capital remained silent. Nevertheless, many posted online expressing their willingness to join the dinosaur people. Brothers, as long as there's food and drink, any place is livable. Exactly. I want to join too, but I don't have the connections. Great Lady Happily, why haven't you sent anyone to our place? If you want to leave, just go. Yeah, without you I can eat a bit more. Su Yuan sensed an atmosphere of confrontation everywhere. Happily's methods were indeed effective. Su Yuan then checked his daily earnings. After recycling all the materials, he obtained 15.6 billion survival points. After playing some games for a while, he crawled into bed. At around 3 a.m., he was awakened by Xiao Yu. Inside the survival base, 5 spherical lightning bolts had appeared, damaging some power storage and air circulation equipment. Damn it, there's no way to guard against everything. Fortunately, the nuclear power plant and ion thrusters were not destroyed, otherwise he would have had to spend a huge amount of survival points. Su Yuan instructed Guazi to make urgent repairs and spent 300 million survival points to purchase the necessary materials. After breakfast, Su Yuan checked the information. He found that the blizzard was intensifying, with visibility dropping to less than 10 meters. Extreme thunderstorm weather was occurring across launching. The entire planet seemed to be in a countdown to destruction, with thunder roaring incessantly. The sea surface began to freeze, and one by one deep-sea beasts surfaced. Their appearance came more than a dozen hours earlier than the disaster warning system had predicted. This disaster was clearly more severe. Many of these deep-sea beasts, having undergone mutations, could fully leave the water and survive on land. At the Haiching survival base, a massive ark was under hurried construction. Due to the cold weather, all workers wore thick protective suits. These suits, modified from space suits by Huadu, could withstand extreme cold spells, but their drawback was being cumbersome and making work more laborious. Although Huadu had deployed numerous unmanned machines and various robots, many areas still required manual labor. Lin Yi, the quality inspection team leader, led his team with various instruments as they rushed to the power room to check the welding of the external steel structure. He worked over a dozen hours a day, jogging all the way to save time and meet the deadline. Only after his inspection passed could the next phase of construction proceed. Moreover, he couldn't afford any mistakes. If he missed a problem, and it was only discovered after the next step was completed, everything would have to be redone. Lin Yi walked on the thick steel plates, surrounded by the clanging sounds of construction. Suddenly, a beast darted out from the front and lunged at him. The creature resembled a giant octopus, its 8 tentacles glowing blue, moving silently. It extended one tentacle whose tip opened wide like a huge mouth lined with sharp teeth, resembling a blood-dropping weapon, aiming to envelop Lin Yi's head and twist it off. Before Lin Yi could react, the guard behind him pushed him away. But the guard himself was enveloped by the beast's tentacle, followed by the sound of bones snapping. With a thud, blood gushed from the guard's neck. Then the alarm blared and teams of guards rushed over, without hesitation firing their weapons relentlessly. Lin Yi did not know how he was rescued. The image of the guard's death kept flashing in his mind. He vomited repeatedly, sobbing loudly while retching. Despite the busyness, he had exchanged a few words with that young guard. He knew that the guard was the only son of his family. His father, also a guard, had died resisting beasts, leaving only his elderly mother. After crying enough, Lin Yi got up, forced himself to stand, and prepared to continue working. However, more and more beasts surged toward them. Eventually, the ark construction was halted, and all personnel withdrew to the Haiching survival base. Huadu soon received the news and activated emergency plans, deploying heavy weapons, missiles, and other ordnance to bomb the beasts crawling out of the sea. But this approach proved ineffective. Soon inside the Haiching survival base, a beast resembling a shark was discovered. Though similar to a shark, it had crocodile-like legs, was over 10 meters long, and could move freely through the soil. They emerged from underground, biting through the thick concrete defense layer, infiltrating the base to ambush humans. A team of guards rushed into an armored vehicle heading to support the Ark construction site. The engine started, and the vehicle slowly moved forward. With a bang, a croco shark burst from the ground, sending the vehicle flying dozens of meters into the air. The armored vehicle tumbled several times before crashing to the ground. The croco shark then charged at the armored vehicle, its sharp teeth tearing through the hull and biting at the guards. The guards fired machine guns, but the bullets sparked off the beast's hide. Its skin was even harder than steel. They were born as brutal-grade beasts, requiring heavy weapons like artillery and tanks to have a chance of killing them. The plight of Haiching was repeated in more survival bases. The death toll rose sharply. Many bases, unable to withstand the beast tide, turned to Hapali for help. Hapali dispatched Jia Li and others in flying vessels to assist. Only Huadu silently held on with its own strength. By noon, powerful Lord-grade beasts appeared, and Huadu continuously launched over 100 missiles to bombard them. But they still couldn't save everyone. The number of beasts was too great. Even if Lord-grade beasts fell, there were thousands of brutal-grade ones. Inside Huadu, discussions began on whether to ask Hapali or Su Yuan for help. Luo Qin believed that Hapali's intentions were unclear, and it was unknown whether their attitude toward humans was good or bad. Asking Hapali for help would come at a great cost. Even if no price was paid now, a more expensive one would be demanded later. Luo Qin did not believe in free lunches. He thought Su Yuan's purpose was clearer. He only needed supplies. Moreover, Su Yuan had demonstrated immense power when helping survival bases like Fudu and Badu, and could solve their current predicament. After some discussion, Huadu had Luo Qin contact Su Yuan. By then, Guazi had already repaired all the damaged equipment. After lunch, Su Yuan inspected everything, felt satisfied, and praised Guazi. "Didn't you have a chat request? Accept or not?" Su Yuan saw Luo Qin and chose to accept. "Hello, Mr. Luo." "Mr. Su, I'm sorry to bother you. We urgently need your help." After learning the situation, Su Yuan eventually agreed to assist. Rescuing Haiching would not affect his current life. He could earn supplies, and Huadu was very similar to the country he originally lived in. Then Su Yuan set a course and had the survival base travel at Mach 8 toward Haiching. Soon he arrived at the Haiching survival base and found that everyone, regardless of age or gender, had joined the fight against the beasts. But many of the sea beasts were highly poisonous. For instance, the small green seahorse beast could spray venom that corroded the armor of vehicles. A tiny amount could take down dozens of cattle. In terms of strength and speed, the green seahorse was merely an ordinary beast, but purely by its venom, it was at least an invasion-grade beast. Many people unknowingly fell victim to the green seahorse collapsing to the ground. The only good news was that thanks to the guards' tenacious resistance, the beasts had not yet breached the gates of the Haiching survival base. However, the bad news was that waves of sea beasts kept coming, seemingly endless. And the zombie virus joined the fray. Many dead beasts turned into zombies, attacking both other beasts and humans. Su Yuan pondered for a moment and formulated a plan. He could deploy the massive cannons to bombard the aberrant beasts blocked outside the Haiching survival base. As for those that had infiltrated the interior, Su Yuan intended to leverage Chris' capabilities. Descending to the base's altitude, he issued commands, and the intelligent giant laser cannons locked onto the horde of aberrant beasts. The pitch-black colossal cannon barrels unleashed ultra-high-temperature laser beams. With a thunderous roar and a blinding flash of light, all aberrant beasts below the Lord level were instantly melted wherever the beams passed. Another shot followed, clearing a patch of open ground at the entrance of Haiching. Neo Dali and the others landed one after another on the clearing, transforming into attack robots to guard the entrance of the Haiching survival base. The guards, witnessing this scene, breathed a collective sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from their brows. Chris, clad in protective gear, strode into the interior of the Haiching survival base. She carried no weapons. Her razor-sharp fingernails were the finest arms. No sooner had she entered than she encountered a brutal-grade croco shark nonchalantly feasting on a corpse. Surrounding guards pelted the croco shark with machine guns and grenades, all to no avail. Chris rose on her tiptoes, leaping several meters into the air, and delivered a flying kick to the croco shark. With a resounding thud, the croco shark was sent flying dozens of meters away. The guards stared in stunned disbelief. "A robot!" Roar! Enraged, the croco shark lunged at Chris. She effortlessly sprang onto its head and drove her sharp nails into its eyes. The zombie virus swiftly invaded the croco shark's body. Writhing in agony, it thrashed about, wildly collapsing dormitory buildings in its path. Chris had long since leaped off the croco shark's back, her sights set on another aberrant beast. Soon the croco shark succumbed to the zombie virus, becoming a zombie under Chris' control, aiding her in hunting down other aberrant beasts. Chris' movements were both graceful and swift, Soon she had amassed over a dozen powerful zombies under her command. When aberrant beasts appeared, her zombies would pounce and tear them apart without her needing to lift a finger. She only intervened personally when she encountered a beast that caught her interest. Meanwhile, Su Yuan's approach was far more brutal. 10 massive cannons fired in rotation. The horde of aberrant beasts was blasted into smithereens before they could even reach him. Additionally, Su Yuan took the opportunity to test out 12 intelligent laser tanks and 22 intelligent laser drones. The intelligent laser tanks formed a battle formation, locking onto the aberrant beasts and continuously firing lasers. The lasers would not cease until the beasts fell. The tanks fired in shifts, integrating with the intelligent laser drones to create a seamless air-ground strike network. The crisscrossing lasers in the sky were more dazzling and brilliant than fireworks. Even the Lord-grade unicorn croco shark, overwhelmed by this wolf-pack tactic, roared in frustration. Roar, roar, roar. Why do you keep targeting me? Xiao Yu, what is that croco shark bellowing about? Inside the survival base, Su Yuan observed the beleaguered unicorn croco shark through the multifunctional satellite feed. Nearly 50 meters in length, it resembled a warship capable of easily biting through thick steel plates. It seems to be begging for mercy. Mercy. I have no use for prisoners. Only a dead aberrant beast is a good one. Su Yuan immediately ordered the intelligent laser tanks and drones to intensify their bombardment. Terrified by the relentless assault, the unicorn croco shark burrowed into the ground like a rodent, hoping to tunnel beneath and topple the intelligent laser tanks. But it had sorely underestimated the intelligent laser tanks. Once they had locked onto the unicorn croco shark, they could pinpoint its location even underground. The tanks promptly dispersed. The intelligent drones in the sky rained laser fire upon the unicorn croco shark underground. The creature swam beneath the earth for ages, finding no opportunity to strike the tanks, and was instead disoriented by the explosions. Roar, roar, roar. What are you all gaping at? Why aren't you helping me? The unicorn croco shark roared, summoning its minions. Hundreds of brutal-grade croco sharks burrowed underground, gathering around it. Damn, perfect timing. Let me handle this. Su Yuan chuckled. He ordered the intelligent giant laser cannon to fire. With a thunderous boom, a colossal laser beam descended from the sky, blasting away the thick layer of earth. The horde of croco sharks hiding underground was instantly engulfed by the ultra-high temperature laser. Hundreds of brutal-grade croco sharks were incinerated into charcoal. The unicorn croco shark, barely clinging to life, let out a pained roar. Roar, roar, roar. Underhanded. Unable to understand its words, Su Yuan simply ordered the intelligent laser drones to finish it off. A laser beam as thick as an arm shot from a drone, piercing the unicorn croco shark's eye and boring through its skull. Before it could even utter a sound, the unicorn croco shark died a frustrated death. Witnessing its gruesome end, the other Lord-grade aberrant beasts involuntarily retreated a step. They dared not advance, but constantly incited the invasion-grade and brutal-grade beasts to attack. Tisk, these beasts are getting smarter, trying to wear me down with sheer numbers. Do they think I'm afraid of attrition? Su Yuan's cannons could fire at any moment once their cooldown ended. Any beast below the Lord level could be killed with a single shot. Keep firing. They're all just cannon fodder coming to die. A pile of living survival points. The 10 massive cannons fired in rotation. Each impact shook the ground as if an earthquake were underway. The sea teemed with aberrant beasts. Some resembled electric eels, others sea dogs or sea lions, and many more that Su Yuan had never seen before. One cannon blast turned them all to ashes. Just as Su Yuan thought the battle would continue indefinitely, a far more massive beast emerged. A giant king octopus exceeding 180 meters in length crawled forth from the beast's tide. Every Lord-grade beast in its path hastily gave way. It extended a long tentacle, attempting to snatch an intelligent laser drone from the sky. The intelligent laser drone swiftly ascended, evading the tentacle, and fired a laser at the giant king octopus. The ultra-high temperature beam, as thick as an arm, pierced through the tentacle with a whoosh. Roar, roar, roar. The giant king octopus bellowed in fury, instantly spraying a highly corrosive venom at the drone. The venom, black as ink, traveled faster than the speed of sound, striking the drone and corroding its outer shell in an instant. The intelligent laser drone lost its flight capability and began to fall from the sky. Su Yuan quickly used the massive cannon to fire a laser at the giant king octopus, providing cover for Neo Dali to retrieve the drone. This device could be repaired and upgraded by Guazi. Damn, what level is this beast? So ferocious. Master, judging by its size, beasts ranging from over 50 meters to around 200 meters are typically terror grade. This giant king octopus likely possesses super regeneration and hyper-corrosive abilities. Su Yuan also noticed that the tentacle pierced by the laser had regenerated in the blink of an eye. Good heavens, how can we kill it? Master, its greatest weakness is that it cannot fly. If we keep bombarding it continuously, no matter how fast it regenerates, it will eventually exhaust its energy and die. Su Yuan's eyes lit up with interest. A Lord-level beast was worth 1 billion survival points. This terror-level beast must be worth at least 100 billion. Roar, roar, roar. Humans, do you want a group fight or a unknown duel? bellowed the giant king octopus. It raised 3 tentacles towards Su Yuan to signify a group fight, then raised 1 tentacle to signify a duel. Su Yuan didn't understand, thinking the giant king octopus was raising 1 tentacle like a middle finger, a gesture of contempt. Damn it, since when do beasts learn to mock people? Fire at it. Su Yuan directly ordered the 10 giant cannons. A massive beam of ultra-high temperature laser instantly engulfed the giant king octopus. Roar, roar, roar. The giant king octopus roared in fury. Despicable. You dare to ambush. The giant king octopus abandoned the duel outright and summoned the beast horde behind it to attack together. Instantly, Lord-level Bertalivel and Invasion-level beasts surged forward, charging at the entrance of the Sea City survival base. Good heavens, these beasts have gone mad. Su Yuan immediately contacted Luo Qin, instructing Huadu to prepare heavy weapons to assist in attacking the beasts. The Sea City guards quickly received Huadu's orders and readied various missiles, bombs, and other heavy weaponry. Currently, the greatest threat was the giant king octopus. The other Lord-level beasts were easier to handle. Thus, the 10 giant cannons took turns bombarding the giant king octopus. Although the giant king octopus had weak defenses, it recovered extremely quickly, often before the second beam of ultra-low temperature cold wave could strike. After the first laser blast, its wounds had already healed. At the same time, the giant king octopus attack power was formidable. A single tentacle strike could flatten a heavy tank into a metal pancake. A single spurt of venom could pierce through a meter-thick steel plate. Su Yuan had Niu Dali and the others lure away the Lord-level beasts, while he alone used the giant cannons to bombard the giant king octopus. The other levels of beasts were left for the guards to clear. Su Yuan raised the survival base to a height beyond the giant king octopus venom range, then hovered in front of it, continuously bombarding it with the 10 cannons. The giant king octopus, unable to do anything to Su Yuan, felt deeply frustrated. It extended a tentacle, grabbed a hapless seal-like beast, and hurled it at Su Yuan's survival base. With a bang, the beast crashed against the titanium alloy armor, producing a dull metallic sound, but it caused no damage whatsoever. Ha ha ha, dumbfounded aren't you? If you've got the guts, fly up and bite me. Su Yuan laughed triumphantly. Roar, 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 if you've got the guts, come down. The giant king octopus raised its tentacle at Su Yuan again. This time it was genuinely mocking him. Master, it seems to be mocking you again, said Xiaoyu, biting her finger. Damn it, do you think I'm stupid? If you've got the guts, come up. Su Yuan cursed the giant king octopus while ordering the 10 giant cannons to bombard it, subjecting it to a trial of ice and fire. Unable to bear it any longer, the giant king octopus planted all 8 tentacles on the ground, lifted its massive body, and used the force of its tentacles to launch itself towards Su Yuan's survival base. Good heavens, it can do that. Su Yuan quickly raised the survival base's altitude. But it was too late. With a bang like a cannonball, the giant king octopus shot up above the survival base. Damn it, do you really think you can bite me like this? Intelligent anti-air laser cannon array fire. 1080 laser cannon barrels fired simultaneously. The massive laser beams sent the giant king octopus flying into the sky. The giant king octopus never imagined that as a deep-sea beast, it would one day touch the clouds in the sky. It erupted into a series of furious roars. Its enormous body, riddled with holes by the laser beams, crashed from the air to the ground. But it didn't die. Its formidable vitality quickly restored it to normal. However, its size had shrunk to about 150 meters. What the hell, it's still alive after that. Knowing it couldn't defeat Su Yuan, the giant king octopus burrowed underground, attempting to enter the Sea City survival base from below. Roar, 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 when I've eaten my fill, I'll deal with you. But before its body fully disappeared underground, a hail of drill bombs fell from the sky, burrowed into the earth, and exploded, blasting it back out. The giant king octopus had never felt so stifled, possessing immense power, yet unable to unleash it. Enraged, the giant king octopus charged directly at the entrance of the Sea City survival base, spewing streams of venom from its mouth. The thick concrete shattered, then was steadily corroded away by the pitch-black venom. The guards hidden at the entrance suffered heavy casualties. Dozens of Lord-level beasts seized the opportunity and rushed in excitedly. But what awaited them were ferocious zombies. Chris had already cleared most of the beasts inside the survival base. The remaining ones could be handled by the guards without issue. Chris' zombie army had already surpassed several 100,000. An unlucky Lord-level Black Eel King was surrounded by hundreds of crocodile shark zombies, and unable to hold out long, was devoured like a snack. With sheer numbers, and facing fearless zombies, even Lord-level beasts struggled to cope. Because once a Lord-level beast was injured, it became infected. The zombie virus would steadily invade its body, greatly diminishing its attack power, until it fully turned into a zombie. Outside, Su Yuan continued bombarding the giant king octopus with the giant cannons. The giant king octopus ignored him, using its tentacles to pry the entrance wider and crawl inside. Damn it, I was careless. Niu Dali, get up there and stop it. Niu Dali and the others immediately followed the giant king octopus, relentlessly bombarding it with laser cannons. Roar, 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 get out of my way. They'll fight you after I've eaten. The giant king octopus shot out its tentacles, lashing at Niu Dali and the others. While striking at them, it continued crawling into the Sea City survival base. Soon it encountered other Lord-level beasts and Chris' zombie army. Chris had never seen a beast as large as the giant king octopus before. Uncertain of its strength, she kept sending waves of zombies to probe it. With a single sweep of its 8 tentacles, the giant king octopus obliterated a large swath of zombies. Occasionally, a zombie managed to bite the giant king octopus tentacle, but the giant king octopus seemed unfazed. Ordinary zombie virus could no longer affect it unless the virus within Chris' body mutated again, becoming even more potent. Roar, 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 damn it, why is it so hard to get a decent meal? The giant king octopus waved its tentacles, continuously smashing zombies. The sheer number of zombies clogged its path forward. Outside, after confirming no personnel were near the Sea City survival base entrance, Su Yuan and Huadu used the giant cannons to try to blast the giant king octopus out. Because the Sea City survival base was built with a submarine-like design. In an emergency, the area where the giant king octopus was located could be sealed off, allowing Su Yuan to bombard it without worry. Su Yuan activated the colossal cannon, unleashing a relentless barrage of ultra-high temperature lasers that blasted through the thick outer layer of concrete, revealing the giant king octopus trapped within. Before the giant king octopus stood hundreds of thousands of zombies, and the Lord-level beasts that had entered alongside it were now infected with the zombie virus, joining the ranks of its assailants. Behind the zombie horde, Neodali and his team relentlessly bombarded the giant king octopus with laser cannons. Chris, positioned at the very rear, evaded the giant king octopus attacks while commanding the zombie army to launch an orderly assault. A squad of thousands of crocodile shark zombies circled behind the giant king octopus, attempting to bite its head. The giant king octopus raised 2 tentacles and swatted them away. Thousands of crocodile shark zombies were instantly crushed into meat patties. Then the giant king octopus spat out a jet of venom, corroding all the meat patties into black liquid. It recoiled in disgust, careful not to touch the black fluid itself. Roar, roar, roar. Damn, that's disgusting. The giant king octopus found zombies to be the most repulsive things in the world. Just then Neodali and his team fired their laser cannons. Beams of light bombarded the giant king octopus, releasing the smell of grilled octopus. Enraged by the pain, the giant king octopus furiously roared, using its tentacles to violently sweep aside the zombies before lunging at Neodali and his team. Wow, this giant king octopus is incredibly tough. Su Yuan, watching the scene through the multifunctional satellite, wondered what could stop it if it entered the survival base. Thankfully, it couldn't fly. If it could, Su Yuan felt he would be at a loss. Fire at it. 2 giant laser cannons fired simultaneously, blasting the giant king octopus, which was about to pounce on Neodali and his team far away. Roar, 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 shameless. Always ambushing. The giant king octopus roared and cursed angrily at Su Yuan. 3 of its tentacles had been blown off by Su Yuan. Xiaoyu, what is it cursing about now? Xiaoyu tilted her head, thinking. Master, is it calling you despicable? Despicable. In bombarding it fair and square. As Su Yuan spoke, the 2 extreme freeze cannons fired 2 streams of ultra-low temperature cold, freezing and shattering another 3 of the giant king octopus tentacles. Damn, I'll cripple your tentacles first, see how tough you are. Following that, with several booming cannon shots, the giant king octopus remaining tentacles were blown off. However, it quickly grew new ones, but due to the continuous ultra-fast regeneration, its body shrank again, down to over 120 meters. Damn, I don't believe I can't kill you today. Su Yuan continued bombarding the giant king octopus with the giant cannons, instructing Neodali and the others to prevent it from escaping. The giant king octopus, feeling utterly frustrated and unable to reach Su Yuan, tried to burrow into the ground. Roar, 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 don't stop me, I want to return to the deep sea. The surface world's tricks are too deep, not tasty. However, as soon as the giant king octopus dug a hole with its tentacles, the zombie horde swarmed it before it could get in. Neodali and Big Cat also charged forward, each grabbing one of the giant king octopus tentacles. By the time the giant king octopus finally shook off Neodali and the others, Su Yuan's giant cannons had finished their cooldown and were ready to fire again. After a round of bombardment from 10 giant cannons, the giant king octopus body shrank to 90 meters. Xiaoyu, do you think it will die if I hit its head next time? Master, probably not. It can regenerate super fast, and its life core should be its heart, but it has more than one heart. Wow, its vitality is incredibly strong. Su Yuan had to abandon the idea of finishing off the giant king octopus in one go, opting to wear it down slowly, little by little. Thus, from afternoon until night, the giant king octopus size finally shrank to 30 meters. Its strength had also diminished significantly, making escape impossible. Chris, hundreds of thousands of zombie troops had been completely slaughtered by the giant king octopus. Now only Neodali, Big Cat, and the others could hold back the giant king octopus. The giant cannon's cooldown was finally over, and Su Yuan prepared to launch the final attack. Neodali and the others let go of the giant king octopus tentacles, and 5 laser cannons fired simultaneously. A massive flash, like a sun rising in the dead of night, shook the ground with continuous rumbling. Then 5 extreme freeze cannons fired together. The ultra-low temperature cold seemed to freeze everything, even time itself, and the air crackled with the sound of freezing wherever it passed. When the smoke cleared, the giant king octopus was gone. Damn, it's finally dead. Su Yuan excitedly pumped his fist. Master, how strange, why didn't you receive survival points for killing it? Xiao Yu frowned, puzzled. Su Yuan was also stunned. Damn, could the system have cheated me out of my reward? Subsequently, Neo Dali and the others continued clearing the beasts. With the giant king octopus death, the beast tide attacking Haicheng gradually receded. However, they did not return to the sea, but instead turned to attack other survival bases. The battle between humans and beasts would continue. Everything Su Yuan had done in Haicheng was observed by Hapley. She took no action, but organized forces to rush to more survival bases to rescue humans. Zari didn't want to stay on the surface for long. He wanted to return to the underground dinosaur world to address the issue of unfair treatment of low-level dinosaur people. He wanted to unite all low-level dinosaur people, not wanting his future children to suffer the same fate as him. Zari went to Hapley's spaceship to see her. Captain Hapley, we've been in the human world for a few days now. You should have some understanding of that mysterious Mr. Su. I think we should go and avenge Hapley. Hapley coldly glanced at Zari. Zari immediately knelt on the ground. Zari, you need to know your place. You are just a low-level dinosaur person, unqualified to teach me how to do things. Zari gritted his teeth and lowered his head. Fighting disasters requires not only powerful individuals, but also powerful civilizations. We now need more humans on our side to make them deal with that Mr. Su to help us resist the disaster. Zari couldn't understand Hapley's purpose, knowing he couldn't change her mind, so he decided to wait for another opportunity to return to the underground dinosaur world. Fighting disasters requires not only powerful individuals, but also powerful civilizations. We now need more humans on our side to make them deal with that Mr. Su to help us resist the disaster. Zari couldn't understand Hapley's purpose, knowing Gentleman Hapley is forcing us to choose. Where do you think Midas' future should stand? Chief Officer, I believe we should side with the dinosaur people. They have an advanced civilization and are very willing to help us. Besides, go out and see now, Hapley has already established a good reputation among the people. I agree. That Mr. Su has never shown up, and we don't know if he's from Earth or an alien. He hasn't given Midu any benefits, instead he's swindled us out of quite a bit of supplies. Midas' internal decision was made to support Hapley, but they still wanted to extract more benefits. Thus, they secretly allied with other survival bases. Hapley was also aware of the greed of the various survival bases. She suggested that the dinosaurians could help humanity build perfect survival bases capable of withstanding any catastrophe, and were willing to provide biotechnology to improve crop seeds, allowing more humans to have enough to eat. However, to obtain these technological data and her friendship, they must launch nuclear weapons at Su Yuan. The various survival bases continued to haggle with Hapley. Su Yuan had been busy all day. After dinner, he returned to his bedroom. Damn, it was all today's work for nothing. Su Yuan complained. The giant king octopus should have been blasted to ashes, but there were no survival points, which was highly irregular. Xiao Yu, could it be that the giant king octopus isn't dead yet? Master, it shouldn't be dead. The system can't make a mistake. If it's not dead, where could it have gone? Su Yuan had Neo Dali and the others search for half a day, but they couldn't find the giant king octopus. In truth, the giant king octopus had long chosen to sacrifice its arm to survive. Knowing it would be difficult to escape, it had severed one of its own tentacles. The tentacle burrowed into the ground, slithering like a python into the Haicheng survival base. After the giant king octopus was blasted apart, its tentacle regenerated at super speed, transforming back into a giant king octopus, though its size had shrunk drastically to just over 2 meters. It crawled silently along the ground, slipping stealthily into a dormitory building. Inside the dormitory were ordinary people still in shock. Men holding hunting rifles, women clutching kitchen knives. They had been informed that most of the alien beasts outside had been eliminated. They were told to stay inside for now as the guards were conducting a final thorough sweep. They chatted, grateful to be alive, their eyes occasionally scanning the doorway and the windows. Suddenly, a little boy cried out in alarm. There's a beast. Where? All eyes followed the boy's finger to the dark crack of the door. Nothing was there. When they turned back, a tentacle of the giant king octopus had already slithered in like a python, lunging toward a man. There was a series of crunching sounds as the tentacle broke every bone in the man's body, then swallowed him whole. Only then did the people raise their hunting rifles and fire continuously. Bullets pierced the giant king octopus tentacle, but the wounds healed instantly. Outside the door, the giant king octopus used all 8 tentacles to attack 4 dormitories, simultaneously devouring their lives. Still unsatisfied, it continued to feed. With each person it devoured, its body grew larger. Roar, roar, roar. Finally something to eat. The giant king octopus let out an excited roar. Soon the anomaly triggered an alarm and squads of guards rushed toward the scene. The guards evacuated the ordinary people while firing machine guns at the giant king octopus. But the octopus paid no heed to the machine gun fire, its 8 tentacles recklessly snatching people from all directions. The guards deployed grenades and rocket launchers, yet still could not stop the giant king octopus. As the giant king octopus ate more and more, its body quickly grew to over 10 meters. The Haiqing survival base, unable to subdue the creature, had to notify Su Yuan. Upon learning of the giant king octopus whereabouts, Su Yuan leaped from the sofa. Damn it, this time I'm not letting it get away. Then Su Yuan ordered Neo Dali and the others to capture the giant king octopus. Now reduced in size and strength, the octopus avoided Neo Dali's group and headed straight for densely populated areas. Su Yuan couldn't use the giant cannon to blow up the Haiqing survival base, so he had no choice but to have Neo Dali and the others evacuate the crowd and surround the octopus. But the giant king octopus was cunning. Seeing no one around, it began to burrow underground. Mouse Hero and Lightning Rabbit quickly followed it. The octopus sprayed venom at them while using its remaining tentacles to dig frantically, trying to return to the deep sea. Mouse Hero and Lightning Rabbit retaliated by firing laser machine guns at the giant king octopus without pause. Meanwhile, Neo Dali Big Cat and the others, using Mouse Hero's tracking, dug through the soil along the octopus path and waited for it. The giant king octopus changed its tunneling direction several times mid-course, but Neo Dali and the others adjusted accordingly. After a grueling struggle, they finally caught the giant king octopus. Su Yuan specifically instructed Neo Dali and the others to capture the octopus intact so it couldn't escape again. Thus, Neo Dali grabbed 4 of the giant king octopus tentacles and led the way, with Big Cat behind holding the other 4. Beiji carried the octopus body in the middle. Mouse Hero, Lightning Rabbit, and Stupid Sheep guarded the perimeter to prevent the octopus from using its arm sacrifice or shell escape tricks. Before it could even release the venom, its head was riddled with laser holes. Soon the giant king octopus was carried to an open space. Xiao Yu, how can we kill this giant king octopus completely without giving it a chance to escape? Before it could even release the venom, its head was riddled with laser holes. Soon the giant king octopus was carried to an open space. Xiao Yu, how can we kill this giant king octopus completely without giving it a chance to escape? Su Yuan watched the octopus on the ground through the multifunction satellite feed in the survival base. Xiao Yu sat beside him, chin resting on her hand, thinking. Master, this terror-level giant king octopus has 9 hearts, 1 in each of its 8 tentacles, and 1 in its body. You could try using laser guns to shoot all its hearts simultaneously and see if it can still regenerate at super speed. If it can still regenerate, we'll have to use the old method, wear it down bit by bit. Let's try the laser method first. But there weren't enough hands. Even if Mouse Hero, Lightning Rabbit, and Stupid Sheep fired with both hands simultaneously, they could only target 6 hearts, leaving 3. Neo Dali, Big Cat, and Beiji were busy restraining the octopus and couldn't spare their hands. Su Yuan decided to put on an exoskeleton suit and do it himself. Though no alien beasts were nearby, he brought Chris for safety and spent 1.5 billion survival points to purchase an intelligent attack robot. His master, I am Combat Unit 7. A red python appeared before Su Yuan, startling him into stepping back. Whoa, a snake-shaped robot. Hiss, yes, master. I am also a strength-type attack robot. You look like a giant spicy strip. From now on, I'll call you Spicy Strip. Hiss, okay, master. Su Yuan then spent 4.2 billion survival points to upgrade Spicy Strip to level 3. He put on the exoskeleton, picked up a laser gun, and went to the ground. Roar, roar, roar. The giant king octopus roared continuously at Su Yuan, one tentacle struggling violently, rising upright toward him, but Neo Dali quickly forced it back down. Damn it, even now you're flipping me off. Roar, roar, roar. Fight me, Onion. The giant king octopus challenged with a roar. Su Yuan understood its roar and sneered. I'll let you fight all of us at once. The giant king octopus glared at Su Yuan in fury. Su Yuan ignored the octopus glare. He ordered Mouse Hero and the others to prepare, then raised his laser weapon, and together, they aimed to shoot the giant king octopus dead. Su Yuan aimed his laser gun at the main heart inside the giant king octopus, while Mouse Man and the others simultaneously targeted the auxiliary hearts within its 8 tentacles. Chris directed from the side, and at her command Su Yuan and the rest would fire together. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several laser shots rang out, followed by a burnt smell wafting through the air. Su Yuan and his team continuously fired laser guns, riddling all the hearts of the giant king octopus. The creature shuddered violently a few times before finally falling still. Damn, it's finally over. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing a terror-level mutant beast, earning 1 trillion survival points. 1 trillion. Su Yuan could hardly believe it. That was an enormous amount. Thinking back on how difficult it was to kill that trillion wasn't easy to earn. By then it was already past 3 in the morning and dawn was nearing. Su Yuan yawned and led Chris, Neo Dali, and the others back to the survival base. After washing up, he crawled into bed and fell asleep without a second thought. The next day, Su Yuan didn't get up until 11 in the morning. After breakfast, he checked his gains. The daily earnings from the previous day had dropped slightly to 14.7 billion survival points, as many survival bases were busy resisting disasters and fewer people were trading supplies and food. Then Su Yuan prepared to open the forum to check information. Ding. You have a call request. Accept or decline. It was Luo Qin again. Su Yuan answered. Hello, Mr. Su, thank you for saving millions of people in Haiqing. The supplies we promised are being prepared urgently and will be delivered to you soon. For Huadu, Su Yuan had also offered a very favorable price, not based on how many giant cannons were fired, but directly 200 million kilograms of supplies equivalent to 20 billion survival points. Mr. Luo, you're too kind. Once you've gathered the supplies in a few days, just let me know. Su Yuan smiled. Mr. Su, I also have some bad news. Hapalai is planning to move against you. She has ordered survival bases like Midu to launch nuclear weapons at you, and she's forcing us to join her. We refused. Su Yuan was shocked. He had been busy all day and hadn't known about this. Still, he wasn't afraid. His survival base could already reach speeds of Mach 12, and he had an intelligent anti-aircraft laser cannon array. Mr. Su, if you're willing, you could cooperate with us. The disasters will only get worse. To overcome them, we need not just strong individuals, but a strong collective. Su Yuan wasn't unwilling to cooperate, but he feared that someone might use the technology or weapons he provided to turn against him. That's why he had always prioritized his own development. Only when he was strong could there be fair cooperation. Otherwise, he would become prey in others' mouths. When Luo Qin mentioned cooperation, Su Yuan thought it over and realized that aside from supplies, he lacked nothing. I wonder, Mr. Luo, how do you plan to cooperate with me? Mr. Su, although the technology Huadu possesses may not match yours, we have abundant human resources, material resources, and various other assets. Whatever you need, Huadu will fully cooperate and provide you with strong support. For instance, in dealing with Hapalai, we can not only provide precise intelligence, but also launch missiles to intercept various weapons from survival bases like Midu. Luo Qin spoke at length, eager to secure Su Yuan's cooperation because Huadu was under immense pressure now, facing Hapalai and survival bases like Midu alone. Su Yuan pondered for a while and felt Luo Qin had a point. Moreover, he couldn't push everyone to the opposite side. Mr. Luo, I can cooperate with Huadu, but I need to consider the specific details of the cooperation and some special requirements. Su Yuan believed that if they cooperated, he must take the leading role. In matters of fighting disasters, mutant beasts, and dinosaur men, they must follow his lead. If Huadu disagreed, there would be no need for cooperation. Then Su Yuan ended the call with Luo Qin and logged into the chat forum to check messages. Damn, I want to see who's bold enough to launch nuclear weapons at me. Soon he found a joint notice issued by survival bases like Midu, Quangdu, Fudu, and Tianzhong. In the face of disaster, everyone is equal. Only by uniting can we overcome it. We will form a human alliance to cooperate with the great Hapalai, who is willing to provide us with advanced technology to jointly tackle the disasters. Su Yuan skimmed through it quickly. Su Yuan noticed that survival bases like Midu hadn't explicitly stated they would launch nuclear weapons against him, but they had already sided with Hapalai. As soon as Hapalai offered enough benefits, they would act. And countless people below expressed support. Most of these people wanted to become dinosaur men and go to the dinosaur world to enjoy life. A bunch of ingrates. Anyone with milk is a mother. Xiaoyu blacklist all survival bases and organizations that join the Human Alliance, as well as all humans who want to join the dinosaur men. These people can never use the virtual mall shops or chat forum again. Su Yuan said coldly. It was the first time Xiaoyu had seen him so furious, and she trembled with fear. Yes, master. Soon Aachen found that the official account of Midu survival base had been blacklisted and could no longer post on the forum. At the same time, Aachen couldn't enter the virtual mall to trade food. His own shop was also blacklisted, and all the supplies stored in his virtual warehouse were confiscated by Su Yuan. Moreover, Aachen could only contact other survival bases via satellite phone. That was 10,000 times more troublesome than using the system's chat function, and satellite phones were often affected by weather. Oh my god, what the hell is going on? Far away on the red continent, Tianzhong had just managed to gather a batch of supplies and traded for some food, but before he could withdraw it, he was blacklisted. Bastard. Tianzhong raged, but there was nothing he could do. Unable to access the virtual mall or his shop, they would have to go hungry without food. At Fudu survival base, Said was also frustrated. He was on a call with his secret girlfriend when suddenly he couldn't hear anything. Without the system's chat function, how could he manage all his girlfriends? Su Yuan had blacklisted nearly 1/5 of all accounts at once permanently. Anyone who expressed a desire to become a dinosaur man was blocked. This was just the beginning. As events unfolded, more accounts would be blacklisted. Then Su Yuan started listing antivirus potions. He planned to first harvest the rich, offering 300 potions to earn 450 billion survival points, then supply them in large quantities across Huadu with a limit of 1 per person at a price of 100 kilograms of supplies. This was a favor given in consideration of Huadu's leadership, who had stood by him despite pressure. Next, Su Yuan considered cooperation with Huadu. Xiaoyu, can the system control people's hearts? Master, the system doesn't have that function. But even without it, you can develop something yourself, at least to help you distinguish good people from bad. Su Yuan's eyes lit up. Xiaoyu was right. Instead of blindly trusting others, it was better to develop an effective system. So throughout the day, he pondered how to create such a system. That evening, Su Yuan finally conceived a bold idea to develop a grasshopper community scoring system. He regarded all humans cooperating with him as grasshoppers tied to the same rope as himself. Their sole purpose was to resist calamity, survive, and share common values. The grasshopper scoring system would rate everyone. The higher the score, the greater their authority, and the more advanced the technology they could access in the future. Additionally, within the scoring system, he planned to incorporate a loyalty cultivation feature. This was still in its infancy. He opened his multifunctional computer, wrote down all the ideas, and gradually refined them. Su Yuan worked until past 9 in the evening before he prepared to rest and have dinner. Meanwhile, at the Midu survival base, it was already morning. Happily utilized the advanced communication technology of the Dinosaurians to set up a synchronized multi-location video conference directly convening with the chief officers of various survival bases, including Oken, Sade Late, and Tianzhou. Greetings everyone. I am the Great Happily. I have gathered you all today to show you just how beautiful and prosperous our dinosaurian world truly is, she declared. With that, Happily played a video. The video featured 50 fortunate humans selected to visit the dinosaurian world. They boarded a flying vessel and traveled to the underground dinosaurian realm, where they received a warm welcome from Happimo. There they experienced the most comfortable environment, the cleanest air, the purest water, ultra-fast transportation, and various amusement facilities. It was far more prosperous than the human world before the Great Catastrophe. These humans no longer wished to return. They savored natural vegetables, fruits, and various meats. I ask you all, do you yearn for such a life? If you do, cooperate with me, Happily. I will never enslave anyone. We will work together. If you are willing, your families and children can now go to our world and enjoy a blissful heavenly life. After her barrage of sweet talk, Happily showcased various high-tech dinosaurian weapons, advanced mechas, electromagnetic weapons, laser weapons, and ion fusion weapons. I will give you one day to consider. Whoever first takes the initiative to attack Mr. Su will gain my friendship first. Happily tried to appear friendly and benevolent, but with her dinosaur-like head she seemed utterly terrifying in the eyes of Oken and the others. Oken did not express his stance. He needed to confer with the middle leadership. Sade and Late also remained silent. Only Tianzhong declared on the spot that he was willing to declare war on Su Yuan immediately. However, he had few formidable weapons at his disposal and only a small number of subordinates. Happily dismissed him entirely. She then ended the video conference. Oken hastily convened a meeting. Gentlemen, what should we do? Do we need to act immediately? Chief Officer, I believe we should strike first. We cannot let other survival bases steal the advantage. I agree. Since we've decided to support Happily, there's no need for further hesitation. Oken hesitated. But Mr. Su is on Huadu's territory. Shouldn't we notify Huadu first? Oken had no desire to provoke Huadu and trigger a nuclear war. Chief Officer, I think we can sound out Huadu. I doubt they support Happily, but they probably won't dare oppose her either. I believe Huadu is just waiting to see which side offers more. Who knows, they might come begging to Happily soon. The meeting concluded, and Oken immediately contacted Happily, stating that he would launch 5 nuclear weapons at Su Yuan. Happily grinned coldly, but she cared not about how many nuclear missiles Mido launched, only about their allegiance. Once they boarded her ship, there would be no getting off. Huadu soon received news from Mido and promptly convened a meeting. They ultimately decided to intercept Midas nuclear weapons, not only to aid Su Yuan, but also to uphold Huadu's own sovereignty, refusing to tolerate any violation. Su Yuan, who had just fallen asleep, was awakened again. Master, Huadu has important information for you. Since Su Yuan was asleep, he had missed Luo Qin's call. Huadu opted to notify him via radio. Yawning, Su Yuan used the communication system to call Luo Qin. Luo Qin answered immediately. Hello, Mr. Su. We have received notification from Midu that they intend to bomb you with nuclear weapons. Thank you, Mr. Luo. They are courting death. I will make them pay a heavy price. Su Yuan hung up and immediately began preparing defenses against Midas nuclear weapons. First, he had the multifunctional satellite monitor global movements, locking onto any missile as soon as it launched and continuously sending him its flight trajectory. Next, Su Yuan ordered Neo Dali and others to fly out of the survival base, ready to intercept missiles with laser cannons at any moment. Simultaneously, the titanium alloy plates opened, revealing an array of intelligent anti-aircraft laser cannons. Any missile approaching within a few thousand meters of the base would be locked onto and attacked. Finally, Su Yuan's trump card, 2 intelligent flying vessels. He bound them to the production base system, set them to autonomous mode, and pre-programmed them so that if all other defenses failed, the vessels would actively ram and intercept the missiles. Additionally, Su Yuan deployed intelligent laser drones into the air to form a defensive perimeter. Their effect might be limited, but they could still prove useful. Damn it, no matter how many nukes come, he'll shoot them all down. Su Yuan prepared for battle with full determination. After discussions with the Fudu High Command Chief Officer, Sade decided to launch 3 missiles carrying nuclear warheads at Su Yuan. Sade also employed a cunning trick through the network. He publicly declared Su Yuan the greatest enemy of Fudu, claiming that after the zombie invasion, Su Yuan had incessantly extorted supplies from them. Sade then cited various examples, asserting that many people in Fudu had died while collecting supplies to pay Su Yuan. In truth, these were fabrications. After Su Yuan left Fudu, Said had merely used his name to amass more resources. These resources became the operating funds for Fudu's high-level officials. Once the news spread, ordinary Fudu citizens unaware of the truth harbored resentment towards Su Yuan. In contrast, Hapali continuously dispatched personnel to help Fudu withstand blizzards and other disasters, earning praise from the people. Seeing this, Lake quickly issued a statement revoking the friendship medal awarded to Su Yuan, claiming that Su Yuan had deceived Badu's goodwill. Similar incidents unfolded across various survival bases. Rumbling missiles carrying nuclear warheads soared into the sky, heading straight for Su Yuan's survival base. Through the multifunctional satellite, Su Yuan immediately detected the flight trajectories of 5 missiles. Damn, they're finally here. Clad in an auxiliary mechanical suit, he stood ready in the propulsion layer to pilot the survival base and evade the missiles at any moment. Just then, several more missiles launched from Wadu's territory. Their target was clear: to intercept Midas missiles. Wadu's missile interception system, the most advanced among humans, quickly locked onto Midas missiles and tracked them simultaneously. Upon learning of Wadu's missile launch, Oken's face turned green. Fuck. Who gave Wadu such audacity? High in the sky, 3 missiles carrying nuclear warheads were successfully intercepted by Wadu, and the nuclear weapons exploded, rising like 3 miniature suns. Well done, Su Yuan exclaimed excitedly. Through the multifunctional satellite, he also witnessed this. Seemed it felt good to have allies. The remaining 2 missiles failed to intercept and continued hurtling towards Su Yuan. Soon the 2 missiles reached several kilometers above his survival base. The warheads then split into hundreds of pieces, many of which were decoys. The intelligent anti-aircraft laser artillery array swiftly locked onto the missiles, firing beams of laser. Regardless of whether they were real or decoys, all warheads were intercepted. Nuclear explosions erupted once more, their dazzling light illuminating most of the Huadu land. The shockwaves spread in all directions. But they could no longer threaten Su Yuan, who was thousands of meters away from the epicenter of the violent explosions. Damn, this is easier than I thought. Su Yuan chuckled with excitement. His previous preparations were completely unnecessary. He hadn't expected the intelligent anti-aircraft laser artillery array alone to intercept all the missiles. Oken and other high-ranking officials of Midu were dejected, feeling that their missiles had achieved nothing. They discussed launching another 10 missiles, and Oken even contacted Wada's high command. Our missiles from Midu you have no right to intercept. Wadu ignored Oken and continued intercepting. 7 out of the 10 missiles were intercepted. The remaining 3 posed no threat to Su Yuan, easily neutralized by the intelligent anti-aircraft laser artillery array. Midu then pressured Huadu, contacting Fudu and Badu survival bases to join forces. Huadu should know better than to oppose all of humanity. Mr. Su is the common enemy of all mankind. Huadu responded that their human alliance had no right to represent all of humanity, nor did they have the right to infringe on Wada's airspace. Oken Furious collaborated with Fudu and Badu survival bases and launched another 30 missiles at Su Yuan. This time Wadu's missile interception system only managed to intercept 18. The remaining 12 missiles flew over Su Yuan's survival base. The intelligent anti-aircraft laser artillery array fired lasers, destroying most of the warheads. The few that slipped through were eliminated by Nyo Dali and others using laser cannons. Su Yuan then decided to retaliate to deter other survival bases planning to align with Hapali. Since Midu and other survival bases had chosen to launch nuclear weapons at him, he would respond in kind. Su Yuan spent 800 billion survival points to purchase an intelligent missile launcher along with hyperspeed missiles and multi-warhead nuclear weapons. Intelligent missile launcher level 1, capable of launching 20 missiles at a time. Su Yuan only bought 3 hyperspeed missiles to test their effectiveness. The intelligent missile launcher was bound to the survival base system. Once Su Yuan issued the attack command, it would automatically ignite and launch. With a thunderous roar, 3 black missiles soared into the sky, their speed far surpassing that of Midas missiles. Midas missile interception system was utterly incapable of stopping them. Oken soon received news that missiles were heading toward Midas land and would soon land on their survival base. Gentlemen, what do we do? He actually dares to retaliate. The high-ranking officials of Midu wore grim expressions. Chief Officer, we must seek help from Hapali, or Midu will be finished. Indeed, we cannot intercept such fast missiles. Oken had no choice but to turn to Hapali for help. Hapali assured him not to worry and that she would handle everything. On Hapali's spaceship, the anti-aircraft interception system was prepared. Rows of electromagnetic cannons and laser cannons were ready to fire. Zari and others were also notified to prepare for missile interception. At an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, 3 hyperspeed black missiles descended from the sky, accelerating rapidly. Zari and his team flew their ships and fired laser cannons at the black missiles. Electromagnetic cannons spewed high-speed projectiles, forming a net of fire to intercept the missiles. The hyperspeed missiles and warheads separated, and hundreds of nuclear warheads scattered, blanketing the sky as they fell toward Midas land. One by one, warheads were blown apart by electromagnetic cannons erupting in brilliant flashes. Although the vast majority of warheads were intercepted, a few slipped through the fire net and entered the airspace 1 kilometer above Midas' survival base. Zari and his team quickly used laser cannons to try to prevent the warheads from hitting the base. But it was too late. One warhead managed to evade the defenses. A blinding mushroom cloud rose, spreading over 1/10 of Midas' survival base. The warhead's power was not immense, and since Midas' base was built underground with thick concrete layers, the casualties were not severe. However, misfortune struck Aachen and other Midu high-ranking officials whose location was directly hit by the explosion. Terrified, Aachen scrambled under the table. "Oh my God, we're doomed," he shouted in panic, his hands shielding his head. Several unfortunate colleagues beside him were killed instantly by falling concrete blocks from the explosion. Upon learning of Su Yuan's retaliation, Fudu and Badu survival bases urgently pleaded for Hapila's help, fearing that Su Yuan would launch missiles at them too. Hapila immediately agreed, dispatching 2 teams totaling 24 flying ships. Said, the chief officer of Fudu, urgently convened a meeting of all high-ranking Fudu officials. "Gentlemen, what should we do? Has Hapila's flying fleet not arrived yet? Our own missile interception system is certainly incapable of stopping Mr. Su's hyperspeed missiles." Sade shook his head bitterly. "They should be here soon. Sade, you should take full responsibility for this. If you hadn't insisted on siding with Hapilai, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Fuck. When things go wrong, it's all my fault. Didn't all of you agree to attack Mr. Su? You all wanted Hapila's technology." Sade slammed his hands on the desk, rising to his feet. While Sade and the others were embroiled in heated arguments, a guard pushed open the office door. "Chief Officer, a missile is rapidly approaching." Startled, Sade collapsed into his chair. "Quick, intercept it at all costs." At the same time, the chief officer of Badu Late issued a similar order. After launching 3 hyperspeed missiles at Midu, Su Yuan purchased 2 more along with multiple nuclear warheads. Though he knew his true enemy was Hapilai, he still wanted to intimidate the greedy leadership of Fudu, Badu, and other survival bases. However, he did not intend to push everyone into opposition, handing Hapilai an advantage. Thus, he targeted the locations of the high-ranking officials in Fudu and Badu. The 2 hyperspeed missiles quickly reached the skies above Fudu and Badu, splitting into multiple warheads that rained down on their survival bases. The flying fleet dispatched by Hapilai along with Fudu and Badu desperately intercepted the nuclear warheads. Yet 1 or 2 warheads still struck the lands of Fudu and Badu. A thunderous explosion resounded, casting a colossal mushroom cloud into the sky. It caused 1/10 of the 2 survival bases, Corrupt City and Barren City, to collapse, burying all high-ranking officials and plunging them into a leaderless state. Subsequently, Hapilai dispatched robots to rescue them desperately. Several hours later, the high-ranking officials of the 3 survival bases, Oak and Sade and Late, were dug out from the rubble. Though gravely wounded, Hapilai needed them and spared no effort to save their lives. Hapilai expressed willingness to deploy flying ships to seek justice for the survival bases of Rice City, Corrupt City, and Barren City, pledging to eliminate Su Yuan. She also threatened to attack Hua City, declaring it a traitor to all humanity. However, she did not announce when the action would commence. Instead, she continued to recruit large numbers of people from Rice City to the dinosaur world. Only after amassing 100,000 did she order Zayli to lead 12 flying ships, escorting the newly recruited Rice City residents to the Earth's core. These Rice City residents traveled in the flying transport vehicles from Hapilai's spaceship. Such vehicles were specifically used by the dinosaurs for transporting supplies. Hapilai had brought 2,000 of these flying transport vehicles on this trip solely for moving the recruited Rice City people. Over 20 hours later, these Rice City humans arrived in the dinosaur world. But cold robots greeted them, and they were forced to inject biological agents. The agents enhanced their strength, speed, and endurance at the cost of their lifespans. Finally, they donned exoskeleton suits equipped with various weapons and were forced to the battlefield to block alien beasts for the dinosaurs. Though they resisted, the rebels soon discovered they could not use the dinosaur-issued weapons against the dinosaurs. Because their exoskeleton suits were installed with intelligent systems, once anomalies were detected, they became immobilized. The dinosaurs did not kill them, but after punishment sent them back to fend off the beasts. Their daily meals were not delicious vegetables or fruits, but only unpalatable nutrient fluids. 1 dose per day sufficed for their energy needs. With their addition, the dinosaurs' pressure in resisting alien beasts was effectively alleviated. For this, Hapimo won widespread support among the dinosaurs and stood a good chance of becoming the next supreme commander of the dinosaurs. After chastising the survival bases of Rice City, Corrupt City, and Barren City, and seeing no further action from Hapilai, Su Yuan ordered Neodali and the others, along with intelligent laser drones and intelligent flying ships, to return to the survival base. Subsequently, Su Yuan purchased 10 hypersonic missiles and multi-warhead nuclear weapons for emergencies. If not used later, they could also bomb alien beasts. Over the next 2 days, Su Yuan continued to conceptualize the grasshopper rating function and the loyalty cultivation function. He planned that all high-tech equipment and weapons he provided to Hua City, including those built using his provided materials, would be bound to his survival base system. Thus, he could halt the operation of any high-tech equipment at any time, preventing others from using his provisions to attack him. Until the morning of the third day, Su Yuan attempted to develop the grasshopper rating function. He opened the system and clicked the development button. The host can develop new system functions. Please try to conceive new function ideas. Each conception consumes 30 million survival points. If the conception is approved by the system will automatically upgrade and configure the new function. Activating the developed new function requires 1 billion survival points. Damn it, system, you've raised the price again. Su Yuan had no choice but to brace himself and develop the system. After deducting the daily consumption and adding the daily earnings of the past 2 days, Su Yuan still had over 425 billion survival points. That was more than enough for system development. So Su Yuan closed his eyes and began to conceive. First attempt failed. Second attempt still failed. Third attempt continued to fail. 30th attempt succeeded. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have developed the grasshopper rating function. Activating this function requires 1 billion survival points. Su Yuan immediately activated the grasshopper rating function. Ding, the chat function has been activated. The host can click to view and use. Opening the survival-based system, the main menu now displayed base mall, trade shop, chat, grasshopper, recycle, experiment, development, lottery, backpack, etc. Clicking on grasshopper brought up the setting dialog for the grasshopper rating function. Su Yuan could add various requirements, and the system would automatically match an assessment plan. Those who pass the assessment would automatically receive a grasshopper rating. A score of 60 means passing, 80 means excellent, and 90 or above indicates Su Yuan can trust them, qualifying them for further loyalty cultivation. Subsequently, Su Yuan spent another 5 billion survival points to develop the loyalty cultivation function. Loyalty cultivation turns others into Su Yuan's fans forever following his lead. It also provides a rating for loyalty values above 70 ensure they will not easily betray Su Yuan, while values above 90 mean they would sacrifice for him. With these two new system functions, Su Yuan could confidently cooperate with Hua City. However, to test the effects of these new functions, he would select a portion of personnel for trials. After finishing these tasks and lunch, Su Yuan checked on the progress of Mosaic and the others. The quantity of dinosaur superalloy manufactured was sufficient. Su Yuan ordered Neo Dali and the others to assist Guazi in welding the pieces of dinosaur superalloy onto the titanium alloy armor. Meanwhile, Mosaic and Little White Dragon had successfully developed high-quality soil. Su Yuan only needed to purchase various mineral elements from the system mall to transform ordinary soil into fertile soil. This process required 3 days, during which no crops could be planted. However, compared to upgrading, purchasing mineral elements was much cheaper, costing Su Yuan only over 50 billion survival points. Su Yuan entrusted the soil transformation task to Xiao Yu, instructing her to lead robots like Air Huang and cooperate with Mosaic and Little White Dragon. Finally, Su Yuan contacted Luo Qin to discuss the cooperation plan and details, proposing many special requirements. Luo Qin was delighted to receive Su Yuan's call. After discussing with Su Yuan, he invited him to Hua City and brought the cooperation plan to the Hua City high-level meeting for discussion. Hua City had also been under tremendous pressure over the past 2 days. Happily used the dinosaurs' advanced technology to rebuild a communication network for the Human Alliance led by Rice City. All ordinary people in the Human Alliance could now access the internet and communicate normally, just like before the Great Disaster. Meanwhile, Happily established the Dinosaur Academy of Sciences in the Rice City survival base, where experts from Rice City and other bases could study advanced dinosaur scientific knowledge. Moreover, Happily announced that within the next 3 months, they would develop high-quality grain seeds to feed more people. Hua City was excluded from all of this. In comparison, Hong City could no longer sit still and quickly declared support for Happily. Happily immediately responded by allowing Hong City to join the Human Alliance and sending robots to establish a communication network there as well. Thus, many dissenting voices emerged across the land of Huadu. Though suppressed undercurrents still surged, for many sought to reap benefits from Happily. Subsequently, Su Yuan charted a course directing the survival base to fly toward Huadu. Opening the chat forum, Su Yuan found posts discussing him and Happily. Do you think supporting Mr. Su to follow Happily is right or wrong? It's hard to say. Behind Happily lies the entire dinosaur-human civilization, while Mr. Su seems to be just one person. But the virtual mall chat forum and other functions we now use are far more advanced than the communication network Happily built for Midu and other survival bases. The comment above makes sense. Midu and others cannot use the shop function. All material transactions must rely on freight, which is extremely troublesome. You don't understand a thing. Do the experts and think tanks in Midu and other bases not see what you see? Since they dare to support Happily, they must have witnessed the grandeur of the dinosaur-human civilization surpassing the technology Mr. Su has demonstrated. After the last blacklist, the forum was almost entirely filled with posts from Huadu residents. Su Yuan noticed that many, for the sake of benefits and continued use of the virtual mall and shops, did not oppose him verbally, but had already turned their hearts toward Midu and other bases toward Happily. And Happily was astute. Her communication network was also open to ordinary Huadu citizens, as long as they had the means and internet devices they could connect to her network. However, it was completely closed to Huadu's management, making it impossible to monitor how many had betrayed Huadu's interests. Su Yuan felt it necessary to purge these parasites, so he initiated the grasshopper scoring assessment. Consequently, all who still had access to the virtual mall chat forum and shops received a system notification. To continue using these functions, they had to participate in the grasshopper scoring assessment. Only those scoring above 60 could retain access. Ning Ruolin had just purchased some clothing from a shop and wanted to buy daily necessities like toothpaste and soap when she received the system prompt. After a moment's hesitation, she chose to take the assessment. Instantly, a virtual projection world appeared before her eyes. A goshawk lunged at Ning Ruolin's head. Run! A familiar figure pushed her away without hesitation. It was her mother, who had long perished in an ambush by aberrant beasts. Mom. The scene was so vivid that she was quickly immersed. This was just one part of the grasshopper scoring assessment. It simulated familiar scenarios and scored based on one's instinctive reactions. The tests escalated, probing the most genuine instincts before delivering a final score. After enduring over a dozen tests in different scenarios, Ning Ruolin achieved a final score of 90. Immediately, the loyalty cultivation function was triggered, leading her into a new simulation. In this scenario, the system-generated Su Yuan became the protagonist, while Ning Ruolin was more of an observer. The system amplified all of Su Yuan's virtues tenfold, presenting them to Ning Ruolin, gradually turning her into a follower of Su Yuan. This phenomenon also occurred with others like Li Ong, who valued loyalty and admired those more capable than himself. The Su Yuan before him was even more loyal, surpassing him in both physical prowess and intelligence. The loyalty cultivation function would continuously influence Ning Ruolin, Li Ong, and others. After several scenario tests, the system would evaluate the initial loyalty value. Those reaching 55 would undergo further cultivation. Ning Ruolin, grateful because Su Yuan had saved Ningqing, had a loyalty value of 70. The system also activated the daily loyalty cultivation function for her. She then discovered that in addition to the virtual mall shops and chat forum, she now had a virtual training function. The virtual training function was the daily loyalty cultivation. Silently summoning the virtual training, the scene before her changed again. The system's voice echoed in her ears. Welcome to the virtual training ground. To overcome the terrible calamity, you must strengthen yourself and unite with like-minded individuals. This system prompt served as a subtle suggestion. Every time Ning Ruolin entered the virtual training ground thereafter, she would hear this message. Ostensibly, the training ground honed her strength, speed, endurance, and other physical attributes, but in reality, it continued to cultivate loyalty. For the instructor in the virtual training ground was the system-generated Su Yuan. From the moment they entered, all trainees, including Ning Ruolin, were subtly conditioned to accept Su Yuan's commands. During the virtual training, Ning Ruolin and all others underwent various exercises and challenges in simulated scenarios, slaying aberrant beasts and resisting disasters under Su Yuan's leadership, thereby becoming accustomed to and trusting him. The entire grasshopper scoring process lasted over 3 hours, during which Su Yuan arrived above the Huadu survival base. Luo Qin had arranged personnel to receive him. Su Yuan landed the base at the designated spot and stepped out with Niu Dalida Mao and Lao Shuxia. 3 intelligent combat robots were fully capable of protecting Su Yuan. He also spent 20 billion survival points to upgrade the auxiliary mech into an intelligent combat mech. Donning the combat mech, he could easily kill ferocious-level aberrant beasts and withstand attacks from Lord-level ones. Su Yuan felt there was no need to conceal his identity any longer, as his strength could handle any force. Thus he revealed his face directly before Luo Qin. A sunny and handsome countenance stunned Luo Qin. Due to consuming special fruits and high-quality grains, Su Yuan's appearance had undergone subtle changes, making him look more handsome and younger than before. Mr. Su, I didn't expect you to be so young. Mr. Luo, I am actually from Huadu as well. I have received support from a divine civilization and am willing to help Huadu resist disasters. Not to mention Hapalai. Even the entire dinosaur-human world would be no match for me. Su Yuan fabricated a benevolent lie explaining his identity and the source of his advanced technology, while also reassuring the Huadu leadership. As for Hapalai, Su Yuan was no longer afraid of her. Luo Qin was astonished. Mr. Su, are you telling the truth? Of course. Next, I will help you build an ark and provide construction blueprints for supergiant intelligent thermonuclear power stations and supergiant intelligent ion thrusters. Su Yuan nodded with a smile. I will also supply advanced weapons to help you form a special guard unit dedicated to resisting and slaying aberrant beasts, and establish a divine-level science academy to develop the most cutting-edge technology. He could purchase blueprints from the system store, and the special guard unit would later become his own force. The divine-level science academy was meant to counter Hapalus dinosaur-human science academy. Soon Su Yuan followed Luo Qin into the Huadu survival base and arrived at a vast conference room. The room was filled with high-ranking members of Huadu, as well as various managers, experts, and think tanks. Su Yuan politely greeted everyone and made a statement to express his stance. Then they entered into a lengthy discussion about cooperation. Various questions came pouring in. Su Yuan was well prepared and answered them one by one. After more than 10 hours of the prolonged meeting, Su Yuan and the leadership of Huadu reached a preliminary consensus on cooperation. Finally, a discordant voice emerged. An elderly expert, Li Shuahua, a member of Huadu's think tank, suddenly questioned Mr. Su, you possess the most advanced scientific technology, why not share it with us? And why are you stopping so many innocent common people from using the features of the virtual mall shops and chat forums? Aren't you afraid that the god-level civilization behind you will blame you for your ineffectiveness? Su Yuan was taken aback. Damn it, I can blacklist whoever I want, it's none of your business. Su Yuan thought to himself. However, he didn't say this out loud. He knew that this elderly expert Li Shuahua represented the interests of many people. These individuals wielded significant power, and if not handled properly, they could unite and pressure the Huadu leadership, jeopardizing his plans with Huadu. The corners of Su Yuan's mouth lifted as he calmly looked at Li Shuahua while retrieving Li Zuehua's information through the system. As long as someone had used the virtual mall and other system features or participated in the grasshopper rating assessment, the survival-based system would have detailed records. After reviewing the information, Su Yuan sneered, "Where do all your questions come from? Who gave you the right to question me? I bet you just want to know why I blacklisted you. I represent countless ordinary people, I have the right." Li Shuahua didn't expect Su Yuan to speak, so rudely showing him no respect, which almost made him faint with anger. Su Yuan was too lazy to argue with him, and didn't wait for Li Shuahua to finish speaking before directly playing a video. The video showcased several scenes from when Li Shuahua participated in the grasshopper rating assessment. One of the scenes showed Li Shuahua unhesitatingly choosing to flee to Midu during a catastrophic disaster in Huadu. This is a virtual scene of such things are impossible. Li Shuahua stubbornly retorted. Ha ha, really? Then let's discuss what has already happened. Su Yuan laughed mockingly at Li Shuahua and presented previous chat records where Li Shuahua privately contacted other survival bases through the system's chat forum. Suddenly, many people present were frightened to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat. They hadn't expected that their previous private communications with other survival bases through the chat forum system would be recorded. Li Shuahua stared at the detailed records presented by Su Yuan, which included his communications and video calls with other survival bases, and was dumbfounded, collapsing onto his chair and passing out. Luo Qin and the other high-ranking members of Huadu looked at this scene with awkward expressions and quickly called for security to assist. At this moment, they could not allow Li Shuahua to die so easily. Subsequently, Luo Qin saw Su Yuan off. "Mr. Su, thank you for helping us uncover the hidden dangers. Mr. Luo, you are too polite. We are now like grasshoppers on the same rope. Helping you is helping myself." Luo Qin nodded, and then asked Su Yuan for a list. This list contained individuals who had not passed the grasshopper rating assessment, but held significant power within Huadu. These individuals would gradually be cleared out by the high-ranking members of Huadu. Back at the survival base, Su Yuan felt that attending the meeting was more exhausting than anything else. After enjoying the delicious food prepared by Dubai, Su Yuan lay on the sofa, playing on his phone. "Master, I don't understand. Why do you still want to ally with Huadu when you're so tired?" Xiaoyu tilted her head and looked at Su Yuan. Su Yuan glanced up at Xiaoyu. "Of course you wouldn't understand. You are a robot, not a human." "Humph." Xiaoyu pouted in a human-like manner and let out a cold snort. Seeing Xiaoyu's adorable appearance, Su Yuan laughed heartily and said, "If I don't cooperate with Huadu, then should I cooperate with Midu? Just relying on you few robots can't handle greater disasters. Although our combat power is not as strong as that of robots, our creativity is extraordinarily strong, something you robots cannot compare to. I now feel like an investing businessman imparting technological knowledge to Huadu and seeing if they can generate multiplied returns for me." Su Yuan's survival base continued to hover above Huadu with no immediate plans to leave. The next day around 10 in the morning after breakfast, Su Yuan checked his survival points. Most of the survival points earned from killing the giant king octopus and later selling the antiviral agents had been spent. Daily earnings had also decreased significantly due to the need to upgrade and transform the land without planting any grain. Su Yuan discovered that he still had over 320 billion survival points. Damn it, are these survival points enough to buy the blueprints? Su Yuan searched for the construction blueprints of the giant thermonuclear power plant, and fortunately the price was not too high, requiring 300 million survival points. Thus Su Yuan spent 1.2 billion survival points to purchase the blueprints for the supergiant intelligent thermonuclear power plant and supergiant intelligent ion propulsion system, along with various technological materials. If the blueprints and materials were printed into books, they could fill several trucks. Su Yuan couldn't understand these blueprints and technological materials and needed specialized scientists to interpret and construct them. Once Huadu built the thermonuclear power plant and ion propulsion system, they would be integrated into the survival-based system, and Su Yuan would become the highest authority manager. Subsequently, Su Yuan contacted Luo Qin and transferred the blueprints and various technological materials to him through the virtual mall. Additionally, Su Yuan provided Luo Qin with a trustworthy list based on the results of the grasshopper rating. Only those on the list were allowed to participate in the construction of the thermonuclear power plant and ion propulsion system. Anyone else was prohibited from participating in the construction without Su Yuan's permission. Finally, Su Yuan selected personnel for the Special Guard team based on loyalty values. His intention in forming the Special Guard team was to have an additional defensive force. At the same time, it could also help Huadu resist various extreme disasters. Su Yuan noticed that the highest loyalty value was Ning Ruolin, whose initial loyalty value was 70 points. After one night, it surprisingly increased by 5 points, reaching 75 points. At this rate, it would likely reach 90 points within a week. Su Yuan decided to appoint Ning Ruolin as the team leader. Then Su Yuan selected another 11 individuals considering not only loyalty values, but also age and physical fitness. Among those chosen were familiar faces, including Liang. Since Su Yuan had previously helped Liang, and Liang was loyal, his loyalty value also reached 68 points. With the personnel selected, Su Yuan began planning what kind of weapons to equip them with. Auxiliary mechs could handle invasion-level beasts, but they were somewhat lacking against brutal-level ones. Battle mechs would be suitable, but were a bit expensive. Upgrading and modifying would cost 2 billion survival points, while purchasing them would require 2.8 billion survival points. In comparison, it was even more expensive than purchasing intelligent combat robots. Yet its formidable attack power surpassed even that of Neo Dali and the others who had been upgraded to level 3. Each battle mech was equipped with 2 large-caliber laser cannons, 2 laser machine guns, and 1 laser pistol. Moreover, after binding with the system, only Su Yuan's authorization allowed others to use them. It was impossible to employ them against Su Yuan himself. The intelligent battle mechs would refuse to execute any command that would harm him. Even Su Yuan himself had only just begun using such luxurious equipment. Su Yuan pondered, believing one must risk to gain. He decided to first purchase 2 mechs for Ning Ruolin and Liang to test. Once these individuals ventured out to slay alien beasts and earn survival points, he would increase the number of battle mechs. As for the others without battle mechs, they would first be uniformly equipped with auxiliary mechs. Thus, Su Yuan procured 2 battle mechs and 10 sets of auxiliary mechs. He handed the list to Luo Qin, instructing him to summon Ning Ruolin, Liang, and the others. It was not until the afternoon that Luo Qin brought them before Su Yuan. The survival base descended, landing once again in its previous location. Donning the battle mech, Su Yuan stepped out of the base alongside Neo Dali and his crew. Luo Qin led Ning Ruolin and the others forward to meet him. "Greetings, Mr. Su. Please confirm if these are the individuals you requested," Luo Qin said. Su Yuan swept his gaze over Ning Ruolin and the others. It was their first time seeing Su Yuan's true appearance, and they were all taken aback. This man, seemingly younger than themselves, was the legendary Mr. Su. "I believe Mr. Luo has already explained everything to you. I am establishing a special guard unit, and you are my chosen ones. Those willing to follow me stay, and those who wish to leave may do so, without compulsion." After a few seconds of silence, Ning Ruolin spoke first. "I am willing." Following her, Liang and the others also expressed their assent. Su Yuan continued solemnly. "Working with me means facing death at any moment. You had better consider this carefully. Perhaps the moment you agree now, the next second I lead you to hunt alien beasts, some of you may die, or even the entire group could be annihilated." Ning Ruolin and the others were stunned, not expecting Su Yuan to be so blunt. "I am not joking. You will be different from ordinary guards. You won't be waiting in the survival base for beasts to come. Instead, you will venture deep into their lairs to hunt them with no backup or any guarantee of safety." Although Su Yuan had thoroughly investigated the backgrounds of Ning Ruolin and the others, even learning about significant and trivial events throughout their lives, and knew they were all exceptional individuals, he still wanted to test them in person. Su Yuan laid the harshest realities before them and gave them a night to consider, testing their resolve and conviction. If they were truly willing to follow him, they would return here before 9 o'clock the next morning. At that point, Su Yuan would indeed send them to hunt alien beasts and continue to test them. After Ning Ruolin and the others departed, Su Yuan learned from Luo Qin that Huadu had established expert teams for thermal nuclear power stations and ion thrusters, with everything proceeding orderly. Furthermore, the Divine Academy of Sciences was being formed. Once established, Su Yuan would purchase the necessary research technology data from the system mall. He would then grade researchers based on their grasshopper scores, assigning them to different levels of scientific research. Luo Qin also informed Su Yuan that 200 million kilograms of ordinary supplies had been prepared and were ready for his collection at any time. This was the condition agreed upon before the cooperation with Huadu as part of the rescue effort for Haiqing. Su Yuan did not stand on ceremony. He followed Luo Qin to reclaim the supplies, obtaining 20 billion survival points. It was already past 4 in the afternoon when he returned to the survival base. Su Yuan opened the system, ready to draw a prize. It was the 47th day of his new life, granting him one chance. He pressed the golden virtual button and lines of text flashed rapidly across the blank golden display. Intelligent robot manufacturing room, dimensional energy collector, dimensional iron or mine curvature propulsor. Su Yuan had hoped for heavy weapons or special land, but he ultimately drew the dimensional energy collector. Xiaoyu, what's the use of this thing? Master, the dimensional energy collector can harvest dimensional energy from the multiverse. Then through the dimensional crystal manufacturing room, this energy can be converted into usable dimensional crystals. Su Yuan instantly grasped the system's intent. Damn, the system is trying to trap me again. He refused to take the bait, neither upgrading the base nor using the dimensional energy collector. The next day arrived. To Su Yuan's surprise, Ning Rulin and the others arrived half an hour early, and not a single person had withdrawn. Su Yuan, clad in his battle mech and accompanied by Niu Dali, approached Ning Rulin, Liang, and the rest. It seems you have all made your decision. Then let's begin hunting alien beasts. Well, start by clearing the vicinity of the Huadu survival base. Your target is to slay at least 500 ferocious class beasts and 2 lord class beasts. Su Yuan, clad in his battle mech and accompanied by Niu Dali, approached Ning Rulin, Liang, and the rest. It seems you have all made your decision. Then let's begin hunting alien beasts. Well, start by clearing the vicinity of the Huadu survival base. Your target is... The crew-cut man Wang Ziming came from a family of guards spanning 3 generations. His father and grandfather had both perished, and his mother and grandmother had died in alien beast tides while he was out rescuing others. He had joined Su Yuan's special guard unit precisely to slay more beasts. What's wrong? Scared and want to quit? It's not too late to back out now. Anyone else can form a group and leave together. Su Yuan said. No, I'm not. The word quit doesn't exist in my dictionary. I will carry out orders until my last breath. Wang Ziming's gaze was firm as he looked at Su Yuan. Su Yuan felt his judgment had been sound. He hadn't chosen the wrong people. He smiled. Good. Stick with me, and I'll lead you to slay many more beasts, enjoy life's pleasures, and become the heroes who protect Huadu. As he spoke, Su Yuan swept his eyes over Ning Rulin and the others. In time there will be bread and milk. And remember this, from now on address me as captain. My words are commands, and they must be obeyed. Yes, captain. Ning Rulin and the others replied in unison. Subsequently, Su Yuan issued 3 laser machine guns, 3 sets of auxiliary mechs, a heavy armored vehicle, as well as various grenades, rockets, and standard machine guns to Ning Rulin and the others. The laser machine guns had been produced over time in the intelligent weapon equipment room. The heavy armored vehicle, previously modified by Guazi, was equipped with a tank engine and had never been used by Su Yuan. As for the battle mechs and the remaining auxiliary mechs, Su Yuan held them back for the time being, because Su Yuan intended to first temper Ning Rulin and her team so that they would cherish the opportunity to pilot the battle mechs all the more. Subsequently, Su Yuan ordered Ning Rulin and the others to drive the war chariots and hunt down aberrant beasts along the route he had charted. Meanwhile, Su Yuan returned to the survival base using the multifunctional satellite to keep a constant watch over Ning Rulin and her team's movements. Before long, Ning Rulin and her team encountered a brutal level wolf-ape aberrant beast. The wolf-ape was a hot-tempered aberrant beast, and upon seeing Ning Rulin and the others, it lunged directly at them. Moreover, wolf-apes were pack animals. By its side were over a dozen aggressive-level wolf-apes and hundreds of common-level wolf-apes. This scene would have terrified an ordinary person beyond measure. However, Ning Rulin, Liang, and the others were all former guards who had faced countless life-or-death trials. They reacted swiftly. Ning Rulin, Liang, and Wang Ziming, clad in auxiliary mechs, grabbed laser machine guns and opened fire on the wolf-apes. The others used rocket launchers, grenades, and regular machine guns to strafe the remaining aggressive and common-level wolf-apes. Master, aren't you afraid they might die? Xiaoyu tilted her head, gazing at Su Yuan beside her. Because Su Yuan had developed 2 more system functions, Xiaoyu's stature had grown to 1 meter, and she was now capable of pondering more complex questions on her own. What's there to fear? I had Niu Dali and the others tail them discreetly. And if they can't even kill a brutal level aberrant beast, there's no point continuing the trial. Just then the brutal level wolf-ape with its thick hide and tough flesh sparked under the impact of ordinary bullets, as if hitting solid steel plating, utterly unharmed. Roar, roar, roar. It bellowed, extending a sharp claw intent on twisting off Liang's head. Liang's body had undergone a mutation, granting him strength and speed surpassing that of Ning Rulin and the others. He showed no fear, clad in his auxiliary mech, and aimed a laser machine gun at the wolf-ape, opening fire. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Beams of laser like fireworks struck the wolf-ape. The laser's power far exceeded that of bullets, easily piercing the wolf-ape's thick fur and entering its body, soon emitting a burnt odor. The wolf-ape, enraged, swatted Liang on the head, sending him and the laser machine gun flying dozens of meters. With a loud thud, he crashed to the ground. Liang felt dizzy, and his head went blank. Had he not been wearing the auxiliary mech and possessed a strong physique, his head would have been crushed like a watermelon by the wolf-ape. After swatting Liang away, the wolf-ape turned its claws toward Ning Rulin. Ning Rulin's body had not undergone any mutation, or her speed and strength were inferior to Liang's. Though she dared not engage the brutal level wolf-ape, she was bold enough to stall it gradually, wearing down its strength. Thus Ning Rulin gave Wang Ziming a signal. The two immediately split apart, running and firing laser machine guns at the wolf ape. The wolf ape grew furious, feeling that Ning Rulin and Wang Ziming were toying with it. It picked up a massive boulder from the ground and hurled it at Ning Rulin. Ning Rulin, wearing the auxiliary mech, nimbly dodged the boulder and flipped the wolf ape the middle finger. The wolf ape, unable to endure the humiliation any longer, chased after her. Ning Rulin chose to grab the laser machine gun and run, drawing the wolf ape's attention. Meanwhile, Wang Ziming followed behind the wolf ape, incessantly strafing it with his laser machine gun. Whenever the wolf ape could not bear it and turned to chase Wang Ziming, Ning Rulin would fire the laser gun at the wolf ape, reasserting aggro. Though brutal level wolf apes were ferocious and swift, they could not withstand the harassment of both Ning Rulin and Wang Ziming. Seeing how seamlessly Ning Rulin and Wang Ziming coordinatedly, Ong chose to hunt down the other levels of aberrant beasts. Thus Ning Rulin and her team easily passed the first trial. Next they continued moving forward along the route Su Yuan had selected. Before charting the path, Su Yuan had used the multifunctional satellite to survey the distribution of aberrant beasts around the Huadu survival base. The nearby Lord-level aberrant beasts had already been cleared by Huadu with missiles. However, two had slipped through the net, hiding hundreds of miles away. The final trial for Ning Rulin and her team were those two Lord-level aberrant beasts. Along the way they would encounter an increasing number of brutal-level aberrant beasts. After killing the wolf ape, Ning Rulin and her team slew several more brutal-level aberrant beasts. Soon they encountered a pack of gray-armored bears. Gray-armored bears were born as aggressive-level aberrant beasts and quickly grew into brutal-level ones. They were tougher to deal with than wolf apes, covered in thick scale armor and adept at burrowing. Their sharp claws could easily tear through concrete. Ordinary soil was like tofu to them, and a few scoops would create a large pit. Unfortunately for Ning Rulin and her team, they had stumbled into a gray-armored bear den. There were 7 brutal-level gray-armored bears and over 60 aggressive-level ones. Seeing this, Ning Rulin and the others drew in a sharp breath, bracing themselves for a desperate fight. After the previous hunts, Ning Rulin had earned the respect of Liang and the others. Liang habitually asked, "Captain, what do we do?" Ning Rulin furrowed her delicate brows and gritted her teeth. "We fight while running. A direct confrontation means certain death." They had only 3 laser machine guns and 3 sets of auxiliary mechs. Facing 7 Lord-level aberrant beasts, their previous tactics were useless, and the others could not handle the 60-plus aggressive-level ones. Only then did they truly realize that Su Yuan's words were no joke. Death could come at any moment, and there was a risk of total annihilation. So Ning Rulin and her team dared not leave the heavy war chariot. They mounted the laser machine guns on the heavy war chariot, firing at the gray-armored bears while retreating. The gray-armored bears actually resembled pangolins more, but their size was larger than an ordinary bear. Under the assault of laser machine guns, the gray-armored bears grew enraged, roaring and charging at the heavy war chariot. Liang took the lead, firing and hurling grenades at the bears. The gray-armored bears were quite intelligent. The aggressive-level ones burrowed underground, surfacing behind the heavy war chariot to dig pits and holes, trying to trap the chariot and immobilize Ning Rulin and her team. Meanwhile, the brutal-level bears actively drew fire, charging Heaton at Liang and the others. The heavy war chariot was about the length of a large truck. After being modified by Guazi, it had a powerful engine, could be set to autonomous driving, and was covered with thick steel plates studded with sharp spikes. But the brutal-level gray-armored bears were unafraid of these spikes. A single swipe of their claws could snap the spikes off. Just as they were about to be overtaken by the brutal-level gray-armored bears, Ning Rulin shouted, "Aim for their eyes." With the distance now closed, the laser machine guns could easily hit the bears' eyes. Even if they couldn't kill them, they could blind them. Liang caught on, immediately hoisting the laser machine gun and firing at the nearest gray-armored bear. With a few swooshes, several laser beams blasted out one of the bear's eyes. Just as he aimed for the other eye, the bear blocked with its claw and, enraged, kicked the heavy war chariot. The kick directly dented the thick steel plate, creating a large pit. Witnessing this, Su Yuan knew Ning Rulin and her team were in peril. He immediately ordered Neo Dali and the others to prepare for a rescue. However, he still hoped that Ning Rulin and her team could hold on a little longer, at least killing one brutal-level gray-armored bear. Seeing the gray-armored bear injured, Ning Rulin grew confident. She directed Wang Ziming and Liang to continuously fire at the other eye of the bear with laser machine guns, forcing it to use both claws alternately to shield its eyes. Though the bear's claws were covered in thick scales, they could not withstand the relentless laser fire. Soon its claws were torn and bloody, and it let out agonized roars. Eventually, overwhelmed by pain, the bear slowed down and withdrew its claws. Liang then blasted the bear's other eye with the laser machine gun, rendering it completely blind. Witnessing their comrade's tragic fate, the other gray-armored bears dared not approach the heavy war vehicle. Ning Rulin and her team breathed a sigh of relief. But before they could celebrate, the ground suddenly collapsed, swallowing the entire heavy war vehicle. The invasion-level gray-armored bear had hollowed out the road ahead, and the ground could no longer support the vehicle's weight. Ning Rulin and her team were now trapped in a desperate situation. What do we do? Her mind raced. The fate of the entire group rested on her shoulders. One wrong move could mean total annihilation. Everyone get off the vehicle. Liang leads the way, Wang Ziming, and I will cover the rear. Ning Rulin gave the order without knowing if they could escape. These gray-armored bears were formidable mutant beasts, even more troublesome than wolf apes. The moment Liang jumped off the vehicle, a brutal-level gray-armored bear lunged at him. Liang quickly fired at the bear's eyes with the laser machine gun, forcing it back. Meanwhile, the others also disembarked and attacked the approaching bears with machine guns, grenades, and rocket launchers. Soon they abandoned the vehicle, trying to break out of the encirclement. But the enraged bears had no intention of letting them go. They surrounded them tightly, while invasion-level bears dug tunnels beneath their feet, attempting to drag them underground. A massive claw emerged from the earth, grabbed Ning Rulin's ankle, and yanked hard. Panic surged through Ning Rulin as cold sweat broke out. Death felt imminent. She hastily fired at the bear underground with her laser machine gun. After a dozen shots, blood gushed from the earth. The invasion-level bear, unable to bear the pain, fled. But the others were not so fortunate. Without auxiliary mechas, they were pulled down by the bears, their lower bodies sinking into the ground. Had Ning Rulin and Wang Ziming not driven the bears away with laser fire, those people would have died. At that moment, 7 invasion-level gray-armored bears charged together. They did not retreat, even under Liang's barrage. One bear opened its bloody maw and lunged at Liang's neck. Liang, drenched in cold sweat, let out a roar. Damn it, Doc. Liang shoved a grenade into the bear's mouth, then kicked it away with all his strength and the power of his auxiliary mecha. With a deafening blast, the unfortunate bear perished in humiliation. But Liang was exhausted. Another enraged bear reached for his head, intending to twist it off. Ning Rulin quickly pushed Liang aside, only to put herself in danger. She was seized by the largest bear and lifted into the air. The bear roared and hurled Ning Rulin against a large boulder. The rock shattered on impact, and Ning Rulin felt a surge of nausea as blood rushed to her throat. Struggling to rise and counterattack, she saw a pack of invasion-level bears charging at her. Is this the end? She looked up at Su Yuan's survival base in the sky and tried to lift her laser machine gun. But an invasion-level bear was already upon her, jaws open and aiming for her neck. Just then, Neo Dallas' transformed combat robot grabbed the bear and severed its head with a laser sword. The other invasion-level bears fled in terror. Even the brutal-level bears were no match for the laser cannon. After Neo Dali rescued Ning Rulin and her team, Su Yuan did not appear. Instead, he provided them with an additional auxiliary mecha, a laser machine gun, and replenished their ammunition and supplies. Once they rested, they were to continue along the original route. At the same time, Jolly returned to the surface from the underground dinosaur world. He immediately went to Happala's spaceship to meet her. Captain Happala, the mission is complete. Vice Commander Happamo is very pleased and hopes you can transport more humans back. Happala nodded expressionlessly. The second batch of 100 will be gathered soon. These ignorant humans are eager and happy to go to our world. Then you will need to escort them back. Jolly was fond of this task. Each time he could linger in the dinosaur world for a few hours, interacting with lower-level dinosaurs. However, the arrival of humans had dampened the enthusiasm of the lower-level dinosaurs. They felt their status elevated because they could bully the newcomers, forcing them to do tasks they previously despised. Yet Jolly insisted on resistance, believing that dinosaurs should be equal and that humans should inherit the lower-level dinosaurs' former position. Finally, he added, Captain Happali, Vice Commander Happamo also wishes you to avenge Captain Happidi as soon as possible. Happala's eyes flashed with a sharp glare. Jolly quickly said, This is Vice Commander Happamo's order. I wouldn't dare speak out of turn. Jolly, I am already preparing to avenge my brother Happidi. Tell my father that I will fulfill everything I promised him. Over the next 2 days, the weather gradually improved. The various survival bases returned to normal, and Jolly escorted another batch of Midu people to the underground. Happali convened a meeting with the chief officers of Midu, Kwangdu, Fudu, and other bases. The meeting focused on how to eliminate Su Yuan. Aik, Sade, and Late had recovered under Happala's care and wanted revenge, expressing their support. In the video conference, Happali sat proudly in the main seat. Aik, Sade, Late, and other chief officers did not dare to sit. They spoke standing. Great Lady Happali, thank you for rescuing me from hell. We Midu are willing to follow you in vengeance, but you know our weapons are too outdated. I fear we'll embarrass you. Aiken first bowed in gratitude, then expressed support while hinting for favors. Happali lifted her eyelids and glanced at him with disgust. Do the rest of you share the same thought? Yes, Great Lady Happali. After this disaster, Fudu cannot produce decent weapons, not even a few new fighter jets. Sade also poured out their hardships. Late quickly voiced Badu's plight. This time Happali aimed not only to eliminate Su Yuan, but also to intimidate and teach Wadu a lesson. She planned to deploy 300 robots, 12 flight fleets, and mobilize 3 fighter jets from the major survival bases along with 2 auxiliary mecha warriors she had trained. However, it seemed that gathering these jets would be somewhat challenging. Happily directly raised 2 fingers. 2 days. We'll give you 2 days. If you gather 3 fighter jets by then, you'll still be my friends, and they'll have the robots upgrade your jets to fly faster and farther. Oaken and the others exchanged glances, then patted their chests, guaranteeing they would gather the jets. Subsequently, Happily ended the meeting. If everything went smoothly, she planned to launch an attack on Su Yuan in 3 days. The anomalies at survival bases like Midu were also relayed back to Huadu through special channels. After analysis, the high-ranking officials in Huadu concluded that Happily was likely preparing for further action. They then instructed Luo Qin to notify Su Yuan. Upon receiving the news, Su Yuan was not overly concerned. Thanks to Guozi's efforts, a layer of dinosaur superalloy had already been coated over the titanium alloy armor. His survival base could fly at a speed of Mach 12. The flight vessels under Happely's command could never catch up to him. Moreover, he possessed 2 even more advanced flight vessels coated with level 10 dinosaur superalloy and capable of even greater speeds. At that moment, Su Yuan was leading Ning Rulin and the others to hunt the Lord-level mutant beast, the man-eating bee queen. After 2 days of trials, Ning Rulin and her team had become increasingly coordinated, and Su Yuan was pleased with their performance. 2 combat mechas and 10 sets of auxiliary mechas had already been handed over to them for use. Ning Rulin, Liang, and the others had previously slain a Lord-level mutant beast, but when facing the man-eating bee queen, they suffered a crushing defeat. Had Su Yuan not arrived in time to rescue them, at least half of the team would have been killed or injured. This was because the man-eating bee queen was not only on the verge of further mutating into a terror-level beast, but also commanded hundreds of brutal-level man-eating bees and thousands of aggression-level ones. Su Yuan led Ning Rulin and the others to a spot a kilometer away from the beehive. From a distance, the man-eating beehive resembled a mountain, its volume immense. Countless bees flew in and out, the sound of their wings akin to hundreds of helicopters hovering overhead. The buzzing was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Su Yuan, clad in his combat mecha, stood with Ning Rulin and Liang, while Wang Ziming and the others were behind them. To truly unleash the power of the combat mecha, you need a strong body, Su Yuan said. Ning Rulin blushed. Her physical fitness was not poor, but compared to Liang, whose body had undergone mutation, she fell far short. She was even less comparable to Su Yuan. Due to his long-term consumption of various special fruits, Su Yuan's physical metrics were 10 times that of an ordinary person. 10 times was not as simple as 1 plus 1. Just as a person with a strength of 100 kilograms could easily defeat 3 or 4, or more, people with a strength of 50 kilograms. When Su Yuan ran in his combat mecha, he was much faster than Ning Rulin and Liang. Thus, Su Yuan decided to demonstrate his prowess by personally luring out the man-eating bee queen. Activating the combat mecha, it transformed into a 25-meter-tall giant machine capable of flight and underwater navigation. It was fully capable of trifibious combat. Su Yuan instructed Ning Rulin and the others to hide according to plan. Piloting his combat mecha to the front of the beehive, he directly opened fire with a laser machine gun. Beams of light not only killed many unsuspecting aggression-level man-eating bees, but also set the entire hive ablaze. The flames surged and roared in the wind. Instantly, brutal-level man-eating bees, enraged, rushed out of the hive and lunged at Su Yuan. Each brutal-level bee was over 10 meters long, resembling a small helicopter. Their weapons included not only a continuous stream of venomous stingers from their tails, but also jaws capable of easily crushing solid reinforced concrete. "Hey, call your queen out. I'm not here for you," Su Yuan laughed. He directly employed the large-caliber laser cannon on his back to bombard the brutal-level bees. One shot could kill 4 or 5 of them. However, the bees were extremely fast, faster and more agile than helicopters, and there were many of them. In an instant, Su Yuan was surrounded by brutal-level bees, and stingers were fired at him relentlessly. "Damn, you guys are ruthless." The stingers were not only highly toxic, but also extremely hard, capable of piercing half-meter-thick steel plates. They were more effective than bullets, striking Su Yuan's combat mecha with a series of clanging sounds. Dense pits immediately appeared on the mecha's surface. Watching this through the mecha's remote display function, Ning Rulin and the others grew worried. "Will the captain be okay?" "Definitely not. The captain is battle-hardened. It looks to me like he's deliberately showing weakness," Liang said. The last time he had tried to lure the man-eating bee queen, he had been surrounded and barely escaped. So he greatly admired Su Yuan's courage in daring to set the beehive ablaze alone. Su Yuan watched the overwhelming reckless swarm. There were not only many brutal-level bees, but also many aggression-level ones. Without the combat mecha, Su Yuan felt he would have been riddled with stingers by the furious bees. Su Yuan quickly dodged, avoiding a direct confrontation, and circled to the other side of the hive, bombarding it with his laser cannon. "Damn it, I dare you to come out." The man-eating bee queen, who had been leisurely reproducing inside the hive, never expected disaster to strike from above as Su Yuan set it ablaze. Enraged, the man-eating bee queen burst out of the hive, roaring as she lunged at Su Yuan. Buzzing, "Damn it, you've gone too far." The queen was nearly 50 meters long, her back wings like giant sharp blades that could shred both stone and steel plates to pieces. More terrifying were the stingers from her tail, which carried flaming venom with strong corrosive properties. If they struck a heavy tank, they could pierce through and corrode it entirely. Even Su Yuan was startled by the sight of the queen. Watching her through the multifunctional satellite in the survival base was a completely different experience from facing her in a combat mecha. Without a word, Su Yuan struck, first firing 2 large-caliber laser cannons at the queen. 2 ultra-high-temperature laser beams shot out aimed directly at her wings. Buzzing, you coward. The queen quickly dodged and shot stingers at Su Yuan. Her stingers were massive like flaming spears, striking the mecha's chest with tremendous force, sending both the mecha and Su Yuan staggering back dozens of meters. Damn, that's some serious strength. Su Yuan felt his blood churn. He immediately counterattacked, continuing to bombard the queen's wings with his laser cannons. As he fired, he retreated, trying to lure the queen into the encirclement set up by Ning Rulin and the others. Su Yuan's plan was simple: lure the queen and then concentrate fire to destroy her wings, rendering her helpless. After that, he could deal with her however he pleased. But the man-eating bee queen was no fool. As she pursued Su Yuan, she summoned all the other bees to attack together. Su Yuan flew while bombarding the queen beater with 2 laser cannons, the laser machine gun in his arms constantly firing at the other beaters. Many ordinary and aggressive level beaters were shot down by beams of laser light, falling to the ground. Seeing Su Yuan luring the queen beater toward them, Ning Rulin, Liang, and the others quickly prepared. At this moment, towering mountains flanked them on both sides. The narrow terrain between the 2 mountains formed a long canyon barely wide enough for the queen beater to pass through. Before reaching the ambush point, Su Yuan deliberately lowered his altitude, flying close to the ground, and blasted the queen beater's abdomen with his laser cannons. The queen's abdomen was relatively vulnerable. A beam of ultra-high temperature laser shot forth, instantly filling the air with a burnt odor. The yellow scales on the queen beater's abdomen were scorched pitch black. Roaring in agony, the queen went mad, firing venomous stingers wildly at Su Yuan. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Each stinger struck the ground, causing hard rocks to explode. The highly corrosive venom even melted the stone. Su Yuan dodged while guiding the queen beater into the ambush point where Ning Rulin and the others lay in wait. As the queen beater arrived, Ning Rulin and Liang immediately activated their combat mechs and flew up, one on each side, bombarding the queen's wings with laser cannons. Meanwhile, Wang Ziming and the others, wearing support mechs, aimed laser machine guns at the queen's eyes. The queen beater realized she had been tricked, but it was too late to escape. Having pursued Su Yuan too swiftly, she had become separated from her swarm. Buzz, 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 despicable. Even if I die, you'll take you down with me. The queen beater charged recklessly at Su Yuan, opening her pincer-like razor-sharp jaws, aiming to bite off his head. Although Su Yuan wore a combat mech, he was still far smaller than the queen. His entire head wouldn't even make a single mouthful for her. Damn it, do you think I'm stupid enough not to run? Su Yuan maneuvered his combat mech and fled, abandoning any further attacks on the queen. For a moment, his speed surpassed hers. As the queen failed to catch up, Ning Rulin and the others relentlessly bombarded her wings from above, which were on the verge of breaking. The queen beater let out a furious roar, summoning her swarm for rescue. She turned away from Su Yuan and fired venomous stingers at Ning Rulin and the others. Seeing this, Su Yuan shamelessly reversed course, chasing after the queen and blasting her wings with his laser cannons. Frustrated and powerless, the queen beater hurriedly flew toward her swarm. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Damn, it's so underhanded. If you have the guts, wait for my swarm to arrive, and we'll fight mob style. Let's see who has more numbers. The outer swarm of beaters flew over, but the narrow space clogged the massive horde outside. Countless beaters desperately squeezed inward, causing rocks from the cliffs on both sides to tumble down, shaken loose by their wings. The deafening buzz of the beaters was ear-splitting. Su Yuan quickly urged Ning Rulin and the others to bombard the queen's wings with all their might, determined not to let her escape. Beams of laser light flashed relentlessly, striking the queen beater. Finally, with a loud crack, her wings snapped, and she plummeted from the air, crashing onto the ground and sending debris flying. The queen could no longer fly, but was still alive, and the other beaters desperately rushed over to rescue her. However, the confined surroundings hindered the swarm's ability to launch an attack. This created an opportunity for Su Yuan and his team. With their backs against the mountain, they continuously bombarded the beaters with laser cannons and machine guns. Aggressive level and brutal level beaters were no match. A single cannon blast could knock down a large number of them. Beater after beater was killed by laser fire, falling to the ground in such dense layers that they covered the surface. For every beater killed, another would enter from outside. It felt like an endless slaughter, yet immensely satisfying. Because these beaters posed no real threat to Su Yuan. Most of the time, before a beater could even fire a stinger, or sometimes before it even got the chance, it was already shot down by the laser machine gun or obliterated by the laser cannon. Watching her swarm die one by one, the queen beater was filled with frustration and rage. She could only crawl on the ground, occasionally shooting stingers at Su Yuan and the others, but to little effect as they dodged almost every attack. The slaughter continued for several hours until every beater was dead. Finally, Su Yuan and his team used their laser cannons to kill the queen beater. At that moment, Wang Ziming wept like a child. It turned out that his father had led a mission that encountered beaters and was drained until only his skin remained. Not a single one of the 1,000 guards who participated in that mission survived, nor did the thousands of people in the company's survival base that his father had been sent to rescue. Wang Ziming felt he had avenged his father, and a great weight lifted from his heart. He was deeply grateful to Su Yuan, knowing that on his own, he could never have killed so many beaters in a lifetime. Thus Wang Ziming's loyalty value increased significantly. After 2 days of training, the loyalty values of the others also rose. Ning Rulan's loyalty value climbed to 85, soon approaching 90. Subsequently, Su Yuan instructed Ning Rulan and the others to rest and continue hunting mutated beasts tomorrow. He had no intention of allowing Ning Rulan and the others into his survival base for now. Only when their loyalty values all reached 90 would he consider opening the base to them. Returning to the survival base well-fed and rested, Su Yuan began reviewing the detailed intelligence sent by Luo Qin. Damn, that woman is ruthless. 300 robots, 12 flying ships, 200 support mech troops, and even 300 fighter jets. Is she trying to scare me into surrendering? Su Yuan calculated that his 2 flying ships could handle happily 12, but the 300 robots and 200 support mechs would be difficult to deal with. Although Niu Dali and the others were far stronger than the dinosaur people's robots, they numbered only 7. And Ning Rulan's team had just 12 people, far too few to handle 200 support mechs. Su Yuan could use his survival base's giant cannons, but he also had to guard against Hapley's hidden moves. Su Yuan felt it was necessary to increase the number of combat robots, purchase more combat mechs so that Ning Rulan and the others could all have them, and also boost the numbers of intelligent flying ships and intelligent laser drones to counter the 300 fighter jets. All of this required survival points, so Su Yuan decided to hunt a terror-level mutated beast. He activated the multifunctional satellite to scan the entire blue star for traces of terror-level beasts. Yet after scanning with a multispectral satellite, Su Yuan found nothing. Damn, have all the terror-level aberrant beasts gone into hiding? He then checked the forums for any news about terror-level beasts. After searching for a long time, he found that few people were aware of their existence, and there was not a single direct piece of information about them. However, Su Yuan did come across a peculiar post. A woman had posted a plea for help, stating that despite all her attempts, she could not contact her family at the Mashi survival base. Beneath her post, many others echoed her plight, unable to reach not only their families, but also the base itself. Su Yuan then looked up information on the Mashi survival base, an independent settlement, housing over 350 people. Since the blizzard, no one from the base had appeared on the forums. Though survival bases often fell to disasters, none had vanished as silently as Mashi. Deciding to try his luck at the Mashi survival base in hopes of encountering a terror-level beast, Su Yuan spent another 20 billion survival points the next day to upgrade his heavy combat vehicle into an intelligent flying combat vehicle for Ning Rulan and the others. Having set the route from his base to Mashi, Su Yuan led the way with Ning Rulan and the others following in the flying vehicle. They flew out of the Huadu region and did not arrive at the Mashi survival base until just after 2 in the afternoon. This was a mountainous area, and the Mashi survival base was nestled in a valley surrounded by peaks. Through the multispectral satellite, Su Yuan saw clearly that the entrance to the base had long been reduced to rubble, where several hundred brutal-level Wanshizu were basking in the sun atop the ruins. Wanshizu are born as brutal-level aberrant beasts and reach lord level by adulthood. Their thick hide renders bullets as mere tickles, and only grenades cause them pain. Their jaws can open to 90 degrees, and a single bite can sever the barrel of a heavy tank. Seeing so many Wanshizu, Su Yuan knew the Mashi survival base was doomed. He ordered Ning Rulan and the others to hunt the brutal-level beasts, hoping to lure out a lord level or even a terror-level aberrant. The intelligent flying vehicle touched down, and Liang, clad in combat armor, leaped out first to keep watch. Ning Rulan followed, jumping out after Liang, her eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Stay alert. With hundreds of brutal-level Wanshizu here, there must be at least one lord level, perhaps more. Before she could finish, a brutal-level Wanshizu charged at them. Its body, over 10 meters long, was like a speeding armored vehicle. In an instant, it was upon Liang, its massive jaws gaping open, revealing sharp teeth, like steel spikes aiming for his neck. Liang pulled the trigger of his laser machine gun, sending beams of laser into the creature's mouth, piercing its skull. Beams of light shot through, riddling its head. Yet the Wanshizu did not die, still lunging for Liang. Liang swiftly switched to the laser cannon on his combat suit, firing at the beast. A deafening roar followed as a beam of superheated plasma consumed the Wanshizu's head, its body crashing to the ground, sending up dust. This was like stirring a hornet's nest. More brutal-level Wanshizu surged forward. Hundreds of brutal-level Wanshizu thundered across the ground like hundreds of heavy tanks shaking the earth. Seeing this, Ning Rulan ordered Wang Ziming and the others to stay in the flying vehicle and fire at the beasts with laser machine guns. She herself took flight in her combat armor alongside Liang, raining down laser cannon fire upon the Wanshizu. Though formidable on the ground and extremely hard to kill, they could not fly, and even their leaps fell short of Ning Rulan and her team, leaving them to suffer the assault helplessly. As one after another Wanshizu fell, the scent of charred meat from the laser fire spread. After dozens of brutal-level beasts had been slain, a Lord-level Wanshizu was finally roused. It emerged from the Mashi survival base, a 50-meter-long creature with tusks over a meter in length. Its body was covered in flame-like hair resembling a blazing fire. Furious, it spat a fireball directly at the flying vehicle. The fireball, faster than a bullet and capable of reaching hundreds of meters, drew closer and closer to the intelligent flying vehicle. Wang Ziming and the others could already feel the scorching heat. The flying vehicle had no time to dodge. In that moment, Ning Rulin drove her combat armor to dash forward, using her body as a shield against the fireball. The fireball struck her armor, sending sparks flying and blasting her away. Liang quickly fired his laser cannon at the Lord-level Wanshizu's eye. The eye, its weakest point, was instantly destroyed by the laser blood spraying as the beast howled in agony. Now Wani the Wanshizu bore a grudge against Liang, spitting fireballs at him relentlessly. The fireballs were so hot, they could melt steel instantly. Even in his combat armor, Liang could feel the roasting heat, his black armor turning red. Meanwhile, Wang Ziming and the others set up their laser machine guns in the flying vehicle, continuously firing at the remaining brutal-level Wanshizu. For each brutal-level beast they killed, Su Yuan gained 1 million survival points. Ning Rulin quickly recovered and rejoined the fight, teaming up with Liang to take down the Lord-level Wanshizu. Through the multispectral satellites, Su Yuan observed the scene, not intending to intervene. His target was the terror-level beast. Soon Ning Rulin destroyed the other eye of the Wanshizu. Blinded, the Wanshizu could only suffer repeated attacks, finally collapsing to the ground, never to rise again. Su Yuan received a reward of 1 billion survival points. The other Wanshizu, instead of fleeing, grew even more frenzied upon seeing their lord fall, roaring and charging about, trying to ram Ning Rulin and the others. Ning Rulin and her team gave them no chance, hovering in the air and relentlessly bombarding the Wanshizu with laser cannons, intent on wiping out all brutal-level beasts. Then suddenly a colossal head burst through the thick earth, emerging from the Mashi survival base. It raised its enormous head and snapped directly at the hovering intelligent flying vehicle. The vehicle climbed steeply, but the beast still caught its front. Wang Ziming and the others broke out in cold sweat, firing their laser machine guns at the creature's eyes. Damn, this head is way too big. From the cockpit of his base, Su Yuan used the heavy cannon to fire a superheated laser, trying to force the beast to let go. But even after 2 shots, the creature refused to release its grip. Its massive body rose from the ground. This was the king of Wanshizu, a terror-level aberrant beast over 200 meters in length, with a head alone measuring over 30 meters. The steel-like teeth in its mouth were longer than Su Yuan's entire body.